Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 83, The Most Widespread Power. My lord, please look. Shirsue's figure suddenly appeared next to Kenma, kneeling on one knee, offering two items in his hands. Fushiguro Toji, at the side, watched Shirsue's sudden appearance, his eyes narrowing slightly. This person's speed is fast, but not beyond my comprehension. Yet, I didn't sense his approach at all. Either he has extremely advanced techniques for concealing himself, or he came from a place so distant it was beyond my hearing, smell, and perception. This must be the companion my new boss mentioned. But when he saw what the man was offering, a trace of astonishment flashed across his face. A red three-section staff, and a rather wide broadsword. Both were weapons he had used in his previous life. He hadn't been able to find Chibu earlier, and he had assumed it had been caught up in Gojo Satoru's attack, and that these weapons had also disappeared when Chibu was exorcised. Now it seemed it had survived somewhere, and this person had found it and retrieved these two weapons. Kenma took the two weapons and handed them to Toji. Toji's eye twitched. He shook his one remaining arm, the chain in his hand clinking. You think I can hold this many things with only one hand? Understood. Kenma understood instantly. He wrapped the three-section staff and the chain around Toji's neck, carefully handling the strange short blade on the chain to ensure it wouldn't hurt him. Only then did he shove the broadsword into his hand. Under Toji's speechless gaze, Kenma nodded, looking quite satisfied. This way, you can hold all of them. Is that what I meant? Toji's eye twitched again. Seeing that the other party was doing this intentionally, he shook his head and sighed. Forget it, this is fine. Seeing this, Shirsue took out a thumb-sized round ball from his robes, placed it on the ground, and released the seal on it. Release. The ball burst with a faint light, and two figures jumped out of it. The moment they landed on the ground, the two figures rapidly grew until they returned to their normal size. Toji looked at the two people who had appeared before him, his eyebrow raised. Well, now this is. The two people before him were both female. One was dressed in a maid's uniform, and the other was still in a sailor uniform, clearly a student. How could Toji not recognize these two? Tengen's star plasma vessel, Amanai Riko, and her caretaker, the maid Kurwamisato. Just a short while ago, he had killed these two with his own hands. He looked at Shirsue at his side, astonishment in his eyes. I see. That faint gaze I sensed at the Jujutsu High Mountain and in the Star Corridor, the source was you. You were watching my battle at that time, weren't you? Shirsue's face showed surprise. You could actually sense my gaze. I'm a very perceptive person, not to mention a gaze that was so blatant. Toji remarked with a sigh. But I'm dead now. There's no point in talking about this. Amanai Riko and Kurwamisato, having come out of the seal, saw the scene before them and had already recovered their senses. First, they looked with considerable surprise at Toji, who was only half a body, and then at the tall man in front of them. Are you the great King Enma that this Lord Shinigami mentioned? Kenma looked at the two and said, when Shirsue took you in earlier, I believe he already explained the situation. Now I'm asking you once more, are you willing to sign a contract with me, become my subordinates, and go to the Soul Society with me? Not long after they had died, the two had met that red-eyed Shinigami. The Shinigami had told them everything about the afterlife, including the Soul Society where they would go after death, and the contract with this great King Enma before them. They had already made their decision, otherwise, they wouldn't be here. I am willing. I will also accompany the young lady to the Soul Society. Hearing this, Kenma nodded and immediately drew the Zanpakutō at his waist. Connect, Kiritsugu. A clear light burst from the blade, transforming into silk threads that connected the two of them. At this moment, Kenma's expression suddenly stirred, and he looked at Amanai Riko. Riko looked puzzled. She felt self-conscious under Kenma's gaze and quickly hid behind the maid. Shirsue sensed Kenma's unusual reaction and couldn't help but ask, My lord, is something wrong? It's nothing. Kenma gently shook his head, moving his gaze away from Amanai Riko. After glancing around, the clear light on his Zanpakutō shifted, and it became chillingly cold. Since everyone is here, let's go. Wait. Toji took a step forward and asked Kenma. Just now, I could see two lines of light connecting to them. I assume that's the contract that makes them your subordinates, so you can take them to the Soul Society. In that case, what about me? Kenma looked at him and said solemnly, I already established a contract with you, at the moment of your death. So, I was already claimed by you. Toji wasn't sure what to think and could only let out a slight chuckle. He saw Kenma nod, his words filled with a sense of determination. I would not give up on talented personnel like you. Hearing this, Toji's expression was complicated, and he was silent for a moment. Talented. To Kenma, Toji was naturally an extremely talented individual. Besides his combat instincts and fighting style, even his physical body, due to a special reason, had become extremely formidable. No matter which world, be it the shinobi world, the sea, or this jujitsu world under their feet, or even the Soul Society, the power systems in these worlds were diverse and varied. But there was one type of power that was the most widespread, yet difficult to ignore, and so powerful it was almost a universal solution. That was the most basic physical strength. And Toji's body was the very embodiment of this power. How could Kenma possibly give him up? What's more, the connection between Toji's body and soul was extremely special. When Kenma had used his Zanpakutō's ability before, he had connected to Toji's body as well. The current Toji was not just a soul, his body was also present, which was why he was in this miserable state of having lost half his body. It was Kenma who, through the contract, had drawn the abstruse life force from other contractors and injected it into Toji, maintaining the activity of his physical body. Once they returned to the Soul Society, he would have to have his body restored immediately. Let's go. I'll take you to the Soul Society. Kenma moved away from the others, came to an open space, and swung his Zanpakutō at the space in front of him. A crescent-shaped white slash cut through the void, tearing open a deep, dark spatial rift, like an invisible giant beast opening its cavernous mouth. The young Riko did not understand the scene and was simply marveling at it with her maid, full of wonder. But Fushiguro Toji was battle-hardened. Coupled with the keen senses granted by his powerful body, his 5 senses could directly observe things that ordinary people couldn't. His ears could hear the sound of light propagating, his sense of smell could pick up the scent of pheromones emitted by living beings, and his eyes could even see the form of sound waves as they traveled, and even the shape of magnetic fields. In his vision, after Kenma swung that white slash across the void, the magnetic field and gravity instantly distorted in a way he couldn't comprehend. This made him react immediately. How? It's space. That slash, it actually cut through the ethereal concept of space. Under Toji's astonished gaze, Kenma slowly sheathed his sword and stepped into the spatial rift. His tall figure left a mysterious and unfathomable back for the few people on the ground as he waved at them. Follow me. Pass through this spatial passage, and on the other side is the Soul Society, where you will live from now on. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 84, Black Cat. The group stepped onto the road paved with spirit particles. After passing through the wooden door that glowed with white light, what entered their eyes was a vast, empty hall. Numerous round pillars stood within the hall, supporting the palace. Teams of red-eyed people in black clothing stood guard. These people were efficient in their movements and had cold, stern faces. It was clear they were elites who had undergone special training. Seeing Kenma emerge from the Senkamen, these Uchiha elites hurriedly bowed and quickly summoned the Uchiha elders. Kenma looked at Setsuna and Kakaku, who had rushed before him, and pointed to Riko and the maid behind her, saying, "These 2 girls will stay with your Uchiha clan for now. Settle them in properly, there must be no negligence." The 2 elders respectfully accepted. They exchanged a glance, a clear understanding in their hearts. For Lord Kenma to give such specific instructions, these 2 girls must be of significant importance. Uchiha Setsuna's expression was slightly apprehensive as he spoke. "My lord, Porgas D. Ace, whom you brought back before, has asked to see you." "Ace? What does he want?" Kenma asked. He did not elaborate. "He wishes to tell you in person." Setsuna shook his head. "Upon learning of my lord's return, we hurried over to pay our respects. We happened to run into him on the way, and he came along with us. He is waiting at the entrance now. Does my lord wish to see him?" Kenma nodded. "Then let him in." He was also curious about what matter Ace had encountered that required him to say it in person. Led by an Uchiha, Ace strode in. His eyes lit up when he saw Kenma. "Big boss, you're back." Ace's peripheral vision swept over the 3 new faces, and his gaze couldn't help but stop on Toji's dilapidated body, a look of surprise on his face. His body is in that state, yet he's still alive. How strange. Kenma asked, "Ace, what is it you have to tell me?" Hearing this, Ace's expression became unusually reserved. He scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and looked at the others in the hall. Can you have them step out for a moment? I want to talk to you alone. With others present, I feel a little awkward. Someone with your personality has things they feel embarrassed about. Kenma felt increasingly strange. After ordering the others in the hall to withdraw, only he and Ace remained in the empty hall. "Speak now. What is it that could make you act like this?" "Actually, it's nothing." Ace gave an awkward laugh. "It's just. I was wondering if I could make a trip back to my original world." Seeing Kenma's puzzled expression, Ace explained, actually. Yakumi, who stayed behind, came back once before during your wedding, big boss. He brought back some news from over there. I found out about my little brother, Luffy, from him. These past few days, I've been thinking if I could go over and see him. As if remembering something, he immediately waved his hands, repeatedly making assurances. Of course, I know the rules. I'll just watch him from the shadows, I'll definitely not appear before him, much less reveal any information from our side. After speaking, a blush appeared on Ace's face, as if he was very embarrassed. Seeing him like this, Kenma chuckled to himself and asked, does Newgate know about this? The old man knows, of course, Ace said. I wanted to say it when you came over a few days ago, big boss, but at that time the old man and the others had regained their youth, and I was too excited and forgot about it. By the time I woke up from the banquet, I learned you had already gone to another world. For the past 2 or 3 days, he had been waiting nearby. When he saw the 2 Uchiha elders rushing over just now, he immediately guessed that Kenma had returned and had come along with them. Hearing that Whitebeard had agreed, Kenma pondered for a moment, then nodded and agreed to the matter. You can. Go over there and keep Yakumi company. It'll prevent him from being too busy over there by himself. Kenma had no use for Ace recently, so it was fine to let him go. Really? A happy expression appeared on Ace's face, and he was instantly thrilled. Seeing Kenma nod again, he quickly composed his expression and bowed solemnly to Kenma. But the thought of seeing his brother soon made it impossible to suppress the joy in his eyes. Big boss, this request was rash of me. I am endlessly grateful that you agreed to my rude request. Kenma continued, besides seeing your brother, you must also collect more devil fruits while you are there, and also the souls of strong individuals. Don't worry, big boss. I'll do my best to get it done. Ace quickly patted his chest, his words full of confidence. After this period of training, he had successfully learned some of the standard Shinigami techniques. Although he wasn't very good at fine control things like Kido, he could still use it, and he had no problems in other areas. Seeing Ace so full of confidence, Kenma used their connection to check his physical condition. In Kenma's senses, Ace's current spirit body was several times stronger than when he first arrived in the Soul Society. It was even able to support him in borrowing Kenma's spiritual pressure to instantly reach captain level. Even if he entered the Godai 13, without borrowing power, some of the stronger seated officers would be no match for him. Not bad. Kenma nodded repeatedly, a satisfied look on his face. In that case, he could rest assured. He opened the spatial passage to the pirate world and sent Ace through. The space automatically repaired and healed itself. Kenma walked out of the palace and saw Shisui and the others waiting at the foot of the steps. After giving some instructions to the Uchiha clan, he returned to the Siriidii with Shisui and Toji. Toji's appearance at the moment was too frightening, and entering the Siriidii would inevitably cause a disturbance. Shisui had also taken out an Uchiha clan robe for Toji to wear, temporarily covering his body. When they arrived at the Siriidii, it was late at night. The guard at the gate, who was usually alone, was suddenly joined by several other Shinigami today, and the inspection was much stricter than before. Inside the Siriidii, there were also many more Shinigami squad members on patrol than usual, all with solemn expressions, their faces grave. Feeling the heavy atmosphere that seemed to permeate the air, Kenma's brow furrowed slightly. Something must have happened in the Siriidii while he was away. Shisui, Toji, I'll return to the Shihoin estate first to see what the situation is. You and Toji go to the Squad 12 barracks. Have Mayuri Kuratsuchi and Urahara Kasuke restore Toji's body. As soon as you're done, return to the Shihoin estate immediately. The spirit particle proton converter that Urahara Kasuke had developed was already a success and could be put into use. However, the equipment was too bulky to be moved easily and could only be activated in the laboratory. And although Mayuri Kuratsuchi's technology could regenerate the body, it was not very mature yet and required the person to go there in person for a series of supporting treatments. Kenma had originally planned to go to Squad 12 himself, but seeing the current atmosphere in the Siriidii, he decided it was better to understand the situation first to put his mind at ease. As you command. Shisui could also sense the change within the Siriidii. Hearing Kenma's order, he immediately took Toji and headed towards Squad 12. Kenma, on the other hand, used Shuinpa and rushed all the way back to the Shihoin estate. When the guard saw Kenma, he immediately said, Lord Kenma, Lady Yoruchi left word that if we saw you, we were to inform you immediately. Lady Yoruchi has something to discuss with you. What is it? Lady Yoruchi didn't say. Kenma grew even more puzzled. He arrived at the courtyard where Yoruchi lived. Uchiha Mikoto, with a respectful expression, pushed open the door for him. Lord Kenma, Lady Yoruchi is waiting for you in the room. After he entered, Mikoto pulled the wooden door shut with a soft sound. Inside the room, candles were lit, making it bright. Kenma glanced around, only to find the room empty. Yoruchi's figure was nowhere to be seen. Just then, a slight, strange movement came from the bed. Kenma looked over. A cat with entirely black fur poked its head out from the bedding. The cat's yellowish-brown eyes looked at Kenma. It opened its mouth and let out a soft cry. Meow. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 85, Kochiki Koga's imprisonment. Meow meow meow. A cat with completely black fur emerged from the bedding, its yellowish-brown eyes looking at Kenma in the room. The cat stretched out its tongue to lick its foreleg, letting out soft meows. Its appearance was charmingly naive and extremely cute. Looking at the cute cat, the worry he had just felt about the unknown disturbance in the Siri-IDI brightened considerably, and his brows relaxed unconsciously. When he recalled Uchiha Mikoto's reminder before entering the room, even though it was the first time Kenma had seen this cat, he recognized it immediately. He walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and stretched out a finger, gently touching the cat's nose. The cat didn't react with fear or resistance. Instead, it moved closer affectionately, extending its small, pinkish-white, barbed tongue to lick Kenma's finger. From the fingertip, across the finger pad, and onto the palm, Kenma, tickled by the licking, quickly pulled his hand back. The cat suddenly raised its head to look at Kenma, tilting its head slightly and meowing. Meow. The call was soft, as if questioning why Kenma had pulled his hand away. Kenma pretended to frown, putting on a stern face, and stared straight into the cat's eyes. Yoruchi, how long are you going to keep playing? The cat's head shrank back slightly. It continued to tilt its head and meow, its expression so innocent and unknowing, just like a real cat. Kenma wouldn't be fooled by this cute appearance. With a quick hand, he grasped the scruff of the cat's neck, its faded weak spot, and lifted it up with one hand. Still not changing back. I saw through you long ago. Seeing that she really couldn't keep up the act, the cat stopped its cute movements and expressions. Its four limbs dangled, and an unusual, masculine voice came from its mouth. You knew it was me just now, yet you kept teasing me. What's the meaning of this? Since you knew it was me, hurry up and put me down. Kenma didn't let go. Instead, he lifted it in front of his face and shook it. The cat extended its two front paws to scratch at Kenma's arm while yelling repeatedly, "Let me go. Damn it, let me go." Unfortunately, the cat's front paws were too short. They couldn't reach Kenma at all and could only flail about, which Kenma found very amusing. An unprecedented satisfaction. Yoruchi really is cute sometimes. How long are you going to hold me like this? The cat, seeing it couldn't scratch Kenma, gradually stopped flailing. Kenma raised an eyebrow and asked, "How did you turn into this form? I've never seen you like this before." You won't let go, huh? In that case, then. Before the cat finished speaking, her whole body glowed with a faint white light. Spirit particles surged, and her form gradually grew larger. Kenma only felt a weight in his hand, pulling it down, and he involuntarily loosened his grip. The cat seized the opportunity, immediately extending its not yet devolved front limbs, its claws hooking onto Kenma's sleeve. As her body continued to grow, the cat landed on the bed, her upper body leaning back, pulling Kenma forward as well. His entire face pressed into two brown mounds. Yoruchi. What tricks are you trying to pull now? Kenma pushed himself up. What met his eyes was a land of undulating brown earth, with mountains rising in the distance, and a relatively flat plain closer in. Right in front of his nose was a lush and fertile land. A delicate fragrance wafted over, filling his nostrils. Kenma blinked, the beautiful scenery filling his vision. Unconsciously, his breathing quickened, and the warm air he exhaled turned into clouds and rain, making the fertile land even more lush, moist, and bright. The entire brown earth trembled with a slight earthquake. Gurgling streams flowed from the earth's veins, gradually flooding the fertile land, making it overflow with water. As if possessed, Kenma lowered his head and tasted the flavor of the fresh rain. That post-rain freshness was mixed with the briny saltiness of the sea breeze. After the brown earth experienced a series of tremors, Yoruchi bit down hard and endured it, finally letting out a long sigh. Her forehead was covered in fine sweat, and a blush spread across her face, making it look dark and red, incredibly alluring. Kenma sat up, gently wiping the moisture from the corner of his mouth. He looked down at Yoruchi, who looked like a peeled century egg, delicious and appetizing, whetting his appetite. Yoruchi, what did you need me for? And what happened in the Siri-IDI while I was gone? His hands didn't stop moving, but Kenma's voice was as deep as usual. You fraud, stop pretending with me. Yoruchi shot Kenma a look, her eyes like silk, winding around him. She propped herself up and hammered Kenma's chest lightly with her fist. Her voice became gradually muffled and intermittent. Ah. I called you here, precisely for this. Under Yoruchi's gentle fists, Kenma fell back, pulling back his glittering hand. Seeing this, Yoruchi got up and straddled him directly, pulling open his robes to reveal the broad chest half tattooed with roses and green leaves. These 3 days you were gone, I was starving. Let me eat my fill first, then I'll tell you. Seeing Yoruchi like this, Kenma figured that even if something had happened in the Serie, it probably didn't involve the Shihoin family. He relaxed and cooperated with Yoruchi's movements. After a round of intense panting, Yoruchi slowed down. Only after catching her breath did she climb off, picking up a silk cloth from the bedside to wipe herself. Kenma had also recovered and immediately asked, "Had your fill? If you're full, tell me what happened." Yoruchi had a satisfied smile on her face. While wiping her body, she asked, "First, you tell me, how did you know that Black Cat was me? I've never changed into that form in front of anyone." "When I returned, it was Mikoto who showed me in," Kenma said. "So it was that Mikoto?" Yoruchi pouted and grumbled, "I was trying to scare you. I even told her not to tell you. She didn't tell me. She just gave me a few hints in her words, and I guessed from there." Kenma sat up and pulled her into his arms, leaning against the headboard. He stroked the mountain peaks, soft yet firm. His whole face buried into Yoruchi's purple hair, the fragrance of her hair filling his nose. "Tell me, what exactly happened in the Serie these past few days?" Yoruchi was tickled by Kenma's hand and quickly grabbed his large, thick hand. Her initially rapid breathing gradually calmed down. "You fraud. Remember that time when you just graduated from the Shino Academy, the title of the 3 great talents was floating around. It's the one from the Kachiki family, who was named one of the 3 great talents alongside you. He committed a crime yesterday. He's now locked up in the Squad 6 prison." Kenma suddenly sat up straight. His eyes, looking at Yoruchi, narrowed slightly, and his brow showed astonishment. "You're saying Koga, he? What on earth happened to him?" Realizing his reaction was a bit much, Kenma immediately suppressed his expression, making himself look calm as usual. Yoruchi saw Kenma's unusual reaction, gently took his hand, and said, "Just yesterday, 2 great hollows appeared outside the Rakongai. The captain commander sent squad members to subjugate them, and Kachiki Koga was among them. When they returned, someone accused Kachiki Koga of attacking his fellow squad members. And the wounds on those dead Shinigami, after examination by the captain of Squad 4, were indeed found to be caused by a sword." Kenma's brow furrowed, and he couldn't help but rub his forehead. "I know Koga relatively well. Although he's a bit arrogant and self-centered, he wouldn't do something like attacking a comrade. This is clearly a frame-up. Anyone with eyes can see it. How could he still be locked up? Back when he had just graduated, there was an internal conflict among the nobles in the Serie, and Kachiki Koga had been caught up in it. Kenma, seeing his outstanding talent and unable to bear seeing it wasted, had put in a little effort. Coupled with his father-in-law's desperate protection, he had managed to escape disaster. Later, the internal conflict ended quickly, and Kachiki Koga officially returned to his squad, becoming the 3rd seat of Squad 6. Although he later made 1 or 2 insignificant mistakes due to his arrogant nature, at most he was confined to the Kachiki house for 2 or 3 days as a token punishment. But it would never be like this, being directly imprisoned. Yoruchi sighed and said, "Of course that can be seen, but the problem is the mastermind behind it did a perfect job. The witness testimony and physical evidence are all there, making it impossible to explain. The Central 46 was planning to sentence him directly to death. The old master of the Kachiki family has been running around, on one hand asking me for help, having the Massacre investigate for him, and on the other, putting pressure on the Central 46. That's the only reason he's been able to protect his son-in-law until now, having him merely imprisoned in the Squad 6 jail, under the old master's own supervision. As long as that guy stays put quietly, I believe with the old Kachiki master's ability, he'll be able to clear his name soon." Hearing this, Kenma's brow relaxed, only to furrow again. "Yoruchi, do you think, could it be the Central 46 or other high-ranking officials who are afraid of Koga's ability, and that's why they want to get rid of him? Kachiki Koga's ability is dangerous, but..." Yoruchi paused. When she thought about the nature of those people, her voice gradually trailed off. "That situation is not impossible." Kenma got up from the bed, walked over to the desk in Yoruchi's room, sat down, dried his hands, and then picked up a brush and ink, writing quickly on a piece of paper. Yoruchi asked curiously, "What are you writing?" "Koga has an impulsive personality. I'm afraid he won't stay quiet," Kenma said without looking up. "I'm writing a letter. At least it might persuade him." Yoruchi got out of bed, walked over, and leaned on Kenma's shoulder to look. What met her eyes was a pile of messy handwriting. "To my elder brother Koga, I hope this finds you well. Your noble character and worldly talent, your courage which surpasses all in the Serie, truly make you a hero of the 3 worlds. That you are now imprisoned must be the work of treacherous villains. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 86, The Gold-Devouring Behemoth. Folding the letter casually, Kenma put on his clothes and walked out of the courtyard. Someone. A pair of ominous, blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness. Uchiha Mikoto's figure emerged silently from the shadows. Kenma saw it was Mikoto and asked, "You haven't gone home yet? Is Fugaku at home right now?" "He is at home." Mikoto knelt on one knee, replying respectfully, "I am Lady Uruchi's attendant. Lady Uruchi has not slept, so I am currently on duty and dare not abandon my post." Hearing that Mikoto was taking turns guarding Uruchi, Kenma nodded and handed her the letter. "Fugaku must know about what happened with Koga yesterday. Have him give this letter to Koga. Tell him to be discreet and not leave any trace. I want him to personally watch Koga finish reading the letter." Kuchiki Koga had helped Kenma several times before, compiling entirely new Kido barriers for him. His talent was astonishing and quite useful. In light of this, Kenma naturally wanted to save him, but he couldn't let the Shihoin family get implicated. If Kuchiki Koga's case was turned into an ironclad conviction by the Central 46, it could easily drag in the Shihoin family. Kenma didn't want the family enterprise he had worked so hard to build to end up in a miserable state. For now, he could only act with caution. Aside from analyzing the current situation for Kuchiki Koga and trying to calm his emotions, there wasn't much else Kenma could do. The remaining tasks, investigating the case and finding the mastermind, could be left to Kuchiki Jinryai. That old man was not to be trifled with. Mikoto accepted the letter with both hands. "As you command." Her voice was crisp and decisive. With a shush, Mikoto's figure vanished on the spot. "Sigh, I hope Koga will listen to reason." Kenma sighed, turned, and went back into the courtyard, entering the house. Meanwhile, Mikoto returned home to find Fugaku still awake, processing documents he had brought back. Seeing Mikoto return, Fugaku asked in confusion, "You're back so early today? Your shift isn't over for a little while." Noticing his wife's solemn expression, Fugaku immediately understood. "Is something wrong? Lord Kenma has returned. There is a mission." Mikoto handed the letter to her husband, repeated Kenma's earlier words, and then left the house. Fugaku opened the letter. After a moment of consideration, he took out special ink, copied the letter exactly as it was, and then burned the original manuscript. Carrying the letter, Fugaku left the Shihoin estate, moved stealthily to the 6th Division, and entered the prison without any obstruction. The vast 6th Division prison was currently empty of guards, aside from those at the outermost gate. Among all the cells, only one was currently lit. A handsome man in a Shinigami uniform was kneeling before a low table. He wore a red fuchsia scarf over his shoulders and a kensiken in his red hair on one side, looking utterly noble. It was none other than the man who married into the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Koga. At this moment, Kuchiki Koga was using the bright light to read a novel published by the 13th Division captain, passing the boring night hours, but his face showed a distinct lack of interest. Suddenly, Kuchiki Koga put down the novel, his sharp emerald eyes looking outside the cell. "Who's there? Show yourself." A slender, gaunt woman emerged from the void in the hallway, her face looking rather solemn. As expected of the Kuchiki family's son-in-law, truly extraordinary. "Who are you?" "An assassin sent to kill me." Kuchiki Koga stood up, his hand habitually reaching for his waist, only to grasp empty air. Only then did he remember that his Zanpakutō had been confiscated by his father, Jinryai. The gaunt woman shook her head without speaking, tossing the envelope in her hand through the bars, where it landed on the low table. A hoarse, unpleasant voice sounded. "I am just a messenger. Someone sent you a letter." As soon as the words fell, the woman vanished from the hallway. However, in Kuchiki Koga's perception, the woman's presence still filled the prison, she had not left. Kuchiki Koga sneered, opened the letter, and a mess of chaotic characters met his eyes. He immediately recognized whose handwriting it was. "Your handwriting is still as ugly as ever." Kuchiki Koga read on. The praise at the beginning made him smile, but when he reached the middle part analyzing his predicament and the situation, his face instantly turned cold. By the end, seeing the placating words in the letter, nothing more than bullshit about waiting patiently and trusting the Kuchiki family, a trace of annoyance gradually appeared on Koga's handsome face. "Arrogant brat. This time, just like last time, you actually dare to put on such airs in front of me. It seems this kid really looks down on me, his senior. This was his original plan anyway, otherwise, he wouldn't be staying here so obediently. How could he not understand these simple truths? He didn't need someone else to tell him. But in this situation, knowing was one thing, and doing it was another. As an outsider, advising someone to remain calm was just a casual word, extremely easy to say. But for the person actually experiencing the false accusation, how could it be so easy to do? If the person who wrote this letter were in his shoes, they probably wouldn't be able to endure it for a second and would have drawn their sword against the suspect that very day. It was already extremely rare that he had managed to endure it until now. After Kuchiki Koga finished reading the letter, he was startled to find that the woman's presence had already vanished. When he looked at the letter again, he saw the paper was blank, with not a single word on it. "Ha, still as timid as a mouse." Koga sneered and held the letter over the candlelight until it burned to ashes. Returning to the Shihoin estate from the 6th Division, Fugaku removed his disguise and went to Kenma's courtyard. His wife, Mikoto, went to request an audience. A short while later, Kenma walked out, draped in a thin nightgown. Fugaku said respectfully, "My lord, the letter has been delivered." There was no exposure. Kenma nodded in satisfaction. Fugaku was undoubtedly unreliable as a leader, but as an executor, he was the most suitable tool. What was Koga's reaction after seeing the letter? Fugaku reported everything he had seen to Kenma, down to the last detail. After listening, Kenma nodded, his expression neutral. Kuchiki Koga had a very awkward personality. Based on Kenma's understanding of him, if he spoke like that, there was a high probability he had taken the advice to heart. It was precisely because he had listened, and felt he had lost face as a senior, that he looked annoyed. Looking at Fugaku, Kenma thought of Shursue, who was in the 12th Division. He suddenly asked, "Fugaku, you now have the spiritual pressure of a 3rd seat. Logically, that should be enough. Can you release your Zanpakutō yet?" Fugaku looked ashamed. "I apologize, my lord. Your subordinate still cannot hear the voice of his Zanpakutō. Not only is there no voice, but the Zanpakutō in my hand feels like a dead object, with no sensation at all." Kenma frowned. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, "Then how many of our people can currently sense the soul of their Zanpakutō?" Fugaku's head bowed even lower. Replying to my lord, "Currently there is still not a single one. Your subordinates have failed to live up to your nurturing. Please punish us, my lord." Hearing this, Kenma's eyes narrowed slightly. He stared blankly at the bowing Fugaku, an inexplicable emotion flashing in his eyes. Not even one. How is that possible? He currently had nearly 200 people under him with a considerable level of spiritual pressure. With such a large base, it was impossible that not even one could do it. There must be a problem here. Kenma had a faint feeling in his heart. With such a massive base, perhaps the source of the problem was not with these subordinates, but with himself. Kiritsugu. Is this the influence of your ability? His own Zanpakutō flashed through his mind, along with that dark, shadowy figure. It's too early to jump to conclusions. You two should also rest early. After dismissing the two of them, Kenma went back to his room. Yoruchi was lying on the bed, pretending to be asleep. Seeing Kenma return, she asked, "How did it go? What was that guy's reaction?" "It was all right. At least he's willing to listen to advice. That's good. This way, old man Kuchiki can worry a little less." As Yoruchi spoke, her hand reached out. "Stop pretending to be so serious. Let's go again." Again. Feeling Yoruchi's cool palm caressing him there, Kenma looked at her as if he were looking at an insatiable, gold-devouring behemoth. How many times had it been tonight? Was she really this hungry? Fine, let's go. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 87, BWC Chapter 87, Yoruchi turns into a cat. Early morning. Kenma was already awake before the sky turned light. After finishing his morning training exercises, he returned to the room to find Yoruchi already awake. She was lying on the bed, feigning sleep with her eyes closed. Hearing Kenma enter, she opened her golden eyes to look at him, a foolish grin on her face. Hee hee. Yoruchi's laugh was so lewd, her voice so cloying, that Kenma couldn't help but frown. Again. It's the crack of dawn. Yoruchi tried to sit up, but her body was exhausted everywhere, completely lacking strength. Moreover, the slightest movement sent a fiery pain shooting up from her lower body, she couldn't move vigorously at all. We overdid it last night. It hurts a little. Yoruchi looked regretful, but then her lecherous smile returned. Let's wait a bit. We'll continue once my body recovers. Kenma covered his forehead, a headache coming on. Yoruchi, you are the dignified head of the Shihoin family. Can you please be more proper? If that girl from the Ho family saw you like this, her ideals would shatter and her faith would collapse. You should know how much she worships you. Hearing this, Yoruchi couldn't help but sigh. That child's feelings are too pure. I'd actually prefer it if her lofty image of me was completely shattered. She wasn't blind, how could she not sense Xiaoling's feelings for her? It was an emotion that included worship and admiration, almost as if she, her supposed master, had become the entire meaning of her life. In Yoruchi's heart, she thought of that girl as a younger sister. She saw her as an individual, separate from herself, not an appendage or a tool. Speaking of Shaoling, after I got married. How should I put it, it feels like she changed a lot all at once. She took over the family's hereditary title of Suifeng and has become even more hardworking than before. Suifeng. Hearing this familiar name, Kenma's heart stirred. Yoruchi, aren't you afraid that she'll get trapped in this and won't be able to get out? That she might even turn from love to hate? Humph, don't underestimate Suifeng. She is very strong. Yoruchi deeply understood the girl's strong will and was very confident in her. She wouldn't lose her own will over this. Perhaps this was painful for her, but it was also an opportunity for her to transform. Yoruchi simply hoped that the girl could break free from the mission imposed on her by her family or environment, that she wouldn't have to stake the entire meaning of her life on someone else. She wanted her to be able to live freely in this world, to have her own personality and thoughts, even to become selfish, living only for her own will. Rather than spending an absurd life as the shadow of the person known as Shihoin Yoruchi. It's good that you're confident about her situation. Kenma sighed, his tone quite complicated. Suifeng was, by all accounts, a solid captain-level combatant. Kenma would hate for anything to happen to her. But this current situation, why did it seem so awkward? The wrong party, Suifeng, watched helplessly as Yoruchi, the person she loved, was forced to marry a stranger under pressure from her family and father. As the person involved, Suifeng was powerless, only able to watch. And Yoruchi, after the marriage, looked like she was enjoying it, starting to get a taste for it, becoming insatiable. What kind of debased plot was this? Kenma quickly shook off all the messy thoughts popping up in his head and asked Yoruchi. Yoruchi, speaking of which, what was with that black cat form you turned into yesterday? A family secret art? Or some kind of Zanpakutō ability? At the mention of this, Yoruchi couldn't help but scratch her face, looking completely puzzled. I don't really understand the specifics either. I just had a feeling and tried it, and then I really transformed. Question mark. Kenma blinked, not quite understanding. His first thought was suspicion, suspecting that Yoruchi was hiding some Shihoin family technique. But if she really was hiding it, her explanation was too careless, so transparent one could see through it at a glance. That's why he was puzzled. If it were truly a lie, Yoruchi would never have concocted one so simple. Could it be that Yoruchi was telling the truth? Kenma's expression was undisguised, and Yoruchi easily saw through what her husband was thinking. I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to you. In the Shihoin family's past, there have occasionally been members who could change into animals. I just happened to be able to turn into a cat. After speaking, Yoruchi spread her hands helplessly. Her attitude was one of, believe it or not. Yoruchi's frankness didn't seem like a lie. It dissolved most of the doubt in Kenma's heart. The explanation was so absurd that, paradoxically, it felt strangely real to him. Hee. Yoruchi suddenly raised her head, a mischievous smile on her face. She leaped off the bed, scrambling toward Kenma on all fours. Just as Kenma braced himself to catch her, Yoruchi's body rapidly shrank in midair. Black fur sprouted from her skin, her eyes turned into vertical pupils, sharp fangs grew from her teeth, and a tail sprouted from behind her, wagging as her body moved. In the blink of an eye, Yoruchi had turned into the black cat he had seen last night. The black cat's paws landed on Kenma's arm. Using it as a springboard, she leaped lightly, extended her sharp claws, hooked onto the outer robe on Kenma's chest, and leaped again, finally landing nimbly on his dark red, short-haired head. Yoruchi, what are you trying to do now? Kenma first shook his head left and right, trying to throw Yoruchi off. But Yoruchi clung tightly to his hair, a momentary shake couldn't dislodge her. He reached up to grab her, but Kenma's hands were no match for the cat's dodges, and she swatted them away with her paws. Haha, a cat's reaction speed is 3 times a human's. A mere human like you can't catch me. Just as Yoruchi finished speaking, Kenma saw his chance. A feint made the cat misjudge, and he successfully grabbed the cat's body. You say that like you're not human. Kenma lifted the cat with both hands, but the cat took the opportunity to hook its claws into his hair again. A hard tug sent a sharp pain through his scalp. Yoruchi, what on earth do you want? Kenma was helpless and could only let go. I don't want anything. I just want to see you all flustered, haha. Yoruchi laughed out loud again, her voice teasing and full of mischievous fun. Is messing with me really that interesting? It's precisely because it's interesting that I'm doing it. Hearing Yoruchi's reply, Kenma felt a surge of anger. He immediately forced himself to calm down and employed the anti-Yoruchi response model he had painstakingly developed since marrying into the Shihoin family. That is, to ignore her with a blank expression. To meet all changes by remaining unchanged. As long as he gave no reaction, Yoruchi would find it boring, and her fickle mind would quickly give up. Seeing Kenma suddenly go still, as if he were ignoring her, Yoruchi naturally noticed. She had nothing better to do right now, so she had plenty of patience. Well, Mr. Serious, I'll ask you a question. You answer me honestly. If I'm satisfied, it's not impossible that I'll let you off this time. The black cat spoke, asking, my human form, or my current form, which do you like better? I don't like either. The moment Kenma's words fell, he felt the cat swinging its paws, scratching at his head. I'll teach you to not like me. I'll teach you. See if I don't scratch up your face. Kenma blocked as he spoke, all right, all right. I like the cat during the day, and the human when sleeping, okay. What's that supposed to mean? The cat continued to extend its claws, swiping. I'll teach you to like both. I'll teach you. While the two were still engaged in their battle of wits, an attendant's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Lord Kenma, Lord Shisui is here to see you, and he's with an unknown man. Hearing that Shisui had returned, Kenma looked up at the cat whiskers dangling over his forehead. Shisui is here to see me. Aren't you getting down? Nope, I won't. The cat's mischievous voice sounded from above. If you don't want to look like a fool in front of your subordinate, you'll surrender and admit defeat to me. If you do, maybe I'll be generous and let you off this once. How about it? You're trying to threaten me with this. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 88, Kochiki Koga's unexpected move. Please wait a moment, Lord Kenma will be out soon. After entering the Siriidii, Shisui had taken Toji to the 12th Division to find Urahara Kasuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi to repair Toji's body. After a night of treatment, Toji's massive wound had healed completely, and Urahara Kasuke had converted him, thoroughly transforming him into a reishi-based life form in Soul Society. After the treatment ended, the sky was already bright. Under Shisui's lead, the two returned to the Shihoin estate and immediately came to report to Kenma. Toji surveyed the study he was in. He saw Shisui take out tea leaves, boil water, and steep tea, his movements quite practiced. Unexpectedly, this Lord Kenma of ours is actually a great noble of Soul Society. It seems I've made a very profitable deal. In the time since he had arrived in Soul Society, Toji had gradually learned about his current situation and the general state of this world after death from Shisui and others. Soul Society, Siriidii, 13 divisions, 4 great noble families. If anything surprised him, it was that the afterlife actually had things like nobles. It seemed that no matter the world, there was always some bullshit system of high and low, rich and poor. But what he found most bizarre was his new boss, who he never thought would be a son-in-law who married into a great house. This was truly astonishing. Fushiguro Toji, I advise you to fix your attitude, especially when facing Lord Kenma. Shisui's words were a warning, his gaze cold, his expression faintly revealing a hint of menace as he placed the tea in front of the other men. Perhaps this man was used to being undisciplined, but he would absolutely not allow anyone to be disrespectful to his master. If his master didn't rather appreciate this man named Fushiguro Toji, Shisui would have definitely made a move to teach him his proper place. Toji accepted the tea, his expression unchanged. Sensing the hostility from the other, he shrugged. So scary, so scary. You don't need to lecture me on such things. Since I've accepted the boss's employment, I will naturally do what I'm supposed to do. After all, I'm a man who believes in the spirit of the contract. Getting paid to do a job, that was the most basic rule. Fushiguro Toji had always put this into practice. He had accepted Kenma's grace, he would not go back on it. A sound of footsteps came from outside the room. The two looked over as Kenma's tall figure walked in from outside. Toji, how is your body recovering? As you can see, fully resurrected. Toji stood up, showing his complete body to Kenma. Kenma nodded and sat down behind the desk. Not bad. Shisui finished steeping the tea, served it at Kenma's desk, and looked curiously at the black cat on Kenma's head. A cat is cute, but when did the master get a pet? He even saw several scratch marks on Kenma's face. Must be from the cat. It seems the master isn't good with cats. What a coincidence. The Uchiha clan is extremely skilled at dealing with cats. Although Shisui had only raised crows when he was alive, he had picked up a thing or two about cat habits from his clansmen. Later, I'll tell the master some correct ways to pet a cat. After Shisui put the tea down and was about to retreat, a strange man's voice echoed in the room. Shisui, where's my tea? Shisui heard the voice and looked in its direction, only to see the black cat on Kenma's head waving its foreleg at him. Below, Toji's eyes went wide when he saw this, his expression one of pure shock. A pet cat was talking. A brainstorm erupted in his head. In the end, Toji had to chalk it up to the wonders of the world after death. Soul Society, anything is possible. Shisui also showed a rather stunned expression, but not because the cat could talk. A talking cat was something he was already used to. What shocked him was Kenma's attitude. A cat that could talk meant it had a certain level of intelligence, and Kenma was actually letting an intelligent being sit on his head. This was something that truly violated Shirsue's long-held assumptions about Kenma. Seeing the two's astonished faces, Kenma sighed inwardly. He reached up, wanting to grab the black cat, but was swatted again by her forepaw. He gave up and let Uchiha continue to stay on his head. Shirsue, no need to be surprised. After reassuring Shirsue, Kenma looked at the wide-eyed Toji. Toji, let me introduce you. This is my wife. Huh. Toji's mouth opened slightly, his eyes grew even wider, and the shock on his face became more pronounced. This black cat was his wife. After it registered, Toji's gaze toward Kenma changed, becoming extremely weird. He had indeed heard that some people had special hobbies. Even when he was alive, a certain large eastern country frequently had news stories about lizards and the like. But he never expected such a horrifying example to appear right before his very eyes. Toji had to admit, art really does imitate life. Damn, these nobles sure play rough. Wait, Kenma is a live-in son-in-law. He suddenly remembered stories he'd seen. Some great noble families liked to raise pets as children and would even find marriage partners for these pet children. Could it be? While feeling shocked, Toji's gaze toward Kenma gradually filled with a trace of admiration. To enter a noble house, even if the marriage partner is this. For this level of ambition, I acknowledge you. Boss, you're really something else. Question mark. Although Kenma didn't know why Toji would suddenly say such a thing, judging by his expression, it definitely wasn't anything good. Toji, I feel like you're thinking something bad. How could I? Toji turned his face slightly, avoiding Kenma's gaze. Uchiha, on his head, also turned her head to look at the muscular man below. From the moment Kenma had entered, she had sensed an unusual aura from this man named Toji. This man is strong. She couldn't sense a trace of spiritual pressure from him. But just from his words, actions, and that confident attitude, she could tell that this person was, without a doubt, a strong person. The black cat's face was grave. Who are you? Did Shirsue bring you here? Toji didn't answer, but shrugged and looked at Kenma, who was beneath the black cat. Kenma slowly reached up and patted the black cat's head. This time, Uchiha didn't dodge. Uchiha, this is a subordinate Shirsue and I recruited when we went to the world of the living. I saw his skills were good, so I brought him here to be a guest retainer of the Shihoin family. The black cat licked her forepaw, her yellowish-brown eyes narrowing slightly. So that's how it is. He looks like he's got skills. Since you recruited him, Kenma, so be it. With these words, Uchiha, as the family head, had agreed to Toji's position as guest retainer. Shirsue had long since recovered, a look of astonishment bursting onto his face. Lady Uchiha. Are you really Lady Uchiha? Why have you turned into this form? Shirsue, what's so strange about me being in this form? Uchiha retorted. Shirsue shook his head repeatedly. No, this subordinate overstepped. Below, Toji heard the conversation and also understood. On his way over, he had heard that the head of the Shihoin family was named Uchiha. Now, seeing Kenma's and Shirsue's reactions, he figured it must be due to some secret art. Thinking of this, Toji couldn't help but sigh in relief. His gaze toward Kenma immediately relaxed a great deal. After all, he didn't want the boss he followed. Just as Kenma was asking the two about their time at the 12th Division, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. My lord, this subordinate has an urgent matter to report. It was Fugaku's voice. Come in. Kenma frowned. Given Fugaku's steady nature, it was rare to see him in such a hasty state. Fugaku walked in quickly, ignored the others in the room, and knelt on one knee before Kenma, speaking concisely. My lord, according to feedback from the surveillance personnel I dispatched, Kuchiki Koga was targeted for assassination at dawn. After escaping from the 6th Division prison, he went to the Saijuto Kairan, where the Central 46 is located. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 89, The Divine Armament Corps. Kuchiki Koga was assassinated. Hearing Fugaku's report, Kenma shot to his feet, his gaze filled with astonishment. To dare assassinate the Kuchiki family's son-in-law inside the 6th Division, was the mastermind really that bold? Weren't they afraid of retaliation from the Kuchiki family? Assassinating an heir of a great noble family, the implications were too severe. It wasn't just the Kuchiki family, the 4 great noble families would unite against a common enemy over something like this. The 4 great noble families held a pivotal position in the Siriidii. Although there had been friction over the years, they had long established a certain mutual understanding in their dealings with each other. Who exactly was it that dared to act so unscrupulously, breaking the bottom line of this mutual understanding. No, the most important thing right now was Kachiki Koga's condition. How is he? Is he injured? Fugaku said in a low voice, Kachiki Koga is fine. He easily dealt with the assassins, even without using his Zanpakutō. Hearing Kachiki Koga was unharmed, Kenma subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Back in their academy days, Kachiki Koga, as Kenma's senior, had left an astonishing impression on him. His talent was outstanding, his ability superb. He had also helped him a great deal recently. Kenma had plans for him and naturally didn't want anything to happen to Koga. But immediately after, Kenma's mood plummeted again. You just said, after he escaped from the 6th division, he went to the Saijoto Kairin. Fugaku's expression was grave. According to the surveillance my subordinate set up in advance, that seems to be Kachiki Koga's target. The black cat perched on Kenma's head, her yellowish-brown eyes narrowing. She almost cried out. What on earth is Kachiki Koga doing going to that place? Could it be? The Saijoto Kairin was where the sages of the Central 46 lived their daily lives. It was a forbidden area that no Shinigami could lightly set foot in. For Kachiki Koga to head straight there after breaking out of prison, his purpose was self-evident. Kenma stated flatly, it's exactly what you could it be implies. What else would he be doing? With his understanding of Kachiki Koga, he had probably learned of the Central 46's judgment, or perhaps sensed the location of the mastermind who framed him. In a fit of rage, he intended to carry out a massacre. If he really did such a terrible thing, it was feared that not even the Kachiki and Shihoin families, two great noble houses combined, could protect him. How can he be so bold? Isn't he afraid of implicating the Kachiki family? Receiving confirmation from Kenma, the shock in Yoruchi's vertical pupils became even harder to suppress. Kenma snorted coldly. He just survived an assassination attempt. Filled with resentment, what wouldn't he do? If Kenma himself had encountered this, his actions probably wouldn't be much better than Kachiki Koga's. He was just about to step out, but as if he thought of something, he abruptly stopped. He estimated the distance. By the time he reached the Saijoto Kairin, Kachiki Koga would likely already be finished. In that case, Kachiki Koga couldn't be saved, no matter what. In a flash, Kenma made a judgment. If the men can't be saved, then at least his Muramasa. I have to get my hands on it, no matter what. Kachiki Koga's Zanpakutō ability was powerful, basically an unsolvable existence among the Siriitis Shinigami. It was a perfect counter to other Zanpakutō, an invincible god of civil war. Kenma would absolutely not allow this blade to fall into anyone else's hands. He quickly reached up to grab Yoruchi from his head. This time, however, Yoruchi didn't dodge, allowing him to grasp her and hold her in his palms. Kenma's brow was furrowed in complete solemnity, his eyes staring deep into Yoruchi's yellowish-brown vertical pupils. Yoruchi, the Shihoin family holds the title of the Divine Armament Corps, controlling various treasures bestowed by the Soul King. Among them, is there a weapon capable of suppressing his Zanpakutō? Yoruchi had naturally heard of Kachiki Koga's ability. Hearing Kenma's question now, she immediately said, there is one treasure that can seal a Zanpakutō's ability, preventing its release. Wait, I'll go get it for you right now. The black cat leaped from Kenma's hands and ran out of the room. After you get it, go straight to the gate. I'll wait for you there. Kenma added this to the black cat, then looked down at Fugaku. Fugaku, take your men and stand guard everywhere. If anything unexpected happens, report to me immediately. As you command. Fugaku responded, and his figure instantly vanished from the room. Shursue, Toji, you two come with me. Kenma glanced at Kiritsugu, which was on the desk, and seeing the short blade at Shursue's waist, he reminded him, Shursue, leave your Zanpakutō. Yes. By the time the three of them hurried to the Shihoin family gate, Yoruchi had also just arrived, carrying a small cloth pouch on her back. Seeing Kenma, she leaped lightly onto his broad shoulder. All right, let's go. Just as Yoruchi's voice fell, she saw a large hand grabbing for her. Because she was carrying the pouch, she couldn't dodge and allowed the large hand to pick her up. Mr. Serious, what are you planning to do now? Kenma held the cat up with one hand and used the other to take the pouch from her back. Yoruchi, you shouldn't go. Stay at home. The black cat's eyes showed confusion, and her voice was huffy, laced with annoyance. Why can't I go? I am the captain of the 2nd Division. This concerns the protection of the Gotii, it's my duty. Now you remember your duty. Kenma frowned. There were some things he couldn't conveniently reveal to Yoruchi right now, so he naturally didn't want her to follow. He forced a look of doubt and worry onto his face, persuading Yoruchi with concern. Yoruchi, Kachiki Koga's assassination is too strange. It gives me a bad feeling. The mastermind dared to move against the Kachiki family, it's not a stretch to think they'd target others. At a critical time like this, if we both leave, the house will be empty. It might attract the covetous eyes of ill-intentioned people. Especially father and Yashiro. Hearing Kenma's reminder, Yoruichi's expression changed, and she couldn't help but worry. You have a point. Her father was gravely ill, and her younger brother Yashiro was young. The house truly needed someone to protect it. Yoruichi changed the subject. In that case, you stay home. I'll go deal with Kachiki Koga. Even without my Zanpakutō, I have impressive combat power. Enough to handle him. Yoruichi's voice was full of confidence. But Kenma shook his head. No, that's too dangerous. I wouldn't feel at ease. Then it's not dangerous for you to go. Kachiki Koga and I have some history. He won't do anything to me. Even if a fight really breaks out, I can at least protect my life. Kenma's voice was heavy. What's more, my skills are not inferior to his. He lifted Yoruichi to his eye level, his expression serious, staring straight into those yellowish-brown vertical pupils. Yoruichi, this is my request. Stay at home. Don't go anywhere. Seeing the sincerity in Kenma's eyes, Yoruichi was moved. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. I understand. Kenma crouched down and placed the black cat on the ground. He shook the small pouch in his hand. How do I use this? You just have to wrap it around the opponent's Zanpakutō. It will seal its release. The method was surprisingly simple. Kenma gave Yoruichi a slight nod, then led Shisui and Toji, hurrying off in the direction of the Saijoto Kairon. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 90, Apprehension. Our main objective now is to acquire Kachiki Koga's Zanpakutō. As for the man himself, capture him alive if we can. If not, then forget it. Kenma used Shuinpa, stepping onto the buildings of the Siriitii, moving in a straight line toward the Saijoto Kairon. Shisui and Toji followed closely behind him. Glancing back slightly at Toji following behind, Kenma tossed the cloth bag to him. Toji, catch. When we see him, wait for an opportunity to strike. Catching the bag, a slightly ferocious grin appeared on Toji's face. Understood. He hadn't expected to have a big job to do so soon after arriving in the world of the dead. Fine by him. He would use this opportunity to measure just how strong the powerhouses of this world truly were. Beside them, Shisui looked at Toji, a trace of surprise on his face. It's astonishing. You have no spiritual pressure at all, yet you can keep up with my and the Master's Shuinpa using only your physical abilities. My body is special, after all, Toji said with emotion, his gaze falling on Kenma's broad back up ahead. Perhaps because my body was brought over as well, the heavenly pact I was born with still exists. My body has been converted into spirit particles now, but I still don't have any spiritual pressure. My physical strength is the same as before, so keeping up with your speed is no problem at all. Kenma, at the front, couldn't help but nod slightly upon hearing this. With Toji's formidable physique and rich combat experience, entrusting this to him shouldn't be a problem. Seeing Kenma being so cautious, Shisui was full of doubt. Master, what ability does this Kachiki Koga have that makes you act so seriously? To the point where you have to forsake your Zanpakutō just to fight him. A trace of apprehension appeared in Kenma's eyes. He said, Kachiki Koga's Zanpakutō, Muramasa, arguably has the most threatening ability against a Shinigami. When the blade is released, Muramasa can brainwash the Zanpakutō in a Shinigami's hands, causing the Zanpakutō to break free from the Shinigami's control and attack its own master. It can even separate the Zanpakutō from the Shinigami soul, allowing it to materialize in the real world, thereby stripping the Shinigami of their Zanpakutō's power. Toji had only just arrived in Soul Society and didn't have a clear understanding of this situation, so his reaction wasn't strong. But Shisui, after hearing about Kachiki Koga's Zanpakutō ability, felt a chill run down his spine. A Shinigami's primary method of attack is their Zanpakutō. If the Zanpakutō rebelled, being suddenly betrayed by one's own weapon in the middle of a battle would be an absolute disaster. No wonder the master was so apprehensive. For a moment, Shisui even felt that such an ability shouldn't exist in the world. With an ability like that, isn't he invincible? Hearing the astonishment in Shisui's voice, Kenma reassured him, it's far from invincible. In the Siriitii, there are at least a few people who can deal with him. Besides that, as long as one seals their heart, they can block the influence of Muramasa's ability. But, Master. Shisui's expression immediately tensed. I don't know the secret art of sealing one's heart. It's fine, neither do I. Huh. Shisui thought he must have misheard. He looked at Kenma ahead of him, his expression full of confusion. Master, you mean? Don't worry, you can't even hear the voice of your Zanpakutō, so you won't be affected by his ability, Kenma said. When we encounter him, just attack. Don't worry about anything else. I'm very confident. Seeing Kenma so assured, Shursue couldn't help but relax. I understand, master. As the three moved at high speed, they crossed one building after another, and their target building in the distance faintly came into view. Just then, Toji suddenly spoke up, "Wait, I smell blood." The three immediately stopped and dropped to the ground. Sensing a familiar spiritual pressure from ahead, Kenma looked at Toji. Receiving the signal, Toji's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Shursue had clearly sensed the spiritual pressure as well, and his heart stirred. "Master, is that Kachiki Koga?" Kenma nodded slightly and led Shursue forward. As they drew closer, the spiritual pressure became clearer in their perception. Just at a corner, Kenma suddenly stopped. A clear male voice came from ahead. "I didn't expect the next person I'd run into would be you, kid." The sound of footsteps echoed as a man's figure emerged from around the corner. He wore a shihakusho, a red fukasu draped over his shoulder, and a kensiken in his hair. His jade-green eyes reflected the figures of Kenma and Shursue. A Zanpakutō was gripped in his hand, blood dripping from the blade onto the white stone ground. Shursue quickly moved in front of Kenma, pulling out a kunai. His gaze was fixed tightly on the men who had suddenly appeared, and on the sword in the man's hand. Kenma's brow furrowed, his expression extremely solemn. "What a coincidence, Senior Koga. I didn't expect we'd meet here." This man was none other than Kenma's target for this trip, Kachiki Koga. Kachiki Koga sneered, "Heh, what coincidence. Finding this place so quickly only proves you've been watching me all along. Why say such things now? When did you become so boring?" His gaze swept over Kenma and Shursue. Seeing that neither of them was carrying a Zanpakutō, he understood. "From the looks of it, you're here to stop me. Know your place, Kenma. You are no match for me." Kachiki Koga's voice was filled with contempt. "Whether we stop you or not depends on your intentions, Senior," Kenma asked. "May I ask what exactly you were doing earlier?" "Just slaughtering some of the Siriiti's trash. Like those wastes in the Central 46, and those idiots from the ISE family." Perhaps because he had just vented, Kachiki Koga was in a rather pleasant mood. His words betrayed an irrepressible excitement. He looked at Kenma, only to see that Kenma's expression was unchanged. He showed none of the shock Koga had expected. "Kid, it seems you're not surprised by my actions. You are who you are, Senior. I anticipated this. Haha, not bad. It seems I underestimated you." Kachiki Koga extended his hand, holding it open toward Kenma. "Kenma. Kenma of the Shihoin family. For the sake of you being my dear junior, I'll give you a chance. Come to my side, and I will show you a different Siriiti. A new world, full of peace, free of all that filth." The expression of a man committed to a great cause is different from that of a man lost in confusion. And the Kachiki Koga standing before Kenma was like someone who had experienced a profound enlightenment, his expression holding a faint, stubborn conviction. But this rhetoric. A new world. I must ask, Senior, what kind of goal do you have in mind to make such a bold claim? Don't tell me you also wish to stand atop the heavens. Kachiki Koga couldn't immediately discern the meaning behind Kenma's words, or what kind of emotion they held. His eyelids lowered, then rose again, his gaze shining with the firm light of a gemstone. "My goal has never changed, to achieve true peace. My power, my talent, they exist for this purpose. I may have strayed from the path before, bound by trivial things like nobility and family ties. But after slaughtering those corrupt members of the Central 46, I have awakened. The world was never meant to be so cruel, nor so filthy. This order that Yamamoto Shigokuni and my father uphold is nothing but a tool for those at the top to wantonly plunder and trample those below. It is historical dross that should have been swept into the trash heap long ago. Although this is the world I have always lived in, it is not a world worthy of my heartfelt support. And now, I will bring true happiness to this world." Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 91, Aizen, already killed by me. "Senior, are you saying you intend to rebel against the Siriiti?" Kenma looked at Kachiki Koga, who seemed to have found his purpose in life, and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Although the previous Kachiki Koga had the somewhat Chunin-like idea that he was born with a mission to maintain peace, he had never been as resolute as he was now, nor had he ever expressed it so bluntly. It was as if he had become one of those hot-blooded protagonists, able to state such thoughts so openly and righteously. No, given Kachiki Koga's current experience and his appearance at this moment, he seemed more like some kind of mastermind villain who had been blackened by hardship. Weren't all the big bosses from Shursue's old home just like that? "Senior Koga, compared to before, you've really changed a lot." "I haven't changed. I've just seen through some things." Kachiki Koga flicked the sharp blade in his hand, shaking off the bloodstains from the edge, and held it level before his eyes. His emerald green eyes reflected on the silver blade, revealing a complex emotion that soon turned into an iron-like resolve. My actions are not rebellion, but setting things right. It is to return the world to its original state. Perhaps it was because he was seeing a junior he hadn't seen in a long time, or perhaps it was to persuade this junior and find himself an ally. Kochiki Koga explained the entire transformation of his mentality. When I first went to find the Central 46, it was purely to vent my anger. I swung my sword without hesitation, wanting to make those sages who envied and feared my power feel my wrath. But those sages, who managed all the affairs of the Siriidii and Soul Society, were easily killed by me, one by one, as simple as crushing ants. At that moment, I suddenly wasn't so angry anymore. Instead, I understood many things. You've already killed them all to vent your anger, how could you still be angry? Kenma mocked inwardly, his eyes fixed on Kochiki Koga. Senior, what did you understand? The so-called Order of Soul Society is nothing but a tool for this group of corrupt and degenerate trash to govern. As Kochiki Koga spoke, he forcefully swung his Zanpakutō, his voice dripping with derision. This derision wasn't aimed at anything else, but at his former self, who was so timid, ignorant, and naive. Those high and mighty authorities were nothing special. In the end, they couldn't withstand the blade in his hand. And he had actually cared about this group of filthy, useless trash. He even felt angry because of their slander and injustice. Kochiki Koga, when did you become so base? The glory of the Shinigami, the bloodlines of the nobles, they are all just an outer garment adorning the Siriidi's rotten core. Lift that bright and beautiful garment, and the so-called Soul Society, the so-called Siriidii, is in essence just a law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak and power reigns supreme. Kochiki Koga's voice became sonorous and forceful. Since that's the case, then it's better to let me, the most outstanding one, become the person who sets the order. I will establish a new world that is fair and just for all. In the new world, there will be absolutely none of the current filth, only peace and happiness. Kenma looked at Kochiki Koga, his eyes shining, his expression seeming to stir. He had to admit, there was some truth to Kochiki Koga's words. But the grim reality of the situation still existed. Kenma's face turned solemn, suppressing the trace of disturbance on the surface. Senior, I admit that what you say is very tempting. But just as you said, the world operates on the rule of power. The order currently running the Siriidii, isn't it maintained by those with the strongest power? Senior, how much confidence do you have in defeating all the strong individuals within the Siriidii? Hearing this, Kochiki Koga's face took on an expression of confidence so great it bordered on arrogance. In the face of my talent and power, neither Captain Commander Yamamoto nor my father-in-law is my opponent. Kenma, you should also understand my ability. As he spoke, Kochiki Koga raised his Zanpakutō. Before Muramesa's power, all Shinigami are vulnerable. Senior, you are too arrogant. Kenma's expression sank completely. The current Kochiki Koga was clearly immersed in his own fantasy, having lost his judgment of reality. To dare underestimate Yamamoto Shigokuni. The strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years didn't earn that title for nothing. Even Aizen and Yawatch, those two big mastermind bosses, tried every means to restrain Yamamoto Shigokuni before they dared to make a move. Kenma hadn't lost his mind. He was clearly aware of the massive obstacles that lay ahead. Besides the Captain Commander, there were the four great noble families, Anohana Retsu, Yukitake, Kairaku, the Kido Corps, and even the Royal Special Task Forces, who leaned toward the Godii 13. The powerhouses in the Siriidii were innumerable. It was definitely not something the current Kochiki Koga, with his meager level of power, could stand against. Hearing Kenma's reply, Kochiki Koga's eyelids drooped. It seems you have, after all, chosen to stand against me. How regrettable. To think that within a single day, I would personally kill 2 of my juniors. A cold light glinted in Kochiki Koga's eyes. 2. Kenma frowned. Just a moment ago, I ran into Aizen Sasuke. Unfortunately, that guy's answer was the same as yours. Seeing Kenma's confused look, the corner of Kochiki's mouth curled up, revealing a cruel smile. Aizen Sasuke has already been killed by me. Aizen. Hearing this name from Kochiki Koga's lips, Kenma's expression froze. Aizen is here too. He subconsciously looked around, sensing the nearby spiritual pressure, but in his perception, Aizen's spiritual pressure was not there. As for Kochiki Koga's claim of killing Aizen, Kenma didn't believe it for a second. Although Kochiki Koga was a genius, there were still gaps between geniuses. Faced with Aizen's talent, even if he and Kochiki Koga teamed up, it was doubtful they would measure up. This so-called killing Aizen was, he figured, the work of Kyoka Soijetsu, creating an illusion for Kochiki Koga. But Aizen appearing here at this time, what is his purpose? Kochiki Koga didn't wait for Kenma to react, erupting with killing intent. Whisper, Muramasa. He softly chanted the release word for his Zanpakutō. Just as Kachiki Koga was about to swing his blade, he felt an immense force on the sword, pulling at his movement. He quickly turned his head, only to see that his Zanpakutō was wrapped in layers of white bandages. Unable to sense Muramesa's response, Kachiki Koga immediately understood. A divine treasure from the Shihoin family. At the end of the bandages was a muscular man, his hands holding the straps, tightly binding Muramasa and preventing its release. His gaze fell on this man who had suddenly drawn close, and Kachiki Koga's eyes instantly widened. When? He hadn't sensed any of this man's movements. No. It wasn't that simple. Kachiki Koga instantly determined that he couldn't sense a trace of spiritual pressure from this man. Just when you were babbling on. The man's magnetic voice sounded. The corner of his scarred mouth lifted, revealing a triumphant smile. It was Fushiguro Toji, who had been lying in wait. A Shinigami's primary method of perception in battle was spiritual sensing of spiritual pressure, augmented by sight and hearing. Among them, spiritual sensing was the main part. Toji had no spiritual pressure. In a Shinigami spiritual sense, he was like an inanimate object, like a rock or a flower. With Kachiki Koga's attention drawn by Kenma, he naturally couldn't detect his hidden movements. Seeing Toji's move succeed, Kenma immediately shouted. Shursue, now. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 92, Whisper, Muramasa. Shursue, now. With the order given, Shursue's feet suddenly pushed off, and he immediately rushed toward Kachiki Koga, whose Zanpakutō was bound. At the same time, Kenma leaped backward, jumping onto a high courtyard wall, looking down on the battlefield from above. In his vision, two faint threads appeared from his chest. One end was connected to the charging Shursue, and the other was linked to Fushiguro Toji. Kachiki Koga glanced out of the corner of his eye at Fushiguro Toji behind him, who was binding Muramasa. After his initial surprise faded, it was immediately replaced by contempt. Trash without even any spiritual pressure isn't worth mentioning at all. Seeing Shursue rushing over, Koga's expression turned serious. Although it was his first time seeing this person, he recognized him immediately. He had heard from his father-in-law, Kachiki Jinryai, that the Shino Academy had recently produced two geniuses comparable to himself back in the day. One of them had attached himself to the Shihoin family and become their vassal. Named Uchiha Shursue. A look of disdain appeared on Kachiki Koga's face. He originally had some interest in this so-called genius, but looking at him now, he was merely at the level of a seated officer. Far inferior to myself back then. Father really is getting senile, comparing such a mortal to me. Seeing Shursue charge over holding a bizarrely shaped weapon, Kachiki Koga sneered. I'm really being underestimated. Die, Vajra Blast. Facing Shursue, who was about to reach him, Kachiki Koga extended a finger and used a Kido he had developed himself. A scorching fireball condensed at his fingertip, its surface crackling with several crimson bolts of lightning, emitting a violent and dangerous aura. The moment the Kido took shape, Kachiki Koga fired it. It shot toward Shursue's position like a cannonball. Seeing this unfamiliar Kido instantly appear before him, Shursue immediately stopped, held out his hand, and chanted softly. Bakudo number 81, Danku. A transparent barrier erected itself in front of him, blocking the entire street. Boom. The Vajra blast struck the barrier and immediately exploded, erupting with endless high temperatures and flames, completely engulfing the street. But no matter how powerful the Kido was, it never broke the transparent defense. Seeing this, Kachiki Koga's heart shook. An incantationless Bakudo number 81. To be able to do this at such a young age. Kachiki Koga had to admit that he had just underestimated this genius from the academy. Besides this talent in Kido, what shocked him even more was that in the instant Shursue used Danku, his spiritual pressure suddenly erupted. In that single moment, it surpassed that of an ordinary captain, almost equaling his own spiritual pressure. It reached the level of a second-class Rei. Is this really a level an unenrolled student can reach? It seems I underestimated you. Kachiki Koga's expression turned solemn, and he subconsciously went to draw his Zanpakutō. But the Zanpakutō didn't budge. Kachiki Koga looked to the side. At the same time, the sound of something tearing through the air attacked him. The man with no spiritual pressure had, at some point, broken through to his side and was gripping the blade of the Zanpakutō tightly. Such strength! His emerald green eyes shrank abruptly, showing a look of disbelief. He's clearly just an ordinary departed soul with no spiritual pressure, how can he have so much strength? The sound of tearing air grew more intense. The muscular man was holding his Zanpakutō with one hand and a three-section staff in the other. The end of the three-section staff came from a distance, tore through the air, and was already smashing toward his chest. Kachiki Koga's expression changed. Not good. Boom. Kachiki Koga took the blow squarely. His figure was sent flying backward, crashing through a nearby courtyard wall. He didn't stop, continuing to fly into the distance. He crashed through 4 or 5 walls in a row, flying 200 or 300 meters before finally stopping. A somewhat savage smile appeared on Fushiguro Toji's face. Idiot. It wasn't just Uchiha Shisui you underestimated. You underestimated me, too. In this surprise attack, Shisui was the cover, and he was the main attacker. Toji shook the Zanpakutō in his hand, then tossed it to Kenma, who was standing on the distant wall. Just as Kachiki Koga was taking his attack, his grip loosened, and Toji seized the chance to snatch it. Mission complete. Kenma caught Kachiki Koga's Zanpakutō, held it in front of him to examine it, and nodded slightly. It's definitely Muramasa. I didn't think I'd get it so easily. Kachiki Koga was too careless. Jumping to the ground, Kenma waved to the two of them, turned, and strode away. We have the target. Let's go. Shisui flashed behind Kenma, looking in the direction Kachiki Koga had been sent flying. My lord, shouldn't we finish him completely? Letting such a dangerous man exist in the world isn't a good thing. Kenma shook his head. We don't need to do it. The commotion here will soon attract a large group of people. Kachiki Koga won't be able to escape. Continuing to stay here will only put us in everyone's line of sight. Besides that, Aizen, whom Kachiki Koga just mentioned, also had Kenma concerned. Who knows where Aizen is hiding right now? Kachiki Koga was extremely difficult to deal with. If they continued to fight him, even if he could win, the three of them would inevitably suffer injuries. If they ran into Aizen then, the outcome would be predictable. Toji crossed the street, which had been destroyed by the Kido, and came up behind Kenma. It's fine to leave him. He took my attack head-on. He probably won't live much longer. They had only taken a few steps when Toji's ear twitched. He suddenly stopped and looked back in confusion. Kachiki Koga's voice rang out. Cough cough, wait, brat. Give me back Muramasa. Kenma sighed, stopped, and turned around. Kachiki Koga was clutching his chest with one hand and leaning on the wall with the other, walking out of the gap. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His voice was much weaker than before, and interspersed with several coughs. Looking at Kachiki Koga, who seemed relatively unharmed, Fushiguro Toji's eyes narrowed slightly. He had used his full strength just now, without holding back, and the weapon he used was yun. He took that attack head-on, and the men in front of him can still walk and move, just coughing up a little blood. Shinigami, are they all this strong? Senior Koga, I really don't want you to die at my hands. If you leave now, with any luck, you might still be able to escape the Siriidii. These words from Kenma immediately made Kachiki Koga grit his teeth, his anger irrepressible. Brat, don't underestimate me. I was careless with that last attack. You won't get me so easily again. As he spoke, Kachiki Koga used Shuinpa, crossed the broken street, and appeared before the three of them. Kenma looked at Koga, who was clearly forcing himself to stand, and frowned. Senior, you're without your Zanpakutō. What can you do now? I can still do this. Koga once again extended his palm toward the three, his spiritual pressure rampaging wildly, as if brewing an extremely dangerous technique. Kenma immediately said, kill him, Shisui. Shisui had already been preparing himself from the moment Koga came over. Receiving Kenma's order, Shisui immediately used Shuinpa. His figure flashed, appearing in front of Koga, and he thrust the strange blade in his hand viciously toward his chest. Facing Shisui's surprise attack, a triumphant smile tugged at the corner of Kachiki Koga's mouth. Whisper, Muramasa. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 93, Aizen appears. Whisper, Muramasa. Facing Uchiha Shisui, who was already right in front of him, Kachiki Koga moved his outstretched hand down, aiming at the sharp blade in Shisui's hand. His erupting spiritual pressure immediately converged, changing its form. His gaze fell on the strange weapon in Shisui's hand, a triumphant smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He fell for it. Did he think that just because I was separated from my Zanpakutō, I couldn't release its ability? A Zanpakutō came from the essence of a Shinigami. In the end, it was the Shinigami's own power. It merely used the existence of the Zanpakutō to separate the soul, thereby releasing the Shinigami's ability. This method was undoubtedly more convenient for a Shinigami, and easier to control. And his training in this had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Even without the Zanpakutō, he could still use his own Muramasa ability. The spiritual pressure he had just released wasn't for Kido at all, it was a feint, a mask of spiritual pressure to cover the release of his Zanpakutō's ability. And this bizarrely shaped short blade in Uchiha Shisui's hand must be the Shirkai form of his Zanpakutō. To dare be so careless in front of me. Just die at the hands of your own Zanpakutō. If you must blame someone, blame your own foolishness. Just as Kachiki Koga was feeling smug, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his hand. Kachiki Koga's expression changed. He saw that the sharp blade in Uchiha Shirsue's hand had already pierced through his palm, its momentum unceasing as it pressed his hand back, stabbing toward his chest. Seeing this happen before his eyes, Kachiki Koga's pained expression was mixed with a trace of incomprehension. Muramesa's ability actually didn't work. Kachiki Koga had clearly felt that he had successfully and smoothly activated the ability, so why? Why hadn't this kid Zanpakutō rebelled? Having lost the initiative, Kachiki Koga was caught off guard and simply had no time to react. He could only watch as the tip of that strange blade, after piercing his palm, plunged into his chest. Ugh! A tearing pain erupted from his chest. Compounded by the previous heavy blow from that 3-section staff, the injuries piled up, and Kachiki Koga immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. In that instant, Kachiki Koga used his ability to ascertain 2 things. First, the weapon in this Uchiha Shirsue's hand was not a Zanpakutō. It was some kind of extremely special weapon, one that carried a different kind of force field. It had to be a divine treasure from the Shihoin family. Second, this person, Uchiha Shirsue, had not awakened his Zanpakutō at all. He hadn't even heard the voice of his Zanpakutō to this day. Otherwise, in the face of his ability, it would be impossible for him to be completely unaffected. He has a second-class Rei, but hasn't awakened his Zanpakutō. Kachiki Koga's gaze shifted, landing on the solemn-faced Shinigami standing in the back. Without a doubt, everything that just happened was designed by Shihoin Kenma. I've been set up. First, that departed soul with no spiritual pressure but immense strength used a Shihoin divine treasure to seal his Zanpakutō. Then, he took advantage of his carelessness to deal him a heavy blow. After that, he had this strange person, Uchiha Shirsue, also wielding a Shihoin weapon, deliver an unexpected stab. Both actions in succession were specifically designed to target him. To have investigated my trump card so thoroughly, to have predicted my thoughts so accurately. Kachiki Koga had to admit, he had underestimated him. Ugh, ah. With a cry of pain, Kachiki Koga's body fell to the ground. Shirsue immediately pressed forward, 1 foot and 1 knee firmly pinning down Kachiki Koga's arms. In a half-squat, he forcefully pulled out the Amanosuke. Just as he was about to stab the Amanosuke down toward Koga's head, a white light flashed past his eyes, extending into the distance. The moment the white light appeared, Shirsue reacted, smoothly leaning to the side to dodge it. In the peripheral vision of his crimson Sharingan, he saw the true form of that white light clearly. It was a sword. A sword that reflected white light, gave off a chilling killing intent, and seemed to extend infinitely outward. The instant he saw this sword, Shirsue's eyes narrowed. He immediately recognized the sword's name. Shinso. The Zanpakutō of Ichimaru Jin, a fellow student at the Shino Academy. If Ichimaru Jin was here, that meant Aizen Sasuke, the man his master was so wary of, was also here. Recalling Kachiki Koga's words, Shirsue's expression turned grim, and he immediately used Shuinpa. His figure flashed, instantly appearing in front of Kenma, protecting him. The moment that blade of light appeared, Toji had already tensed up. His nose twitched, he could already smell the tense, dangerous scent in the air. Gripping Yun, Toji turned to look at the gap in the wall he had smashed Kachiki Koga through earlier. Shirsue gripped the Amanosuke tightly, his Mangekyo Sharingan darting around. The trace of the sword had already vanished. However, he remembered the direction it came from. His gaze finally settled on the previous gap in the wall. My lord, it's Ichimaru Jin's Shinso. Kenma nodded. He had also seen the extending Zanpakutō. He followed Toji's and Shirsue's line of sight, his voice full of iciness. Sasuke, still not coming out. Senior is as impressive as ever. You actually sensed my presence. As the voice fell, a sound of soft footsteps approached. 3 figures walked out of the gap. The man in the center wore black-framed glasses, a gentle smile on his face. Seeing the man's appearance, Kenma's eyes narrowed slightly. It was, unmistakably, Aizen Sasuke. And beside Aizen, accompanying him, were 2 others. One had brown skin and wore sunglasses. The other was a child who hadn't grown up, wearing the uniform of the Shino Academy, holding a short Zanpakutō. His eyes were habitually squinted, giving him a smile like a fox or a serpent. Tozen Kanami, Ichimaru Jin. As the 3 of them came into view, Kenma's expression grew heavier, and his voice held a questioning tone. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Nothing much. Aizen pushed up his glasses. The lenses glinted white, obscuring his expression. After a pause, his gentle, deep voice sounded. I just sensed a fight starting here and came over to see when I heard the noise. I didn't expect to find you, Senior Kenma, fighting with Senior Koga. Seeing that Senior Koga was on the verge of death, I had to step in and stop it. I hope you can forgive me, Senior Kenma. Listening to Aizen's glib tongue, Kenma's mouth twitched, his disbelief clear on his face. You're lying. Sasuke, don't play these word games in front of me. How about you and I have an honest talk? Senior, you've misunderstood. Just as Aizen was about to speak, a light cough sounded on the field. Cough cough. Sasuke. He should have been killed by me. Kuchiki Koga clutched his chest. His spiritual pressure surged for a moment, and the pained look on his face eased as he slowly stood up from the ground. His emerald green eyes looked at the three wary figures, Kenma, Shisui, and Toji. It was as if he hadn't noticed the presence of Aizen's group at all. Kenma, what are you talking about? Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 94, you are lying. Oh my, I was so careless. I actually forgot Senior Koga was still here. Aizen looked at Kuchiki Koga, who was slowly getting up, his face showing a look of extreme, false surprise. Beside him, Tozen Kaname tilted his ear and said softly, he used healing Kido to heal his own injuries. What a difficult man. Since he can still jump around, it looks like he won't easily become Vice Captain Aizen's experiment material. Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes, lifted the Zanpakutō in his hand, and pointed the tip at Kuchiki Koga's chest. The dangerous aura was unmistakable. Then, should I cut him down again? If I do it a few more times, he might not get up. Aizen shook his head lightly, the smile on his face still gentle. No need, Jin. Letting him cause a little more trouble for the Siriitii is more advantageous for us. Right now, my interest lies with someone else. His sharp gaze passed through his lenses, moved away from Kuchiki Koga, and landed on Kenma's group of three in the distance. Interesting. This is truly an unexpected development. Kenma's gaze turned to Kuchiki Koga. The wounds on his body were no longer bleeding and were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he was almost recovered. Such beautiful healing Kido. Unfortunately. Kenma's expression showed a trace of pity, and he slowly shook his head. It's a pity, such an outstanding genius, and he doesn't even know he's being manipulated from the shadows. Next, he'll be manipulated by others into doing who knows what, and in the end, he'll be killed or sealed by the Shinigami of the Godai 13. Such a cruel reality is truly too miserable for the proud Kuchiki Koga. Kenma, what are you pitying now? Are you pitying me? How dare you put on such an arrogant air in front of me? Kuchiki Koga shouted loudly, full of anger. But as he spoke, the fury on his face gradually calmed and returned to normal. Muttering something, his face then flashed between joy and sorrow. He walked to the side. With a light leap, he jumped onto the wall. His figure flashed, and he had already used Shunpa to leave. What on earth is wrong with that guy? Fushiguro Toji looked confused. He couldn't understand at all why the enemy, who was screaming for blood just a moment ago, would suddenly change his expression and leave as if no one else was there. And Kenma, the leader of the three, had actually ordered them not to stop or kill the men, just letting him leave safely. It was truly beyond comprehension. Shirsui's Crimson Mangekyo Sharingan stared fixedly at Aizen's group of three, his voice laced with tension. Is there any question? The people opposite us must have done it. So it's like that. Toji sighed. He had vaguely felt it. Looking at them now, the three people opposite them were clearly not to be trifled with. Kenma retracted his gaze and looked back at Aizen. Sasuke, it looks like you're playing that Koga fellow for a fool. A very convenient ability. Faced with Kenma's praise, Aizen's heart stirred, but the gentle smile on his face remained. It's nothing. My Zanpakutō, Kyoka Soijetsu, is a water type. It uses the moisture in the air to reflect light, creating illusions for the enemy. It's a fairly good Zanpakutō. You're lying again. Kenma's expression was full of certainty. He frowned and asked, Sasuke, why are you always spouting lies? What, is telling the truth so disadvantageous for you? Why would you say that, senior? Aizen raised an eyebrow. The interest and curiosity in his eyes vanished, replaced by a perfectly crafted look of confusion and naivety. Does senior have some misunderstanding about me? You keep saying I'm lying, one time after another, denying me like this. Are you dissatisfied with me about something? Kenma shook his head, sighed inwardly, and said, Aizen, did you know? Every time you lie, you like to pause. Especially when someone asks you a question, you always like to start with a negative phrase like it's nothing, pause, and then add the rest of your sentence, as if you're thinking about what to say next to supplement the denial. In those situations, everything you say is, basically, a lie. It's conclusive. Hearing Kenma's words, Aizen's eyes widened slightly. The words he had been formulating caught in his throat, and he paused for a full 2 or 3 seconds. Beside him, Tozen Kaname and Ichimaru Jin also glanced sideways at Aizen. The gentle smile on Aizen's face had vanished without a trace. Then, a new smile curled his lips. But this smile, though faint, exuded a dangerous aura compared to the one before. Even these little habits that I myself overlook. Senior, you were able to notice them. Senior, your observation of me is truly meticulous. Sasuke, it's because you are too deliberate, Kenma said. Every time I see you, I feel like you're wearing layer upon layer of masks, constantly disguising yourself. On top of that, my situation is special. After I became suspicious of you, I found you more and more suspect, and your actions more and more deliberate. But I'm probably the only one in the entire series like this. Other Shinigami, I assume, wouldn't pay attention to such trivial details. Aizen pushed up his glasses, his expression carrying a trace of emotion. I was too naive back then. I thought what I was doing was seamless, only to find now that it's full of flaws. I must admit, I underestimated the people of this world. It seems my experiences these past years have been too smooth, and I've unconsciously become this arrogant. Senior, thank you for pointing out my oversight. After this sigh, his face, which was half smiling, showed a strong curiosity. Senior, when did you first notice something suspicious about me? And when did you fully confirm my suspicious nature? From the very beginning, Kenma said. Oh. Aizen raised an eyebrow. Could Senior elaborate? From the very beginning, before you and I had even come to Soul Society. I see. Listening to Kenma's nonsense answer, which said everything and nothing, Aizen wasn't annoyed or embarrassed. He just nodded lightly. Thank you for clearing up my confusion, Senior. In that case, your deliberate avoidance of my Zanpakutō before, was that also because of this? Yes and no. Kenma's voice grew heavy. I've said it, Sasuke. You are too deliberate at times. Back in the Shin'o Academy, or after joining the Godai, you always liked to release your Zanpakutō in front of others. Especially when large groups of Shinigami were gathered, or when you saw newly recruited Shinigami. At those times, you never tired of it. Over time, anyone could reach this conclusion. Aizen Sasuke's Zanpakutō definitely has a problem. Hearing this, the smile on Aizen's face became even more dangerous and mysterious. Then, Senior, do you know what my Zanpakutō's true ability is? Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 95, Announcement the end of Book 1. Hello everyone. I'm officially announcing the ending of Book 1 of BWC, Bleach. The story begins with a contract with the departed souls of the entire Uchiha clan. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to all the supporters for their incredible support. I truly hope you all liked reading this first part of the journey. Chapter 96, Conflict erupts. Kyoka Suigetsu. Isn't it just a water-type Zanpakutō? Sasuke, your true ability. I can't say I know it clearly. Kenma's voice carried an inexplicable meaning, causing Aizen's smile to become even colder. Aren't you lying too, Senior? You understand me to this extent, yet now you say you don't know Kyoka Suigetsu's ability. Do you think I'd believe that, Senior? Kenma spread his hands. Believe it or not. Since you've put it that way, Senior, I'll believe you this once. Aizen's uncharacteristic statement stunned the two people beside him, who glanced at him sideways. Even Kenma was somewhat surprised. What scheme is Aizen trying to pull now? Sasuke, for you to think that way, it's really... Kenma was halfway through his sentence when a white light shot toward his face, brimming with killing intent. Clang. Shursue, holding the Amanosaka Hoko, stood in front of Kenma and blocked the sudden attack, a crisp sound of colliding blades ringing out. Kenma, as if the attack hadn't even happened, didn't pause in his speech, his voice still in that same heavy, calm tone. Flattering to me, your Senior. As he spoke, his expression unchanging, he glanced at the white light. It was an extending sharp blade. And at the end of the blade's hilt was the silver-haired youth by Aizen's side, the one who resembled a serpent or a fox. Ichimaru Jin. Seeing his surprise attack blocked, Ichimaru Jin immediately retracted his blade. He raised his face to look at Aizen beside him, his squinted eyes curving even more, just like a venomous snake rearing up and flicking its tongue. My apologies, Vice Captain Aizen. It seems my surprise attack failed. It's fine, Jin. After all, it was Shursue, a genius on par with you. It's normal to be blocked. Aizen glanced at him, then returned his gaze to Kenma's group not far away. The faint smile was still on his face. Senior, are you all right? I apologize to you on Jin's behalf. I hope you can forgive him. He was merely following my instructions, executing the order to kill you. Kenma's brow twitched. He had to admire Aizen's ability to say the most ruthless, cruel things in such a casual tone. What a terrifying young man. Sasuke, it seems this boy by your side is a bit too lively. Kenma slowly extended his hand. How about handing him over to me? I'm afraid I can't do that, senior. Jin is an excellent subordinate of mine. I have no intention of abandoning him. Aizen pushed up his glasses. Is that so? What a pity. Kenma sighed. Sasuke, if possible, I'd rather not face you right now. How about, we pretend we never met today? That won't do, senior. Isn't that asking me to lie? Aizen chuckled softly. Just a moment ago, senior, you scolded me harshly for lying. Rest assured. Just killing you, senior, won't take much effort. As the two talked, the atmosphere between them dropped to a freezing point. The air seemed to be filled with lead, heavy with a murderous aura. Even breathing became difficult. An unknown amount of time passed. It felt like an instant, yet it felt like a long standoff. As if by some tacit understanding, Kenma and Aizen's voices rang out at the same time. Do it, Shisui, Toji. Kill him, Jin, Kanami. Bang. Bang. The roars of two battles erupted at almost the same instant. The two men beside Kenma and Aizen were no longer where they stood. The four figures appeared in the middle of the destroyed street. Shisui, could you please just let me kill you? Ichimaru Jin's Zanpakutō and Shisui's Aminosuke clashed again, creating a crisp sound and sending sparks flying. After the initial clash, the two separated. Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, full of ominous presence, stared at Ichimaru Jin's eyes. He was shocked to find that Ichimaru Jin wasn't squinting right now, but had his eyes completely closed. Ichimaru Jin, you know about my dojutsu. I don't. Ichimaru Jin swung his blade. Shinso, in his hands, was sometimes long, sometimes short, coordinating with his attack rhythm. It's just that your eyes look very special. Although I don't know what the ability is, I can just not look, and at the same time, be on guard so you don't succeed, right? Shisui's figure flickered, parrying Ichimaru Jin's attacks while simultaneously searching for an opening. Their academic performances back in the academy, perhaps with some reservations, had always been on par. But now, with both sides fighting mercilessly, a all-out deathmatch, they were surprisingly evenly matched. For a time, their battle fell into a stalemate. On the other side, Fushiguro Toji looked at the men who had drawn his sword to block him, his gaze falling on the man's sunglasses, a sarcastic smile on his lips. Blind men, isn't your killing intent a bit too strong? A mere ruffian, has no value to remain in this world. Tozen Kanami felt the immense strength coming from the other's three-section staff. His expression couldn't help but change, but his tone remained harsh. I can feel it. There is no justice in your attacks, only selfish nature. You are completely a fallen beast. Since that's the case, I will be the one to execute you. As Tozen Kanami dodged and defended against the powerful, heavy attacks, his other hand swung toward his enemy. Heido number 54, Heian. A bright purple, disc-shaped flame was thrown by him, flying rapidly toward Fushiguro Toji's body. The hairs on Toji's body stood on end. A wave of intense heat washed over him. Sensing the danger, his figure retreated repeatedly, dodging the fatal blow. What a dangerous move. The high heat scorched his skin. The smell of singed hair hung in the air, filling his nostrils. Toji felt a wave of relief. The Shinigami opposite him had all sorts of strange powers and formidable Kido. Against these high-level Kido attacks, Toji, having no spiritual pressure, would die on contact. He couldn't block them and could only choose to dodge. Every battle was like dancing on a blade's edge, exciting and terrifying. The slightest mistake, and he'd die without a burial place. Tozen Kanami also took the opportunity to widen the distance between them. Beneath his sunglasses, his brow furrowed deeply. Strange. I actually can't sense your spiritual pressure. He couldn't see his opponent, nor could he sense his spiritual pressure. He could only fight by using his hearing to perceive the opponent. Fortunately, he was long accustomed to the darkness and could cope just fine using only his hearing. No spiritual pressure, yet such a strong physique. From the exchange just now, Tozen Kanami had already probed him out. The opponent's strength was, without a doubt, far above his own. If he continued to fight in close combat, he would not gain an advantage. In that case, I will use Kido attacks to completely crush you. Heido number 73, Soren Sokatsui. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 97, The Nikken Kyoka Suijetsu. Heido number 73, Soren Sokatsui. Fushiguro Toji knew exactly what Tozen Kanami was planning. The moment the other man moved, Toji immediately took action, flashing in front of Tozen and swinging Yun viciously. He was blocked again by the ever-alert Tozen, who was sent flying by the immense force from Yun. But the Kido in Tozen's hand was already prepared. Two eerie blue fireballs, one after the other, shot toward Fushiguro Toji. Seeing this, Toji quickly aborted the attack he was preparing. He scraped past the two scorching Kido blasts, dodging just in time. Phew, that was close. Exhaling, a slight smile hung on Toji's face. Facing this kind of Kido attack for the second time, his evasive movements were clearly much more practiced. The Heavenly Pact didn't just give his body immense strength. It was a comprehensive enhancement of all his abilities. His five senses, his movement speed, his brain's reaction time, all were far beyond those of an ordinary person. He could react in time to these fatal attacks and successfully dodge them. Toji looked at the blind men in the distance, sighing inwardly. He knew it. This new job of his was not as easy as it looked. He had just arrived in Soul Society and was already in a life-or-death battle. He had really found himself a dangerous line of work. But, I'm a man who honors a contract. Take the money, eliminate the problem. At this thought, the expression on Fushiguro Toji's face instantly grew heavy. Kenma watched the two battles on the street ahead. Shursue and Ichimaru Jin were trading blows, evenly matched. Toji and Tozen Kanami, one with a powerful physique and a master of close combat, the other proficient in all four Shinigami arts, had also fallen into a temporary stalemate. Retracting his gaze, Kenma looked at Aizen opposite him. Aizen was just watching the show, as if it had nothing to do with him, his posture calm. Susuke, your two subordinates are tied up. What, you're still not making a move yourself? Kenma planted Muramasa into the ground and drew the greatsword from his waist. This greatsword was similar in length to a standard Asachi, but its blade was wide, a full 3 adult fingers across. The handguard was a fluffy mass. It clearly was no ordinary item. After gripping it, Kenma swung it to his side. Boom. A tremendous force was flung from the blade. The sword pressure erupted, directly blasting away a large swath of the brick street and solid walls behind him. Rubble flew, and dust filled the air, only to be blown away by the remnants of the sword pressure. With just a casual swing, everything behind him, buildings, walls, the ground, had vanished, leaving only an empty space. Kenma paid no attention to the destruction he had caused with a casual swing, instead looking at the greatsword in his hand. It feels pretty good. This sword was named the Soul-Releasing Sword. It was one of the 4 weapons Fushiguro Toji had brought from his previous world. Kenma's Zanpakutō was left at the Shihoin estate, so he had taken this sword as his weapon. A thread, visible only to him, extended from his back, all the way to his Zanpakutō, Kiritsugu, on his desk far away in the Shihoin estate. Even if Kenma didn't release his Zanpakutō, the thread connecting him to a once-linked object would not break. Borrowing this thread, Kenma drew over his Zanpakutō's ability. He softly chanted the Zanpakutō's release command. Cut them down, Kiritsugu. A cold light flowed over the wide blade, emitting a chilling aura. In the distance, Aizen also pulled his gaze away from the two battles below. He watched Kenma, whose spiritual pressure was now erupting, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Spiritual pressure level, only that of a vice captain. Not worth mentioning. It's just that the weapon in his hand doesn't look like a Zanpakutō. Back in the academy, Aizen had seen the senior sword release. The external manifestation was merely a white glow on the blade. The Shurikai ability was just to make the blade sharper. If he wasn't hiding anything, it was utterly insignificant. A smile hung on the corner of Aizen's mouth. It seems this weapon is a divine treasure he took from the Shihoin family. But even with a Shihoin divine treasure, the gap in power can't be bridged by such petty tricks. Coincidentally, my strength is a bit higher than that of ordinary Shinigami captains. Please rest assured, senior. This won't waste much of your time. As he spoke, Aizen drew the Zanpakutō from his waist, held it in one hand, and swung it casually at his side. As he swung, his entire figure had already vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Kenma's eyes narrowed slightly. But his expression showed no panic. He raised the sharp blade in his hand, bringing it up to his side. Clang! A crisp sound of impact rang out. On top of the greatsword, another blade had appeared, blocking it. And the person holding this blade was, of course, Aizen Susuke. No, it was Kenma who had blocked Aizen's attack. In that brief instant, Aizen had crossed such a long distance and appeared in front of Kenma. So fast. Kenma was inwardly astonished. Although he had always held a high estimation of Aizen from this period, the power Aizen was displaying still far exceeded his expectations. As expected of that old schemer Aizen. He's impressive. But I'm no pushover either. Ha! With a shout, Kenma put strength into his hands, flinging Aizen, blade and all, backward. Aizen flew back, landing gracefully on the ground. Sensing the enormous spiritual pressure coming from his opponent, Aizen's eyes widened slightly. His face showed no surprise, but rather a kind of as-expected sigh. Senior, you are despicable. To think you were hiding such massive spiritual pressure. To erupt to the level of a second-class Rei in an instant. How surprising. Although the spiritual pressure of the men before him couldn't compare to his, it had truly exceeded his expectations. According to his predictions, even if his senior was hiding something, his spiritual pressure should have been at the level of an ordinary captain at best. But the spiritual pressure he was displaying now, as far as Aizen knew, in the entire Siriiti, it was probably second to only a handful of people. And even then, it was still unknown if this was Kenma's full strength. Just as I thought, things are getting interesting. Sasuke, aren't you hiding yours as well? Kenma raised his hand, extended his finger, and pointed at Aizen Zanpakutō. You underestimated me before. And you underestimated my ability even more. Following Kenma's gesture, Aizen was about to look down when a crisp shattering sound suddenly rang out. Pack. The sound was quiet, but it made Aizen's expression grow even more surprised. On the blade of his Kyoka Suigetsu, at the exact point of impact, a nick had appeared. The nick wasn't large, but it was extremely deep, almost reaching the halfway point of the blade's width. My Zanpakutō, actually. No, the sword isn't what's important. Although the quality of Kyoka Suigetsu was superior, it was no different from an ordinary Zanpakutō. They all started as standard, mass-produced Asachi. What was important was his spiritual pressure. Supported by his own incomparably massive spiritual pressure, even if the opponent had a second-class Rei, it was impossible for them to chip his Zanpakutō to this extent so easily. It's the special ability of that sword. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 98, Black Coffin. Senior, that's really too much. To actually use a divine treasure like that against a cute junior like me, you're truly heartless. Hearing Aizen's words, feigning innocence, Kenma was simultaneously angry and amused. He said bluntly. Where do you get the nerve to say that to me? Your killing intent just now, your attack, it showed me no mercy. Aizen chuckled lightly. What are you saying, senior? If you died from just that level of attack, it would only prove that's all you amounted to. As he spoke, he nodded lightly at Kenma. Senior, it wasn't until today that I felt the title, Three Greats bestowed upon us three by the Shinigami is no longer so undeserved. First, there's Kachiki Koga, who could ruthlessly strike down the Central 46, the highest authority in Soul Society. And then, there is you, Shihoin Kenma-senpai, right in front of me. To think you hid yourself so perfectly, disguised yourself so completely. Whether it was during our time studying at the academy or in all the years of work since joining the Godei, I never saw through this cover of yours. If not for this chance encounter today, I might have remained in the dark. To do such a terrible thing, what a devious and sinister senior. This is truly interesting. Sasuke, are you secretly bad-mouthing me in your head? For some reason, Kenma looked at Aizen and got the feeling he was brimming with bad intentions. Aizen smiled. You must be joking, senior. I have great respect for you. That's not what you meant just now. Kenma sneered, directly voicing his thoughts. What do you mean, the Three Greats is undeserved? Does this mean that in your heart, you've always felt that being named alongside me and Koga was a shameful thing? How could that be? Aizen's voice paused. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Kenma. See? You're still lying. Aizen's expression froze. He immediately thought of what Kenma had said about his lying habit and realized he had just displayed that bad habit again. That won't do. I must pay more attention to this next time. Thinking of this, Aizen shook his head lightly. Senior, why must you say it so directly? If I said it out loud, wouldn't it be too damaging to your pride and Senior Kachiki Koga's? Sasuke, you really think that? Kenma's eye twitched. He was only just now discovering that Aizen had such a twisted sense of humor. How did I never notice before? Haha, senior, don't get hung up on such trivial matters. Otherwise, it will make you seem very petty, senior. Aizen chuckled twice, glossing over it ambiguously. He lifted Kyoka Suigetsu, looked at Kenma, and put on a troubled expression. As you can see, my sword is about to break. I can't fight at all. How about you just stand there obediently, senior, and let me cut off your head? In any case, with your strength, senior, you won't last long against me. Hearing this, Kenma frowned, his gaze toward Aizen turning somewhat strange. Sasuke, you should really change this strange personality of yours sometimes. Stand there and let him cut me. How thick-skinned do you have to be to say something like that? Kenma was certain Aizen was just using the twisted sense of humor to mess with him. He's just a little stronger than me, and he dares to spout such nonsense. It was truly infuriating. Also, don't talk so arrogantly. It just makes you look like you're all bark and no bite. I don't think so, senior. Aizen pushed up his glasses, a trace of amusement on his face. His gaze fell on Kenma, as if seeing right through him. Who exactly is all bark and no bite? Look, I've been this arrogant toward you so many times, senior, yet you haven't attacked me once. Isn't that strange? I know it. Senior, you are clearly so proud. After hearing my provocations, you were obviously very annoyed, but you've been suppressing this emotion, not letting it erupt. It seems you also know the gap in strength between us, senior. That's why you fear me, and why you haven't attacked. That is your true feeling, isn't it? At these words from Aizen, Kenma's eyes darkened. His brows furrowed unconsciously, forming a high ridge. He's right. Aizen was completely correct. He was wary of Aizen's strength, which is why he endured listening to him ramble on. Otherwise, how could he possibly listen to such an arrogant prick tease him so mockingly? His personality would have been to strike him down long ago, silencing him completely. But he couldn't win, could he? That's why he held back, cautiously taking a conservative stance to make it easier to defend. And at the same time, observe Aizen, looking for an opportunity to win. But after observing for so long, Kenma found that Aizen had no openings whatsoever. Seeing the difficulty on Kenma's face, Aizen chuckled, having seen through it all. He sheathed his Zanpakutō, Kyoka Suigetsu, raised his arm, and pointed his index finger to the sky. I see. In that case, I won't use my Zanpakutō. I will only use Kido to attack you, senior. So, the question is, will you wait for me to finish the full incantation, senior? Sasuke, what crap are you spouting? Kenma immediately used Shuinpa. His figure flashed, vanishing from the spot and dashing into the distance. Aizen also used Shuinpa, instantly following him. Swoosh. A sound like tearing air exploded, and Aizen's figure was already blocking Kenma's path. The smile on his gentle face lessened, and a trace of pity appeared in his expression. How regrettable. It seems I won't get my wish. In that case. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Aizen's spiritual pressure was cold and decisive. His gentle, deep voice fell crisply. Sensing that surging spiritual pressure, Kenma's expression couldn't help but darken. A high-level Heido number 90, cast without an incantation at this point in time. Aizen Sasuke is a monster. From all sides, front, back, left, and right, walls of black reishi rose. In the blink of an eye, they shot up dozens of meters and began to rapidly seal at the top. As the four walls of the black coffin formed, the light from the outside diminished rapidly. The pressure inside the still-forming black coffin surged. Seeing this, Kenma immediately used Shuinpa to land on the ground, clenching his right fist tightly. In front of the massive Kido coffin, a trace of anticipation flickered in Aizen's expression. Senior, show me, how exactly will you break through my Kido? The first to sense a Kido of this magnitude were the two groups fighting nearby. Shursue and Toji, Tozen Kanami and Ichimaru Jin. The moment the black coffin was released, the four of them felt that majestic, surging spiritual pressure spread out. Seeing it about to engulf them, all four of their expressions changed. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 and.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 99, The Power of the Tremor. Seeing this tyrannical spiritual pressure about to engulf them, all four's expressions changed. They immediately stopped fighting, separated from each other, and repeatedly used Shuinpa to gain distance, landing on the sidelines. My lord. Seeing Kenma actually hit directly by the enemy's Kido, Shursue's expression changed drastically. His blood-stained face was filled with anxiety and worry. He wanted to get closer but was stopped by Fushiguro Toji's one remaining intact arm. Going over now will only get you caught in it. Trust the boss. He's not someone who will be finished off just like this. The two worried, but there was nothing they could do. They could only stay where they were and watch as the black coffin rapidly formed, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. On the other side of the black coffin, Ichimaru Jin's clothes were soaked in blood. His face was pale and weak. He staggered upright, forcing himself to endure the pain from his wounds. Looking at the giant black coffin, his dangerous smile faltered, and his expression grew dazed for a moment, but it quickly returned to his original serpent-like smile. Vice Captain Aizen actually used such a high-level Kido. He really shows no mercy. Even though the enemy is a senior from the old academy. Tozen Kanami's condition was also bad. One of his arms was twisted like a pretzel, and a section of his chest was caved in. After stopping the fight, blood wouldn't stop overflowing from his mouth. He turned his ear toward the black coffin, and the pain on his face eased, replaced by deep emotion. Lord Aizen's Kido has improved again, to actually reach this level. As the last gap sealed shut, the entire black coffin took form. On the empty, damaged street, a jet black coffin tens of meters high stood out, its surface bristling with over 10 cross-like spikes. There was no Kido barrier to hide it, so such a striking and massive sight was exceptionally eye-catching in the Siri-idi. But the very moment the black coffin formed, a sound like shattering glass came from within. Cracks suddenly appeared on the coffin's four walls, spreading with extreme speed. These cracks even extended to the space outside the coffin. In the blink of an eye, they became a dense web, revealing the dark scenery of the spatial rifts within. "This is, my lord." Shursue was both shocked and overjoyed. Toji also couldn't help but sigh in relief. It seems the boss is really fine. On the other side, Ichimaru Jin and Tozen Kanami's expressions changed upon seeing this. He can actually break Vice Captain Aizen's Kido. As expected of an enemy Lord Aizen must deal with. In front of the coffin, Aizen's eyes widened slightly, a trace of surprise on his face. Reflected in his glasses was the shattering black coffin wall and, punching out from the destruction, a fist enveloped in a white sphere. The cracks on the black coffin, and even the spatial rift spreading in all directions, all originated from this single fist. As Aizen watched in surprise, that fist clenched and smashed toward the side of the black coffin's wall. Ka. Kaka. Shattering sounds rang out. The entire black coffin, under the fist's immense power, exploded, turning into black, glass-like fragments that fell from the sky. The spatial rifts on all sides, under this fist's power, also shattered completely, revealing the black, chaotic space within. The ground was struck by the fist's aftershock. Nearby buildings collapsed. The flat ground vibrated non-stop, caving in with the tremors, letting out a deafening roar. Rumble. Amidst the rain of black coffin fragments, Kenma stood on the ground, one hand holding his sword, the other held as a fist at his side, the fist enveloped in a white sphere. This fist that shattered the black coffin was Kenma's. Kenma's eyes were icy, betraying no emotion, as he looked at Aizen, who was protected by a Kido barrier. "Aizen, it seems your black coffin is nothing special. Senior, to think you were still hiding such an ability. This is too much." Beyond his surprise, Aizen's gentle face suddenly showed an extremely strange smile. A Kido cast without its incantation, having 1/3 of its original power is already considered good. Although he hadn't used his full spiritual pressure, to have it shattered so easily was still somewhat beyond his expectations. Aizen thought Kenma would break it, but not this easily. One punch. Just one punch. One punch not only broke his black coffin, but the aftershock also shattered the surrounding space. I really didn't misjudge him. Aizen's smile now seemed to be one of genuine joy, yet it also held a trace of madness. Such a smile on his face was extremely strange, yet it felt grounded and real. Kenma took a punching stance. He clenched his fist, and the white sphere on it lit up again. Not far away, Shursue watched this, his eyes bright, his tense expression finally relaxing. "My lord is really fine. It's the earthquake power of the tremor fruit." Shursue saw at a glance what the ability on Kenma's hand was. It was just beyond his imagination. The tremor fruit in Whitebeard's hands could shatter the atmosphere, but in Kenma's hands, it could destroy the enemy's attack and the reishi space it was in, all at once. Its destructive power was clear. Toji steadied himself. Hearing Shursue's words, he looked around. All he could see was endless destruction. The collapsed buildings stretched as far as the eye could see. The ground was in ruins, filled with rubble and broken walls. Compared to the neat rows of buildings from before, the difference was too great. It seemed desolate. The power of one punch had this much destructive force. Such power, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it that of a true god. While Toji was shocked, he heard Shursue and looked confused. Tremor fruit. Yeah, Whitebeard's ability. I'll introduce you to him later, Shursue said, his face full of joy. Tozen Kanami, in the midst of this tremor, also quickly used Kido to protect himself and Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin coughed twice, bracing himself on the ground during the quake. He looked up at the total destruction. Ichimaru Jin's squinting eyes, after seeing this, looked like they might open at any second. Just the aftershock of the battle can cause this much destruction. Then, what kind of power would a direct hit from that fist have? He immediately looked at Aizen, standing tall in the distance. From afar, he still had that same smile on his face. Then, just how strong is Aizen, who forced him to throw that punch? Tozen Kanami stood up, his blind eyes looking around, his face also filled with shock. Such massive destruction. The Siri-Iti's finances are going to be tight again. Hearing this, Ichimaru Jin snapped out of his shock. You still have the luxury to worry about that. The opponent's next attack is about to fall. With Ichimaru Jin's reminder, Tozen Kanami immediately looked over. Not good. If it happens again, he wasn't sure if the Siri-Iti would be destroyed, but if they were hit by the shockwave in their injured state, it was unlikely they'd have a good end. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. World-shaking destructive power, Shursue snapped out of his initial joy. His expression tightened, then relaxed again. Beside him, Toji's muscles tensed, ready to dodge at any moment. Shursue reassured him, "Don't worry, my lord knows his limits." "I hope so." After a brief charge, Kenma had accumulated immense power, waiting only to unleash it. Just as he was about to swing his fist, Aizen laughed. "Senior, I advise you to hold off on that attack. You've sensed it too, haven't you? A mass of spiritual pressure, like the sun, has already arrived nearby." Kenma's descending arm gradually stopped, and the white sphere on his fist dissipated. Aizen was right. In his perception, a spiritual pressure so vast it was almost terrifying, so hot it was like a purgatory, had just violently and unscrupulously inserted itself into the vicinity like a sharp blade, announcing its enormous presence. In this Siriidii, there was only one person who could make him feel this way. The captain commander of the Godii 13, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. This old man, his timing is impeccable. Kenma had expected Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's arrival. The spiritual pressure erupting from the fight with Kachiki Koga and the confrontation with Aizen, it was impossible it wouldn't attract the attention of other Shinigami. Considering the time, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni had actually been slow to get here from the first division. Kenma looked at Aizen, raising an eyebrow slightly. "It looks like we're about to be discovered by the captain commander." "It's you who will be discovered, senior." "I will not." Aizen's expression didn't change, his voice still soft. Kenma looked like he understood. "It's your Kyoka Suigetsu, isn't it? Don't you already know my Zanpakutō's ability, senior?" Aizen said with a smile. At this moment, Shursue and Toji's figures flashed and appeared behind Kenma. Muramasa was still tucked into Shursue's waist, its hilt and handguard concealed by his robes. Tozen Kanami and Ichimaru Jin also appeared beside Aizen via Shuinpa. "Lord Kenma, an immense spiritual pressure is approaching. Should we retreat, Lord Aizen?" Looking at Shursue's blood-streaked face, Kenma frowned and shook his head. "No need. We'll wait for him right here." After speaking, he looked at Aizen. Seeing Aizen hadn't left, he asked, "Sasuke, you're not running?" "You haven't left, senior." "How could I, a junior, leave first?" "That would be too rude," Aizen said. In truth, he also wanted to leave, he didn't want to expose himself so early in front of all the Shinigami. Even with Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis, the spiritual pressure residue he'd left from his recent moves was still present. It was impossible to clear it in a short time. It was better to stay here, wait for the Shinigami to find them, and monitor the scene to prevent any unexpected situations from developing. Kenma tucked the soul-releasing sword into his waist, concealing it, and sneered at Aizen. "I never knew you were someone who understood etiquette. You flatter me, senior." While the two were talking, the distant spiritual pressure drew closer. In almost the blink of an eye, that spiritual pressure descended upon the area. Thud. A heavy sound. Right in front of Kenma and Aizen, an old man had appeared. The old man wore a Shinigami uniform, covered by a white haori with a purple lining. His face was ancient, his head bald, revealing a shaped scar on his head. His eyebrows and beard were pure white, his beard long enough to hang to his abdomen, tied with a purple ribbon. His entire being was wreathed in a steady, heavy aura. Kenma looked at this person, his eyes narrowing slightly. Merely looking at him was like staring into a raging inferno. The thick spiritual pressure filling the air gave him a slight sensation of his skin burning. It was, unmistakably, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. However, this peerless powerhouse, who had suppressed Soul Society for 1,000 years, was not carrying his oldest and strongest fire-type Zanpakutō. He had come empty-handed. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni first looked at the surrounding environment, which had been reduced to ruins. His squinted eyes slowly opened, revealing ancient pupils that held a subdued glow. He then looked at the 6 living people in this place. His gaze swept over the battered forms of Shursue, Jin, Toji, and Tozen, finally landing on Kenma and Aizen, who were unharmed. What exactly happened here? All of you will speak. One by one, and in full. No concealment will be tolerated. Seeing that the old man hadn't brought his Zanpakutō, Kenma's mind stirred. He immediately guessed the original purpose of his visit. He must have sensed the spiritual pressure Kachiki Koga erupted with earlier and hurried over. Not bringing his Zanpakutō was a precaution against Kachiki Koga's Muramasa ability. Kenma glanced at Aizen out of the corner of his eye. Aizen's eyes were hidden by his glasses, but Kenma had a feeling he was also looking at him. "Captain Commander." Kenma's voice paused. Just as he was about to continue, Aizen's gentle voice cut in. As you can see, Captain Commander, a battle took place here. If you sense the spiritual pressure residue, you'll know that the spiritual pressure of the Kuchiki family's son-in-law, Kuchiki Koga, is among them. We encountered that Kuchiki Koga here. At this, Aizen's voice stopped. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni nodded lightly, having already deduced the gist of what had just happened. I see. Kuchiki Koga's spiritual pressure residue is indeed nearby, but there's more of these people's spiritual pressure. One doesn't need to think to know what happened. These 6 must have encountered Kuchiki Koga, who then activated Muramesa's ability, inciting a conflict between them and their Zanpakutō. A great battle erupted between Shinigami and their Zanpakutō. That's why this place has such chaotic spiritual pressure traces. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni asked again, this is near the Saijoto Kairin. It is strictly forbidden for ordinary people to enter. Why are you all here? Kenma said, I received a message from the Onmitsukido, informing me that Kuchiki Koga had escaped the 6th Division prison and was heading this way. I was worried Kuchiki Koga would make a terrible mistake, so I hurried here, hoping to stop him. But the result? Aizen continued, I also sensed the spiritual pressure and followed. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni nodded and asked his third question. Kuchiki Koga. Which direction did he go? That way. Kenma and Aizen simultaneously pointed in the opposite direction from where Kuchiki Koga had actually gone. Before their voices had even faded, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's figure had vanished. Along with him, that suffocating, immense spiritual pressure was also gone. Just after Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni left, Kuchiki Jinryai appeared, carrying a wooden box. I am grateful for your concern for Koga. Thank you. After appearing, Kuchiki Jinryai nodded lightly to the group, then used Shuinpa to chase after Yamamoto's spiritual pressure. Watching the two of them leave, one after the other, Kenma sighed inwardly. Kuchiki Koga is in trouble. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Aizen's True Emotions. Unexpectedly, this live-in son-in-law who clings to power actually has some skill, to be able to escape from Vice Captain Aizen. Especially that strange fist of his, able to shatter a high-level Kido like Black Coffin. It's really surprising. On the streets of the Siri-Idi, Aizen walked in front, followed by Tozen Kanami and Ichimaru Jin. The 3 were walking toward the 4th Division. Hearing Ichimaru Jin's comment from behind, Aizen recalled the probing battle that had just erupted. Whether it was the weapon that chipped his Zanpakutō, the bizarre move that shattered his Kido, or the vast spiritual pressure that had erupted during the battle. All of it left Aizen with a sense of surprise that would not fade. I must admit, I underestimated him before. I never thought this senior of mine was hiding so much power, and such strange abilities. Truly intriguing. A smile appeared on Aizen's face, his interest growing. He believed that the power his senior had just displayed was definitely not his limit. Deeper down, he was surely hiding many more techniques and abilities. This is truly something one can't help but want to peek at. After the 3 left the destroyed area, Aizen seemed to just remember his 2 companions' injuries, asking with warm concern. Kanami, Jin, are you all right? We'll be at the 4th Division soon. Please bear with it for now. Tozen Kanami looked at his arm, which felt numb, and shook his head. It's a light injury, not life-threatening. I've already used healing Kido to temporarily stop the bleeding and numb the pain, but I won't be able to use my full strength until it recovers. I fear it will delay your plans, Lord Aizen. Ichimaru Jin spat out a mouthful of dark blood, staining his lips red. My deepest apologies, Vice Captain Aizen. We failed to defeat the enemy, and were even injured like this. We have truly failed to live up to your expectations, Vice Captain Aizen. Aizen retracted his gaze, his face still holding that gentle smile. It's fine, Kanami, Jin. You've already done very well to get this far. No need to blame yourselves. Did I not also fail to defeat my opponent? Hearing this, Tozen Kanami frowned deeply. But Lord Aizen, are we really letting them go? Since they possess such power and have hidden it so deeply, they must be planning something significant. Why not take action now and eradicate them, to prevent them from obstructing our future actions? Aizen's gaze under his glasses slanted, glancing at Tozen Kanami beside him. Kanami, are you questioning my decision? The gentle expression on his face did not change. His voice was as warm as ever, a sound that seemed to melt one's bones. But it made Tozen Kanami instantly lose his composure, and a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Your subordinate wouldn't dare. I overstepped. Please punish me, Lord Aizen. Kanami, no need to be so tense. I didn't mean to reprimand you. Aizen shook his head lightly, and the expression on Tozen Kanami's face immediately relaxed. Seeing this, Ichimaru Jin, at his side, spoke up. Then, killing them would be a simple matter for you, Vice Captain Aizen. Why did you leave them? Because this is very interesting. When Aizen said this, the smile on his face was very different from his usual disguise. It was both malicious and full of mockery. Then, it returned to normal. He has hidden himself so deeply. Aren't you curious about his purpose? Now that he has been exposed to us, it's better to let him make his move. Let's see what he plans to do, and why. If he truly impacts our plan, he is just dust to be wiped away. It won't take much effort. Hearing these words from Aizen, Ichimaru Jin was suddenly stunned. For some reason, he had actually detected a trace of extremely real emotion in those words. Joy. Although it was only a trace of emotion, and it vanished in an instant. Ichimaru Jin had a faint feeling. This emotion, which appeared and vanished in a moment, held no falsehood at all. After sensing this true emotion from Aizen, Ichimaru Jin's first reaction was disbelief. He had been by this unfathomable Shinigami side for some time, but he had never seen a single speck of true feeling from Aizen. All he sensed was a false, hazy, Kyoka Suigetsu. And now, he was actually seeing someone like Aizen having a genuine reaction. Afterward, a deep question arose in Ichimaru Jin's heart. Why? Why would Aizen feel joy over this? If I can analyze the reason for Aizen's joy. If I can use this to analyze all of Aizen's emotions, then will I be able to successfully get my revenge? The moment this thought emerged, Ichimaru Jin immediately buried it in the deepest part of his heart. On his venomous face, his squinted eyes curved even more, and the corners of his mouth hooked high, his smile deeper than ever. Vice Captain Aizen, you really have a twisted sense of humor. It's nothing, Jin. Just think of it as a little fun to pass the time after a meal. His voice paused, and Aizen added, besides that, the situation at the time didn't allow me to make a move. Captain Commander Yamamoto had already marked him and me. If I had attacked, I'm afraid it would have aroused our Captain Commander's suspicion. That would be even more detrimental to our future plans. I understand, Vice Captain Aizen, Ichimaru Jin said softly. It seems, this Captain Commander Yamamoto, hailed as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, is truly no simple character. To think he suppressed both his own unfathomable Vice Captain Aizen and the deeply hidden live-in son-in-law of the Shihoin family, pinning them down so they couldn't act rashly. They didn't even dare to cause too much of a scene, only able to operate in the shadows, terrified of bringing things into the light and attracting his attention and vigilance. He's like a guardian king of hell. What a terrifying old man. Tozen Kanemi recalled the anomaly he had discovered on his enemy during the battle. He frowned and said, Lord Aizen, there is one more thing. That man I fought, there was something special about him. I noticed that as well. Aizen pushed up his glasses, the lenses glinting white. Fushiguro Toji's image flashed through his mind, and Aizen's brow furrowed slightly. He is indeed very strange. He clearly has no spiritual pressure in his body, yet he possesses superhuman physical abilities. His strength, speed, and reaction time, all far exceed those of an ordinary Shinigami. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine such an individual case actually exists. Perhaps, this is also a direction for evolution. Tozen Kanemi nodded. I will pay more attention to this person in the future. During the battle, he had tried several times to release his Zanpakutō, but the opponent had sensed it, stopping him in advance with astonishing speed and skilled combat experience. Otherwise, he would not have been injured so badly. On the other side, Kenma, leading Shisui, and Toji, also rapidly fled the area that had been turned to ruins. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 102, Hikifun Kiryu. Shisui, are you alright? Seeing Shisui's face covered in blood, Kenma looked concerned. Shisui shook his head, his state much better than during the battle just now. Thank you for your concern, my lord. They are just minor injuries and didn't harm any internal organs. I've already used healing Kido to temporarily stop the bleeding. His research into healing Kido wasn't deep, he only knew small tricks like stopping bleeding and pain. He couldn't make the wounds heal. As long as you're okay. Kenma's expression relaxed considerably. Seeing Shisui was fine, Kenma looked to his side. Toji's current appearance was even more miserable, he only had one intact arm left. Toji, your arm was completely cut off by Tozen Kanemi. Yeah, that blind man is pretty skilled. He's got a few tricks. Toji clutched his shoulder, his face pale and covered in cold sweat. The wound looked burned, charred black, and faintly emitted a nauseating smell of cooked meat. Such a massive wound, and with the opponent's Kido spiritual pressure still lingering on it. Shisui's meager skill in healing Kido was completely useless. Your opponent was indeed not weak. Kenma sighed. Tozen Kanemi, no matter how you look at it, is a future captain-level powerhouse. And having been trained under Aizen for so long, his methods were naturally impressive. Even if the current Tozen Kanami wasn't as mature as he was at the start of the story, he couldn't be underestimated. For Toji to be able to fight Tozen Kanami to this extent just after arriving in Soul Society, it showed his strength. Speaking of his opponent, Fushiguro Toji revealed a cold smile. That blind man burned off my arm, so I twisted his arm like a pretzel and shattered his chest. When you do the math, I came out ahead. After speaking, Toji looked at Kenma, his expression that of a penny-pinching snob. Boss, I paid an entire arm for this mission. Don't forget to give me a bonus when we get back. Don't worry, you'll get everything. I won't shortchange you, Kenma reassured him. After all, Toji had ended up this way because of his orders, doing his bidding. This compensation was deserved. Next, I'll take you to the 12th Division and have Mayuri Kuratsuchi fix you a new arm. Kenma glanced at his location, mentally estimating the distance. Toji, endure it for a little longer. At our current speed, we'll reach the 12th Division in 10 odd minutes at most. I'll notify Mayuri Kuratsuchi first, so he can use this time to prepare for the surgery. As his voice fell, Kenma used the thread connection to communicate with Mayuri Kuratsuchi's mind. Perhaps the sudden contact interrupted Mayuri Kuratsuchi's work, his mood was very bad. After receiving Kenma's notice, he first cursed and complained for a while before finally agreeing. Ending the call, Kenma nodded lightly to Toji. Go straight into surgery when we get there. With Mayuri Kuratsuchi's skills, you should be healed quickly. Hearing the name Mayuri Kuratsuchi, Fushiguro Toji's face seemed to turn even paler. So that two-faced guy's full name is Mayuri Kuratsuchi. I'll remember him. I can't believe I just left his place, and now I'm going right back. Seeing Toji gritting his teeth, Kenma asked curiously, what, you have a bad impression of him? Or, did he do something excessive to you while treating you before? Fushiguro Toji's expression darkened, looking miserable. He admitted that Mayuri Kuratsuchi did have some skill, to be able to take his body, which Gojo Satoru had beaten to half a piece, and restore it to normal in just one night. But he also had to say, that bastard Mayuri Kuratsuchi was an inhuman bastard. An ordinary person simply couldn't imagine the torture he went through during the treatment. Although he was given strong anesthesia and couldn't feel pain, his consciousness was clear. He could only lie on the operating table and watch, wide-eyed, as Mayuri Kuratsuchi treated him like a toy, playing with him at will. Kenma took one look at Toji's face and understood without asking. Mayuri Kuratsuchi must have done something again. He sighed and said softly, that's Mayuri Kuratsuchi's only hobby. At worst, after he heals your arm, you can beat him up again to vent. In any case, Mayuri Kuratsuchi had performed a series of modification surgeries on his own body, he was tough to kill. Even if Toji blasted him to smithereens, he probably wouldn't die. Fushiguro Toji snorted coldly, his expression slightly savage. That's exactly what I was thinking. After traveling for a while, the 12th Division barracks came into view. Just as they landed, they saw a pushcart at the entrance, with two people standing beside it. One was an unremarkable-looking boy with short black hair, holding the cart's handle. The other person, when Kenma saw her, his brow furrowed. It's actually her. This person had peach-colored curly hair draped over her shoulders. She had bright eyes, white teeth, a graceful temperament, a charming figure, and was generously endowed. More importantly, this person was wearing a captain's haori over her Shinigami uniform. It was the current captain of the 12th Division, Hikifune Kiryu. Upon seeing Kenma, the 12th Division captain immediately waved. Little Kenma, little Shursue, over here. A captain, standing at the entrance waiting for him. Kenma was puzzled, but he quickly went forward, bringing Shursue and Toji over. Captain Hikifune, why are you here? That guy Mayuri Kuratsuchi is in the lab preparing for surgery, so I'm waiting here for you in his place. When Hikifune Kiryu saw the injured Shursue and Toji with his severed arm, her expression was one of great shock. What did you two get into? How did you get hurt so badly? Quick, get on. I'll push you to the lab right now. As she spoke, Hikifune Kiryu patted the pushcart, signaling for the two to get on. Kenma glanced at Shursue and Toji beside him. Toji shook his head at Hikifune Kiryu. No need. It's not like I can't walk. As his voice fell, his figure vanished from the spot. Hikifune Kiryu looked at the barracks. The main gate was already open, Fushiguro Toji had clearly gone inside. Toji had just been here, so he remembered the route clearly and familiarly made his way to Mayuri Kuratsuchi's personal laboratory. What an impatient young man. It's understandable, given how badly he's injured. Hikifune Kiryu sighed, holding her cheek, then looked at Shursue, patted the cart, and urged, Shursue, you hurry up and get on. I'm really not badly hurt. Shursue scratched his face. Just as he was about to refuse, Hikifune Kiryu pushed him onto the cart, and the boy pushed him inside. Hikifune Kiryu then looked at Kenma, her face brimming with a warm smile. Little Kenma, those two will be patched up soon. You come in for some tea and wait for them. Then, I'll take you up on that. Kenma followed Hikifune Kiryu into the 12th Division's reception room. He watched her push over a large cart piled high with snacks, his expression showing a bit of astonishment. This is Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 103, Jiken Technology. These are pastries I just made. Little Kenma, you should try one. At Hikifune Kiryu's strong recommendation, Kenma picked one up, put it in his mouth, and his eyes immediately lit up. Delicious. Besides their excellent taste and texture, the most important thing about these foods Hikifune Kiryu made was that after eating them, Kenma felt his recently consumed spiritual pressure instantly replenish, and his spirits recovered significantly. Seeing the fatigue vanish from Kenma's face, Hikifune Kiryu straightened her back, a proud smile on her face. I'm glad you like them. These are all pastries I made by hand, and they're infused with a new technology. Eating them can eliminate exhaustion and restore one's energy. New technology. Kenma's heart stirred. He immediately understood. He remembered that in the original story, Hikifune Kiryu was the one who invented the temporary soul technology, that is, the Jikanmaru, which was why she was promoted to the 0 Division. Later, Ichigo and the others were also treated to a feast by Hikifune Kiryu. After eating that food, which contained the essence of Jiken, their spiritual pressure rose to a whole new dimension. So this technology has already been created at this point in time. Kenma assessed himself. After eating the pastries, although his spiritual pressure recovered quickly, there wasn't much of an increase. It seems this technology is still far from the level of excellence it reached during the 1,000-year Blood War. Hikifune Kiryu's face showed sincere gratitude. Little Kenma, I've been wanting to treat you properly to express my thanks. A few days ago, you came to the 12th Division looking for Kisuke and the others. By the time I heard the news and came over, you had already left. I was so disappointed. Kenma was puzzled. He asked curiously, thanks. I don't recall helping you, Captain Hikifune. Hikifune Kiryu waved her hand, smiling. Not at all. Kisuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi, whom you introduced, are both exceptional talents. My technology was able to achieve a breakthrough so quickly largely thanks to those two you recommended. They helped me a great deal. That's why I wanted to properly thank you, my great benefactor, and express my gratitude in person. Hearing this, Kenma was surprised. He hadn't expected to have inadvertently done such a good deed. In that case, Hikifune Kiryu's promotion to the 0 Division must be coming soon. It's good that they could help you, Captain Hikifune. Even without them, I'm sure you would have completed it soon with your abilities. Haha, regardless, little Kenma, you are my benefactor. If you need anything in the future, just come find me at the 12th Division. As Hikifune Kiryu was speaking, there was a knock on the door. Shursue and Toji walked in. The injuries on their bodies were already healed, restored to their original, complete state. They even had time to shower and change into new clothes, their hair was still damp. Looks like your treatment went well. Kenma looked at the two and nodded in satisfaction. Shursue said with a relaxed expression, yes, my injuries are completely healed. I'd have no problem jumping into a fight this very second. In contrast to Shursue's liveliness, Toji's expression was hard to describe, as if he had just swallowed a fly. His face was full of disgust. Next time, don't make me suffer like that. Or get me a different doctor. Seeing this, Hikifune Kiryu chuckled. It seems Mayuri Kuratsuchi really put you through the ringer. He's just like that, please don't take it to heart. I'm not taking it to heart. Toji revealed an expression of satisfaction. The treatment was a bit uncomfortable, but venting a bit after it was over was pretty relaxing. Hearing Toji say this, Hikifune Kiryu, who understood Mayuri Kuratsuchi somewhat, immediately knew what had happened. Mayuri Kuratsuchi must have messed around on the operating table, and then got beaten up severely afterward. But that guy, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, is tough as nails. A beating is nothing to him. Since you're all healed, I'll go get some more food to replenish your spirits. Saying this, Hikifune Kiryu started to walk out. There's no need to trouble yourself, Captain Hikifune. Since their bodies are healed, we should be going. Kenma stood up and walked toward the door. After all, coming here so abruptly was already rude. We won't disturb your work any further, Captain Hikifune. Little Kenma, you don't have to be a stranger. You can come here anytime you want. Hikifune Kiryu tried to persuade him a bit more. Seeing Kenma was really leaving, she immediately rushed off into the barracks. Little Kenma, if you're leaving, remember to take these with you. When the three of them left the 12th Division, Shursue and Toji were each pushing a cart piled mountain high with pastries and snacks. These were all handmade by Hikifune Kiryu, who insisted that Kenma take them back to enjoy. Kenma looked back. Hikifune Kiryu was standing at the 12th Division gate, waving at them. Little Kenma, remember to visit the 12th Division often when you're free. You're always welcome here. Hearing Hikifune Kiryu's words, Kenma couldn't help but smile to himself. It might be excessive to say it, but in the future, it'll probably be hard for the 12th Division not to welcome him. After Hikifune Kiryu is promoted, Urahara Kasuke will be the next 12th Division captain. That's basically set in stone. And after him, it's Mayuri Kuratsuchi. At that point, the 12th Division will be no different from his private property. When Kenma's group returned to the Shihoin estate pushing 2 large carts of snacks, Yoruchi looked at the room piled high with food, her expression one of utter disbelief. She turned her head to look at her husband, her golden eyes narrowing slightly. Mr. Serious, you didn't go and rob a candy store, did you? Kenma reached out and tapped Yoruchi lightly on the head. Yoruchi, you should get your head checked. Looking at Yoruchi clutching her head, Kenma chuckled inwardly and said, on the way back, I stopped by the 12th Division and ran into Captain Hikifune Kiryu. Kenma explained what happened at the 12th Division with Hikifune Kiryu. After Yoruchi finished listening, she tilted her head, a smile on her face. So, Kasuke and that Mayuri Kuratsuchi guy are doing well in the 12th Division. Seeing Yoruchi like this, Kenma's brow furrowed, and a trace of annoyance welled up in him for some reason. He immediately reached out and tapped her on the head again. Yoruchi, where's my apology? Hee, sorry. It was just a joke. Yoruchi giggled, her eyes gleaming as she looked at the pile of snacks. Since you brought back so much food, I'll go get Yashiro. When Yashiro saw Kenma, he still had his usual timid look, but after seeing the pile of pastries, his expression immediately changed. The brother and sister sat down together and began frantically stuffing their faces, their cheeks puffed out like hamsters. They only stopped after eating a third of it, when they couldn't take another bite and collapsed on the tatami mats, their stomachs bulging like balls. Looking at the siblings, who looked as if they were cast from the same mold, Kenma sighed. It's one thing for Yoruchi to be so wild, but her little brother Yashiro, after spending so much time with her, is starting to copy her. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 104, The Death of Kenpachi. What should we do with the rest of these? Yoruchi and Yashiro, together, had eaten about a third of it. Looking at the remaining pile of snacks, Kenma was troubled. He was starting to suspect that Hikifune Kiryu had accidentally made too many and just dumped them all on him. Burp. Give them away. We can't eat this much, and it's a waste to let them spoil, Yoruchi said, burping. Kenma nodded. That works. Just then, a messenger from the inner court squad suddenly arrived at the Shihoin estate, kneeling on one knee before Yoruchi and Kenma. Captain, 3rd Seat Kenma, a Class 1 emergency order from the Captain Commander. Notify all of Siriidii to be on high alert. All captains are to report to the 1st Division barracks for a captain's meeting. A Class 1 order. And the entire Siriidii on high alert. Kenma knew without thinking that it was definitely because of Kuchiki Koga. After all, slaughtering the entire Central 46. Causing such a huge commotion, the Siriidii was bound to react. In fact, for the high alert order to only come now, the reaction speed was far too slow. In that short time, Yoruchi had already digested the food. She stood up, glanced at Kenma, and asked the inner court squad member, what happened? Reporting, Captain. The sages of the Central 46, the entire main family of the Tsuneyashiro family, and the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi, have all been killed by Kuchiki Koga. What? Yoruchi's eyes flew wide, her expression filled with disbelief. After reacting, her stunned golden eyes immediately fell on her husband. Kenma, what is going on? Didn't you take a divine treasure to stop him? Don't tell me you failed. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Yoruchi had been kept in the dark about some details by Kenma from the beginning, so she didn't have a clear understanding. She had just seen Kenma's relaxed expression when he returned and thought he had successfully stopped Kuchiki Koga. Her heart hadn't even been at ease for long, and now she was hearing from the inner court squad that such a huge mess had occurred in the Siriidii. I'm fine. Kenma waved his hand, dismissing the inner court squad member and the servants in the room. After a servant carried Yashiro away, only he and Yoruchi remained in the room. Yoruchi, by the time I got there, I was already a step too late. I couldn't stop him. I even got mixed up in it and had to fight someone else. You probably sense the spiritual pressure that erupted at that time. After the big fight, Shisui was heavily injured, and Toji had an arm cut off. Why else do you think I just came back from the 12th Division? It was to get them repaired. Yoruchi, gradually calming down, heard Kenma's words and couldn't help but nod in agreement. She had clearly sensed that intense and chaotic spiritual pressure earlier. It was indeed the kind of chaos that only comes from a major battle. She thought a conflict had broken out while stopping Kachiki Koga, but she didn't expect the situation to be this severe. They even had to go to the 12th Division to ask Urahara Kisuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi for help. Yoruichi scanned Kenma from head to toe. Seeing he was truly unharmed, she sighed in relief. But at the same time, she had a faint feeling in her heart that her husband was definitely hiding something from her. But at a critical time like this, as long as he was okay, that was all that mattered. I just didn't expect that guy Kachiki Koga to be so bold, to actually dare to kill the Central 46 and the Tsuneyashiro family. And on top of that, he's so strong, he even killed Kenpachi. Yoruichi muttered. Kenma retorted, why? Whether it's the Central 46 or the Tsuneyashiro family, do they not deserve to be killed? Seeing Kenma's sharp-edged, murderous look, Yoruichi's heart stirred. Suddenly, in a flash of insight, she felt she understood her husband's true colors, deep in his soul. This husband of hers, always so serious and earnest, was absolutely not a stable or honest person at heart. Quite the opposite. Just like Kachiki Koga, who was currently wreaking havoc in the Serie, he was the type who couldn't stand being idle. Although it wasn't the first time she'd said her father had misjudged, this time, she could say it with conviction. Father, you really were wrong about him. Killing the Tsuneyashiro family is one thing, that whole family is no good, but he shouldn't have touched the Central 46. Those old guys may be corrupt and rigid, but to some extent, they maintain the order of Soul Society and the balance of the three realms. Once the Central 46, the seat of power, is in turmoil, the entire Serie will undergo a massive change. It will definitely become even more chaotic than it is now. Kenma shook his head at Yoruichi's words, refuting her. Yoruichi, you're wrong. Even if the entire Central 46 is wiped out, the Serie and Soul Society will not fall into chaos. Don't forget, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigokuni is still here. Yamamoto Shigokuni, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, is Soul Society's strongest pillar, the Wisdom King who suppresses countless demons and monsters. As long as this great Buddha is present, Soul Society cannot fall into chaos, and no one would dare to rebel. That is true. Yoruichi subconsciously nodded, agreeing with Kenma. This Captain Commander had presided for 1,000 years, he was already a symbol for many Shinigami and nobles. Then, Yoruichi snapped back. I can't talk to you anymore. I have a captain's meeting. I'm leaving. Kenma, it's so dangerous right now. Don't go running around. Just stay home. Before her voice had even faded, Yoruichi's figure was gone from the room. Kenma stared blankly at the remaining snacks in the room. He didn't need Yoruichi to tell him, he wasn't planning on making any moves for the next few days. But thinking about the news from the inner court squad, Kenma was also a little shocked. The Kenpachi of the 11th Division was killed by Kachiki Koga, who had lost his Zanpakutō. It seems this generation's Kenpachi, his strength isn't as outstanding as the famous ones. He wasn't even qualified. Kenma remembered the previous Kenpachi was Oza's hero Kenpachi, who was later punished by the Central 46 and imprisoned in the Muken, in the great prison beneath the Shin'o Academy. After Oza's hero Kenpachi was imprisoned, the Shinigami who took over as captain and inherited the Kenpachi name was the former vice-captain from Kurashiki Kenpachi's era. This ninth Kenpachi's strength was mediocre, only at the level of a vice-captain. He couldn't bear the weight of the Kenpachi title at all. Being killed by Kachiki Koga is actually pretty normal. That's not strange at all, then. Because of the Captain Commander's high alert order, Kenma stayed within the Shihoin estate for the next few days. Although he didn't take a single step out of the house, Kenma didn't miss a single major event that happened in the Serie. Whether it was reports from 2nd Division members, word of mouth from Uchiha Fugaku, or conversations with Yoruichi, Kenma was able to learn everything about the situation in the Serie from the perspectives of low, middle, and high-ranking Shinigami, minimizing any omissions. Among them, the incident concerning Kachiki Koga was the most explosive. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Kachiki Koga's Massacre. After Kachiki Koga killed the Central 46 and Kenpachi, Kenma originally thought he would flee the Serie, escape to the Rakongai or the world of the living, and wait for a chance to counterattack. He never expected Kachiki Koga to be so brazen, actually playing guerrilla warfare inside the Serie against the Shinigami hunting him. On the first day of the Serie lockdown, he cut down Kenpachi at the training grounds in front of more than 200 squad members. That night, he killed the 10th Division captain inside the 10th Division barracks. The second day, he killed the 9th Division captain. In the afternoon, he attempted to kill the 8th Division captain, Kaiaraka Shunsue, but failed and escaped. An hour later, he killed the 7th Division captain. The third day, after meeting with Kachiki Jinryai, he immediately went after the 5th Division captain, Hirako Shinji. He was ambushed by numerous captains, suffered heavy injuries, and fled. The fourth day, the captains stood guard at the 4th Division barracks, but Kachiki Koga never showed. Perhaps he was recovering from his injuries, or perhaps he sensed the strength of the numerous captains. He had the entire Siriitii in a panic. The 5th day, he killed the 3rd Division captain in the 4th Division cafeteria at dawn. In the evening, the Grand Kido chief found his whereabouts, and he was sealed by the combined efforts of Captain Commander Yamamoto and Kachiki Jinryai. For 5 straight days, he successively slaughtered the sages of the Central 46, numerous members of the Tsuneyashiro, one of the 4 great noble families, and 4 captains. Kachiki Koga's fierce battle record truly stunned the Shinigami. Among them, the most shocked was Kenma himself. Every time he heard of Kachiki Koga's latest achievement, he would take out that Muramasa to look at it, confirming it was still in his hands. Then, he would feel even more shaken. This meant that Kachiki Koga, without his Zanpakutō, had killed 4 Shinigami captains and broken out of an encirclement of numerous other captains. And the captains in that encirclement were all powerhouse experts like Yamamoto Shigokuni, Kachiki Jinryai, Kaiaraka Shunsue, and Hirako Shinji. Damn it, is he even human? How did I not discover Kachiki Koga was this awesome before? Kenma even suspected someone was helping him in the shadows. For example, a certain mysterious, glasses-wearing man who shall not be named, using Kyoka Soijetsu to help him, trying to stir even more chaos in Soul Society. Of course, Kenma himself also took advantage of this opportunity, arranging for his men to secretly do some shady business. Later, through the retellings from the perspectives of various Shinigami, Kenma noticed one thing. When Kachiki Koga was fighting those captains, he had uttered his Zanpakutō's release command many times. And during the battles, there were indeed multiple instances of Zanpakutō suddenly turning on their Shinigami. The only one who could do this was Muramasa's ability. But Muramasa was in Kenma's hands. Logically, it should be impossible for a Shinigami to continue releasing their Zanpakutō's ability without the Zanpakutō. But Kenma knew it wasn't impossible. As far as he knew, there were 2 ready-made examples. The first was Aizen during the 1,000-year Blood War. By that time, Aizen had already evolved to a higher dimension. His Zanpakutō had fused with him, and he could freely activate Kyoka Soijetsu's ability with just his will and spiritual pressure. He even used it to affect Yawacha's perception of time. The second example was Kenma himself. Because of Kiritsugu's special ability, he just had to tug the connected thread to release his Zanpakutō from a great distance. Of course, his method was a bit of a cheat. But how did Kachiki Koga do it? Muramasa is in my hands, and still sealed. Whether it's fusing with his Zanpakutō and evolving like Aizen, or using a Zanpakutō's special ability like him, it shouldn't be that easy. Ugh, my head hurts. He couldn't figure it out at all. Lord Kenma seems quite troubled. Is there anything I can do? I will certainly do my utmost to accomplish it. In the study, a gray-haired, middle-aged to elderly man sat below, looking somewhat reserved. Seeing his superior, Kenma, look so glum, he immediately expressed his loyalty. Kenma returned to his senses, temporarily suppressing his confusion. Before he could speak, Yoruchi, at his side, said, "Don't mind this, Mr. Sirius. Who knows what dark thoughts he's having?" The middle-aged man hurriedly bowed his head, not daring to say more. The flirtatious bickering between the master and mistress of the main house was clearly not something a subordinate noble of the Shihoin family could interfere in. Seeing Yoruchi mock him like that, Kenma shot her a glare before looking back at the men below. No need to be so reserved. Neither I nor Yoruchi are unreasonable people. Yes, yes. The men agreed repeatedly but didn't dare lift his head. Kenma didn't dwell on this. Did you take note of the few things I just mentioned? Yes, I've noted them all. I guarantee there will be no omissions. Good. This matter concerns the future of the Shihoin family. You must act with caution. Kenma nodded, then continued, next time we meet, it should be you sitting in the high seat, and me below, the new Chief Justice of the Central 46. I wouldn't dare, the men said humbly. My clan has been a vassal of the Shihoin family for generations. We were in the past, we are now, and we will be in the future. I would never dare show the slightest disrespect to the main house. Neither the Central 46 nor the esteemed name of Chief Justice can change that. Besides, I have only been nominated. The vote has not yet been cast. I would never dare presume to take that title. Kenma smiled to himself and said in a heavy voice, what vote? Nearly half of the Central 46 are Shihoin family members. There are already 4 adjutants. If you can still be overturned like this, then wouldn't the people Kachiki Koga killed have died in vain? Lord Kenma is right. The man below kept his posture low, forcing himself to ignore the killing intent in Kenma's words, and just nodded and bowed in agreement. With the Central 46 massacred, the first thing Yamamoto Shigokuni did after sealing Kachiki Koga was re-establish a new Central 46. And this gave the Shihoin family its chance. Of the current 5 great noble families of Soul Society, one only stared at hell, never interfering in the Siriidii. Of the remaining 4, the Shiba family was in decline and disliked this sort of thing, so their influence in the Central 46 was almost nil and could be ignored. The Tsuneyashiro family was massacred, leaving only some low-ranking branch family members, who barely managed to hold onto 1 adjutant seat and 5 or 6 sage seats. The Kuchiki family, because of the Koga incident, was keeping a low profile and had given up nearly half of their seats. Apart from the sages selected from other factions or the populace, the vast majority of the remaining seats all went to the Shihoin family. Kenma arranged for those vassals of the Shihoin family to be appointed, one by one. It even got to the point where, due to a shortage of personnel, a retired, lame old man from the Ho family was dragged out by Kenma and stuffed into the Central 46, becoming a sage managing Soul Society. And the men before him now, due to his family's generations of loyalty and his own seniority, was arranged by Kenma into the position of Chief Justice. Thus, by riding the chaos Kuchiki Koga caused, the Shihoin family had muddled its way into becoming the biggest beneficiary. Kenma looked at the men below and asked, "So, Mr. Chief Justice, after you take charge of the Siriidi's affairs, what will be the first thing you do?" The men immediately replied, "Yes, it is to sentence Kuchiki Koga and lock him in the Myokan." "Good." Kenma nodded. "There are a few other things. You remember them?" "Yes." "The second thing is to assign blame." The men hadn't finished speaking before Kenma cut him off. "It's good that you remember. Just do it. Don't say more." "I understand." "Good. You may leave." After Kenma waved his hand, the men cautiously walked out of the study. Yoruchi retracted her gaze and looked bluntly at her husband. My, when did the live-in son-in-law of my little Shihoin family become so impressive? That's the 7th sage you've seen today, right? Even the future Chief Justice of the Central 46 comes when you call and leaves when you dismiss him. Yoruchi's words were dripping with sarcasm and a deep-seated annoyance. Kenma looked speechless at his wife. "Yoruchi, are you still mad at me? Mad that I informed father and had you confined?" Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 106, Mere Shinigami. Yoruchi, you understand the situation back then perfectly well. Captain after captain was being killed by Kuchiki Koga, I couldn't let you take that risk. If Kuchiki Koga actually caught an opening, he wouldn't have shown any mercy. After Kuchiki Koga started his killing spree from the 11th Division and took down 3 captains within 2 days, Kenma had immediately sought out Shihoin Shunjen that very night. Shunjen placed a confinement order on Yoruchi, while Kenma had Mikoto and Suifeng join forces to keep a strict watch over her. Suifeng was equally worried that Kuchiki Koga, who was slaughtering people indiscriminately outside, would one day harm Yoruchi. Although she didn't agree verbally, in her actions, Suifeng watched Yoruchi like a hawk, terrified that she might sneak out. It wasn't until Kuchiki Koga was sealed by the combined efforts of Yamamoto Shigokuni and Kuchiki Jinrei, reducing the risk outside, that Yoruchi's confinement officially ended. Hearing Kenma's concerns, Yoruchi curled her lips, revealing her annoyance. "Mr. Uptight, aren't you underestimating me a bit too much? No matter how powerful that Kuchiki Koga is, I gave up my Zanpakutō long ago. His ability is useless against me. Relying on my Hakuta and Shuinpa is enough to deal with him." How could Yoruchi not see the worry of her father, her husband, and even Suifeng and Mikoto? But aside from being a daughter of the Shihoin family, she was also a Shinigami, shouldering duties that had to be fulfilled. "Kenma, I can feel your care for me, and I know you are worried about my safety. But I am a Shinigami of the Godai 13, and the captain of the 2nd Division. I have that dignity and glory. For the majestic captain of the 2nd Division and commander-in-chief of the Onmitsukido to flee from battle when facing an enemy, what kind of thing is that? A deserter. My colleagues in the other divisions of the Godai 13 are risking their lives in mortal combat, while I hide at home, enjoying peace and safety, watching helplessly as others are slaughtered by Kuchiki Koga. I can't do something like that. I'm not that unbearable." That was why Yoruchi had been in such a bad mood during her confinement. Whenever she spoke to Kenma, her words were filled with sarcasm and pointed jabs. It was nothing more than expressing dissatisfaction and venting her emotions. Her father was seriously ill, so she didn't dare speak to him. Mikoto and Suifeng were merely retainers following orders, so she felt bad about holding them accountable. That only left Kenma, her husband, for her to complain to. "Yoruchi, are you finished?" Kenma's voice was dull, revealing a trace of impatience. He looked at his wife's exquisite features, which were currently scrunched together in a rather unhappy expression. "Is it my turn to say a few words now? Yoruchi, do you really think that with your current level, you could stop Kuchiki Koga?" Even if you don't use a Zanpakutō, Kuchiki Koga has no weaknesses in Kido, Shuinpa, or Hakuta, aside from his blade. He is absolutely not some ordinary mediocrity. Otherwise, why would those captains have been so easily harmed by him? Do you really think the battle record he achieved was just for show? Even someone as strong as Captain Commander Yamamoto didn't dare to be so careless when facing Kuchiki Koga. Yet here you sit, boasting. How arrogant. Yoruichi's expression became increasingly unpleasant, and she immediately retorted, even if I'm not his match, I am a Shinigami. I absolutely cannot. So what if you're a Shinigami? Before Yoruichi could finish, Kenma interrupted her. He stood up abruptly, his voice like a low growl, the disdain in his tone almost undisguised. Mere Shinigami are nothing but a bunch of trash executioners. Things no better than pigs or dogs, where do they get off talking about glory and dignity? Do you really think that just by saying a few words about maintaining the balance of the three worlds, you can treat it as something to show off? Especially you, Yoruichi. Hearing you mention the duty of a Shinigami makes me want to laugh my head off. In the original story, to save Urahara Kasuke, you directly rebelled against Soul Society. Why didn't you talk about the glory of a Shinigami then? You abandoned the duties on your shoulders, along with the entire Shihoin family and your younger brother Yushiro. Why didn't you speak of your dignity as the captain of the 2nd Division then? If you really cared about that, how could you have been so decisive when you left, discarding it all like a worn-out shoe? And now you keep a straight face talking about the duties of a Shinigami. You're just using these things as a convenient fig leaf. Yet you put on such a righteous appearance, do you really think I'd believe it? Having vented the thoughts in his heart in one breath, Kenma panted heavily. He immediately realized that what he had just said seemed to have gone a little overboard. Yoruichi, upon hearing her husband's heartfelt revelation, couldn't help but freeze. She was frightened by her husband's words, and even the negative emotions that had piled up in her heart over the past few days were completely washed away. After reacting, Yoruichi's golden eyes trembled slightly, reflecting the sight of her husband's gently heaving shoulders. Kenma, you. Sorry, Yoruichi. I've been busy and tired lately, my temper is off. Kenma forcibly suppressed his emotions and said in a deep voice. What I just said was nonsense. Don't take it to heart. But his appearance, with his anger not yet fully subsided, made Yoruichi even more convinced that those words just now were her husband's truest thoughts. While Yoruichi was shocked, she couldn't help but feel curious. Kenma, why did he have such a terrible view of Shinigami? To the point of such degradation, such disdain. There must be something behind this. Thinking of this, Yoruichi opened her mouth, wanting to ask something. But seeing Kenma's current appearance, forcibly pretending to be calm, the questioning words stuck in her throat, unable to come out. After a moment of silence, Yoruichi first scratched her messy hair as if giving up on herself. Then, she sighed as if accepting her fate and looked up at her husband. She saw her husband turning his head to stare at a potted plant nearby, his eyes empty and void, his thoughts drifting who knows where. Kenma. A soft sigh awakened Kenma's consciousness. He turned to look at Yoruichi. The trace of genuine emotion on his face had been completely digested during his moment of dazing. What is it? No, it's nothing. Yoruichi shook her head gently, ultimately deciding not to dwell on the matter. However, she had to express her own attitude. She turned her head to the side, avoiding looking at Kenma, so she could open her mouth and speak the words. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. I know I'm not the type who can quietly get words out of you without you noticing, so I won't do that. Hearing Yoruichi's soft words, Kenma's eyes widened slightly. Reflecting his wife's profile, his expression involuntarily relaxed a few degrees. Yeah. Give me some time. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 107, Silent. Yeah. Give me some time. As Kenma's voice faded, neither of the couple spoke for a moment. They both fell silent. A slightly oppressive atmosphere gradually filled the room. After a short while, Kenma spoke up to break the mood in the room. In a while, I will no longer hold a position in the 2nd Division, nor will I be the 3rd seat of the 2nd Division. What's going on? You're resigning. Yoruichi reacted, her expression changing drastically as confusion surfaced. Connecting this to Kenma's earlier words, she felt a wave of nervousness rise in her heart for some reason. He was a man unwilling to be lonely, who held a very poor opinion of Shinigami. She felt like he was going to cause some major incident in the next second. Shinigami squad members aren't allowed to just quit, otherwise, there will be punishment. Kenma scoffed coldly. Even if there is punishment, it can't touch the Shihoin family. He looked at Yoruichi and, seeing her rather apprehensive state, realized his earlier words must have frightened her. His expression immediately relaxed, he was no longer tense, and his tone softened. Don't worry, I don't have rebellious thoughts like Kuchiki Koga. I am currently a high-ranking great noble. In the Seriidii, aside from Yamamoto Shigokuni, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I cover the sky with one hand. Why would I put down such wealth, glory, and monstrous power just to chop the legs off the chair I'm sitting on? Yoruichi subconsciously nodded in agreement. Then, thinking of the Shihoin family retainer who had just left, she sighed inwardly. In the past few days, her husband had aggressively secured more than half the seats in Central 46 and appointed the chief judge as if by decree. How could such behavior not count as causing trouble? However, such power struggles were actually quite normal within the Seriidii, standard operations between nobles. At least he was operating within the rules of the game in the Seriidii. He wasn't planning to flip the table directly like Kuchiki Koga, nor was he using means as disgustingly heinous as the Tsuneyashiro family. Even if others saw through it, aside from sighing at how domineering the Shihoin family was, they couldn't pick out any negligence. Then, Mr. Uptight, what exactly are you thinking? Let me say this first, if there isn't a legitimate reason, I won't approve your resignation application. I won't make things difficult for you, Yoruichi. It's just. Kenma paused, then said, it will lighten part of your current workload. Which part? Yoruichi narrowed her eyes. Kenma looked solemn. The Onmitsukido. Several days had passed since the great battle between the Godii 13 and Kuchiki Koga. The buildings in the Seriidii destroyed by Kuchiki Koga were also gradually being repaired. With the support of Yamamoto Shigokuni, order in the Seriidii was being rebuilt at a rapid pace after the war. The most important part of this was filling the vacancies in the highest authority of the entire management system, Central 46. Fortunately, although the destruction caused by Kuchiki Koga had a huge impact, it was limited to the highest levels and did not affect the entire system of the Seriidii. They simply needed to select a new batch of sages for Central 46 to act as the brain, and the management system of the Seriidii could be restarted. After several days of open strife and secret maneuvering, selection voting, and heavy pressure from Yamamoto Shigokuni, who only wanted to restore the original order quickly, the new Central 46 was quickly selected. And the result was exactly as Kenma had expected. People associated with the Shihoin family occupied more than half the seats in Central 46, and the position of chief judge was taken by the Shihoin retainer he had designated in advance. Now, using the turmoil caused by Kuchiki Koga, the Shihoin family had risen with the tide. Their power was so great that it far surpassed the Tsuneyashiro family of the past. Their momentum in the Seriidii was unparalleled for a time, making them the genuine head of the 5 great noble families. After the successful formation of Central 46, the first thing they did was to issue a formal judgment on the great villain, Kuchiki Koga, who had slaughtered many sages, nobles, and Shinigami. The Kido Corps brought the sealed Kuchiki Koga to the Central Underground Assembly Hall of the Seriidii, ready to announce the verdict. Kenma also arrived at this core hub of the Seriidii today. Lord Kenma, that man is inside. Please be careful. I really must thank you for this trouble, Chief Judge. Hearing Kenma's words, the man who had just become the new Chief Judge shook his head immediately, maintaining a humble appearance on his face. I dare not accept such words from the main house. It is just that the trial is to be held shortly, so please make the best use of your time, my lord. The Chief Judge stopped at the entrance, personally pushed open the door, and bowed to Kenma in front of him. My lord, pardon my rudeness, but I will return to the conference room first to soothe my colleagues. Kenma nodded slightly, then stepped inside. Bang. The door at the entrance of the room closed automatically, blocking out all the light that had swept in. Kenma looked inside and walked toward the depths of the room. The spacious room was very dim, only a few candles burned on the walls, emitting a light that wasn't very bright, preventing him from seeing things clearly. In the deepest part of the room, a blurry figure was firmly locked onto a stone chair. Aside from him, there was no one else. This imprisoned figure was bound all over with black restraint straps, revealing only one eye, a mouth, an ear, and the red short hair exposed beside the ear. Tap, tap, tap. Kenma's footsteps rang out in the silent room, sounding very distinct. It also woke the bound prisoner. Hearing the sound, the prisoner opened his eye. That single emerald eye looked at Kenma, who had already arrived in front of him, revealing a trace of complexity in his gaze. I wondered who it was, turns out it's you, brat. It's me. Long time no see, Senior Koga. Kenma's gaze swept over a patch of darkness in the room, then he looked at the restrained men, his gaze darkening. It seems that in the few days you've been sealed, you haven't had a very good time, Senior. This person was unmistakably Kuchiki Koga, who had turned the Seriidii upside down just a few days ago. Hearing this, Kuchiki Koga's mouth cracked open upward in a hint of a mocking smile. Kenma, did you come here now to laugh at my pathetic state? How could I? You underestimate me, Senior, Kenma said. I had business at the Central Assembly Hall today, and thinking that you were here, I just came over to take a look. But seeing that you still have such vigorous spirit in this state, that is truly for the best. Kuchiki Koga sneered, "So, you just came to see me, the great sinner of the Seiyuu. You did such big things these past few days, senior. Your battle record is shocking, and your momentum in the Seiyuu was unparalleled for a time. As a junior, it is only right to come and visit you." Kenma's gaze was deep and eerie. "Furthermore, you haven't been judged yet, senior. Before being convicted, one cannot be forced to call themselves a sinner. Although your actions this time were somewhat extreme, senior, whether you are truly guilty, cannot be easily decided at this moment." Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Fusion of the Zanpakutō. "No matter what you say, I am guilty." Kuchiki Koga spoke up, interrupting Kenma before he could finish. "I was defeated, and that is my greatest sin. In this world, winning and losing determine everything. The winner takes all, and the loser bears all the sins. That is the natural order. If I had won, then Yamamoto Shigokuni and father would be the sinners bound to this chair today, awaiting judgment. But the reality is that I was defeated by Yamamoto Shigokuni and father. Then everything about me is an indefensible sin." Although he said this, his tone revealed a faint, intense unwillingness to accept it. Kenma fell silent, a trace of complexity squeezing between his brows. "Even now, you still address Captain Kuchiki as father, senior. No matter what, he showed me kindness after all." As Kuchiki Koga spoke, the gaze he directed at Kenma revealed a sense of calm. "Just like you, who took away my Zanpakutō, preventing me from using Bankai and leading to this outcome. That being said, after thinking things over during my days in the seal, I have sobered up a lot. Even if I had used Bankai, I estimate I would have been defeated by Yamamoto Shigokuni sooner or later. Thinking of it that way, I don't feel as much resentment toward you." Not as much resentment, which meant there was still some hatred in his heart. Kenma understood Kuchiki Koga's feelings toward him, but he still wanted to ask personally. "That's a pity. I had originally thought about saving you, senior. With my current abilities, I could release you unknowingly, as long as you agreed to work for me. But looking at your current attitude, senior. Heh. I knew you didn't come here purely to see me," Kuchiki Koga sneered. Regarding Kenma's request, he had vaguely guessed during their conversation just now that this would be coming next. Otherwise, Kenma wouldn't have dwelled on the question of whether he was guilty. "Let me be your subordinate. Forget about that kind of thing. I'm not such a sore loser." The defeat had made the proud and arrogant Kuchiki Koga feel that he had lost all the glory of his life. Even if the opponent was that Yamamoto Shigokuni, a loss was a loss, there was absolutely no such thing as an honorable defeat. He was already frustrated in his heart, asking him to discard his dignity and act as someone else's beast of burden. He could not do such a thing, no matter what. He knew Kenma's words came from good intentions, but he simply could not accept it. He would absolutely not live beneath another person. Rather than endure such humiliation, it would be better to die and be done with it. Hearing Kuchiki Koga's blunt refusal, Kenma sighed inwardly, having long expected this. Although he felt it a pity to lose Kuchiki Koga's talent, seeing him like this, he didn't try to persuade him further. Instead, he asked the question that had been puzzling him these past few days. "Senior, I clearly took away your Muramasa and even sealed it. How were you able to use the abilities of your Zanpakutō? I hope you can explain this to satisfy the doubts of a junior." Kuchiki Koga was silent for a moment before suddenly smiling. "For the sake of my cute junior coming to visit, consider it a senior's benefit. There's no harm in telling you." "Thank you, senior." Kenma listened attentively. Kuchiki Koga's voice rang out in the quiet room. "It is actually very simple. A Zanpakutō is a phenomenon where a Shinigami projects their essence into an Asachi to awaken a brand new soul, which then manifests in reality through the Asachi. Whether it is Shirkai or Bankai, no matter how the form and ability of the Zanpakutō change, its root comes from the Shinigami themselves. It is an existence that is one with the Shinigami's heart and body. In the end, it is the Shinigami's own power, appearing in the form of a Zanpakutō is simply more convenient and allows a large number of Shinigami to master it smoothly. Since that is the case, after cultivating to a certain realm, a Shinigami can display their abilities without relying on the Zanpakutō. My Muramasa is very special, allowing me to have a relatively easier time cultivating and exploring this aspect." Seeing Kenma deep in thought, Kuchiki Koga paused for a moment before continuing. "With my current realm, I can only use Shirkai after leaving the Zanpakutō. Bankai is still some distance away. According to my speculation, if one cultivates to a profound enough realm, the two split souls of the Shinigami and the Zanpakutō will fuse once again. At that time, the one who completes it will step into a higher dimension." Kenma suddenly raised his head, an incredible expression on his face. Seeing him like this, Kuchiki Koga couldn't help but chuckle. However, such a realm is quite distant, and it is only my personal speculation. I cannot verify its authenticity. Looking at the entire history of Soul Society, since the birth of Zanpakutō, no one has completed this step yet. Perhaps it is simply my whimsical thinking. Kenma nodded slightly, suppressing the surprise in his heart. Although Kachiki Koga wasn't certain of his own guess, Kenma believed it without a doubt. Such a fusion setting was a common plot point in shonen manga. Just like Kami and Piccolo in Dragon Ball, who were originally an ordinary named Kiin, they separated into two, and after fusing again, Piccolo's combat power surged, soared, and exploded, allowing him to go directly fight Cell. Moreover, he had seen such examples with his own eyes. In the original story, during the final battle between Ichigo and Aizen, both of them achieved the evolutionary fusion of Shinigami and Zanpakutō. During the Thousand-Year Blood War, Aizen was the same, he could still use the abilities of Kyoka Suigetsu without a Zanpakutō. With such precedents, how could Kenma not believe it? You are truly open, senior, to actually share such a high-level secret. I am looking forward to your future. Kachiki Koga looked at Kenma in front of him. He had seen early on that this junior of his was not someone to be trifled with and would cause big trouble sooner or later. Telling him all the insights he had gained over the years now was naturally because he wanted to see how far the other party could go. It could be considered the last bit of amusement left in his tragic life, which he could now see to the end. Kenma heard the unspoken meaning in Kachiki Koga's words. I believe I won't let you down, senior. As his voice fell, Kenma turned around, intending to leave. Just after taking a step, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at Kachiki Koga. Senior, I have one last doubt. I wonder if you can inform me. Let's hear it. Senior, you challenged those captains one by one in reverse order. I assume it was to demonstrate your power. Correct. Kachiki Koga nodded. I thought that to establish a new order, I first needed to let the many Shinigami and nobles of the Seirei feel my power, understand the gap in strength, and submit to me. So, I first chose Kenpachi of the 11th Division, who is known as the strongest. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Aizen appears. The result of the battle was quite boring. Even though he was Kenpachi, he was so weak. I killed him with a casual slash of a blade, it was disappointing. Seeing how weak Kenpachi was, he couldn't demonstrate my power at all, so I just decided to kill my way through in reverse order. So that's how it is. Kenma understood Kachiki Koga's thinking somewhat. No wonder you didn't start with the 13th Division, senior, but instead started with the 11th Division, even going so far as to kill Kenpachi in front of more than 200 squad members. In that case, it would be appropriate to address you as Kenpachi, senior. Kachiki Koga looked disdainful. Such an evil title is not worth caring about. That is true. Kenma nodded in agreement. It is merely the name of a trash executioner. He then asked, how did it feel to fight against so many Shinigami captains, senior? How else could it feel? Didn't I end up losing to Yamamoto Shigokuni? Kachiki Koga thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, as a senior, take this as advice for a junior. Among the 13 divisions, the strongest is naturally our captain commander. Aside from him, those veteran captains who have served for hundreds of years, Kaiaraka Shunsue and my father-in-law, cannot be underestimated. And although Captain Anohana Retsu of the 4th Division did not make a move, she gave me a dangerous feeling. She is not as simple as she appears on the surface. The rest are merely mediocre. Kenma reminded him, what about Yukite Jushiro of the 13th Division and Hikifune Kiryu of the 12th Division? One is a bedridden invalid, and the other is a shut-in who only stays within her squad. Neither is worth mentioning. Kachiki Koga's words made Kenma raise an eyebrow. Good grief. One is the right arm of the Soul King, and the other is a future member of Squad Zero, yet in Kachiki Koga's mouth, they are evaluated as, not worth mentioning, I wonder what their reaction would be if they knew. But seeing Kachiki Koga's appearance, presumably he isn't aware of their true situations. It's normal for him to have such a view. Kachiki Koga suddenly chuckled. Speaking of which, Kenma, among the captains who besieged me later on, I didn't see the captain of the 2nd Division, nor did I see her figure afterward. What? Does your heart ache for your charming new little wife? Naturally, Kenma nodded and said in a deep voice. After all, she is my beloved wife and the head of the Shihoin family. Her status is noble, she couldn't be killed by you, senior. Hey, she still has use value to you, right? Kachiki Koga sneered. You jest, senior. Whether you admit it or not, it doesn't matter, Kachiki Koga said. Actually, out of respect for you, I didn't plan to lay a hand on her from the beginning. I naturally trust you, senior. Hearing Kenma say this, Kachiki Koga shook his head gently. Naturally, he didn't believe it. Nonsense. If Kenma really trusted him, he wouldn't have protected Shihoin Yorichi so well. To the point that throughout the consecutive days of the great battle, not even a shadow of her could be seen. Thank you for clarifying my doubts, senior. Judgment is imminent. Before that, please rest well, senior, and don't overexert yourself. As his voice fell, Kenma left directly, not staying any longer. With the closing of the room's door, only Kachiki Koga remained in the dim room. Kachiki Koga turned his head to look at a patch of darkness. After listening for so long, how much longer do you intend to hide? Tap, tap, tap. Soft footsteps rang out again. From the darkness, a Shinigami wearing a shihakusho walked out. He had slightly curly brown hair and wore black-framed glasses. The flickering candlelight only illuminated half of his gentle face, leaving the other half in darkness. As expected of you, Senior, to think you could discover me. I wonder when you sensed my existence, Senior. Who knows? Kachiki Koga did not answer directly but asked, how much of my conversation with that brat Kenma did you hear? Aizen Sosuke. The newly appeared Shinigami was none other than Aizen Sosuke. Hearing Kachiki Koga's question, Aizen chuckled lightly. From the very beginning. I thought so, Kachiki Koga asked. Then guess, did that guy Kenma know? Naturally, he knew, Aizen said. Since he glanced at my location right after he came in. So, I heard the words of you two seniors from beginning to end. Aizen pushed his glasses. The lens illuminated by the candlelight flashed with a mist-like white light. It made it impossible to see the eyes hidden beneath. What interested me the most was what you said, Senior Koga, about the fusion of the Shinigami and the Zanpakutō. Could I ask you to continue explaining this brand new direction of evolution, Senior? Looking at Aizen with his gentle smile, Kachiki Koga's largely obscured face revealed a peculiar expression, a smile that was not quite a smile, yet seemed like mockery. At first, he thought only Shihoin Kenma was deep-minded and somewhat special. Now it seemed Aizen Sosuke was no less so. Really, one after another, it seemed neither of his two juniors were lamps that saved oil. Adding himself, these so-called three heroes truly lived up to the name. As expected of the three heroes who stood out among the many Shinigami. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigokuni's evaluation of them as pillars, recalling it now, was truly full of irony. The future Siriidii would surely have enough amusement waiting for him. His future prison life, presumably, would not be too boring. Sure. I am looking forward to your future. Kenma walked out of the room and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Then he walked toward the waiting room of the underground assembly hall. When he walked in, there was another person sitting solemnly in the waiting room. This person was tall and large, draped in a purple robe over his clothes. Glasses perched on his gaunt cheeks, and his expression was serious and dull. Seeing Kenma enter, this person stood up. He was even slightly taller than Kenma. As he spoke, the mustache on his lip trembled slightly. Lord Shihoin Kenma, I did not expect you to be here as well. Long time no see, Grand Kido Chief. Kenma nodded slightly. This person was one of the heads of the three major organizations of the Siriidii, the Grand Kido Chief of the Kido Corps, the Marshal of Kido, Tessai Tsukabashi. After the two exchanged simple pleasantries, Tessai Tsukabashi asked, Lord Kenma, do you know if Central 46 has any important matters for summoning us? Recently, power struggles within the central authority of the Siriidii had been frequent, and the Shihoin family's movements were undisguised. Anyone with eyes could see it. Although the Kido Corps wasn't very conspicuous in the Siriidii, it was still a proper established organization. As the Grand Kido Chief, how could Tessai Tsukabashi not see the situation clearly? In the current Central 46, the Shihoin family's forces occupied more than half the seats. Their power could be described as monstrous. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 110, Holding Yamamoto Accountable. Among the newly appointed Central 46, forces related to the Shihoin family occupied more than half the seats. Their power could be described as monstrous. And the one who had raised the Shihoin family to such heights was the son-in-law of the Shihoin family standing before him. It was no exaggeration to say that in the current Siriidii, the Shihoin family, this son-in-law of the Shihoin family, covered the sky with one hand. He was the actual person in power within the Siriidii, secretly manipulating the laws of Central 46. Even Captain Commander Yamamoto had to obey their orders. Today, Tessai Tsukabashi had been suddenly summoned by Central 46, and there was certainly the handiwork of this young man before him involved. He just didn't know what the other party's purpose was in doing this. Could it be that because the Kido Corps had taken so long to seal Kachiki Koga, they were calling him in to be held accountable? How would I know the thoughts of the sages of Central 46? Kenma looked at the Grand Kido Chief before him and said softly, however, it should be a good thing. Hearing Kenma say this, Tessai Tsukabashi couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't to hold him accountable, that was good. Presumably, the young man before him had some task to entrust to him, which was why he had Central 46 step forward. As the two conversed, time passed little by little. Inside the central underground assembly hall. 40 newly appointed sages and 6 judges sat high behind a screen, their figures hidden in the gloom. A beam of dim light fell from the roof above, illuminating the central area of the hall. Kuchiki Koga was bound all over, firmly locked onto a chair, nowhere to hide under this faint light. The first decree exercised by the new Central 46 was to pass judgment on the great villain, Kuchiki Koga, who had caused massive casualties in the Seirei. From the highest point, the chief judge pronounced the final verdict on Kuchiki Koga. Former 3rd seat of the 6th Division of the Godai 13, captain of the 1st Division Special Forces, Kuchiki Koga. You slaughtered all members of the previous Central 46, murdered 53 people including members of the Tsuneyashiro family and many high-ranking nobles, and killed 5 captains of the Godai 13. After verification, the evidence is conclusive and unmistakable. After our collective discussion, we hereby announce the judgment decree. The sinner Kuchiki Koga shall be imprisoned in Muken, the 8th and lowest level of the underground prison. The sentence is 23,834 years, to be executed immediately. Hearing this from below, Kuchiki Koga rolled his eyes upward to scan the room, the corners of his mouth hooking up to reveal a mocking smile. Humph, people like you are worthy of passing judgment. This is truly comical. If not for me, how would you bunch of trash have your current high positions? Even your master behind the scenes doesn't dare speak to me like that. As soon as these words came out, an uproar erupted in the hall. Arrogant. You treasonous person. We spared you from death, yet you dare to be so carried away. Quickly, seal his eyes and mouth. Leave only his ears so he can obediently listen to the sentence. We must increase the sentence and increase the punishment. Some of the sages looked left and right, especially those colleagues with traces of the Shihoin family. All of these people looked ugly, gritting their teeth. Although some things were indeed true and tacitly understood, they could not be spoken of so brazenly and without scruples. Under the orders of the sages, Kuchiki Koga's entire face was completely sealed. Then, the chief judge made a new ruling. Kuchiki Koga, the sentence is increased to 25,000 years. At the moment the sentence was heard, Kuchiki Koga's 5 senses, Ryatsu, breathing, and even his heartbeat were all sealed away. His consciousness was also cut off at that moment. The broad-bodied Vice Kido chief, along with 4 members of the Kido Corps, entered from the entrance and took the corpse-like Kuchiki Koga down. The matter of Kuchiki Koga was hereby officially concluded. Bang. The sound of a gavel striking rang out, silencing the many sages and bringing quiet to the hall. The chief judge's voice resounded. Next is the second matter. Summon Yamamoto Genryusai Shigokuni. Under the order of the attendant below the hall, the main door at the entrance opened. Yamamoto Shigokuni, draped in a white haori, stepped into the hall. The fluorescent light in his eyes was restrained as he looked at the sages of Central 46 before him. One of the judges above asked as a matter of routine, Captain Commander of the Godai 13, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigokuni, correct? It is this old man. Yamamoto Shigokuni's aged voice resonated through the hall, causing the sages to whisper among themselves. All of them had long heard of this legendary figure of the Seirei. But they never imagined that one day they would stand at such a height, looking down on this Captain Commander. Although Kuchiki Koga was a sinner who slaughtered the innocent, to them, he was truly a great benefactor. Silence. The chief judge struck the gavel, causing the buzzing whispers in the hall to instantly dissipate and quiet down. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigokuni, during the Kuchiki Koga incident, the Godai 13 failed to provide effective protection, leading to the deaths of the entire previous Central 46, numerous nobles, and several captains. Do you have any defense for such negligence? No. Yamamoto Shigokuni lowered his gaze and admitted it directly. Protecting the Seirei was the duty shouldered by the Godai 13 from its inception until now. With Kuchiki Koga causing such a huge mess, regardless of the cause or whether there was an inside story, in the end, it was the negligence of the Godai 13. For this, the Godai 13 bore an absolutely unshirkable responsibility. What made Yamamoto Shigokuni feel even more stifled and ashamed was that dignified captains of the Godai 13, 5 of them, had been killed in head-on combat by a 3rd seat who had lost his Zanpakutō. It had completely lost the face of the Godai 13, where was there any glory left as a Shinigami? Disgrace. This was a disgrace the Godai 13 could not wash away no matter what. It went against the name Godai, court guard. Regardless of whether Central 46 held him accountable this time, Yamamoto Shigokuni himself would not let this matter go so easily. Seeing this, the chief judge above spoke, since Captain Commander Yamamoto has confessed without reservation, we have discussed and decided on a punishment. From now on, all funding for the Godai 13 will be halved, and the personnel quota will be cut by half. Are there any objections? None. Yamamoto Shigokuni nodded, accepting the judgment. He had already formed sufficient psychological expectations when he was summoned. If he were the one judging, the punishment might have been even stricter than this. However, he still had a question. With the Godai 13 personnel halved, it will be inevitable that some areas within the Siri will not be covered regarding future security. How will this be resolved? We have our own considerations regarding this matter. A judge above reassured him, then glanced at the chief judge. Seeing the chief judge nod slightly, he ordered the people below. Come in. As the judge's order was given, the door at the entrance opened. Yamamoto Shigokuni turned to look as two tall men walked in. They were unmistakably Tesai Tsukabashi and Shihoin Kenma. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 111, Commander-in-Chief of the Massacre. Underground Central Assembly Hall. Kenma and Tesai Tsukabashi were sitting in a room. After chatting for a while, a notification came from the guards outside. The two passed through the connecting underground passage and waited at the entrance of the assembly hall. Tesai Tsukabashi's face was solemn, while Kenma closed his eyes to rest his mind, quietly awaiting the upcoming summons. After a short wait, an order came from the judges inside. The guards opened the large doors at the entrance. Illuminated by a faint light source, inside was the highest power center of Soul Society. Kenma opened his eyes abruptly and glanced at Tesai Tsukabashi beside him. Seeing that he still wore that sullen expression, Kenma nodded slightly, then stepped forward and walked inside. Tesai Tsukabashi lagged half a step behind as the two walked into the assembly hall of Central 46 one after the other. After entering, Kenma looked around the somewhat dimly lit hall. The hall was structured in a circular enclosure. Standing in the illuminated spot in the center was the person summoned by Central 46. His figure was aged and slightly stooped, and draped over his shoulders was a white captain's haori with the kanji 4-1 written on the back. It was none other than the captain commander of the Godai 13, Yamamoto Shigokuni. 40 sages sat in a circle, with 6 judges situated at the highest point directly in front of the entrance. These people were blocked by wooden boards in front of them, each written with their respective numbers. Kenma walked with steady steps to Yamamoto Shigokuni's right, standing more than 2 meters away. Seeing this, Tesai Tsukabashi walked to Yamamoto Shigokuni's left. Clack, clack. 2 more beams of light fell from the ceiling above, illuminating the 1-meter area around the 2 men, revealing them to the sages of Central 46. The judges above looked at the 3 spots of light below and the 3 people within them. Given the ineffective protection by the Godai 13 during this incident, not only failing to stop Kuchiki Koga's atrocities, which resulted in the deaths of so many nobles and sages, but also suffering heavy losses themselves with several captains killed. After our deliberation, we have concluded that the Godai 13 can no longer fully maintain its function of protecting the court. Therefore, the judgment is made, the total budget of the Godai 13 will be halved, and the scale of personnel within the squads will be halved. The cut budget and personnel will be transferred to the Kido Corps and the Massacre to strengthen the power of both, with the expectation of better protecting the Siri in the future. As the voice of the judge above fell, an uproar immediately broke out in the hall. Grand Kido Chief Tesai Tsukabashi's mustache trembled slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face, but he immediately forcibly suppressed it, maintaining his original solemn expression. He pushed his glasses, the lenses flashing with white light, completely concealing his expression. Yamamoto Shigokuni glanced sideways at the Grand Kido Chief beside him, then withdrew his gaze. The sages of Central 46 discussed among themselves, only calming down after the chief judge struck his gavel and shouted for them to stop. One of the sages spoke up. At present, the Godai 13 is of little use, while the Kido Corps contributed greatly to the arrest of Kuchiki Koga. It is only natural to place importance on them in the future and increase the staffing of the Kido Corps. But the Massacre is somewhat different. Another voice, belonging to an elderly woman, asked in confusion, the Massacre, the Kido Corps, and the Godai 13 are the 3 major organizations guarding the safety of the Siri in Soul Society. If the Godai 13 is useless, promoting the other 2 is naturally beyond reproach, but what is the difference with the Massacre? The previous voice sounded again. Since the establishment of the Godai 13, it has guarded the peace of the Siri for 1,000 years. Its merits are naturally outstanding, but because of this dominance, it has been constantly squeezing the importance of the other 2. Because of the special nature of the Kido Corps, although its presence has always been low, it has at least managed to maintain basic independence. However, under the pressure and annexation of the Godai 13, the Massacre has long existed in name only. Even after 1,000 years, it has gradually merged with the 2nd division of the Godai 13, even becoming a subordinate institution of the Godai 13, completely losing the independence it had at its inception. As soon as these words came out, it caused another round of discussion. Yamamoto Shigokuni, standing in the center below, opened his eyes slightly. His aged face remained as still as an ancient well. Clearly, he had expected the situation before him. Since Central 46 mentioned this matter at this moment, the subsequent development became gradually clear. The sage continued, the previous generations of sages in Central 46, in view of the illustrious military exploits established by the Godai 13 and the huge stabilizing role it played during that period, turned a blind eye to this situation. But this incident with Kuchiki Koga has allowed us to see clearly the limitations of the Godai 13. If the Massacre is to play the great role we anticipate, it must first be separated from the second division of the Godai 13 and become a separate institution once again. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigokuni, do you have any objections? It really is like this. Yamamoto Shigokuni sighed inwardly and shook his head gently. None. His plain and clear eyes looked to his side. His gaze passed through the white eyebrows hanging down the sides of his eyes, briefly sweeping over Shihoin Kenma beside him, then he withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the many sages in front of him. Just now, when Tesai Tsukabashi and Shihoin Kenma arrived together and appeared here, he had speculated about such a situation in his heart. Yamamoto Shigokuni's aged voice rang out. If this move is beneficial to the peace of the Siriidii, the Godai 13 will naturally not have the slightest objection. That is good. Seeing this, the chief judge above gently struck the gavel, making the final decision. Strengthening the Kido core and rebuilding the Massacre, this agenda is hereby confirmed. During the rebuilding of the Massacre, all institutions within the Siriidii must provide their full support to build it as quickly as possible. No one is allowed to disobey orders, obstruct, or even feign compliance while acting in opposition, nor delay the progress of reconstruction. Violators will be punished for treason. As the chief judge's voice fell, the sages of Central 46 nodded in agreement. Through this procedure, the matter of re-establishing the Massacre had the most solid legal basis and became the most significant matter in the Siriidii for this period. The chief judge continued, next is to discuss the candidate for the commander-in-chief who will preside over the Massacre. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes turned in unison to Shihoin Kenma below. Such a thing was naturally a foregone conclusion, even the re-establishment of the Massacre had been decided by the son-in-law of the Shihoin family below. The candidate was naturally also this one. But the superficial procedures still had to be followed. The sages of Central 46 withdrew their gazes and spoke up one after another to discuss. Since it is the Massacre, the existence of the Shihoin family cannot be ignored. The Shihoin family is a great noble family after all, and generations have had experience serving in it. They are experts regarding the Massacre. The candidate for commander-in-chief can only be selected from the Shihoin family. How about the head of the Shihoin family, Lady Shihoin Uruchi? Lady Uruchi is the captain of the second division and possesses great strength. She is indeed a suitable candidate. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 112, Hayori. Although Lady Uruchi is suitable, but she is too deeply involved with the Godai 13. If we choose her as the commander-in-chief, wouldn't it be the same as before? Lady Uruchi has a flighty personality and dislikes restraint. She even pushes the duties of the second division onto her subordinates. Asking her to rebuild the signboard of the Massacre. I fear she lacks that patience. Since Lady Uruchi won't do, the old head of the Shihoin family is elderly and bedridden, and the young son, Lord Yashiro, is too young. How about the son-in-law of the Shihoin family, Lord Shihoin Kenma? That is a suitable candidate. He is of the Shihoin main line, has sufficient seniority and strong ability, and has been engaged in the work of the Massacre for many years, possessing rich experience in this field. But what about his strength? Lord Kenma was previously only a third seat. I recall that when Kuchiki Koga slaughtered the Central 46 earlier, Lord Shihoin Kenma detected it in advance and rushed over to stop it. Although he was a step late, he broke out into a battle with Kuchiki Koga and survived the fight. Kuchiki Koga killed 5 captains in a row, his strength is abnormally powerful. For Lord Kenma, a third seat, to be able to contend with him and survive shows that his strength is sufficient. Correct. Among the sages of Central 46, some spoke in low voices, while others exclaimed loudly, spittle flying. There were also some sages who just watched coldly without speaking, allowing these colleagues with countless ties to the Shihoin family to engage in their pretentious and heated discussion. As the discussion proceeded, the people in the hall gradually found a consensus, with voices of approval making up the majority. Seeing this, the chief judge struck the gavel again, promulgating the decision of Central 46. After a discussion, it is decided that Shihoin Kenma shall assume the post of commander-in-chief of the Massacre, taking office immediately. Are there any objections? None. Kenma said in a deep voice. A trace of joy appeared between his brows, which he immediately forcibly suppressed, continuing to keep a straight face and maintaining that serious expression. After so many days of hard work and spending so much effort, fighting for power and profit, suppressing various families, and acting under the guise of righteousness. Today, all the hard work he had put in finally yielded returns. From this moment on, his infiltration and control of the Siriidii officially began. Very good. The chief judge above nodded and said with a light smile, Grand Kido Chief Tessai Tsukabashi, Commander-in-Chief of the Onmitsukido Shihoin Kenma, please step forward, both of you. We, the Central 46, have something to give you. Doubt instantly arose in Kenma's heart. Among the matters he had instructed Central 46 to handle earlier, this step was not included. However, looking at the attitude of these people, presumably, it shouldn't be anything bad. Harboring curiosity in his heart, Kenma and Tessai Tsukabashi each took a step forward. Two teams of guards walked out from the dark corners on both sides, arriving in front of Kenma and Tessai Tsukabashi. The two leading guards held wooden trays in their hands, upon which were folded sets of white garments. On the garment in front of Kenma, the word stealth was written. Looking at Tessai Tsukabashi's, the word demon was written on it. This is. Kenma looked up at the crowd above. Tessai Tsukabashi's glasses flashed with a layer of white light, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Seeing their appearance, the chief judge spoke, You two, this is a gift from all members of our Central 46. It represents our regard, as well as the earnest expectations of Central 46. We hope you two can live up to these high hopes. Put them on, you two. See if they fit. Seeing this, Kenma and Tessai Tsukabashi took off their outermost coats and handed them to the guards beside them. Other guards respectfully picked up the white garments and gave them a gentle shake, revealing the full appearance of the clothes to everyone. They were unmistakably white haori. The style of the haori was similar to what Captain Commander Yamamoto wore at this time, with a purple lining and characters written on the back of the outer layer. Tessai Tsukabashi's expression changed, revealing a trace of shock. Kenma raised an eyebrow, the joy between his brows becoming thicker. He looked at the sages above with some surprise. The two lowered their bodies slightly, allowing the guards to drape the haori over their shoulders. The chief judge asked with a smile, Well, you two, do they fit? This subordinate thanks all the sages and lords judges. The haori fits incomparably well, naturally. Tessai Tsukabashi bowed, his expression full of solemnity. This subordinate is endlessly grateful for the sentiments of the lords. I will absolutely not fail the expectations of the lords and will defend the safety of the Siriidii to the death. Compared to Tessai Tsukabashi's restraint and respect, Kenma's attitude appeared a few degrees more casual. Not bad. I am very satisfied with this gift. Seeing Kenma speak like this, the chief judge above subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around left and right, seeing that his colleagues around him were doing the same. Their expressions, which had been quite tense just a moment ago, instantly relaxed a lot. Naturally, this matter was not something Kenma had instructed in advance. It was something the few of them had secretly plotted, planning to give Kenma a surprise. Firstly, it was naturally to show loyalty to Kenma and the Shihoin family. Even though they had become Central 46, they were vassals of the Shihoin family, and the group wanted to convey this meaning. Secondly, it was to stand in support of Kenma and the upcoming reconstruction of the Onmitsukido, providing the greatest prestige and support. Central 46 had already made such a definitive statement to let those who had other ideas about this matter in private keep their eyes peeled and obey honestly. Especially those members of the Godii 13 whose interests were damaged. Don't cause trouble over this kind of thing, or you'll be giving Central 46 a hard time. Now, seeing Kenma's reaction, these sages and judges could see he was clearly quite fond of this unexpected joy. Looking at each other, looks of joy couldn't help but appear on their faces. It seemed that this bold move of theirs did not incur Kenma's displeasure. The flattery they had racked their brains over was not in vain after all. As for Tessai Tsukabashi, he was considered an add-on. That he could have such special treatment could only be counted as his good luck. After all, they couldn't just give one to the Onmitsukido and not to the Kido Corps. Otherwise, it would make their Central 46 appear too sycophantic. They were newly appointed and needed to save face. At the very least, in superficial handling, they had to hold a bowl of water level so as not to leave people with too much to gossip about. It is good that they fit. The chief judge nodded and continued, the next topic is the reallocation of funds and personnel for the three institutions. First is the funding aspect. The sages below began to discuss again. Previously, half of the funds cut from the Godii 13 were to be distributed to the Kido Corps and the Onmitsukido. The Kido Corps needs to expand its scale, while the Onmitsukido has it harder. It is no exaggeration to say it is being built from scratch. In that case, the bulk of those funds should go to the Onmitsukido, and a small portion to the Kido Corps. As for the ratio, how about an 80-20 split? 20 for the Kido Corps, 8 for the Onmitsukido. That seems reasonable. But the Onmitsukido is newly built after all, even this amount is estimated to be insufficient. We might as well divert some more from other places in the Siriidii. How about this? I don't want my salary for the next 100 years. It shall all serve as funding for the Onmitsukido. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 113, A Warning from Yamamoto Shigokuni. Hearing such sycophantic words, everyone looked over in unison, then immediately reacted. In that case, I don't want my salary either. Me too. Bang. Seeing the scene becoming a bit chaotic, the chief judge struck the gavel, shouting to suppress the discussion in the hall. Kenma took a step forward and looked around. All of you sages are dedicated to public service, you are truly models for us all. However, although the Seirei is currently facing difficulties, it has not yet reached that stage. While the establishment of the Massacre will be arduous, there is no need for you all to sacrifice your fortunes. On behalf of the Massacre, I appreciate your sentiments, but under these circumstances, I ask that you please take back those words. As soon as Kenma said this, a rather noisy sound rose from the floor. That is true. Lord Kenma is right. Apologies, we were too impatient. We naturally want to serve the public, but Lord Kenma's words are not without reason, so let's leave it at that. Beside him, Tesai Tsukabashi looked at the sages posturing up above, then swept a glance at the expressionless Kenma next to him, and sighed inwardly. Yet, he didn't feel the least bit surprised. Having served as the Grand Kido chief in the Seirei for so long, seeing Central 46 act arrogant at first and respectful later was something he had witnessed more than once. Even if it was a new batch of people, it was just business as usual. After another round of discussion, the initial plan for budget allocation was determined. Once confirmed, the chief judge said, then, regarding the allocation of personnel, especially those graduating students from the Shino Academy. With the size of the Gotei 13 halved, they certainly couldn't recruit as many graduates as they did every year. They needed the Kido Corps and the Massacre to help absorb a portion of them. Why not allocate them to each organization according to the students' wishes and their aptitude? That's not bad. Those good at Kido or who dislike combat can be assigned to the Kido Corps, while those eager to make a name for themselves can be assigned to the Gotei 13. What if some graduates are unwilling? Everything is for the sake of guarding the safety of the Seirei. How can we care about personal opinions? What about the Massacre? The Massacre is a unit that operates in the dark. Recruiting students openly like this, isn't it a bit? Seeing turmoil rising in the hall again, the chief judge silenced everyone and looked down. Commander-in-Chief of the Massacre, Lord Shihoin Kenma, do you have any suggestions? After groaning in thought for a moment, Kenma slowly said, the work of the Massacre is different from the norm after all, so naturally, we cannot recruit students from the Shino Academy in the usual way. However, if we encounter students whose concepts align with the Massacre, we can recruit them, but not publicly. We need to contact them in secret. I hope everyone can understand this point. As Kenma spoke, he turned his head to look at Yamamoto Shigokuni and Tesai Tsukabashi beside him. Since it involves the Massacre, this old man can naturally understand. I as well. The two nodded slowly, agreeing to this point. As for the future personnel configuration of the Massacre, Kenma naturally had his choices made long ago. However, he couldn't tell these people, he could only muddle through with vague words using the vassal families of the Shihoin house. Following that, the group discussed some issues regarding the three major organizations and future development plans for the Seirei. Amidst everyone's discussions, half the day passed by slowly without them realizing it. As the doors of the assembly hall gently closed, the first meeting of the new Central 46 concluded successfully. The sages returned to the Saijoto Kairin to rest under layers of protection. Meanwhile, Kenma, Tesai Tsukabashi, and Yamamoto Shigokuni, the three of them wearing nearly identical heiori, walked out of the underground Central Assembly Hall passage and returned to the surface. In the sky at this time, although the sun was leaning west, there was not a hint of twilight. The sunlight was still bright, causing Kenma, who had stayed in the dim assembly hall for half the day, to involuntarily exhale a breath of stale air, his mood instantly becoming much brighter. At a fork in the road ahead, Tesai Tsukabashi bowed slightly. Lord Genryosai, Lord Kenma, I must go repair those broken barriers and buildings, so I will take my leave first. After a simple apology for leaving, Tesai Tsukabashi turned onto a side path. On the entire road, aside from the guards on duty on both sides, only Kenma and Yamamoto Shigokuni remained. Kenma withdrew his gaze and looked sideways at the captain commander beside him. Lord Genryosai, during the siege of Kuchiki Koga earlier, my wife could not be present due to family matters and her father's serious illness. I hope you can forgive her. I am already aware of this matter. Sasakaibe handed me Captain Yuruchi's leave request for approval long ago. Yamamoto Shigokuni held his wooden staff in his hand, his expression revealing neither joy nor anger. Kenma adopted a grateful tone, thank you for your understanding, Lord Genryosai. Yamamoto Shigokuni nodded slowly and asked, Shunjen was also a companion who worked alongside me once. I wonder how his condition is. Kenma sighed and shook his head. Father is in poor health. He can only lie on his sickbed every day, hanging on to life with medicine prepared by Captain Unohana. I hope Shunjen can recover soon. Yamamoto Shigokuni sighed with emotion, then turned his head to look at Kenma beside him. Those eyes, usually with restrained fluorescence, suddenly burst forth with amazing light, becoming incomparably sharp. Speaking of which, Commander-in-Chief Kenma, can it be said that your wish has been fulfilled today? I wonder why the Captain Commander says such a thing. Kenma looked confused. Yamamoto Shigokuni shook his head, his aged voice sounding out. You don't need to put on this act in front of me. This old man is much older than you, how could I not see through those little tricks of yours? Are you referring to the power struggle, Lord Genryosai? Kenma raised an eyebrow, not intimidated by Yamamoto Shigokuni's words. As long as there are people, there will be conflict. The Shihoin family seizing the opportunity to rise and occupy the majority of seats in Central 46 is nothing more than a repetition of things that have happened many times in the Serie before. It's just that the protagonist before was the Tsuneyashiro family, and now it has become the Shihoin family. There is no difference between the two. Yamamoto Shigokuni's expression remained unmoved, his pace still steady. Approaching another fork in the road, he stopped walking. Noticing the old man's action, Kenma also stopped, listening to the old man's warning without turning his head. Shihoin Kenma, this old man is naturally aware of the things you speak of, which is why I did not interfere with your actions over the past few days. Whether it be power struggles or political persecution, this old man just wants to tell you one thing. Do not go too far and thereby break the peace of the Serie. Otherwise, this old man will become your enemy. Little brat. After speaking, Yamamoto Shigokuni turned and left. Kenma turned his head to look, seeing only a back as imposing as a mountain. The white haori with the character 1 written on the back fluttered along with the old man's steady steps. What a truly terrifying old man. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 114, my goal is the entire world. When Kenma returned to the Shihoin residence draped in the white haori, Yoruchi's face instantly showed an expression of astonishment. Where did you get that haori? Or did that old man Yamamoto recommend you to become a captain? After spending time with her husband, Yoruchi had gradually realized that he was deliberately hiding some things from her. Among them was his personal strength. Even so, Yoruchi didn't feel that her husband would do anything detrimental to her or the Shihoin family, so she simply let it be. She would wait until he was willing to tell her. However, a cat's curiosity is very strong. Yoruchi had once been unable to restrain her curiosity and pressed her husband for answers. At that time, Kenma's reply was that he had just reached captain-level Ryatsu and hadn't mastered Bankai yet. Yoruchi always felt that he hadn't explained everything thoroughly and was definitely hiding something. According to her speculation, her husband's strength was likely considerably stronger than some captains. At least around the same level as herself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come back unscathed after encountering Kuchiki Koga. Hearing Yoruchi say this, Kenma turned around, revealing the large character, Stealth, on Massacre, on his back. He extended a thumb, pointing at the character on his back. Considering the Godai 13's lackluster performance in the Kuchiki Koga incident, Central 46 specially issued an order to support the Kido Corps and separate the Onmitsukido from the Godai 13, hoping to better protect the Serie. And I have been appointed as the commander-in-chief of the Onmitsukido. In other words, Yoruchi, you no longer have jurisdiction over the Onmitsukido. You are just an ordinary captain of the 2nd Division. Hearing Kenma's words, Yoruchi raised an eyebrow, a look of realization appearing on her face. So that's what you meant when you mentioned the Onmitsukido the other day. As her voice fell, Yoruchi grabbed Kenma's shoulders from behind, leaped lightly, and straddled his shoulders, riding on his neck. She extended both hands and squeezed Kenma's head tightly. I say, why are you still putting on airs with me? Whatever order Central 46 issues, isn't it all just a matter of a single word from you? Kenma felt a weight on his shoulders and a soft sensation against the back of his head. The palms pressing against both sides of his head had that familiar, slightly cool feeling. He looked up, Yoruchi's grinning face reflecting in his eyes. Mr. Uptight, did you know? I told father about you controlling Central 46. What was his reaction? Not good. Under Kenma's puzzled gaze, Yoruchi smiled and said, when he heard what you did, father got so excited he almost passed away. He also said this was the first time he had suppressed those guys from the Tsuneyashiro family. By the way, the members of the main Tsuneyashiro family are pretty much all dead now. Who is the head of the Tsuneyashiro family now? Yoruchi frowned, the name that had just been in her mind vanished as soon as she tried to say it. Kenma was clearer on this than Yoruchi. Just as he was about to prompt her, Yoruchi covered his mouth. Don't tell me, I can remember. It's that. After thinking for a long time, Yoruichi still couldn't squeeze out the name. Finally, she moved her hand away from Kenma's mouth. Anyway, his surname is Tsuneyashiro, right? Yoruichi, you're really smart. Faced with Kenma's praise, Yoruichi rubbed the back of her head embarrassedly and laughed sheepishly. Kenma sighed. The current head of the Tsuneyashiro family is from a branch family. His name is Tsuneyashiro Tokinada. Right, that's him. Saying that, Yoruichi gently knocked on Kenma's head below. I told you not to give me a hint, I could have remembered. You couldn't remember Jack. Kenma rolled his eyes. After Kachiki Koga's slaughter, all the heirs of the Tsuneyashiro main family were dead, and it finally fell to this branch family member with a terrible and malicious personality. Kenma knew a bit about Tsuneyashiro Tokinada. Years ago, he had murdered his own wife and colleague but escaped punishment due to the Tsuneyashiro family's status. Later, he was reported by Kaiaraka Shunsui and imprisoned for hundreds of years. And the wife he killed was the friend of Tozen Kanami, who was by Aizen's side. It was precisely because of him that Tozen Kanami fell completely onto the path of revenge and was eventually taken in by Aizen. Mentioning this person, Kenma's voice revealed a sense of solemnity. Yoruichi, he is from the same era as Kaiaraka Shunsui and Yukitake Jushiro. He has been imprisoned at home for the last few hundred years, so it's normal that you don't know him. If I had to say, this person is undoubtedly a villain. You must absolutely not get involved with him. It was rare for Yoruichi to see Kenma show such an attitude toward someone. She couldn't help but get curious. That guy actually disgusts you that much? What evil deeds did he commit to be locked up by the Tsuneyashiro family for hundreds of years? Such an exaggerated sentence, if it were Yoruichi, she'd rather they just kill her. Kenma said, years ago, Tsuneyashiro Tokinada killed his own wife and colleague. This person had a twisted personality, was insidious and vicious, and would do anything to achieve his goals. Take the incident committed by Kachiki Koga this time. Saying an outsider slaughtered all the heirs of the Tsuneyashiro main family. Regardless of what others said, Kenma didn't believe it. He had a feeling that Tsuneyashiro Tokinada's handiwork was definitely involved. It was even possible that Tsuneyashiro Tokinada had slaughtered the entire main family line himself and then framed Kachiki Koga. Annihilating one's own clan wasn't something Tsuneyashiro Tokinada hadn't done in the original story. Killed his colleague and wife. After listening to Kenma's detailed introduction, Yoruichi's golden eyes suddenly contracted, revealing an expression of disgust. No wonder Kenma had such an attitude. Such scum, anyone with a normal moral compass would be disgusted upon hearing about him. The Tsuneyashiro family was nauseating trash as a whole, and this current head was the trash among trash. Yoruichi reacted, reaching out to stroke Kenma's face, feeling a burning warmth from her palm. Mr. Uptight, will you be like that one day too? Just like that scum, killing me and my brother to seize the Shihoin family. Kenma looked at Yoruichi's utterly serious expression, feeling speechless inside but showing a trace of helplessness on his face. Thinking random thoughts all day, he didn't know how her mind had jumped to this. Yoruichi, even if I wanted to seize the Shihoin family, would I need to go through so much trouble? Besides, you're underestimating me too much. How could a tiny Shihoin family satisfy my appetite? My goal is the entire world. Hearing her husband's words, Yoruichi felt a bit of amusement at her own paranoia. She chuckled lightly, bent down, and lowered her face, pressing her lips against his. Waiting until Yoruichi was flushed red, Kenma released her tongue and urged, Yoruichi, how long are you going to stay on me? Doesn't it feel uncomfortable? Nope. You'll be my horse from now on, ridden by me for lifetime after lifetime. Yoruichi grinned mischievously, her legs locking around Kenma's neck. Giddy up. Go forward, through the corridor. Yes, back to the bedroom. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 115, The Final Trump Cards Avatar. After feeding Yoruichi to her heart's content, Kenma walked out of the room. It was already night, and the sky was filled with twinkling stars. The air quality in Seoul society really is great, huh? Gazing at the starlight in the night sky, Kenma sighed with emotion before heading into his study. He drew the Zanpakutō from his waist and softly chanted its name. Kiritsugu. Thousands of nearly transparent threads burst from his chest, passing through the walls and extending in all directions outside the house. Among these threads emitting a faint white light, one stood out the most, blooming with a dazzling red light. Kenma pinched this red thread, wrapped it around his finger, and projected his consciousness into it. Can you hear me, Riko? A slightly startled voice rang in Kenma's mind. It was Riko Amanai, whom he had signed a contract with in the jujitsu world. Lord Kenma, contacting me so suddenly, is something the matter? Where are you playing right now? The Uchiha compound. Riko Amanai looked at her surroundings. She was inside an extremely broad and empty palace. Over a dozen thick load-bearing pillars stood on both sides of the hall, and elite Uchiha were patrolling and standing guard in all directions. She herself was sitting in the center of the hall, looking at 3 simple wooden gates made of square wooden pillars in front of her. Written above the wooden gates were, "Sea, Fire," and "Curse," respectively. Following Kenma's orders, the Uchiha clan had built 2 new crossing gates in the Great Hall over the past few days. Her duty here was to watch over these 3 crossing gates and open them when someone intended to cross over. Hearing Kenma's question, Riko Emanai immediately rose from her soft cushion. "I am currently in the Hall of Realm Gates. Do you have a message for the Uchiha clan?" Kenma's voice rang out in her mind. "Yeah. Call them over." "Okay." Riko Emanai nodded, looked at the maid beside her, and said, "Sister Misato, notify the elders to come here. Lord Kenma has something to say." "I understand, milady." Kurwa Misato walked out of the Great Hall and spoke to the Uchiha guarding the outside. The Uchiha immediately ran outside the barrier, his figure flashing before disappearing. Before long, a sea of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness, flickering with infiltrating red light, looking particularly terrifying. More than 10 Uchiha clansmen passed through the barrier and entered. After becoming familiar with them over these past few days, Kurwa Misato had gotten used to the Uchiha clan's style of entrance and those crimson eyes that gave off an ominous feeling. The leaders of these Uchiha were naturally the 2 elders, Setsuna and Kakaku. "Everyone, Lord Kenma has an order to convey to you." Hearing this, the expressions of the Uchiha, who had already received definite news, couldn't help but turn solemn as they followed the maid inside. Inside the hall, Riko Emanai was kneeling on the cushion with her eyes closed to rest her mind, facing the entrance of the hall, her back straight. Hearing the trivial and cautious footsteps approach, Riko Emanai's ears twitched. She immediately opened her eyes, revealing a serious expression as she looked at the people who had walked quickly to kneel before her. "You've come, Uchiha. I am your lord, Lord Kenma." Hearing these words, the expressions of the crowd, which had been somewhat reserved, immediately relaxed a few degrees. Kakaku and Setsuna at the very front stood up and looked up at the stiff-faced Riko Emanai in front of them. Kakaku chuckled softly, "Lady Riko, your disguise is exposed." Lord Kenma would never refer to himself as Lord Kenma. The seriousness on Riko Emanai's face instantly collapsed, revealing a look of surprise. "What? You guys found out so easily?" "It's because your acting skills are too poor, Lady Riko, and you don't pay attention to details," Setsuna added from the side. "Lord Kenma dislikes formal kneeling, he usually sits cross-legged in a rather casual manner." "Is that so? You even discovered my little habit." Riko Emanai's voice sounded abruptly. Although the vocal cords were exactly the same as before, the feeling it gave off changed steeply. Gone was the unique vitality of a young girl from before, instead, it was filled with heaviness and solemnity. Hearing these words, Kakaku and Setsuna's expressions changed drastically. They immediately threw themselves to the ground, their heads hanging low. "My lord, forgive us. We have overstepped." The breathing of the Uchiha clansmen behind them paused in unison as they followed suit, bowing their bodies and lowering their heads. Inside the Great Hall, the atmosphere suddenly changed, becoming incomparably solemn and oppressive. Riko Emanai shifted from a formal kneeling position to sitting cross-legged on the cushion in a rather casual manner, waving her hand at everyone. "No matter. I am not blaming you." "Thank you, my lord." Only then did the crowd stand up, yet they dared not look directly ahead, their eyes remained fixed on the floor below. At this moment, the consciousness inside Riko Emanai's body was Kenma himself. Just then, the girl's lively voice rang out in his mind. "Scare tactic, great success. These people are probably terrified right now." Kenma chuckled in his heart and agreed with a sentence or two. The girl knew Kenma had important business, so after thanking him twice, she shut her mouth. With his consciousness residing in Riko Emanai's body, Kenma felt nothing but ease. It was not much different from the feeling of his own body. Previously, Kenma had also briefly resided his consciousness in other people's bodies. Whether it was Shursue, Ace, or anyone else, no matter who it was, they all gave Kenma an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It was like wearing extremely tight clothes, a suffocating sense of restriction. But this girl with whom he had accidentally signed a contract was different. To Kenma, Riko Emanai's body was as obedient to his will as his own body. Whether it was consciousness or power, the projection was incomparably compatible. Kenma predicted that if he were to die suddenly one day, Riko Emanai would become his brand new body. He had vaguely sensed this point as early as the time of the contract. After several attempts, Kenma finally confirmed it. Riko Emanai's status in his heart rose in a straight line because of this. If one had to use a metaphor, it would be like the early Sasuke to Orochimaru, or Hashwolf to Yawatch, only the combination of the two could compare to Riko Emanai. She was as important to Kenma as an avatar serving as his final trump card. The reason Riko Amanai could enjoy such treatment and status within the Uchiha clan now, respected and provided for by the Uchiha like a princess, stemmed from this source. Sweeping his gaze around and looking at the Uchiha crowd before him, Kenma spoke slowly. I recently established a new department within the Siriidii. It is similar to your profession in life, or the Umbu. Manpower is urgently needed now. Leave enough elites to guard the compound, and send all the rest to me. Hearing this, Setsuna and Kakaku below felt their spirits shaken. As you command. The clansmen of the Uchiha have been honing their skills all day and have long looked forward to this. We will absolutely not let you down, my lord. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Pinky Promise. The group of Uchiha before him wore expressions of confidence, practically guaranteeing their success. Kenma naturally acknowledged their capabilities. As ninja, these Uchiha had honed numerous skills during their previous lives: assassination, stealth, espionage, and intelligence gathering. They excelled in every single one. After a period of desperate training, the Ryatsu of these Uchiha had reached a considerable level by today. The outstanding among them had reached the level of a 3rd or 4th seat officer, while even the slightly weaker ones were comparable to a 7th or 8th seat. Allowing these people to join the Massacre would require no additional training. Once they familiarized themselves with the terrain of the Siriidii, they could officially begin operations and play a massive role. Kenma instructed, regarding the expansion of the Massacre, although the division has existed for a long time, it is not an exaggeration to say we are rebuilding it from scratch. You must seize the moment, the faster, the better. Yes. Please rest assured, Kenma-sama. The Uchiha clan has long been prepared, the Uchiha responded in unison. After a moment of contemplation, the rejuvenated elder Kakaku asked, may I ask, Kenma-sama, is the establishment of the Massacre related to the walls that suddenly descended around the edges of the Siriidii some time ago? Beside him, Setsuna spoke somewhat vaguely. The intelligence we gathered suggests a rebellion occurred within the Siriidii, resulting in the deaths of quite a few noble Shinigami. We do not know if this is true. Martial law had been declared within the Siriidii during this period and had yet to be lifted, making entry and exit inspections exceptionally strict. Neither Fugaku nor Shursui, nor any other Uchiha clansman, had passed information from inside the Siriidii to the clan in recent days. Even using the meager network the Uchiha had developed on their own, they could not uncover any concrete intelligence. It is true. Kenma nodded, his tone incredibly solemn. This incident is quite significant. As for the specific details, wait until you enter the Siriidii, or let Shursui and Fugaku tell you. My time borrowing Riko's body is limited, so I won't waste it. As you command. Hearing this, the Uchiha could only temporarily suppress the confusion in their hearts and wait to investigate the details later. Seeing that Kenma had finished discussing matters with the Uchiha and was about to leave, Amanai Riko's voice, full of anticipation, suddenly resonated in his mind. Kenma-sama, can I go to the Siriidii too? Don't worry, I absolutely won't cause trouble for you or these Uchiha uncles. Since arriving in Soul Society, Amanai Riko had been under the strict guard of the Uchiha and couldn't go anywhere. To this day, she still hadn't visited the Siriidii at the center of Soul Society. Sometimes she would visit the streets near the Siriidii, but the high walls blocked her view. Now, seeing that the Uchiha were allowed to go to the Siriidii, she couldn't help but feel excited and eager to move. No. Kenma refused immediately without a second thought. Your safety is of utmost importance. You will stay here. If you encounter any situation, immediately open the Senkamen and flee to another world. Amanai Riko's body was special and incredibly compatible with Kenma. She could even use the Kiritsugu ability on his behalf when Kenma wasn't using it, opening passages to the fire, sea, and curse worlds. That was why she was stationed in this Realm Gate Palace. Protected by the heavy guard of the Uchiha clan, she could help Kenma's subordinates travel to other worlds at any time, and if danger arose, she could use the opportunity to escape. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Hearing Kenma's blunt refusal, Amanai Riko's mood gradually sank, her voice revealing unconcealed dejection. Oh, I understand. Seeing her like this, Kenma, who shared a body and mind with her, felt it with particular clarity. Infected by her mood, he seemed to become downcast as well. Regardless of everything, the current Riko was still a child in middle school, at an age where she should be lively and active. Suppressing her nature like this would inevitably cause certain defects in her personality in the future. Kenma's heart softened involuntarily, and he sighed secretly. Although that is the case, there is still room for negotiation. Before Kenma could finish speaking, the girl's mood instantly soared, causing Kenma's own emotions to fluctuate. Kenma-sama, what do I need to do to go? Riko, as long as you can complete the assigned homework, I will agree to let you go, Kenma said. Your Ryatsu is still too weak right now. You need to possess a certain level of skill. You must be able to master at least one of the 4 arts, Zankinsoki. As long as I complete it, Kenma-sama will take me there. It's a deal, pinky promise, no take-backs. Amanai Riko said excitedly. Pinky promise. Although the conversation with Amanai Riko in their consciousness felt long, only a fleeting moment had passed in the outside reality. Kenma was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and looked at the Uchiha before him. Setsuna, Kakaku. How many among the current Uchiha can hear the release of their Zanpakutō? Setsuna and Kakaku exchanged a glance, seeing the unease and lingering fear in each other's eyes. Answering Kenma-sama, among the entire Uchiha clan, not a single person can achieve Shirkai. Not only that. Forget about Shirkai, we can't even hear the names of the Zanpakutō. No, we can't sense any will inside the Zanpakutō at all. It's like a dead object, without any soul. My lord, we have recently begun to sense something strange about this. We asked every clansman who holds a Zanpakutō, and it is the same for everyone, without exception. Even Whitebeard and his group, including those few with potential, are the same. The two spoke one after another, explaining the bizarre nature of the situation. Kenma was slightly surprised in his heart, yet it felt as if he had expected it, giving him a sense of dust settling. Facing the Uchiha, Kenma nodded slightly. He didn't say anything more and withdrew his consciousness. After regaining control of her body, Amanai Riko maintained that stern expression, nodding to the Uchiha before her. Men, thank you for your hard work everyone. I hope you continue to make persistent efforts. Sensing the stark difference in the emotions within the girl's words, Setsuna and Kakaku slowly stood up and stole a glance at the girl above them. Riko-sama, it appears Kenma-sama has already left. Eh? How did you know? Amanai Riko's face was full of surprise again. She thought there was nothing wrong with what she just said. Both her tone and attitude were very similar to Kenma-sama's earlier behavior. With Amanai Riko's words, the atmosphere in the entire hall changed abruptly. The oppression from earlier vanished, and everyone instantly felt much more relaxed. Kakaku smiled. It is the feeling and atmosphere that are different. Riko-sama, you are still a child, so naturally, you do not possess Kenma-sama's steady composure. There is also a difference in presence. Kenma-sama has a stern and majestic aura, while you, Riko-sama, are much more lively, Setsuna added. So that's how it is. I think I understand a little. Amanai Riko nodded, seeming to understand but not fully grasping it. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 117, 2 Kiritsugus. Kenma withdrew his consciousness from Amanai Riko's body and opened his eyes, finding himself back in his own study. Raising the Zanpakutō in his hand, Kenma's gaze was deep, yet he seemed somewhat dazed. It is not just Fugaku and Shursue. The entire Uchiha clan, Whitebeard's men, and those marines, no, all the contractors connected to me are the same. Clearly their spiritual pressure is sufficient, and they are training assiduously, yet they simply cannot infuse their souls into the Asachi. Such a widespread phenomenon was enough to indicate that this was inevitably linked to his Zanpakutō's ability. It was even possible that his, Kiritsugu, had placed some sort of restriction on these contractors. A restrictive condition that even he, the master of the Zanpakutō, was unaware of. Although this was merely a guess on Kenma's part, he had an inexplicable feeling that his speculation was essentially correct. Immediately, 2 doubts surfaced in his mind. Why would Kiritsugu do this? And how could Kiritsugu achieve such a thing? Even if he had left some hidden pitfalls and secret clauses in the contracts with those contractors, the relationship between the two parties was fundamentally equal. Humans only establish contracts, agreements, and promises with other intelligent beings. They do not treat chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs in such a manner. When dealing with animals, whether cherishing them as pets or slaughtering them for food, all decisions are made unilaterally by humans. The animals' opinions are never solicited. Kenma was the same. The reverse was also true. To establish a connecting contract with these dead souls, the most basic first step was to treat those contractors as their own kind who could communicate with him, that is, as humans. Only then could the contract succeed. This was the primary prerequisite. Since both parties to the contract were humans and held a relatively equal status. Then where did his Zanpakutō get such high-handed power to suppress, or even plunder, the instinct of these contractors to awaken their Zanpakutō? Could it be? Kenma's eyes flickered uncertainly. He looked up at the wooden ceiling, then down at the Zanpakutō in his hand, exhaling a deep breath of turbid air. There was no use sitting here letting his imagination run wild. It would be better to ask the party involved directly. It has been a while, I should perform Jinzen. Lately, Kenma had been so busy his feet barely touched the ground, and he had to attend to Yoruchi at night, leaving him absolutely no time to train with his Zanpakutō. He would take advantage of this brief moment today to visit Kiritsugu, who resided in his inner world, and ask these questions. Kenma went to the bed in the partition, sat cross-legged, and rested his open hands on his knees. With one hand on the hilt of the Zanpakutō and the other supporting the blade, Kenma calmed his breathing rhythm and began to meditate on the sword. Time passed unknowingly, it felt like a century, yet also like a fleeting instant. A breeze brushed against his face, and the sound of clear, flowing water rang in his ears. He felt as though he were immersed in mist. Kenma slowly opened his eyes, and the scene before him changed abruptly. He was no longer in the study partition but in the middle of a lake. A compass carved from massive stone lay at the very center of the water's surface. And he was sitting in the exact center of that compass. Not far in front of him, 3 balls of light shone, labeled, Fire, Sea, and Curse. A familiar voice came from behind him. Kenma, I didn't expect you to have time to visit me when you've been so busy lately. Honestly, I am very happy. Although the words expressed happiness, the voice was utterly calm, devoid of any emotion. Kenma stood up and looked behind him. A brown-skinned man appeared before him, clad in black armor and wearing a red scarf. Beneath his short white hair lay expressionless features. It was Kenma Zanpakutō, Kiritsugu. Long time no see, Kiritsugu, Kenma said directly. Unfortunately, I didn't come specifically to see you, but for business, I have questions to ask you. What is it? Not you, the other you. Kenma pointed to Kiritsugu's shadow reflected on the ground. Let that Kiritsugu come out. I don't need you to relay the message, I must ask him face to face. Kiritsugu paused slightly, then nodded. That guy is shy and embarrassed to see you in person. But since it is your request, I will forcibly drag him out. After speaking, he walked to the side, reaching the edge of the compass, and looked down at the lake surface. The breeze blew, creating ripples across the lake, distorting the reflection of Kiritsugu's face. However, unlike his current self, although the reflection in the lake had the same features and build, it possessed a distinctly different appearance. Short black hair, normal skin tone rather than the deep brown of the one on the shore, and wearing a black trench coat. The brown-skinned Kiritsugu above said, Come up. Kenma wants to see you. The reflection in the lake gently shook its head, clearly unwilling. I knew it would be like this. How long do you intend to be shy? Seeing this, the Kiritsugu on the shore sighed. He then reached into the lake and grabbed the reflected Kiritsugu directly by the collar. However, I have already promised Kenma, so you must come out. The Kiritsugu on the shore twisted his body and pulled upward with force, causing a massive splash to erupt from the lake surface. A pitch-black figure was dragged up by Kiritsugu and flung toward Kenma's position on the compass. The black trench coat flapped loudly in the high-speed airflow. Seeing that he was about to crash into Kenma, the figure turned in midair to kill his momentum and landed lightly on the compass. Those pitch-black eyes, devoid of any highlights, looked at Kenma. His expression was composed, hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat, exuding a distinct demeanor. Long time no see, Kenma. Don't give me that, long time no see, you're the one who has been avoiding me, Kenma lamented. It really isn't easy to get a glimpse of you. I had to force you out. From the day he awakened his Zanpakutō, Kenma had seen 2 Kiritsugus and knew clearly that there were 2 distinct souls within his blade. The brown-skinned, white-haired Kiritsugu was the manifestation of his severing power. And the yellow-skinned, black-haired Kiritsugu was the source of his connection power. The 2 were the dual abilities of his single Zanpakutō, housing 2 souls. The white-haired Kiritsugu walked over. Before he could speak, he heard the black-haired Kiritsugu scold him, You spoil Kenma too much. It's not good for him. You're one to talk, the white-haired, brown-skinned Kiritsugu retorted. Looking at the 2 Kiritsugus with such different appearances, Kenma's gaze darkened as he asked, You should be aware of the reason for my visit, right? The 2 Kiritsugus exchanged a glance, then looked at Kenma in unison and nodded slightly. We are inside you and see everything you experience, so naturally, that includes your doubts. The black-haired Kiritsugu affirmed, You want to ask why those dead souls I connected cannot use Zanpakutō, correct? Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 118, The Instinct of the Zanpakutō. Correct. I hope you can tell me the truth. Kenma looked at the black-haired Kiritsugu, who nodded as his calm voice slowly resonated. You are the master, you have the right to know. Naturally, there is no issue in telling you. Shursui, Fugaku, and even the entire Uchiha clan, as well as those pirates and marines, after they formed a connection with you, they became completely unable to awaken their own Zanpakutō no matter what. There is only one reason for this, I did not agree to it. Therefore, I seized all of the potential those connected individuals had to awaken a Zanpakutō. Kenma's pupils constricted slightly, though a faint expression suggesting he had expected this appeared on his face. I knew it. So, it really was your doing. The black-haired Kiritsugu shook his head. To say it was my doing isn't quite accurate. You should say it was our doing, the white-haired Kiritsugu at the side interjected. The moment the connection was established, I sliced off a portion of those connected individual souls along with their possibility of awakening a Zanpakutō. The black-haired Kiritsugu followed up immediately, then, I gathered those fragmented souls and fed them back into your body. Kenma, haven't you felt that you've been improving rapidly lately? Not just in Ryatsu, but a comprehensive enhancement of your physical constitution, strength, speed, neural reflexes, and athletic ability. Kiritsugu was right, Kenma did indeed feel this way. However, it was so subtle that he had mistaken it for an illusion brought about by the increase in his Ryatsu. Now it seemed it was his Zanpakutō playing tricks. Kenma lowered his eyelids, then opened them again, a grim look faintly surfacing on his face. Why? Why did you do this, and why didn't you even tell me? If I hadn't noticed, were you planning to hide this from me until I died? The white-haired Kiritsugu sighed. If we had told you, your personality wouldn't have allowed such a method. The damage caused by forcibly slicing off a piece of another's soul is permanent. Even if that portion of the soul were returned, that person would not be able to reconnect, nor could they ever return to how they were before. The black-haired Kiritsugu stated bluntly, Kenma, your nature is too gentle. The quality education you received in the past molded you into someone too kind. Being so kind, you are incapable of actively setting traps to harm those you view as companions. But that is fine, we really like that kindness of yours. So, since you cannot bring yourself to do it, we will do it for you. We will bear this sin in your place. Looking at the two Kiritsugus who spoke without any concealment, Kenma grit his teeth, a trace of struggle appearing on his face. You are the manifestation of my power, you are no different from me. What you do is what I do. I will not deny this, nor will I cover my ears and pretend I cannot hear. Hearing Kenma's words, the two Kiritsugus exchanged a glance, their expressions seeming to relax considerably. A hint of joy surfaced on their calm faces. Immediately after, Kenma grit his teeth and asked, in that case, why did you have to do this? Why did you have to cut off their souls? At least give me a justifiable reason. The smile on the white-haired Kiritsugu's face faded as he quietly looked at his master. There is no special reason. It is merely our instinct. We simply want to protect you. That is our instinct. As his voice fell, the black-haired Kiritsugu spoke, Instinct, we only want you to live on safely and spend every day in happiness. You wouldn't have to be immersed in fear of the unknown all day long, you could exist with peace of mind. Fear. Kenma's expression darkened. I control the lives and deaths of people like Shursue, so where would fear come from? Naturally, it is the fear of the unknown. The black-haired Kiritsugu's tone was decisive. The people you connect with are very strong. Even those pirate minions are stronger than the original you. If they were allowed to access a Zanpakutō, the abilities they would awaken would be an unknown variable. If the Zanpakutō they awakened had the ability to sever the connection, or even allow them to turn the tables on you, then you would fall into danger. This kind of uncertainty is the most terrifying, most lethal existence. The white-haired Kiritsugu quickly added, to prevent such things from happening, we took preventative measures, snuffing out this possibility while it was still in the cradle. As things stand now, regarding your connected individuals, the various abilities they possess, be it the Sharingan, devil fruits, or even chakra and haki, are all existences you understand. You are clear about their trump cards and abilities. Added to the contingencies we left when the connections were made, they pose absolutely no threat to you. After a moment of silence, the black-haired Kiritsugu spoke with a complex expression, it is only right for you to be angry upon learning of these actions we took without permission. Feel free to unleash your anger upon us, we are willing to accept it. There is just one thing we hope you can promise us. The expressions of both Kiritsugu softened, and their gaze toward Kenma revealed a trace of pleading. Kenma, do not snap us. We can still become your strength and protect you well. Kenma looked at the two of them in a daze, remaining silent for a long time. He felt angry. He was furious about the persecution of Shursue and the others by Kiritsugu, and he was indignant that they had concealed it from him. But as was said before, the Zanpakutō was his power, and such actions were all taken to protect him. What could he say? Seeing Kenma like this, both Kiritsugu sighed in unison. Kenma, actually, we don't need you to have incredibly powerful strength, nor do we want you to have many forces under your command or control multiple worlds. We simply hope that you can possess second or third class spiritual power, find a way to become ageless, and then go to a peaceful, slice of life world to safely spend a life without fear and without end. They paused, then their voices continued. Likewise, we also know your ideals from these past years, as well as the resentment and dissatisfaction you hold toward the Shinigami in your heart. When you were stranded in Soul Society back then, and those brothers and friends you met were slaughtered by the Shinigami, although we had not yet taken form, we could see it clearly in your memories. If this is what you want, we will provide you with the greatest assistance without threatening your own safety. Thoughts swirled in Kenma's mind, and suddenly, a realization dawned on him. So, the worlds I traveled to were all carefully selected by you. Worlds that posed no threat to me, yet had their own unique aspects that could help me to a certain extent and strengthen my power. The chakra of the ninja world, the devil fruits of the sea, and those wondrous techniques in the jujitsu world, this was true for all of them. Correct. If we let you go to worlds capable of destroying heaven and earth, it would be very dangerous. The voices of the two Kiritsugas came from his left and right. Kenma lowered his eyes. He forced himself to calm the complex emotions in his heart. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Fragment of the Soul King. After closing his eyes for a moment, Kenma suppressed the complicated thoughts in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, his expression had returned to its previous calm. The answers from the two Kiritsugas were already clear enough. Now that things had come to this, what could he do even if he didn't accept it? In the future, if he were to form contracts with other souls, his two Zanpakutō would still behave this way. It was definitely not something he could change with a single sentence here. At least one doubt in Kenma's heart had been resolved. This issue ends here. I have another confusion. As soon as Kenma said this, a trace of doubt appeared on the faces of the two Kiritsugas. The white-haired, brown-skinned Kiritsuga glanced sideways at the other Kiritsuga beside him. The black-haired Kiritsuga looked at Kenma and couldn't help but sigh. Kenma, I think I know what you want to ask. Ask. As long as it is your question, I will answer it. Kenma recalled the strange occurrences he had encountered before. After groaning for a moment, he didn't immediately ask the question that had been weighing on the bottom of his heart for a long time. Instead, he asked a smaller question, though he didn't know if it was related. When I took Shursui to the Jujutsu world previously, at first, Shursui couldn't see those curses, even with his Sharingan. But after I shared my vision with him, and even after I withdrew my vision, he could surprisingly still see them. What exactly is going on with that? This question somewhat exceeded Kiritsugu's expectations. He was slightly stunned, his gaze lowering as he said in a deep voice, I suppose I let him see. Hearing Kiritsugu's answer be so uncertain actually surprised Kenma for a moment. You suppose? Yes. Shursui is excellent. Even without my power, relying only on his personal potential, he would slowly begin to see after staying in that world for a period of time. Kiritsugu's voice paused. It's just that relying solely on his power would take a very long time. After all, he is the spare body you designated in advance. So, after I detected his situation, I connected that part of him more tightly to you and stimulated his potential in the shortest possible time to achieve a vision consistent with yours. This way, even if you encounter unknown dangers, there will be a roughly equivalent backup beside you, making it convenient for you to transfer your consciousness and deal with the danger. Kiritsugu's answer could be said to have taken internal caution to the extreme. Given Kenma's strength at the time and his understanding of the Jujutsu world, was there really anything that could threaten him? However, this was Kiritsugu's consistent style. He raised vigilance to the maximum and would never let go of any possible danger. Kenma's heart stirred, and he suddenly said, stimulated Shursui's potential to the maximum. Kiritsugu, I don't recall you having such an ability. Kiritsugu paused slightly and looked at the other white-haired Kiritsugu, seeing him nod gently. Just as the black-haired Kiritsugu was about to continue speaking, Kenma's voice rang out again. Aside from the matter with Shursui, what made me realize something was wrong was what happened after I brought those pirates to Soul Society. Hearing this, Kiritsugu's face remained silent, but he sighed inwardly. Sure enough, it was this matter. Kenma continued, at that time, I signed contracts with those pirates and brought them back to Soul Society. Their reaction to being in Soul Society was shocking. As time passed, their entire souls began to gradually collapse and dissipate. Yet, those successfully contracted souls like Whitebeard remained safe and sound, forming a sharp contrast. What was even more surprising was that after I contracted them, the disintegration of these undead was stopped as if by a miracle. Added to the fact that I recently realized these contractors cannot awaken a Zanpakutō, no matter how I think about it, it's unusual. Kenma's voice deepened. Even if I am a soul from another world, no matter how miraculous, I shouldn't be able to do this. And to be able to accomplish such incredible things, after thinking it over, there is only one possibility. The black-haired Kiritsugu's breathing quickened for an instant as he looked into Kenma's eyes, which were full of composure, and saw the expression of extreme confidence in his own deduction. His heart couldn't help but settle, those surging emotions miraculously calmed down in an instant. Kenma, it seems you have already guessed it. Kiritsugu nodded. His expression was solemn, but his tone was surprisingly calm, even to himself. Correct, just as you deduced. I am your power, but the root does not come from you, but from someone else. Kenma opened his mouth, murmuring in a low voice, "The Soul King." "Correct." The black-haired Kiritsugu nodded again. The white-haired Kiritsugu at the side spoke gravely, "Kenma, I am the power derived from your reality, originating undoubtedly from your soul." As his voice fell, he pointed to the black-haired version of himself beside him. "And this one beside me, who intruded into our body, mimicked becoming a member of us, and disguised himself as your Zanpakutō, Kiritsugu. His true identity is precisely a fragment of the god who sits high in the heavens, scattered down to the lower realms. He is the joint of the Soul King." Kenma's pupils constricted slightly. The Soul King's joint. To the three worlds here, the existence of the Soul King was too high, there was no difference between him and God. And he wasn't a simple nature deity, or a god formed from the faith of people like an incense deity. He was the true god of monotheism, omniscient and omnipotent. Named Adonais. Countless years ago, the Soul King created boundaries, thereby creating the current three worlds. However, he was sealed by the ancestors of the five great noble families working together, dismembered, and made into a wedge to stabilize the three worlds. The dismembered part still retained mysterious power and fell into the three worlds. Kenma had guessed about his situation, but after hearing the Zanpakutō's reply, he still felt a shock that was hard to describe. He looked at the black-haired Kiritsugu. Kiritsugu nodded slowly. "He is right. My true form comes from the joint of the Soul King. My ability is connection. It is precisely because of the high level of my status that I can accomplish those things that seem incredible to ordinary eyes." Seeing Kiritsugu actually admit it, the heavy stone in Kenma's heart finally fell to the ground. No wonder. This made complete sense. If it involved the power of the Soul King, doing those things wasn't so incredible after all. Thinking of this, Kenma suddenly asked, "But, how did you come to be on me? When did it happen?" "From the very beginning." "The beginning?" Kenma reacted abruptly. "From the moment I first arrived in Soul Society." "Correct," Kiritsugu said in a deep voice. "Kenma, you are an entity from the outside world. Yet, you didn't have that much power. When you first arrived in Soul Society, just like those pirates, you would have collapsed before long. And it was at that time that I entered your body and became a part of you. It is precisely because of my existence that you were connected to Soul Society in this world, allowing you to survive smoothly. It is as simple as that." After listening, Kenma remained silent for a long time. Once he processed it, he couldn't help but raise his head to look upward. His gaze seemed to pierce through the wooden roof, reaching the god who resided high in the heavens. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 120, Site Selection. Ever since receiving the order from Central 46, Kenma was no longer considered a member of the Goti 13 in terms of administrative structure. There was no need to submit any resignation paperwork to Uchiha. Furthermore, due to the nature of the Massacre, this matter could not be publicized, so not many people knew that Kenma had left the 2nd Division. At most, Vice Captain Omida of the 2nd Division came over to ask a few questions. The reason, after all, was that Kenma had taken several key Uchiha members with him from the 2nd Division. These Uchiha elites had served in the 2nd Division for some time. Some were even members of the patrol corps who roamed everywhere on guard duty, so they had an extremely thorough understanding of the interior of the spirit court. With these people present, Kenma wouldn't have to let the Uchiha who arrived from the clan settlement start from scratch. Of course, just to be safe, Kenma didn't withdraw everyone. He still left a few nails inside the 2nd Division. The newly established Massacre first required a large base of operations. However, Kenma had taken these Uchiha elites and practically turned the entire spirit court upside down. They had even toured the underground sewers, but they still couldn't find a suitable location. The spots were either too remote or too conspicuous, failing to align with the Massacre's purpose. Just as Kenma was wandering around the execution stand with Fugaku, considering whether to hollow out the earth beneath it to serve as a base, he suddenly sensed someone using Bakudo number 58 to search for his spiritual pressure. Kenma reverse traced the spiritual pressure attached to the Kido and frowned slightly. It was Uchiha. After waiting on the earthen platform for a moment, two black shadows flashed before Kenma's eyes. Uchiha's slightly teasing voice rang out. "Suifeng, your Shuinpa has really improved compared to before. To be praised by Uchiha-sama is truly more than I deserve." Uchiha was wearing the black shihakusho with a captain's haori draped over it. Suifeng's figure appeared behind her a beat later. Looking at Uchiha, who had suddenly come to find him, Kenma frowned and asked, "Uchiha, why did you come here to find me? I recall that martial law hasn't been lifted yet. Even a captain shouldn't be walking around at will." Uchiha crossed her arms over her chest and smiled proudly. "Just now, I attended the captain's meeting. The captain commander has already lifted the martial law. I believe the entire spirit court will be notified before long." Then shouldn't you be staying at the 2nd Division handling squad duties? Did you sneak out again? Kenma retorted. Hearing Kenma say this, Yoruichi immediately feigned a gloomy expression. I say, Mr. Serious, why do you always look down on me like that? I came to find you this time strictly for work matters. Kenma's expression turned solemn. What matter? As Yoruichi spoke, she pointed at Fugaku behind Kenma. You took away the 4th seat of my division. As the captain, naturally, I have to come and ask about it. Yoruichi, did you not receive the documents from Vice Captain Omida? Kenma held his forehead. I already submitted the transfer paperwork to Omida regarding this matter. He should have given it to you. Don't tell me you haven't looked at it at all. Yoruichi's expression instantly froze, and she blinked awkwardly. She really hadn't looked. Seeing that pile of documents made her irritable, so she usually pushed them onto her subordinates to handle, only requiring a simple report from them at the end. She had just heard that Kenma took the division's 4th seat and, without even finishing the report, immediately rushed over in a hurry. To think, it turned out to be like this. Seeing Yoruichi like this, Kenma shook his head lightly and sighed deeply in his heart. He understood Yoruichi's unreliability thoroughly enough, so he didn't say anything more. However, since Yoruichi was here, Kenma decided to ask. Yoruichi, you've lived in the spirit court since you were little and loved to run wild everywhere. Do you know which location has the best conditions? It needs to be concealed, yet close to the central area of the spirit court. I need it to establish the headquarters for the Zanpakutō. Hearing this, Yoruichi's eyes lit up. She immediately patted her chest and said, no problem, leave it to me. As she spoke, she looked at Kenma with confusion. I heard from my subordinates that they saw you wandering around the spirit court all day. Was it just to find a place? Kenma nodded. Yoruichi turned her head to glance at the execution stand behind them and couldn't help but ask curiously, then what are you doing here? I was thinking about hollowing out the earth below to use as the Zanpakutō's base, Kenma said. The environment here is nice, the location is good, and being inside the mountain makes it even more concealed. Yoruichi raised an eyebrow. You guy, that's really a bold undertaking. Not only that. Kenma extended his finger towards the front of the execution stand. A row of tall buildings stood there, the highest point being the Penitence Palace. The complex of buildings surrounding the Penitence Palace was built upon the mountain. I was also thinking that later on, I could hollow out the interior of that mountain and connect it to the execution stand here. Such a massive space would presumably be even better. Hearing this, Yoruichi's eyes widened instantly, revealing a hint of shock in her gaze. Such an idea was truly whimsical. However, hearing that Kenma wanted to hollow out a mountain reminded Yoruichi of something. By the way, Kenma, I know a good place. I'll take you there right now. Kenma paused for a moment but followed Yoruichi's steps out of curiosity. The 4 of them, one after another, arrived at a cliff face on the mountain. On the cliff, there was a protruding platform and a wooden door used for camouflage. Yoruichi pushed the door open and entered, with Kenma and the others following behind. In front of them was a base paved with stone bricks. Yoruichi found a spot, lifted the floorboards, and a passage leading underground came into view. The 4 of them went down the passage. The view suddenly opened up, and a massive hollow space appeared before everyone's eyes. Even though no light source could be found, the brightness was no different from the daylight outside. Hee, how is it? This place isn't bad, right? Yoruichi revealed a proud expression. She looked at Kenma and the other 2, her face full of boasting. This is a secret base I secretly dug a long time ago. Very few people in the entire spirit court know about this place. As she spoke, Yoruichi brought the 3 of them to a place filled with mist. Among the yellow earth and rocks, a hot spring appeared before the 4 of them. More importantly, there's this hot spring. It's a finished product Kisuke secretly replicated. Soaking in it often has huge benefits for physical recovery. If you're tired from work on ordinary days, just soaking here can wash away all the day's fatigue. It's a rare find, isn't it? Kenma looked around and couldn't help but nod. Although it was a bit messy, that was a minor issue. With just a simple cleanup, it would be an excellent base, perfectly meeting the needs of the Zanpakutō. More importantly, the space here was wide, so there was obviously no need to excavate again, which saved a considerable amount of funding. Yoruichi, this place is indeed not bad. Hearing Kenma's words, Yoruichi straightened her back, looking proud. This made Suifeng, who was behind Yoruichi, instantly feel a surge of jealousy in her heart. Kenma looked at Fugaku behind him. Fugaku, let's choose this as the location. Notify the Kido Corps. Have them send reliable personnel to construct a base building here using Kido. The style should be similar to the Siri. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 121, Sudden Intruder. Lord Kenma, the main structure of the stealth force has been completed. All that remains is some simple interior decoration. At the same time, I have arranged a barrier around the outer layer to ensure that the situation inside the base is not easily leaked. Even if a captain-level battle breaks out inside, it can withstand it. Tessai Tsukabshi, the Grand Kido chief draped in a white haori, pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a sheen of white light. Kenma was slightly stunned, finding it somewhat incredible. So fast. Having said that, he used Shuinpa to immediately enter the cave and inspect the situation inside. At this moment, after Tessai Tsukabashi's Kido construction, the situation within this massive hollowed-out mountain space had undergone earth-shaking changes in a short period. The piles of yellow earth, rocks, and the potholed ground from before had vanished, replaced by flat stone paving. On the smooth stone bricks, buildings of varying heights now stood, the tallest tower reaching all the way to the top of the cavern. These buildings were arranged in a well-proportioned manner, row upon row, looking full of structural beauty. The external style was similar to the Siriidii, with white walls and orange tiles, combining to form a rather beautiful architectural complex. Kenma looked over them one by one, they were basically consistent with the blueprints he had provided. Activity squares, training grounds, office areas, staff dormitories, cafeterias, everything was there. Even the hot spring area had been renovated into a room to facilitate bathing. On the white wall of the outermost building, a massive Shihoin family crest was engraved, occupying almost the entire wall. And on the crescent moon in the very center of the family crest, a large character for stealth was written. After taking a general look at these buildings, Kenma appeared in front of the Grand Kido chief, a look of appreciation showing between his brows. As expected of the Grand Kido chief. To construct such magnificent buildings in just one day is truly eye-opening. Everything in the Soul Society was composed of reishi, naturally including these inorganic substances like walls, stones, and water flow. And Kido was the means of controlling reishi through movements and incantations. Using Kido to build houses was simply getting twice the result with half the effort. Not to mention that the one taking action was the number one person in Kido, Grand Kido Chief Tessai Tsukabshi. Previously, Kenma had entrusted Fugaku to find someone reliable from the Kido Corps to build it. After receiving Kenma's request, Tessai Tsukabshi thought about it again and again, and decided to go personally. Who could be more reliable than him, the Grand Kido Chief? Hearing Kenma's praise, Tessai Tsukabshi waved his hand. I am unworthy of such praise from Lord Kenma. As long as you are satisfied, that is enough. Satisfied? Naturally, I am satisfied. Originally, in Kenma's estimation, even using Kido construction would take at least 6 or 7 days to complete. He never thought Tessai Tsukabashi's speed would be so fast, taking only 1 day from start to finish. If the time spent understanding the blueprints was removed, the time would have been even shorter. It was evident how deep his cultivation in Kido had reached. Hearing the emotion in Kenma's words, Tessai Tsukabashi's serious expression relaxed a bit. It is good that Lord Kenma is satisfied. Tessai Tsukabshi felt that the mental and physical effort he had spent all day was not in vain. He had earned another considerable remuneration. At this moment, Tessai Tsukabshi looked at Kenma and asked a question that had been puzzling him. Lord Kenma, I see that you are still wearing this shahakusho. Why haven't you put on the haori bestowed by Central 46? After all, it was bestowed by the sages, it would be better to wear it. Tessai Tsukabashi's subtle reminder made Kenma smile internally, though he showed a humble expression on his face. The stealth force has not been set up yet, currently, there isn't even a skeleton. Naturally, it isn't good to wear it and swagger through the streets. It's better to wait until the stealth force has taken some shape before wearing it. Only when the name matches the reality will I not fail the expectations of the sages of Central 46. Hearing this, Tessai Tsukabshi immediately felt a surge of respect. Lord Kenma is indeed a rigorous person, truly worthy of being the hero chosen by the sages. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then Tessai Tsukabshi left the place carrying the remuneration Kenma had given him. After Kenma wandered around inside with a sense of novelty for a while, Fugaku's figure suddenly appeared to the side, kneeling on one knee. My lord, the Uchiha clansmen and those marines. Shursue has brought them all. They are currently standing by at the front square. When entering the Siriidii, you weren't discovered, were you? Kenma glanced sideways at Fugaku. Fugaku's face was calm as he said, no. The current Siriidii has lifted martial law, and the Siriidii walls have been retracted. Relying on the name of the Shihoin family, they can enter and exit at will. Moreover, they entered at night, so they weren't exposed. That is good. Kenma nodded lightly. Let's go. The two figures flashed and immediately appeared on the stone steps beneath the massive, stealth character, looking down at the groups of people below. These Uchihas wore dark blue Uchiha longcoat uniforms and stood in neat rows. Rows of bright red Sharingan lit up, yet they were silent, full of a chilling intent. Their aura was imposing. As for the Marines, they were all draped in their most solemn justice coats. After Kenma appeared, he took a rough look. There were at least 100 people here. Standing at the front, Shisui and Elder Setsuna saw Kenma's figure first and immediately knelt on one knee, lowering their heads. Subordinate Uchiha Setsuna, leading 92 Uchiha clansmen and 7 Marines, here to pay respects to my lord. Following their movements, the rows of Uchihas behind them all did the same. Rise, no need for formalities. Kenma gestured slightly for the Uchiha clansmen to rise. As far as Kenma knew, the Uchiha clan currently had a total of only 160 or so clansmen with Shinigami aptitude. And right now, 92 elites had been sent out at once, and even the presiding Elder Setsuna had come. It was clear that aside from the necessary people guarding their compound, all other manpower had been sent over. As for the 7 Marines, they were ability users and those with outstanding aptitude who were willing to come and serve after hearing about this matter. With this group of people as the backbone, and allowing Fugaku, Shisui, and others familiar with the Siriidii to lead them, the skeleton of the stealth force could basically be built immediately. Seeing these people in front of him, Kenma's mood instantly brightened. He immediately nodded to Fugaku beside him. Receiving Kenma's cue, Fugaku took out a stack of documents, went down, and handed them to the people in the front row. Kenma swept his gaze over them and spoke slowly, "Inside here are some of my general administrative plans for the stealth force. As for the specific details, you are all ninjas, experts in this field, so you should be clearer on it than I am. I will not go into detail here. If you encounter anything unreasonable, report it to Fugaku, Setsuna, Shisui, and the others in a timely manner so it can be modified." Kenma spoke briefly and did not elaborate further. As for these Marines, they were obviously the type more skilled in frontal combat. Kenma honestly didn't know how to arrange them for the moment. If nothing else, he would temporarily assign them to guard duty at the main gate of the headquarters. Each of them had such a strong physique, at the very least, they looked very imposing. He would assign them properly later when suitable positions were found. Just then, a woman's clear voice suddenly rang out from behind Kenma, revealing a hint of teasing laughter. "Mr. Sirius, I didn't expect you to have gathered so many people so quickly. This has truly exceeded my expectations. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 122, Training." Hearing the voice, Kenma turned around to look. A beautiful figure was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, with a teasing smile on her face. Her short purple hair looked capable, and the white haori she wore draped down naturally. It was none other than Shihoin Yoruichi. Those golden eyes looked at the expressionless Kenma, her gaze lively and revealing a touch of charm. "Seeing your indifferent appearance, you aren't very surprised by my presence. Here, this little girl should be your subordinate too, right?" In Yoruichi's hand, she was holding a young girl by her waist sash, lifting the girl up effortlessly. The girl looked young and beautiful, with spirited eyes and a rich expression. One could tell at a glance that she had a lively and active personality. Sensing Kenma's gaze, the girl knew her current state was somewhat wretched. She couldn't help but scratch her head, revealing a trace of embarrassment on her face, and gave a sheepish smile. Lord Kenma, I seem to have caused you trouble." "It doesn't matter, Riko." Kenma shook his head gently. This girl was none other than Amani Riko. After days of hard practice, Riko had successfully passed the assignment Kenma set and entered the Siriidii along with the Uchiha clansmen, wanting to take a good tour of what the inside of the Siriidii looked like. The result. At this moment, she had actually fallen into Yoruichi's hands. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more figures flashed by and appeared at Yoruichi's side. One was naturally the little tail behind Yoruichi's butt, Suifeng. The other was a girl wearing traditional Uchiha attire. The girl was also young, with flowing long hair and a tear mole embellishing the corner of her eye, adding a bit of character to her youthfulness. Her scarlet Sharingan lit up, eyes staring tightly at Yoruichi who had a mischievous grin. Her movements were restrained, and the expression on her face was somewhat stiff. "Please put Lord Riko down." Although she had stayed within the Uchiha clan, there were portraits of Yoruichi in the clan, so she recognized her immediately. Yoruichi gently put down the girl in her hand, swept her gaze over the Uchiha crowd below, and her eyes fell on Kenma in front of her again. "Mr. Sirius, it seems you've hidden a lot from me." Kenma nodded, then shook his head, and first waved his hand to the crowd below. Dismissed. The Uchiha and others below, led by Fugaku and Shisui, quickly evacuated the square. Amani Riko took this opportunity to run quickly to the side of that Uchiha girl and was taken away by the girl using Shuinpa. Kenma's gaze turned to look at Suifeng behind Yoruichi. After receiving a signal from Yoruichi, Suifeng hesitated for a moment, then also used Shuinpa to leave the place. On the huge square, only Kenma and Yoruichi remained. "Yoruichi, the Kido barrier outside should be open." How did you get in? Of course, I quietly followed behind Shisui and the others and came in together. Yoruchi left the wall and instantly appeared at Kenma's side. She stretched out those wandering hands, sneaking towards Kenma's thighs and buttocks. Feeling the familiar touch, Yoruchi gave a hi-hey laugh, the corner of her mouth glistening slightly, then she restrained herself. She puffed out her chest, a rather proud expression on her face. I am the captain of the 2nd Division after all. Infiltration and tracking are a piece of cake for me. Although Shisui and the others are skilled, their strength is still lacking to discover me. Kenma reached out to pull Yoruchi's arm to stop her obscene actions, but Yoruchi quickly broke free. She even pinched harder. Sighing in his heart, Kenma simply let her be and didn't stop her anymore. Yoruchi, you are wrong. Shisui discovered it was you long ago. But because of my orders, he pretended not to see and let you in. Yoruchi was slightly startled. Mr. Serious, you aren't lying to me. That kid Shisui could actually discover my presence. I never lie. Seeing Kenma's serious expression, Yoruchi also knew her husband's character. He never liked to lie to people. She couldn't help but sigh repeatedly in her heart. That kid's methods have improved so much that even I was kept in the dark. He really is an outstanding talent. She reacted and looked at Kenma. So, you deliberately let me see all this? Kenma nodded, his expression solemn. Yes, there are some things I think I should tell you. Yoruchi was his pillow companion after all. And he wasn't good at lying himself. In the short term, he might be able to hide it from this wife who lived with him day and night. But over time, with Yoruchi's keenness, she would definitely notice something. In fact, she might have already vaguely sensed something at this moment. Rather than waiting until that time to strain the husband and wife relationship, it was better to confess a part to her now, and reveal more bit by bit in the future. Hearing Kenma's words, Yoruchi nodded thoughtfully. Immediately, a hint of secret delight appeared on her face, and she teased, Mr. Serious, seeing your honest attitude now, you must be captivated by my charm and have completely fallen under my skirt. Ah, I really am a sinful woman. Looking at Yoruchi's exaggerated and affected expression, Kenma looked speechless and quickly grabbed Yoruchi's hands that were pushing their luck. When you say this, it would be more convincing without these movements. I see you are enjoying it quite a bit, otherwise you wouldn't have let me do it until now. The fingers of Yoruchi's hands danced with abnormal dexterity, revealing a mischievous smile. My technique is exquisite. Leave your body to me, and I will let you experience the heavenly kingdom of ultimate bliss. Yoruchi, you are getting more and more perverted lately. What's wrong with a woman being a bit perverted? Seeing Yoruchi so self-righteous, Kenma covered his forehead and sighed in his heart. He didn't know when it started, but Yoruchi was becoming more and more presumptuous in front of him. Her mouth was becoming more unrestrained, and her actions revealed her hooligan nature. Sometimes, Kenma even felt that he was being played with by Yoruchi. Speaking of which, why did you suddenly start calling yourself an old man, Lao Fu? You are clearly so young and not a man. Naturally, because it's fun, Yoruchi laughed. My voice after turning into a cat is male, right? When others hear it, they will think I am a man. When I reveal my true form, they will definitely be shocked seeing my appearance. Just for such a boring purpose. Kenma roasted expressionlessly. But he reacted immediately, his eyes widening slightly. No. Rejected. When you change from a cat back to a human, you are completely naked. I absolutely will not allow it. Hee, Kenma, you are jealous. Seeing Kenma's anxious appearance, Yoruchi's face showed a look of having succeeded, and she laughed wickedly. Even you, after my training, have ultimately drowned in my charm and cannot extricate yourself. My training methods are indeed unmatched. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Visiting Aizen. Yoruchi, I am not joking with you right now. Kenma formed his hand into a knife hand chop and brought it down on Yoruchi's head. Yoruchi was flattened to the ground, a puff of white smoke rising from her head. Seeing Yoruchi still acting this way, Kenma gradually realized what was going on. Yoruchi, are you doing this on purpose? How could that be? Sigh, it's just a pity that your expression wasn't intense enough. I wasn't satisfied. Yoruchi's words were an admission, she had come over specifically to tease Kenma. Don't worry, I'm not a 2 or 3-year-old child. I will wear clothes properly. Looking at Yoruchi's lively demeanor, Kenma felt a moment of helplessness. However, he naturally believed her assurance. Although Yoruchi was unreliable in some matters, she at least knew the limits. Not dwelling on this matter any longer, Kenma asked, tell me, what exactly did you come here for? After I returned home from the 2nd Division, I couldn't see you anywhere even though it was so late, so naturally, I came to find you. Yoruchi looked at the newly built Stealth Force headquarters and sighed with emotion. Mainly, I didn't expect such a large complex of buildings to be built so quickly. And seeing how sturdy these high-rise buildings are, it's truly surprising. Kenma said in a deep voice. After all, the Grand Keto chief personally took action. Achieving this step isn't too strange. Yoruichi nodded, then asked Kenma, tell me, what ideas do you have for the layout of the stealth force? I have practiced the secrets of the stealth force since I was a child, after all. I count as an expert in this area and can at least help you with some references. Seeing Yoruichi's serious expression, no longer the playful look from before, Kenma's expression relaxed involuntarily. After thinking for a moment, Kenma voiced his plans. In my expectation, the stealth force will be divided into 13 general bureaus. Apart from the General Affairs Control Bureau at the very top, which manages the overall planning of the stealth force's major administrative affairs, personnel, finance, data archives, analysis planning, and so on. The major general bureaus below will involve internal and external intelligence, infiltration and counter-infiltration, transportation, medical care, prisons, surveillance and assassination, technical research, ideology, talent training, security functions, armed operations, and internal self-inspection. Kenma detailed his concepts from the past few days to Yoruichi. Seeing Yoruichi fall into deep thought, he paused slightly to leave her enough time to think. That is all for now. Yoruichi, do you have anything to add? Yoruichi pulled her consciousness back from her thoughts and shook her head gently. You have thought it out very comprehensively. There are some areas even I didn't think of. No matter what, her husband was someone who came out of the second division. He wasn't someone who got by on connections alone. He naturally had his own unique insights regarding the stealth force. In fact, his understanding in certain areas was even more profound than hers, the captain of the 2nd Division and former commander-in-chief of the stealth force. It was just... Mr. Serious, why does this plan of yours for the stealth force look so familiar to me? Isn't this just a replica of the Gotei 13? It was all detailed into 13 parts. Among them, there were functions managing general affairs, medical care, research. These institutions were exactly the same as the Gotei 13. You definitely copied Oldman Yamamoto's layout for the Gotei 13. Hearing this, Kenma looked away, avoiding Yoruichi's gaze. How could that be? It can't be counted as copying, at most it's just borrowing a little. Aside from the Gotei 13, what Kenma borrowed from the most was that intelligence agency renowned in human history, the KGB. The deeds of the KGB were too shocking, and that was just the tip of the iceberg that this behemoth revealed. Kenma had naturally heard of them in his previous life. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this obvious example. Thinking of this, Kenma subconsciously touched his own thick and heavy eyebrows. With such a huge secret service agency under his command, perhaps in the future, he would stand in the heavens and become the controller of this kingdom of the dead. Kenma seemed to see the shadow of a certain, right sphere-level, leader on himself. Your Majesty of Metals, infinitely rampant. While his mind was immersed in some whimsical thoughts, Kenma felt his waist and buttocks being ravaged wantonly by those cool little hands again. Yoruichi's voice also rang out at this moment. Mr. Serious, your expression is so strange right now. Did you think of something fun? Nothing. Kenma paused, grabbing Yoruichi's little hands that wouldn't stop causing trouble. Yoruichi then held his thumb in return and dragged him forward. It's been dark outside for a long time. Your work for today should have ended long ago. Let's go, come home with me. After these few days of busy work, the framework of the stealth force had at least been set up by Kenma. The Uchiha clansmen who came over, under the leadership of Fugaku and the others, quickly became familiar with the Siriidii and immediately entered a working state. With the filling of these elite backbones, the stealth force finally had an initial structure. The next step was just to continuously fill it in. Seeing that matters were handled roughly appropriately, Kenma breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After the initial busyness passed, he found some free time and gave himself a one-day holiday. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing, making one feel relaxed and happy. Kenma prepared gifts and took Uchiha Fugaku and Fushiguro Toji to the 5th Division to visit a friend. Inside the 5th Division barracks. Facing the sudden arrival of Kenma and the others, the captain, Hirako Shinji, naturally came out personally to receive them. The dignified commander-in-chief of the stealth force, the big favorite before Central 46, why would he come to our squad? Hirako Shinji spoke with a strong Osaka accent. Fortunately, Kenma could understand even the more obscure Satsuma dialect, so the Kansai dialect was not a problem at all. I came suddenly this time to visit an old friend. Please forgive my presumption, Captain Hirako. Kenma pushed the gift box in his hand forward, sending it in front of Hirako Shinji. Looking at Hirako Shinji in front of him, he wasn't revealing the dazzling long hair at this time, but was rather reservedly wearing a hat. Kenma felt incredibly strange in his heart. Hearing the mention of a friend in Kenma's words, Hirako Shinji immediately understood. It's Aizen, right? His brow furrowed, and he looked at Kenma in front of him with a weird expression. I didn't expect that guy Aizen to actually have friends. The world is big, and there are all kinds of wonders. After Hirako Shinji finished speaking, a gentle and low voice sounded from outside the room. Captain, speaking ill of people behind their backs is not a good habit. Especially when it is Captain Hirako's vice captain. Clatter. The wooden door was slid open, and the bespectacled vice captain of the 5th Division walked in carrying freshly brewed tea. Looking at Hirako Shinji, Kenma, and the others in the room, a hint of apology appeared on Aizen's face. My apologies, Captain Hirako, Senior Kenma. Brewing the tea took some time. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 124, none of them are good people. Hirako Shinji looked sideways at Aizen without saying a word. Kenma, however, took the tea from Aizen's hands and asked softly, you didn't poison this, did you? Aizen was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently. How could I? Senior really knows how to joke. Kenma put down the teacup and was just about to speak when he heard Aizen ask Hirako Shinji with a face full of confusion. Captain, did you change your hat again today? Who do you think caused this, Aizen? Hirako Shinji's expression immediately turned cold. Aizen scratched his head in embarrassment. Haha, sorry Captain, I didn't expect it to turn out like this either. Seeing the interaction between the two, Kenma asked in confusion, Captain Hirako, what happened to your hat? Senior Kenma, actually. Before Aizen could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Hirako Shinji. Aizen, shut up. Hirako Shinji's secretive appearance clearly showed he didn't want to say more, which only made Kenma even more curious. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside the door and kicked Hirako Shinji straight in the face. Hirako Shinji rolled away, knocking over the tea Aizen had prepared in the process. Shinji, you baldy, what is there to hide? Just let everyone see. This person was petite, with yellow hair tied into 2 pigtails pointing upwards, and a few freckles on her face. Her posture was very arrogant. Kenma recognized her at a glance. She was the vice captain of the 12th Division, Saragaki Hiyori. After kicking Hirako Shinji away, Saragaki Hiyori pressed forward, ignoring Shinji's obstruction, and directly yanked Hirako Shinji's hat off. Hirako Shinji's current appearance was completely reflected in Kenma's eyes. Hirako Shinji's original long hair was shockingly gone, completely shaved off. It was smooth and bright, looking exactly like a peeled hard-boiled egg. Seeing Hirako Shinji's comical appearance, Kenma couldn't help but feel a burst of amusement. Behind him, Fugaku and Toji laughed out loud without any concealment. Beside them, Aizen pushed his glasses and spoke up, actually, the captain was attacked by Kuchiki Koga earlier and was unfortunately injured, even half his hair was cut off. For the image of the 5th Division, I secretly fixed it up while the captain was asleep. But looking at it now, it seems I went a little overboard. You call this overboard? There's nothing left but the head. Kenma looked at Aizen and saw the corner of his mouth hooked into a slight smile, full of bad taste. Sosuke, you did this on purpose, didn't you? This aspect of Aizen exceeded Kenma's expectations. Thinking back, Aizen's personality did seem to have such a wicked sense of humor. Aizen laughed, what are you saying, senior? It was completely accidental, yes. After Hirako Shinji and the girl scuffled for a while, Saragaki Hiyori finally noticed Kenma and the others sitting there watching the show, and her body couldn't help but stiffen. Using Saragaki Hiyori's body in front of him as cover, the slightly comical expression on Hirako Shinji's face instantly turned solemn. Hiyori, leave here immediately. It's dangerous here, this isn't a place you should stay. Hirako Shinji's voice was suppressed extremely low, only faintly reaching Saragaki Hiyori's ears in front of him. Seeing Hirako Shinji like this, Saragaki Hiyori's expression also changed, and she immediately nodded. She let Hirako Shinji grab her and throw her directly out the window. After doing all this, Hirako Shinji patted the wrinkles on his clothes. That brat is really too much. I am the captain of the 5th Division after all, she doesn't know how to show a little respect. Don't you think so? Hirako Shinji put his hat back on properly and turned to look at Kenma and the others. The playful smile from earlier had vanished. His expression was solemn, and his gaze was full of coldness. Kenma pointed to Aizen beside him and said, compared to Vice Captain Saragaki, Captain Hirako's vice captain here is even worse. One look and you can tell he's not a good person. It would be better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Aizen pushed his glasses, the lenses reflecting a white light that obscured his gaze. The expression on his face remained gentle, and his voice was as warm as ever. Isn't Senior Kenma even worse? Actually provoking the relationship between me and the captain like this. Baldy, neither of you are good people. Hirako Shinji curled his lips, gradually suppressing the coldness in his eyes deep down. He had a keen mind and had long sensed that Aizen Sosuke was not a good person. That was why, after becoming captain, he promoted him to vice-captain to keep him close and strictly monitor him. And this commander-in-chief of the stealth force, who was chatting and laughing with Aizen, was also not a good thing in Hirako Shinji's heart. If Aizen was a venomous snake extremely skilled at camouflage, who might bite you from behind at any moment, then this so-called senior that Aizen spoke of was a blatantly terrifying beast. Opening that bloody maw at all times, ready to devour people, crunching them up bones and all before swallowing them down. Adding in that Kachiki Koga who almost hacked him to death, Hirako Shinji complained repeatedly in his heart. The so-called three heroes renowned throughout the Serie were all undoubtedly villains. The head captain even called them pillars of the community. Sure enough, after people get old, their eyesight gets bad. He misjudged them all. You guys chat first, I'll leave here for now and won't disturb you anymore. Hirako Shinji asked with a cold face. That's fine, right? What are you saying, Captain Hirako? Watching Hirako Shinji leave, Aizen intended to brew a fresh pot of tea but was stopped by Kenma. No need for the trouble. Even if you brew it, I won't drink it, Sosuke. Aizen poured himself a cup with an unchanging expression and set the teapot aside. It seems Senior really doesn't have a single good impression of me. This is really... Aizen shook his head and asked, since Senior views me this way, you actually came to visit me this time. Is there something the matter? Nothing much. Kenma paused, a faint coldness revealing itself in his gaze. I just came to give my cute junior a piece of advice, and to ask a question by the way. Oh. A trace of curiosity flashed across Aizen's face. I wonder what Senior's advice is, and what the question is. Sosuke, I don't know what ideas you have, or what you think of me deep down. Speaking of which, I don't care either. Kenma waved his hand. It's just that there are some things I think it's better to be open and clear about with you. Aizen continued to smile. Please speak, Senior. I am all ears. Seeing Aizen like this, Kenma frowned, involuntarily feeling that he was incredibly difficult to deal with. However, he still kept a straight face and said in a low voice, the things I want to do now are developing step by step in a clear direction. At this time, I do not wish for complications. Especially you, Sosuke. I know your skills, and I am clear about your methods. If I had to say it, in my heart, your threat level is even higher than Yamamoto Genryusai Shigokuni. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Sosuke, I don't want to kill you. Hearing the implied threat in Kenma's words, the corners of Aizen's mouth turned down, then immediately rose again, his gaze revealing a chilling coldness. Senior speaks as if you could kill me. I advise Senior not to be too arrogant, or it will only expose your weakness. Kenma spread his hands towards Aizen, then clenched his fists. Sosuke, I told you, it is you who is too arrogant. Whoosh, whoosh. As Kenma's voice fell, Toji and Fugaku, who were originally behind Kenma, had unbeknownst to anyone, moved to stand at two corners behind Aizen. Aizen withdrew his peripheral vision and looked at Kenma in front of him. How scary. Is Senior counting on eating me alive? But gathering even more ants like this is nothing more than something I can trample to death with one foot. It is completely useless against me. Why don't you try it yourself? Kenma sneered. Don't forget, there's also me. My Zanpakutō's ability is a direct attack type that strengthens attacks. Unlike your weak Kyoka Suigetsu, which basically provides no significant boost to combat. Senior really does know Kyoka Suigetsu's ability. Aizen sighed with emotion. His gaze moved down slightly to look at the Zanpakutō at his waist. Just as his senior said, his Zanpakutō, Kyoka Suigetsu, had powerful hypnotic abilities, but that was all. In terms of combat enhancement, it wasn't even as good as any random direct attack type Zanpakutō. For battles at his level, the effect it could play was better than nothing. If he were given a powerful Zanpakutō, he would dare to flip the table on the Serie just like his senior Kenma right now. Unfortunately. Aizen's heart moved, and the chill in his eyes suddenly faded. His face was replaced by a look of extreme interest. Killing you all wouldn't take much of my time anyway, so there's no rush for that. I am more interested now in knowing what Senior wants to do. From Senior's words just now, it seems you regard our head captain as an enemy threatening yourself. Does this mean Senior intends to become an enemy of the Serie? Kenma didn't answer immediately but extended a finger and pointed upwards. Aizen followed the direction of Kenma's finger, looked up, and his pupils constricted slightly. When he looked at Kenma again, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Kenma said earnestly, my matter is of the utmost importance, and I do not wish for any accidents to occur. If possible, Sosuke, I don't want to kill you. Hearing Kenma's naked threat, Aizen not only didn't show coldness like before but became increasingly interested. The curious expression on his face was almost undisguised. Then, Senior can talk about that question. Seeing that Senior's goal is such, as long as I can answer, I will definitely tell Senior the truth. Seeing Aizen's undisguised expression, Kenma couldn't help but frown. Such straightforwardness was very different from the Aizen in his impression who insisted on speaking in riddles. Sosuke, during the time of Kachiki Koga's turmoil, you went to the Great Spirit Book Gallery, didn't you? The Great Spirit Book Gallery? Aizen smiled. Why does Senior ask that? Setting aside whether I went or not, perhaps it's even my first time hearing this name. Is Senior so certain? Kenma sighed in his heart. Sosuke, is this your attitude of telling the truth? Sorry, just a habit. Senior doesn't need to mind. Aizen paused upon hearing this, and restrained the expression on his face. So, why is Senior so certain that I went? Kenma sighed inwardly. Talking to Aizen was exhausting. Just a moment ago he had that attitude of telling the truth, and in the blink of an eye, he turned back into this probing manner of speaking in circles. Previously, when Kachiki Koga went to the place of Central 46, besides killing those who framed him, he had another purpose, to go to the Great Spirit Book Gallery. My people discovered his residual Ryatsu at the Great Spirit Book Gallery. The Great Spirit Book Gallery is managed by the Tsuneyashiro family, and many members of the Tsuneyashiro family hold positions in Central 46. Kachiki Koga killed everyone in Central 46, then killed the guards of the Great Spirit Book Gallery. Unable to find a way to enter, he returned resentfully. The Great Spirit Book Gallery was the core database within the Siriidii, located beneath the underground assembly hall of Central 46. It could automatically collect intelligence from the Soul Society and the world of the living, storing records of major events and top-secret data since ancient times. Outside, there were 13 layers of defensive walls and warning barriers. The defense was tight, and forcibly breaking the door would trigger the self-destruction spell inside. To enter, one needed documents from Central 46 and also had to pass the Ryuryoka verification of the Tsuneyashiro family gatekeeper. With such complete supervision, Kachiki Koga couldn't break through easily for a time and even triggered the barrier alarm, which was why Yamamoto Shigokuni came aggressively at that time. Aizen asked, then how is Senior sure that I entered? Very simple. Because of traces. Senior, I remember I didn't leave any traces like Ryatsu or footprints at that time. Aizen's words were basically an admission of the matter. However, his focus now was obviously not on this aspect. Seeing this, Kenma continued, not traces at the Great Spirit Book Gallery, but traces at the Tsuneyashiro family. In such a short time, the entire main Tsuneyashiro family was wiped out. Isn't that very strange? Even if Kachiki Koga had planned it long ago, he couldn't have killed all the Tsuneyashiro people scattered in various places in such a short time. Then naturally there is only one explanation, he wasn't the only one who took action. I sent people to examine the traces at the places where those Tsuneyashiro members died. Connecting the events before and after, it is easy to see that during the short time Kachiki Koga's riot broke out, a full 4 separate groups of people launched attacks on the Tsuneyashiro family. Although there are only clues and no decisive evidence, I can still assert that you must be one of these 4 groups, Sosuke. Don't forget, when Kachiki Koga's incident occurred, I met you near Central 46. Aizen asked, I wonder if Senior can tell me who the 4 groups were. Naturally, they were Kachiki Koga, you, and the current head of the Tsuneyashiro family, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, Kenma said with certainty. Senior, that's only 3 people. What about the last one? Isn't he right in front of you? Hearing Kenma say this, Aizen wasn't much surprised, instead, the smile on his face grew stronger. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of light applause rang out. Aizen clapped 3 or 5 times before putting his hands down. As expected of Senior. I did indeed go to the Great Spirit Book Gallery. But regrettably, like Senior Kachiki Koga, I didn't successfully enter. I wonder what Senior is so desperate to enter for. What do you want to obtain? Kenma's eyelids lowered, and he looked at Aizen in front of him, his expression incredibly solemn. Naturally, for the million years of history of the Soul Society. And all the information about the Oaken hidden within that long history. Hearing this, Aizen's pupils constricted slightly. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Confession to Yoruchi. Kenma, I'm here to play with you. Inside the enormous office, there were few objects. The front half of the room had a sofa set and a coffee table, while the back half contained only a large office desk, a solid wood chair, and a file cabinet in the corner. Apart from these, there was nothing else, making the room appear extremely empty. Kenma sat behind the desk, and on the wall behind him, the 4 large characters for Stealth Force were written. Hearing this familiar voice, Kenma, who was examining documents, twitched his eyebrows, a hint of helplessness surfacing. Bang. Without waiting for his permission, the main door was violently pushed open, letting out an overwhelmed wail before falling straight off the wall. The person who entered wore a white haori, had purple hair and brown skin, and those sparkling golden eyes locked onto Kenma's figure immediately. The only person who could be so arrogant and unbridled in the headquarters of the stealth force was none other than Uchiha. The two guards at the door bowed repeatedly in apology. Seeing Kenma wave his hand dismissively, they then reattached the fallen door. When leaving, they closed the door with extreme caution. Seeing Uchiha come to find him during work hours again, Kenma had long become accustomed to her crazy behavior. In the nearly 2 years since the establishment of the stealth force, he didn't know how many times today's situation had occurred. Uchiha, what's the matter this time you came to find me? Nothing, I got a bit bored staying at the 2nd Division, so I came to find you since I had nothing to do. Uchiha was righteous and confident, without a trace of shame on her face. Seeing this, Kenma couldn't help but say, you having nothing to do might make Omida cry. He won't. He learned to be smart long ago, he hands over small matters to his subordinates. Uchiha was unceremonious. She walked over to the file cabinet on her own and took out the snacks Kenma had stored inside. Besides, after your stealth force was established, it took over most of the 2nd Division's work. The 2nd Division naturally had a huge burden lifted, which is why I'm so free. It's not my stealth force, it's the Siriidi's stealth force. Kenma pointed out the error in Uchiha's words, earning an eye roll from her. Are you still pretending in front of me? In the current Siriidi, who among those with some status didn't know who the true master of the stealth force was? Digging deeper, one would discover that even Central 46, the power center of the Soul Society, was just a tool to be used at any time in front of this master of the stealth force. As she spoke, Uchiha jumped directly onto the desk in front of Kenma, sitting there eating snacks while drinking the tea Kenma had brewed. With Uchiha making noise here, Kenma couldn't focus his energy even if he wanted to continue working. He simply put away the documents at hand. Propping his cheek with his arm on the table, he quietly watched his wife like this. Uchiha's eating manner was still unrestrained, with a few crumbs remaining at the corner of her mouth. Gradually noticing Kenma's gaze, she turned her head to look, then extended her foot, spread her toes to pinch Kenma's nose, and shook it left and right. As Uchiha's foot swayed back and forth, Kenma's head swayed along with it. Mr. Sirius, is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? It makes me feel embarrassed. Kenma pulled her petite and delicate foot off his face before breathing a sigh of relief. Saying that, do you look even a little embarrassed? Looking at Uchiha sitting calmly on the table, Kenma couldn't see a single sign of shyness on her face. Rather, this kind of small playfulness would hardly make the battle-hardened Uchiha feel embarrassed. However, since Uchiha came at this time, Kenma happened to have something to tell her. By the way, Uchiha, I'm leaving the Siriidi in these 2 days to go to the world of the living. The world of the living. Uchiha looked at Kenma with confusion, her heart moved, and she asked, why go to the world of the living all of a sudden? Don't tell me it's to accompany Shisui for training. That excuse is outdated, he successfully graduated from the Shino Academy a year ago. Shisui only studied at the Shino Academy for 1 year before completing the entire 6-year curriculum and graduating with excellent grades. His choice after graduation was naturally the stealth force where Kenma was. Now, within the stealth force, he had taken over a large amount of work and was like Kenma's right-hand man. Naturally, it's not because of Shisui. Kenma paused, looking at Uchiha with a strange expression. Seeing her thoughtful look, he sighed in his heart. And what do you mean by excuse? I always act only when there is serious business, unlike you who has nothing to do. Then tell me what serious business? Uchiha asked. Seeing Kenma fall silent, she spread her hands. Look, you can't even give a reason yourself, so how can I believe you? Kenma held Uchiha's foot, involuntarily applying a little force with his hand, then relaxing it again. His face showed a calm expression, and his voice deepened. Uchiha, you and I have been together for almost 2 years. I think you can also sense some secrets about me. But there are some things not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know how to tell you, and I cannot tell you. The implications involved are too great. Uchiha said with a look of disbelief, oh, how great can the implications be? Kenma didn't speak, only pointing upwards. Uchiha looked up and couldn't help but shrink her pupils. You mean, the Soul King Palace? Kenma, when did you get involved with those people? This isn't a joke. Uchiha's breathing suddenly became rapid. Seeing her like this, her voice revealing worry and concern, Kenma felt relieved in his heart. Long ago, from the very beginning. But you don't need to worry. I am confident I can resolve it easily. Uchiha was skeptical, really. Naturally, I wouldn't lie to you. Kenma pulled her into his embrace, burying his entire face in her hair and neck. A sweet scent immediately filled his nose. Uchiha, you know I never lie to people. Yes, you don't lie, but you never tell the whole story when you speak. Yoruchi complained verbally, feeling the moisture on her neck touching her skin, bringing a slight itch. After spending this time together, she had seen through her husband's way of handling certain matters. Especially regarding more private matters, although he wouldn't lie, he would intentionally or unintentionally hide a part. And what was omitted happened to be the crucial part. Hearing it would sometimes have an even greater effect than a lie. Therefore, regarding Kenma's words, Yoruchi would believe them, but at the same time could assert that he definitely hid some things on purpose. At the same time, she knew clearly in her heart that she could only ask up to this point today. Continuing to probe deeper would likely not yield any results. Since you say so, I won't ask further. Just tell me when you are willing to tell me. Hearing this, Kenma buried himself even deeper. Sorry, Yoruchi, give me some more time. It won't take long before I tell you everything. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, The Three Heroes of the Blood War. Hearing her husband's answer, Yoruchi calmed her heart. She turned away from Kenma's lap and reached up to wrap her arms around his neck. Her golden eyes looked at her husband, her gaze sweeping over his thick, furrowed brows and landing on his black eyes. Looking deeper, she saw genuine earnestness in her husband's candid gaze, along with a trace of guilt hidden beneath. Yoruchi's expression grew serious, and she nodded gently. I'll wait for you. Pausing, Yoruchi sighed in her heart. She never thought she would one day accommodate someone else. It seemed she had changed a lot through their subtle time together. As for the person who caused such a change in her, naturally, it was none other than her hypocritical husband right here. But let me say this up front, I can't wait for you too long. A cat's curiosity is very strong, and its patience is quite limited. Kenma nodded gently without speaking, only tightening his arms, embracing Yoruchi's waist, bringing her closer to him. Yoruchi pressed against her husband's chest, her face gradually darkening as she said softly, Kenma, after this is over, can you please not leave the Siriidii right away? Father's body is already failing. Yoruchi's voice grew weaker, completely fading away at the end. I know. Kenma lowered his eyelids and nodded again. Kenma felt deeply grateful for this father-in-law who trusted and heavily relied on him. Naturally, he had been keeping track of his physical condition. According to the judgment of the 4th Division Captain, Shihoin Shunjen was nearing the end of his lifespan and likely wouldn't hold on for much longer. Thinking of this, complex emotions churned within him, momentarily indescribable. After a moment of intimacy, Yoruchi left the Stealth Force headquarters, satisfied. Shursue, who had been waiting outside for some time, walked in, holding a stack of documents. My lord, these are the files we have collected during this period. All the intelligence regarding the 9th Division Captain is here. Thank you for your hard work. Kenma took the documents and opened the first page. The first thing that met his eyes was a photograph. It showed a robust, silver-haired man with a fierce expression. His handsome appearance was currently marked by glaring eyes, making him look extremely difficult to provoke. A line of characters was written in one corner of the photo, the name of the Shinigami captain. It was none other than the most famous battle power measurement unit in the Shinigami ranks, one of the 3 heroes of the 1000-year Blood War, Kensei Meguruma, wielder of the time-type Zanpakutō, who won't waste much of your time. Looking at this newly appointed captain of the 9th Division, Kenma didn't know why, but a sudden, unbidden smile welled up in his heart. After a long while, he managed to suppress it, his brows relaxing as he looked at the information that followed. After a brief review, Kenma handed the documents to Shursue, archive it under the highest A rank, just like the other captains. Even if his performance in combat was lacking, he was still a captain, and worth being vigilant about. After the stealth force was established, Kenma ordered the collection and archiving of intelligence on all Shinigami in the Siriidii. These powerful Shinigami captains were naturally the top priority. Over the past 2 years, the stealth force had achieved considerable success in information gathering. Few places in the entire Siriidii could conceal anything from Kenma, who commanded the stealth force. Nearly 2 years had passed since Kachiki Koga's incident. Aside from Kenma's unrestrained expansion of power, the Godii 13 spent this period licking its wounds and recovering the vitality lost earlier. Although they had been sanctioned by Central 46, they were still the largest violent organization in the Siriidii, and their foundation remained incredibly deep. After holding funeral rituals for the slain captains, the Godii 13 immediately took action. In the time that followed, the 13 divisions, working with halved budgets, streamlined their personnel size, eliminating redundant Shinigami members. These mediocre Shinigami were sent to other departments, relieving the financial burden. This included the Central 46 Guards, the Kido Corps, and the newly established Stealth Force. Kenma's Stealth Force, in particular, directly hollowed out most of the 2nd Division, and then some. The 2nd Division, due to the nature of its work, originally had significantly more personnel than the other divisions. After Kenma's poaching, the division's numbers were now streamlined to be similar to other divisions, with only a sparse 200 to 300 people. This was only just enough to maintain the minimum required personnel for a division. As for authority, that was directly packaged up and taken away by the stealth force. The only functions the current 2nd Division could still perform were the Visible Patrol Corps, Kigoku, and the Inner Court Patrol Unit, Rikutaitai, which was responsible for communication. Even these two had subtly shown signs of being eroded by the stealth force. This was why Yoruichi was idle all day, wandering around the Siriitai with nothing to do. However, after eliminating a large number of mediocre individuals, the Godii 13 retained all of its truly excellent elites. In the process, they even filled the captain positions that had been vacated when captains were killed by Kachiki Koga. Besides the recently appointed 9th Division Captain, Kensei Maguruma, the captains who had taken up their positions a year prior were 3rd Division Captain Rojiro Odoribashi and 7th Division Captain Lovekoa. Adding Hirako Shinji of the 5th Division, the 3 heroes of the Blood War are now assembled. Now, among the entire Godii 13, only the 10th and 11th Divisions remained without a captain holding down the fort. Shursue delivered the document to the archive room. Seeing him return, Kenma spoke. Ace contacted me earlier, saying his brother's pirate crew is regrouping and setting sail again. Shursue, arrange your work for the next few days. You will accompany me on a trip to that ocean. Shursue was startled at first, then showed an understanding expression. Is it the world where Ace and the others are located? Correct. Kenma nodded. Shursue asked curiously, my lord, if you have something to handle, wouldn't it be easier to let Yukumi and Ace execute it there? Why go yourself? Ace's brother is setting sail again. Naturally, I must see it with my own eyes, Kenma said. He had confirmed that the world he had accessed had the exact same time flow as the Soul Society. Now that 2 years had passed in the Soul Society, 2 years had also passed in the pirate world. Luffy's crew was about to regroup at the Sabaody archipelago and set sail again. Seeing this, Shursue became increasingly curious. At Ace's execution, he had also seen Ace's younger brother, whom he only thought of as reckless and without anything particularly special. But seeing Kenma's demeanor now, he clearly admired Ace's younger brother greatly. I really don't know what the Lord sees in that silly boy. Besides taking a look, I also have a small idea I want to test out. As he spoke, the image of the Afro-skeleton who loved looking at panties floated into Kenma's mind. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 128, Soul King. What? You said the big boss is coming too? Just to watch Luffy set sail. Seriously. Uchiha Yukumi wore a black suit and a tie, a short gun clipped to his waist, as he walked across the rather soft ground. The fresh grass on the ground glittered with a moist sheen, and the gentle breeze blew large and small bubbles, which swayed and floated toward the sky. This was the dreamlike land closest to the Red Line, the archipelago formed by the root systems of massive mangrove trees, the Sabaody archipelago. Yukumi walked alone into Area 33, hearing Ace's voice echo intermittently beside his ear. Ace, you're not wearing a jigai right now, ordinary people can't see you. You talking to me just makes it look like I'm talking to myself here. Won't that seem strange? In the past few days, the world superstar Soul King's global tour concert was scheduled to be held in the Sabaody archipelago. The concert venue was this very Area 33. Fans and music lovers from all over the world flocked here, practically overcrowding this area and even the surrounding regions. Yukumi walked down the street here, and even the most ordinary paths were currently teeming with people. Looking out, the roads were filled entirely with surging heads. Hustle and bustle, the air filled with a loud cacophony. In the sight unseen by others, Ace looked apologetic and laughed. My apologies, my appearance is not suitable to be exposed to the public eye, let alone appear before Luffy and the others. So you came all this way just to see your brother? Hearing Yukumi's words, Ace nodded and said, after all, this is Luffy's redeparture. As his older brother, I naturally can't miss it. As he spoke, Ace showed a hint of surprise. I just didn't expect the big boss to be interested in Luffy too. The big boss's thoughts are unfathomable, so naturally, we cannot guess them, Yukumi replied. Yukumi's behavior and conversation with Ace, seen through the eyes of others on the street, naturally became a rather bizarre scene. Mom, why is that short uncle talking to himself over there? Don't look, honey. That's not normal. Maybe he has mental problems. Should we call a psychiatric hospital? People on the street looked at Uchiha Yukumi talking to himself, pointing and discussing amongst themselves. These voices reached Yukumi's ears, immediately causing the usually aloof Uchiha Shinigami to blush deeply, and he hurriedly moved through the crowd to leave. Ha ha ha, I never thought it would really be like this. It's rare to see people from your Uchiha clan show such an expression. Ace's laughter came from beside his ear, making Yukumi's face grow even redder. Ace, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Sorry, absolutely not. After leaving the crowd, Yukumi leaped and ran, finally reaching the rooftop of a building. In front was a circular structure resembling a soap bubble, occupying a considerable area. This must be the concert venue for the world superstar, Soul King, right? When Yukumi mentioned the name, Soul King, a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. That's a really arrogant title. Even my lord wouldn't dare to call himself that. He's a living person after all, Ace said. I saw with my own eyes that the superstar entered here early, and should be conducting concert rehearsal right now. That's good. We just need to send this coordinate to the big boss. As Yukumi spoke, his expression suddenly froze, and he abruptly looked behind him. Crack, crack, crack. A series of continuous sounds rang out in the otherwise empty area. The space in front of the two suddenly showed spider web-like cracks. Bang. A fist reached out from within, directly shattering the space riddled with cracks. The entire area of space fell away like broken glass. Immediately following, two figures walked out from inside. Seeing these two, Yukumi and Ace were instantly energized and rushed forward. Big boss, you're here. My lord, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. The people who suddenly broke through space and appeared were naturally Kenma, and Shursue following behind him. Kenma wore a black suit with a white overcoat draped outside, making him appear even more imposing. Shursue wore a dark pair of overalls and a deep blue shirt for his upper body. The two had obviously donned their Jigayan clothes before entering the pirate world. Yukumi, Ace, this is Brook's current location, right? Kenma landed on the rooftop, and a wave of noise reached him, causing him to first look at the crowd on the surrounding streets. Then his gaze fell upon the quite massive circular building in front of him. Yukumi nodded and said, that skeleton is inside. Seeing Kenma, Ace's eyes revealed a trace of apprehension. Then his expression regained some composure, and he asked, Big boss, what exactly do you want with this skeleton? He is Luffy's crewmate, so if possible, please don't let anything happen to him. Seeing Ace's worried look, Kenma chuckled softly in his heart and said, Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. I only came here this time to observe his devil fruit ability. Hearing Kenma's assurance, Ace immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was enough that he wouldn't harm Luffy's crewmate. On one side was his benefactor, to whom he, his father, and his crew owed a great debt, on the other side was his brother's precious comrade. If the two ever clashed, being caught in the middle would be the most difficult thing for him. Let's go. Time to meet this world superstar. As Kenma finished speaking, he leaped down, and the three others followed closely behind. Inside this huge circular building, on the topmost stage, teams of dancers in gorgeous costumes were gracefully dancing, and musicians were playing instruments. And in the very center of the stage, the singer passionately performing in front of the microphone was clearly a skeleton with a black afro. As the final note faded, the entire piece concluded, and everyone sighed in relief. Soul King-sama, thank you for your hard work. Ah, this rehearsal was perfect. The perfect part was the Soul King singing that touched the soul. The skeleton bowed politely, since it was so perfect. Beautiful dancer MSS, may I see your panties? The dancer gave a sheepish smile and immediately ran off. Brook was then invited by his manager to a concert box room. Mr. Manager, someone wants to see me at this time. The long-armed manager rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. Soul King-sama, the person who came this time is a tremendous big shot. Hearing this, Brook became even more curious. When Brook pushed the door open and walked into the VIP box, what met his view were four men in different styles of suits, sitting or standing in various poses. Although he was a skeleton, he didn't have visible eyes. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 129, Transformation. Brook pushed the door open and entered. Hearing the sound, the four people inside the room looked over in unison. A chorus of surprised voices rang out simultaneously. Whoa, seeing it in person, it really is a skeleton that can move. That guy Luffy certainly finds some strange people to be his companions. It is indeed a rare sight. The room door was closed by the manager outside, and Brook was startled by the sound of it shutting. He then looked around the room, asking curiously, Who are you four gentlemen, and why did you suddenly come looking for me? His voice stopped abruptly as he froze in place. Those dark, hollow eye sockets were fixed on a man wearing a cowboy hat. The man was sitting casually on the sofa with his legs crossed, propping up the brim of his hat with a finger. He wore a faint smile, his eyes shining with spirit as he looked at the skeleton that had just entered. At the same time, his face, dotted with a few freckles, was fully exposed to the skeleton. Brook extended a bony finger, pointing at the freckled youth with a slight tremble. You are. Because it involved information about his captain, Luffy, Brook had read the newspapers from 2 years ago and thus had some memory of the face. The youth before him was the spitting image of Luffy's brother, who had died 2 years prior. It looks like you know me. That makes things easier. Ace smiled and gave a polite self-introduction. I am Ace, Porgas D. Ace. Or perhaps the name Fire Fist Ace is more familiar to you, Skelly. The 3 people beside Ace were, naturally, Kenma, Shisui, and Yukumi. Previously, it had been Yukumi's methods that had prompted the long-armed tribe manager outside to invite Brook, the superstar, into this room to meet with Kenma. Seeing a skeleton that could move freely with their own eyes was indeed an incredible experience for them. After hearing Ace's introduction, the skeleton froze for 3 seconds before a hoarse, shrill scream erupted from his throat. Eek! A ghost. Brook's soul nearly leaped out of his body. He scrambled toward the door, trying to open it and flee. However, the door had been firmly locked from the outside. No matter how he shouted or banged on it, the manager outside acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, offering no response. Turning back to see Ace standing up from the sofa, Brook collapsed weakly to the floor, 2 streams of tears flowing from his dark eye sockets. As he watched Ace's figure approach him step by step, another shrill cry rang out. Ace. Ace's ghost. Why is he here? I may be a skeleton, but I think I'm still technically a living person. I'm only in my 90s, and I still have a promise to my nakama that I haven't fulfilled. It's not time for me to go to the afterlife yet. Watching Brook wail in terror at the sight of Ace, Kenma's eye couldn't help but twitch. He's a skeleton himself, yet he's actually afraid of ghosts. Shisui and Yukumi nodded in agreement from the side. The people in this world generally have unusual mental wiring. Whether they're living or dead, their intelligence isn't exactly top tier. Fortunately, after Ace went over to soothe him and explained the situation once more, Brook finally quieted down. His mind returned to its usual state. In other words, Your Excellency, the brother of Luffy, met a Shinigami and is now living happily with Whitebeard and the others in that world. Is that what you mean? Though there are some differences, yeah, that's basically it, Ace nodded. Brook climbed up from the floor, his dark sockets looking toward Kenma and the others. Then these gentlemen. They are the Lord Shinigami who allow Whitebeard and Luffy's brother to live normally even in the world of the dead. Ace nodded again. Correct. Hearing this, Brook collapsed to the floor once more. Does that mean you've come looking for me because you really intend to take me to the world of the dead? Please, no. Brook cried out again. This constant jumping from one extreme to another was starting to wear on even Ace's patience. Not wanting to go through the trouble of soothing him again, Ace chose a more direct method. He let a punch fall squarely on Brook's head. Quiet down. Things aren't what you think. The big boss came to find you not to take your soul, but because he wants you to help with something. Brook clutched the swelling bump on his head, his eyes teary as his struggles slowly ceased. Seeing that Ace had managed to calm Brook down, Kenma spoke up. Just as Ace said, I am not here to take your soul. I simply want to see your devil fruit ability. Oh. So you're saying you have a request for me? Brook stood up from the floor, holding his cane sword, and walked quite leisurely to the sofa to sit down. At the same time, he picked up the tea Shisui had just brewed and elegantly poured it into the mouth that consisted of nothing but teeth and bone. Since that's the case, this is a different matter entirely. If you're asking for a favor, you should have the attitude of someone asking for a favor. But with this attitude of yours, it makes things very difficult for me. As Brook spoke, his tone and posture were the exact opposite of before. He placed himself on a pedestal, exuding a willful and arrogant air. Kenma tilted his head, looking at Brook, whose attitude had shifted so drastically. He was momentarily speechless, his brow furrowing deeply. He glanced at Shisui and Yukumi beside him. Both of them looked equally bewildered, unsure how the skeleton had suddenly undergone such a massive transformation. From his previous state of panic and helplessness to his current arrogance and posturing, the transition had happened in a single second. TCH. Seeing this, Yukumi said coldly, "What's your attitude, skeleton? If you intend to threaten us, then I don't mind taking you to the afterlife right now." These words caused the skeleton's movements to freeze instantly, and the teacup in his hand fell to the floor. He struck his right fist against his left palm. That's right. You are Shinigami. Naturally, you can take my soul away. Once Brook realized this, his neck turned as if it were rusted, turning with extreme stiffness to look at Kenma's trio. He stood up abruptly, and in the next second, he dropped directly into a kneeling position on the floor in front of the low table, weeping and kowtowing repeatedly. I'm sorry. I got carried away just now, please forgive me. Please don't take me to the underworld. I haven't lived enough yet, wah. Looking at Brook acting like this again, Kenma was utterly speechless and let out a deep sigh. He had realized that the people in this world all had some sort of mental ailment to varying degrees, normal communication was simply impossible. The personality traits and tropes that seemed comedic in the anime and manga were actually incredibly difficult to deal with when facing them in person. He remembered that in the Straw Hat crew, Brook was considered one of the more normal ones. But looking at it now. Sigh. If even a normal person like him is this troublesome, then how exaggerated will Luffy himself be, the man who provided countless iconic scenes? Seeing this, Kenma gave up on the idea of continuing the conversation and decided to take direct action. He walked to the open space in front of the table and drew the Zanpakutō at his waist. The blade glowed with a clear, bright light as he pointed it at Brook below. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 130, The Land of the Dead. Connect, Kiritsugu. The light transformed into a thin thread, connecting to Brook, who was currently at a loss. Brook felt a grand will descend upon him, vanishing as quickly as it had arrived. His body stiffened, and he suddenly lost all control. What's happening? What exactly is going on? Brook was about to cry out in alarm, only to realize he couldn't even speak. The incredibly massive will he had sensed earlier descended into his body once more. The moment it entered, it shoved his consciousness into a corner, suppressing him so firmly that he could neither see nor hear, much less move in position. Kenma raised his hands, looking at the white bones beneath the formal attire, feeling a sense of novelty. So this is what it feels like to have a body of bone. Truly fascinating. After a moment of reflection, Kenma tested his control over Brook's skeletal frame. He slowly drew the sharp blade from the cane, swinging it twice and performing a flourish. The reason Brook could continue to move in this world as a skeleton years after his death was due to the devil fruit he had eaten in his youth, the Revive fruit. Through its power, Brook could return from the dead and even frequently communicate with the underworld, drawing forth the soul-chilling frost of the netherworld into the physical realm. Kenma's goal was to use this specific trait to trace the connection backward and locate the exact coordinates of the land of the dead in this pirate world. This was Kenma's true objective. There had been countless powerhouses in this world throughout history. No matter how they lived, their ultimate end was death. Whether they died in battle, in a hospital bed, or by disaster, there was no difference, their souls would eventually return to the land of the dead. In that case, rather than spending so much time and effort collecting souls individually to sign contracts, it was better to simply find the land of the dead and wait for them there. As long as he occupied the underworld, he could turn it into a nursery that provided him with a steady stream of talent. It might even be possible to remodel the land of the dead into a soul society exclusive to him. He had this idea the last time he was here, but he hadn't been able to find a way to enter successfully. This time, with the help of Brook's Revive fruit, he would certainly succeed. Drawing the chill of the underworld. Kenma controlled Brook's body, sensing the vague connection in the ethereal void. Suddenly, an icy sensation manifested. A wave of cold emanated from Brook's cane sword. As it hung near the floor, a layer of frost quickly spread across the ground. Shursue and Yukumi glanced at each other, both noticing the wisps of white vapor escaping their mouths and noses as they breathed. Kenma's main body suddenly snapped his eyes open, a faint smile appearing on his face. Finally. I've found it. Relying on the source of this underworld chill, Kenma traced it back and successfully located the specific coordinates of the land of the dead. Kenma split his focus, controlling Brook's body to keep the cold air flowing while his main body clenched its fist and swung it violently forward. Crack. A crisp sound, like glass shattering, rang out. Spiderweb-like cracks spread through the void where Kenma's fist made contact. Crack, 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 crack. The cracks expanded rapidly, soon covering the entire room. When the fractures reached their limit, they could no longer maintain their form and came crashing down. A spatial rift, roughly as tall as the room, appeared before everyone. Ace stared at the pitch-black spatial crack, his eyes wide with shock. Looking through the rift, he didn't see the three men on the other side of the room, but rather a void as dark as a corridor. As his gaze crossed that deep corridor and ventured further, he saw a desolate world filled with frigid air, looking like a glacier frozen for eternity. Endless cold surged out from the rift. Whoosh. Flames erupted from Ace's body, only then neutralizing the oncoming chill. Looking through the dark spatial rift at that boundless, desolate world, Shursue and Yukumi were struck with intense shock. They looked at each other, seeing the same astonishment reflected in their Sharingan. So this was the Lord's true goal for this trip. It's actually the underworld of this world. Their gazes shifted to the tall figure before them, their eyes filled with disbelief. Compared to Yukumi, who had stayed in this pirate world, Shursue served Kenma daily and had a deeper understanding of his capabilities. Precisely because of this, what was happening now felt even more inconceivable. The Lord's power has actually reached such a level. If he hadn't seen it incorrectly just now, Kenma's strike that broke through space didn't utilize any Zanpakutō abilities, nor did it use the power of the tremor fruit. It was a purely physical punch. Just physical strength combined with the density of his spiritual pressure, nothing more. Unimaginable. His lord's power had already reached a state so powerful it defied imagination. Such strength had already surpassed Shusui's common sense. And clearly, this was not the end of the peak. Shursui could feel that his master's power was growing every moment, becoming stronger and stronger. He didn't dare predict what level he would reach next. However, one thing was certain, the realm Kenma would ultimately reach would surely be at an exaggerated height beyond his imagination. Kenma ignored the surprise in Shursui and the others' hearts and stepped forward. After taking one step, Kenma paused and said to Ace on the other side of the rift, "Ace, stay behind and comfort Brook." Ace nodded blankly. Then, his consciousness snapped back from the sequence of complex emotions. Understood, big boss. The moment the spatial rift appeared, Brook had already regained control over his body. But he couldn't even react in time, only staring dumbfoundedly at the massive rift before him. Earlier, his consciousness had been suppressed and his body occupied, he hadn't been able to perceive anything. By the time clarity returned to his eyes, this bizarre phenomenon was what greeted him. What is this? What on earth is this? From that pitch-black rift, he felt a familiar aura. It was the aura of the land of the dead. Looking at the frozen world beyond the darkness, Kenma stepped forward without hesitation. The veil of mystery surrounding the land of the dead in this pirate world had been pulled back by him. This strange and new virgin land was about to welcome his descent. Spiritual pressure gathered beneath his feet, forming a straight path leading deep into the underworld. Kenma walked upon it and gestured to the two behind him. "Follow me, Shursui, Yakumi." Yes. The two looked solemn, their crimson Sharingan sharp as they immediately followed. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 131, The Flames of the Underworld. Inside the spacious room, after the three of them stepped into the pitch-black spatial rift, the damaged space immediately began to repair itself once the external force maintaining it was gone. Under the astonished gazes of Ace and Brook, the space in the room returned to its original state in the blink of an eye, showing no signs of abnormality. Even the floor and the low table that had been covered by the rift when the space shattered were exactly as they were before. It was as if that massive spatial rift had never happened, appearing as nothing more than an ethereal dream. Only the frost crawling across the floor and walls remained, radiating a refreshing chill, evidence that everything that had just occurred was definitely not an illusion. Brook stood up dazedly and took a few quick steps toward the spot where the rift had been. His skeletal hands waved through the air, only to find absolutely nothing there. What on earth was that? Luffy's brother, what exactly just happened? That person just now, who was he? Ace was, after all, quite experienced and had seen the sight of space shattering before. Seeing it again, aside from some initial surprise, he quickly regained his composure. "Skeleton, I told you, he's a soul reaper. The reason I brought you here was, naturally, to go to the underworld of the afterlife." Ace spread his hands, looking at Brook's face, which consisted only of bare bone. Although he couldn't see the expression beneath the skull, for some reason, Ace could easily sense the other's current mood. Smiling inwardly, he stepped forward and patted Brook's arm. "Don't worry, you'll be considered famous in the afterlife from now on." The afterlife. Brook was startled once again. A spectral skull-shaped soul glowing with an eerie green light escaped from his mouth. The soul clutched its head, its mouth hanging wide in terror, vividly illustrating the concept of one's soul jumping out of its skin. "Don't get scared by every little thing." Ace leaped up and delivered another punch to the top of Brook's head, knocking his soul right back in. Brook wailed immediately, but at least he returned to normal. Looking at Brook in this state, Ace couldn't help but sigh. Where on earth did Luffy find these strange creatures? Every single one of them was such an oddball. Ace sat on the sofa, looked at the skeleton in front of him, and personally poured him a cup of tea. He discovered that due to the cold air from the underworld earlier, the entire freshly brewed pot of tea had gone cold, with a few bits of ice floating in it. Whoosh! Raging flames ignited on his hand, boiling the tea in the cup once more before he handed it to Brook. "Skeleton, you're Luffy's companion, right? Tell me more about him. Please." A light smile appeared on Ace's face, making Brook's heart stir as he regained his composure. He nodded. "All right." Kenma and the other two stepped onto the smooth path formed by condensed spiritual pressure, advancing toward the cold, desolate world ahead. The space behind them healed automatically, sealing their path of retreat. Shursui glanced back once before looking away. Thinking of Brook's reaction upon seeing Ace, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Lord Kenma, to think that Skeleton could actually see Ace. Ace isn't wearing a jigai. It seems his skeletal form isn't just for show, Yakumi added from the side. Kenma wasn't particularly surprised that Brook could see spiritual bodies. Brook ate the revive fruit. It allowed his soul to break away from the world of the dead and return to his original body. That's why he's in his current skeletal state. His fruit ability allows him to communicate with the underworld, so seeing Ace's soul is no difficult feat. Moreover, Ace's current spiritual body has become much more solid through training. In Brook's eyes, he probably looks no different from a normal living person. Hearing Kenma's words, Shisui and Yukumi exchanged glances and nodded slowly, a look of realization appearing on their faces. If that was the case, it made sense. So, the reason you sought out that skeleton this time was to use the power of the revive fruit to find the netherworld of this world, Shisui stated with certainty. Kenma nodded. Correct. But since this is the underworld of this world, who exactly is the ruler here? Yukumi's expression was somewhat uneasy. His voice grew softer and softer, trailing off before he could finish. Kenma turned his head slightly, glancing at the worried Yukumi out of the corner of his eye, and reassured him, "Don't worry, I have a handle on this. Yukumi, you and Ace have been in this sea for 2 years. Have you ever seen a so-called messenger of death?" Yukumi shook his head, his eyes suddenly brightening. "Do you mean, Lord Kenma, that the underworld of this world has no actual controller? Not even basic administrators?" As the three spoke, they moved through the dark tunnel and reached the end of the path. At the jagged spatial rift, their figures stepped out from the pitch-black opening. Exactly. In the Soul Society, the Soul King and the Soul Reapers serve as the maintainers and administrators of the world. In the pure land of the ninja world, the Sage of the Six Paths is also lurking there. Only in the underworld of this pirate world is there no sign of any administrator. Besides, even if this world has being similar to the Soul Reapers of the Soul Society, they are by no means our match. Follow me, Shisui, Yukumi. Kenma took a step out, being the first to set foot on the solid ground of this afterlife. Shisui and Yukumi followed closely behind, stepping into this unknown territory. Kenma scanned the surroundings, observing the environment. In the underworld, the world within view appeared clear and bright, yet it seemed as though a very thin, grayish mist covered everything. It was a place of dead silence, there was no sun or moon, no flowers or trees, and not a single trace of life could be seen. There was only a coldness capable of freezing the soul, yet there was no whistling wind or covering of snow. Only cold. Faced with the cold that assaulted them every second, the trio's bodies suddenly shattered. Skin, muscle, bone, and internal organs crumbled into a pile of visible, crystalline ice shards, scattered across the desolate ground. A flurry of ice crystals fell away, revealing the three figures dressed in shahakusho. The Jigai couldn't withstand the cold here and froze until they shattered. But this level of chill is negligible for a Soul Reaper's body. A Soul Reaper's body is composed of reishi. Especially for Soul Reapers with high spiritual power, the density of reishi within their body tissues is incomparable to that of an ordinary soul. This bit of cold was merely slightly chilly to the three of them. Kenma stepped forward, with Shisui and Yukumi following closely. Before they had gone more than a few steps, they saw a cluster of nearly invisible, colorless flames standing on the ground ahead, flickering with a faint hint of blue. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 132, Connection. The flame was not burning intensely, instead, it maintained the form of a flickering sprout. The outermost layer of the flame appeared frozen, its surface covered in a substance that looked like both ash and frost. The inner flame was similarly motionless, only the very center of the core retained a liquid state, though its flow was incredibly sluggish. It was as if time itself had been stopped. "My lord, this is..." Shisui's Sharingan opened, his Mangekyo perceiving the flame with absolute clarity. At the same time, an inexplicable aura emanated from the fire. A look of contemplation crossed his face, tinged with a hint of doubt. Yukumi felt the same, sensing a specific, unique aura from the flame. This particular sensation allowed him to recognize it instantly. "My lord, these are departed souls." A flash of realization dawned in Shisui's eyes. They are the souls of those who died in this world, taking this form upon reaching the Yellow Springs. The flames of their souls have been frozen by the cold here, rendered unable to move. They can only fall into a deep slumber in this state. Then, a frown appeared on that exquisite face as the suspicion deepened. However, the souls here are far too fragile. They cannot possibly endure this cold for long. Eventually, when they can no longer hold on, these souls will be worn away until they are completely exhausted, and their consciousness will vanish into nothingness. Shisui stood tall, his sharp Sharingan surveying the surroundings. He was shocked to discover that across the vast expanse of the Yellow Springs, the ground was covered in these flames transformed from the souls of the dead. They were densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. This place likely holds every departed soul of this world. Except for Brook. Ren's voice was low as he supplemented Shisui's observation. From the moment he saw the flame, he had already sensed the true nature of this place. The Yellow Springs. Rather than a netherworld, it was more like a cold storage facility for souls. And now, this land of the Yellow Springs shall be my territory. Clang. Ren drew the Zanpakutō from his waist, and the blade emitted a faint, clear light. It was evident that the sword had already been released. With a gentle swing, the blade sent out a wave of sword pressure that carved a mark into the ground, his spiritual pressure surging wildly. Shursui, Yakumi, stay behind me. Accompany me as I explore this world of the dead. As you command. The two of them drew their weapons and followed Ren's flash step, beginning their exploration of this realm of the deceased. As Ren had initially speculated, this land of the Yellow Springs truly lacked any specific ruler. Ren led Shursui and Yakumi across the landscape for more than 3 days. During this time, they traveled forward from their point of entry. By the end of it, the three of them had actually returned to their starting point. Seeing the sword mark he had left before they set out, the traces of spiritual pressure on it confirmed to Ren that this was indeed where they began. In Ren's vision, a faint, nearly imperceptible thread hung above the sword mark on the ground, extending forward. The thread released by his Zanpakutō had come full circle from the regions they had already explored behind them. The Yellow Springs is also a sphere. Ren roughly estimated the circumference of the Yellow Springs in his mind. Suddenly moved by a thought, he looked back at Yakumi, who appeared somewhat fatigued. Traveling at full speed with flash step for 3 days and nights was a strain. Even though Ren had moderated the pace, Yakumi's current lieutenant-level spiritual pressure meant his mental energy was inevitably flagging. Ren pondered for a moment before asking, Yakumi, in the world of the living outside, what is the distance of the first half of the Grand Line? My lord, that is, Yakumi looked troubled. The sea is vast and boundless. I can only give you a rough figure, and there will inevitably be a significant margin of error. A rough figure is fine. I only need it for comparison. Once Ren received the specific data from Yakumi, he compared it in his mind to the circumference of the Yellow Springs he had just determined. The result was exactly as he had expected, the two were almost identical. In other words, the circumference of the ocean where the living resided was roughly the same as that of the Yellow Springs filled with the dead. Then, what about the surface area? Could it be that the two were like the inside and outside of a mirror world? Ren was not entirely sure of this world's specific physical structure. However, according to his deduction, that seemed to be the case. The difference from the outside was that there were no oceans here, only a single, continuous landmass. After he had toured the entirety of the Yellow Springs, he had not seen a single being with an independent consciousness. There were only those soul flames that seemed to be paused in time. During their travels, they had occasionally witnessed scenes where a soul could no longer withstand the cold, shattering and dissipating completely. The consciousness of those broken souls vanished entirely, leaving only fragments to fall to the ground. It was exactly as Shursui had predicted. Shursui spoke up, my lord, it appears this world is truly an undeveloped virgin land. If we use this as a base in the future, it might even be possible to establish a brand new Siri-idi. Ren nodded. Shursui's thoughts aligned perfectly with his own. This expedition had truly yielded massive gains. Having spent over 3 days investigating, it was time for the three of them to leave. However, before departing, there was one thing Ren had to do. Shursui, Yakumi, move back. Hearing this, the two did not know exactly what Ren intended to do, but seeing his solemn expression, they immediately used flash step to retreat 2 miles away. Seeing that they were far enough, the Zanpakutō in Ren's hand gradually glowed with a clear light. Connect, Kiritsugu. Boom. The spiritual pressure around Ren erupted, and the radiance on the blade became brighter than ever before. Once this light burst forth, it did not scatter in all directions. Instead, it converged into a single ribbon of light, shooting toward the heavens from the tip of the blade. As it reached an altitude of nearly 2,000 meters, it exploded violently. Like a magnificent firework, countless beams of light surged toward every corner of the land. That is, my lord's threads. What is he doing? I am not sure, but one thing is certain, it must be a world-shaking undertaking. In the distance, Shursui and Yakumi watched the ribbon of light that had pierced the sky suddenly shatter. They glanced at each other, both seeing the disbelief in the other's eyes. Could the Lord be intending to form a contract with all the departed souls at once? How could that be possible? With waves of shock crashing in their hearts, the two continued to look forward with their trembling Sharingan. Sensing the spiritual pressure coming from ahead, they found it to be incredibly heavy. Even with their current captain and lieutenant-level spiritual pressure, they felt like a small boat in a thunderstorm before Ren's erupting power, liable to drown in that spiritual pressure at any moment. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, I am the Lord of the Underworld. Unbelievable. What immense spiritual pressure the Lord is exerting. Now isn't the time for that. If he continues this outburst, the entire space of the underworld will lose its stability. Under the weight of this crushing spiritual pressure, the surrounding space began to emit faint cracking sounds. Soul fires from all directions were tossed about like autumn leaves in a storm by the erupting Ryatsu, leaving the landscape in total disarray. Shisui and Yukumi used Shuinpa repeatedly to retreat. Yet, even from a great distance, they could clearly feel the majesty of this spiritual pressure as if it were pressing directly against their faces. The emotions and will contained within it imposed a sense of suppression they had never felt before. Both realized that Kenma was becoming truly serious. Boom. A band of light, tall enough to pierce the heavens, exploded. Countless rays of light fell, scattering in all directions and reaching every corner of the world. As these lights drew closer, Shisui and his companion saw clearly that they were essentially invisible threads. The target of these threads was not the soul fires scattered across the ground. Instead, they latched onto the earth that carried them, the vast sky that enveloped everything, and the gray mist that obscured their vision. The two men looked at each other again, their shock reaching its limit. The Lord is. He's contracting the entire underworld. Their previous assumption had been utterly wrong. They had thought Kenma created such a grand spectacle to connect with all the wandering souls in the underworld, but they never imagined the final result would be so terrifying. Kenma's vision was grander than anything they could have conceived. To contract an entire world of the dead, such a thing was beyond their imagination, something they hadn't even thought possible. As time slowly passed, the rays of light filling the sky suddenly trembled slightly before gradually fading into invisibility. Phew, it finally succeeded. Kenma breathed a sigh of relief as the clear light on his blade subsided. A strange sense of relaxation washed over his heart. He slowly sheathed his sword. Thus, the contract is complete. Shisui and the others were right. Kenma's goal this time wasn't something as small-minded as contracting a specific soul. It was the very world beneath his feet, this realm of the dead. Ever since his heart-to-heart talk with his Zanpakutō, this idea had been brewing in his mind. Since his power of connection originated from the Soul King, even allowing him, a traveler from another world, to maintain a fundamental link with the Soul Society so he could live there normally, what would happen if he exerted this powerful ability to its fullest and connected himself to an entire world? Once the thought took root, it became unstoppable. The Soul Society possessed the Soul King, its weight was too great and it was too closely linked to the three realms and even hell for him to make a move there yet. But besides the Soul Society, he had other worlds at his disposal. After 2 years, his spiritual pressure had finally become sufficient. Back during the rebellion of Kachiki Koga, he had only just touched the threshold of second-class Rei. However, over these 2 years, the spiritual pressure of Fugaku and Shisui had grown to the captain level, and the clansmen with the 3 Tomo Sharingan had reached the level of vice-captains. Added to that was Urahara Kasuke, who had broken through to second-class Rei, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, who had stepped into the captain class, and the diligent cultivation of his other contractors. Together, these people provided Kenma with a leap in growth, allowing him to reach first-class Rei, a level extremely rare even in the Siriidi or the Greater Soul Society. Such intensity of spiritual pressure was rare in the world and was enough to support a connection between him and an entire dimension. This coincided perfectly with Luffy's crew setting sail again, and Kenma's gaze naturally fell upon Brook, who served as a link to the underworld. Now, it seemed his plan had gone off without a single hitch. Everything had unfolded according to his design. This immense spiritual pressure, combined with the high-level authority of the Soul King, had thoroughly linked him to the world beneath his feet. From now on, he and this underworld were bound by an ironclad contract of shared destiny. As long as the underworld existed, his existence would not perish. The only way he might be affected would be if a celestial civilization suddenly appeared in this world of pirates and used a planet-destroying ship to turn the globe into dust. But was that even possible? Furthermore, he didn't just have this world. The pure land of the ninja world, the hidden realm of the jujitsu world, and the afterlives of various other worlds would eventually be his. What surprised him even more was that connecting with the underworld, despite the grand scale, only consumed a single slot of his capacity. It was no different from connecting with a single wandering soul. Because I am connecting to the world as a whole, it counts as a single entity, just like an individual soul. After Kenma sheathed his sword and the world-shaking phenomena faded, Shisui and Yukumi appeared behind him. Lord, what you just did. Could it really be the entire underworld? Hearing their tense and hesitant questions, Kenma slowly turned around. Under their expressions of utter disbelief, he let out a soft laugh. Yes, Shisui, Yukumi. My vision was a success. The smile on Kenma's face was genuine and full of relief. But to Shisui and Yukumi, the shock of seeing him smile was no less than the shock of his grand feat. Yukumi took it a bit better. He had been stationed in the pirate world and hadn't had much contact with Kenma, only knowing his master as a stern individual. Shisui was different. He served at Kenma's side daily and was intimately familiar with his demeanor. Yet, he had never seen Kenma smile before. Not even on his wedding night. Shisui had always assumed his master suffered from some form of facial paralysis. But now, he was seeing it with his own eyes. Lord Kenma was actually laughing. Lord, it is you, isn't it? As Shirsue's words fell, Yukumi looked at him in disbelief. Hearing this, Kenma laughed again. Don't worry, Shirsue. I'm fine. It's just. I suddenly feel very happy. Truly happy. It was a feeling of fulfillment unlike anything he had felt before. The fears that had plagued his days and the nightmares he could never escape had completely vanished in this moment, leaving his heart clean and light. Watching the smile on Kenma's face, Shirsue's expression shifted from astonishment to realization. A heartfelt smile of his own began to spread across his face. So the Lord really can smile. This was truly wonderful. He could finally be at peace. Snapping back to reality, Shirsue quickly knelt on the ground, his voice filled with sincere joy. I offer my congratulations to the Lord. Such a feat is truly earth-shattering. I only wish for the Lord to take further steps until he reaches the very peak. Yukumi followed suit, kneeling quickly. Congratulations to the Lord on the success of this endeavor. I offer my greetings. There's no need for such formality. Rise. Kenma helped the two of them up, and the smile on his face gradually receded. Looking at the two Uchiha before him, his expression turned solemn, and his voice carried a deep weight. From this day forth, I am the Lord of the underworld. As long as the underworld remains, I shall not perish. He looked at the two men as they stood, his eyes flashing with a startling brilliance. And if I do not perish, you shall never fade away. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 134, Emini Riko's New World. Great leader, are you really heading back just like that? Why not stay and enjoy yourself for a while longer? Kenma stood on the coast of the Sabaody archipelago, holding a stack of folded white paper in his hand, the black ink visible through the sheets. His gaze was fixed on the distant sea, and it took him a long time to snap back to reality. Just moments ago, the entire Straw Hat crew had gathered and set sail once again. Aboard the newly coated Thousand Sunny, they had dived toward the deep, dark depths of the ocean. The sound of Ace's voice brought Kenma back to the present. He looked at Ace beside him and nodded. It is time to return to the Soul Society. Our business here is finished. He then asked, what about you? Won't you meet with Luffy? Just once wouldn't hurt. No. Ace shook his head, a carefree smile on his face. Knowing that Luffy has found closure and that Sabo is safe is enough for me. I am a man who has already passed away, there is no need to leave too many lingering attachments for the living. Otherwise, I would only hold Luffy back from going further. Besides, I already had that skeleton pass on some words to him. When mentioning his younger brother, the sharp edges of Ace's expression softened significantly. Seeing his resolve, Kenma stopped trying to persuade him. He shifted his gaze to Yukumi, who was standing nearby. Yukumi, I am leaving the underworld and the sea of the living in your hands for the time being. Remember to pay close attention to those powerful individuals who are on the verge of death. I will arrange for some people to come over later. Kenma had formed a contract with the underworld and established a base there, which required a significant amount of manpower. With specific coordinates, the Senkamen could now lead directly from the Soul Society into the underworld. Yukumi and Ace, stationed in the pirate world, could also use the Senkamen to easily travel between the sea and the underworld. His instruction for Yukumi to keep an eye on the strong was, naturally, for their souls, and the devil fruits. While the souls would enter the underworld, the devil fruits would normally transfer away to reincarnate somewhere else. Kenma needed to intervene at the moment of the ability user's death to intercept the devil fruit in advance. He proceeded to brief Yukumi on several more details, and Yukumi nodded solemnly to every instruction. Seeing that the business was concluded, Shirsue snapped his fingers lightly. A wooden sliding door suddenly appeared in the space before them, glowing with a soft white light. Click. The door slid open, revealing the passage within. Kenma offered Yukumi a few words of encouragement before leading Shirsue inside to return to the Soul Society. Once Kenma and Shirsue had departed, Yukumi breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how you looked at it, working alongside the top boss was never a relaxing task. He hopped down from a tree root and looked at Ace. Let's go as well. Oh, right. Ace seemed to remember something, his eyes lighting up. I know a bar that's pretty good. Since we're rarely here in the Sabaody archipelago, why don't we stay for half a day? Come with me to check it out. I think the bar was called the Rip-Off Bar or something like that. Seeing Ace racking his brain to remember the name of the bar, Yukumi nodded. Working with his superior for the past few days had not only exhausted his body but had increased his mental pressure exponentially. After several days of accumulated negative emotions, he figured he could use this opportunity to reward himself for his hard work. As the two walked down the street, Ace stroked his chin and asked, by the way, Yukumi, do you know what was written on that stack of papers the great leader was holding? I noticed him keeping them in his hand the whole time, looking quite precious about them. Yukumi spread his hands, a look of exhaustion on his face. The thoughts of the masters are profound. How would a subordinate like me know such things? Forget it, why worry about it? Just do your own job. The sight of Yukumi talking to Ace appeared incredibly bizarre to the surrounding people. Mama, look, it's that uncle talking to himself again. It really is that weirdo from a few days ago. Hasn't the mental hospital caught him yet? Hurry, let's get away. He's mentally unstable, it would be bad if he suddenly lashed out. The surrounding crowds whispered and gossiped. The scattered voices reached Yukumi's ears, making his face turn red with embarrassment again. He looked at Ace, but Ace only shrugged innocently and spread his hands. I'm not wearing a jigai right now. You're the one who forgot. Yukumi immediately covered his face with his hands and fled the scene. Inside the Senkamen, Kenma and Shursue walked along the path constructed of reishi. Shursue glanced at Kenma and the papers he held, which were faintly translucent with ink marks. Driven by curiosity and seeing that Kenma seemed to be in a good mood, he asked softly, "My lord, those papers. I saw you treasuring them so much. Do they have some special use?" "It's nothing." Mentioning the papers, Kenma's expression softened again. He glanced at Shursue out of the corner of his eye and, seeing his curiosity, explained, "They are blessings I collected from the Straw Hat crew. You could call it a small surprise from this trip." Shursue was puzzled. "In that case, you truly do appreciate Ace's brother and his crew. But from what I saw, though they have some drive, they don't seem to have any other special characteristics." Kenma shook his head. "You wouldn't understand. It's simply to fulfill a past regret of mine." As he spoke, Kenma waved the papers. One page was filled completely. Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan flickered for an instant, allowing him to see clearly in that brief moment. Although the characters had a sharp, aggressive edge to them, they were all names of techniques. 1-sword style, 2-sword style, 3-sword style. Speaking of which, there was actually a 3-sword style. How was one even supposed to hold the swords? Surely it wasn't like Killer Bee of the Cloud Shinobi, who claimed to use an 8-sword style but actually used a routine that looked more like juggling. The two shared a brief conversation before crossing the relatively short spatial tunnel. They stepped through the Senkamen exit and into a vast, empty hall. "Lord Kenma, you're back." Inside the hall, aside from the Uchiha elites on duty, was Amanai Riko, who was sitting near the Senkamen. She was currently playing with 3 or 4 Uchiha girls around her age. When the Senkamen lit up, she immediately knew it was Kenma returning. Seeing the girls gathering around, Kenma nodded. Riko then pulled him toward another Senkamen gate. The girl puffed out her chest and tapped the pillar of the gate proudly. "My lord, look. I found an alien world too." Kenma was stunned. He turned his head to scan the hall. Where there were originally 3 Senkamen pillars, there was now a 4th. "When did you dig this through?" "I was in the other world these past few days and didn't grant you the power." "Did you dig this up earlier?" Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Critically Ill. During these past few days, I was in another world, and I did not entrust my abilities to you. When traveling to other worlds, Kenma naturally went fully armed and would not lend his Zanpakutō's abilities to anyone else at such a time. Amanai Riko said with a look of pride, "It was just a few days before you left, Lord Kenma. I wanted to tell you about it then, but you left in such a rush before I had the chance. Over the past few days, I had the Uchiha elders set up the Senkamen. We can travel through it at any time now." She had been busy for a long time to dig through this passage and finally succeeded, hoping to claim credit this time. Kenma nodded, then his brow furrowed. "You have already been there." Amanai Riko's body stiffened, and she immediately waved her hands. No, but Izumi and the others went once. They only stayed long enough to get acquainted with the locals before returning immediately. Seeing her expression, Kenma did not need to think to know she was hiding something, she likely grew bored and made a trip there herself. Kenma did not expose her, merely asking, "Oh. So what is the situation in this other world?" Amanai Riko shrugged. "Nothing special, just a very ordinary world. I am not sure if it should even be called an other world. It is actually set in the region of Japan, specifically during the Taisho era." At that moment, an Uchiha girl with a tear mole at the corner of her eye stepped forward and said, "Lord, we seem to hear things about demons and a demon slayer corps over there. It probably is not anything special." The Taisho era. Demons. The Demon Slayer Corps. Hearing the words from Izumi's mouth, Kenma's brow knitted as a flicker of thought crossed his eyes. A moment later, his brow relaxed, and a spark of realization appeared in his gaze, as if he had thought of something. He looked at Amanai Riko. "Riko, is it true what Izumi said about demons and the Demon Slayer Corps?" In Japan, aren't stories about demons and those who hunt them quite common? Amani Riko said. The concept of demons had been deconstructed countless times in Japanese folklore and various stories. To a Japanese person like her, it was nothing more than a common tale. Thus, she did not pay it much mind. Kenma had his own guesses about this new world. If it truly was the world he suspected, it would not actually be of much help to him. Furthermore, he was currently focusing his energy on the stealth force and had no spare capacity to deal with a new world. Over the past 2 years, he had not even opened any new worlds, sticking to the 3 worlds of sea, fire, and curse. That was until the new world Amani Riko had opened this time. He pondered for a moment, then looked at the young girls before him and nodded slightly. Riko, since you were the one who opened this world, I will leave its exploration to you and your companions. However, you must be accompanied by an adult and pay attention to your own safety. The power levels in that world were not high, so it was at least safe for the girls. Hearing Kenma's words, Amani Riko's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Naturally. Kenma reached out and ruffled the girl's hair, turning her neatly combed locks into a mess. Amidst the girl's surprises and complaints, Kenma's expression relaxed. He gave a few more instructions before leaving the Senkaman Hall with Shursue. Seeing the direction the two were heading, Shursue asked in confusion, Lord, are we not returning to the Siri-Idi? We are going to Whitebeard first. I have something to ask of him. Kenma had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly felt someone calling out to him. Following the connection of the thread, Kenma sensed a heavy and depressed emotion coming from the other side, causing his brow to furrow. Fugaku, what is it? Lord, you have finally returned. The one on the other end of the thread was indeed Uchiha Fugaku. His voice rang out in Kenma's mind. However, compared to usual, there was a hint of urgency in Fugaku's words. Reporting to the Lord, something terrible has happened. Your father-in-law, Lord Shunjen, is critically ill. After a diagnosis by the 4th Division Captain, it has been determined that he does not have much time left. Lady Yoruchi has already issued orders for people to search for you everywhere. Hearing Fugaku's words, Kenma was shocked. What? He immediately said to Shursue, we are not going to Whitebeard. We are returning to the Shihoin house. With that, he used Shuinpa and rushed toward the Siri-Idi at high speed. Simultaneously, he used his consciousness to ask Fugaku through the thread, when did this happen? Back to the Lord, it was just last night. Lord Shunjen's old injuries flared up and rapidly worsened. Where is Yoruchi? Lady Yoruchi went to the stealth force to inquire and instructed us to notify you immediately. She should be at the Shihoin residence now. I understand. Kenma cut off the communication. In his urgency, his Shuinpa became a few degrees faster. After a period of rapid travel through various streets, the Siri-Idi came into Kenma's view. Facing the giant guarding the gate, Kenma did not waste words. He broke through and charged straight in. The guard, Jidanbo, did not even see a silhouette, he only felt as if a gust of wind had swept past him. Before he could even be confused, Shursue arrived a step behind. He pulled a token from his robe and tossed it directly to Jidanbo. Stealth force business. Before his voice had even faded, Shursue's figure charged into the Siri-Idi and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This left Jidanbo staring at the small token in his hand, his confusion quickly turning into a look of terror. At this moment, Kenma was moving extremely fast, traveling from the Rakongai back to the Shihoin residence in a single breath. Upon entering the Shihoin estate, Kenma went directly to the courtyard where Shihoin Shunjen was recuperating. Crash! The door was pushed open roughly. Yoruchi, whose eyes were slightly red, felt the familiar spiritual pressure and immediately turned to look. The sight of Kenma panting for breath entered her vision. Ha! Ha! Father, how is he doing? Kenma. Father, he. Seeing Kenma return, Yoruchi's eyes grew even redder, and a layer of mist covered them in an instant. Father is still holding on. He wants to see you one last time. The sound of Kenma entering the room was also heard by those inside. A weak, intermittent voice sounded out. Is it Kenma who has returned? Kenma rushed into the room, his steps urgent as he bypassed the 4th Division captain standing by the sickbed. Coming to the bedside, he looked at the frail Shihoin Shunjen. Father, I am here. I am right here. The old man lying on the bed looked haggard. It was not until he heard Kenma's voice that he slowly opened his cloudy eyes. As Kenma's anxious and grieving expression came into view, the old man struggled to pull the corners of his mouth into a relieved smile. To be able to see you one last time is good. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, A Misjudgment. Yoruchi stood by the doorway, her head hanging low. Beside the old man, Yashiro knelt on the floor, his body curled up as tears streamed down his face. The old man mustered every ounce of his remaining strength, raising a trembling hand toward Kenma, yet he found himself unable to bridge the distance. As the hand began to fall, Kenma reached out and gently grasped the withered, bark-like hand. "Father, do not worry. Rest well, and your body will recover soon." Kenma's voice was soft, but before he could continue, he felt a faint tug on his hand. The old man slowly shook his head, interrupting him. "My own body. I know it well. I don't have much longer. However, to see you one last time before I go, it is enough." Kenma's expression shifted with emotion. He wanted to say more, but the old man cut him off again. Those clouded eyes turned toward the captain of Squad 4 standing nearby. "Captain Anohana. I'm counting on you." Anohana nodded slightly and looked at Kenma. "Grand Commander Kenma, please step back. I need to perform the final treatments." "The final?" Doubt flickered in Kenma's heart. He looked at the weak-breathing Shunjen Shihoin and saw that the old man's face was very calm. Shunjen gave him a slight nod, clearly having something in mind. Under Anohana Retsu's direction, Kenma and Yashiro retreated to the lower end of the room, leaving only Anohana there to make a final effort with her Kaido. Yoruchi moved over with heavy steps. Her beautiful face was no longer filled with its usual cheer and carefree spirit, at this moment, it was draped in deep sorrow. "Kenma. Father really isn't going to make it. If it weren't for his desire to see you one last time, he wouldn't have held on until now. So I was thinking, if only you had come a little later, that would have been better." Kenma gently patted his wife's shoulder. Seeing her so grief-stricken, he pulled her into his embrace. Yoruchi buried her head deep into his chest. Kenma could feel her body trembling, sensing waves of sorrow and hearing the faintest sounds of muffled sobbing. Compared to Yoruchi's profound grief over her father's passing, Kenma found that although he wanted to immerse himself in the morning atmosphere of the room and feel the same heartfelt emotion as Yoruchi, he simply couldn't. In the end, he realized that his feelings for his father-in-law were not as heavy as Yoruchi's. He was deeply grateful for the old man's promotion and trust, and he felt a great sense of obligation for the kindness shown to him. But regarding the man's death, Kenma's emotions weren't filled with the expected reluctance or tragedy, they were merely a bit complex. What did Captain Anohana say? What about Urahara Kasuke and the others? Yoruchi shook her head slightly in his arms without speaking. Clearly, the results were not ideal. After a while, Anohana Retsu stood up. She gave a slight nod to Kenma and the others standing below and walked out without a word. "Yoruchi, Yashiro, Kenma." The old man's voice rang out. Compared to the thread-like whisper from before, it now possessed a bit more strength. Hearing the summons, the three hurried over. The old man's face was now flushed with color, and his spirit seemed much better than his previous half-dead state. However, Kenma could clearly sense that the old man's body was becoming even weaker. This was merely the terminal lucidity before death. After calling the three to his side and giving them a few simple instructions, he dismissed the others. Only the old man and Kenma remained in the room. Knowing his end was near, the old man looked at Kenma with clouded eyes that flashed with a trace of complexity. "Kenma, entering the Shihoin family, and having to deal with Yoruchi's nonsense, it must have been hard on you." Kenma gently held the old man's hand. "Father, don't say that. It is my honor to have earned your regard and trust." "Kenma, Kenma." The old man's hand tightened, gripping Kenma's hand as his tone grew urgent. "Since you entered the Shihoin family, though I have been recovering from illness, I could feel it. You are not the type to be content with an honest, law-abiding life. You are more like Koga Kuchiki. Tell me, what do you actually want? Will you harm Yoruchi and Yashiro?" A flash of surprise crossed Kenma's eyes, but he suppressed it instantly. He shook his head and gave the old man a guarantee. "Rest assured, father. I will never be like Koga Kuchiki, and I will never harm Yoruchi or Yashiro." Seeing Kenma speak so firmly, Shunjen sighed and stopped questioning him. "If you don't want to go into detail, then forget it. As long as you can make such a promise, I am satisfied. Yoruchi has a lively personality, and Yashiro is young. The future of the Shihoin family depends on you now." The old man gave Kenma a few more instructions. After a bout of coughing, he asked Kenma to call Yoruchi and Yashiro back in. Seeing the siblings enter, Kenma knew the men had words for his children, so he tactfully exited the room. As Kenma closed the door, Shunjen sighed. His gaze fell upon the pair of children sitting beside him. He opened his mouth, but the words that came out were extremely weak. "Yoruchi, Yashiro, listen well." "Father, speak, I'm listening." Yoruchi's eyes were filled with tears, yet she tried to look strong, forcing herself not to cry. Yashiro, being younger, was already sobbing uncontrollably, his face covered in tears. The old man spoke slowly. "Yashiro has a gentle and kind nature. With the power of the Shihoin family behind him, I am not too worried about him. But Yoruchi, you are impulsive. In the future, you must think twice before acting. You must not be reckless. Yoruchi nodded repeatedly. The old man glanced outside and then looked back at Yoruchi, a trace of worry appearing on his face. Kenma. I misjudged him. I originally thought he was serious and honest, but in recent years, I've seen that he is definitely not as simple as he appears. He is surely hiding something. You must keep an eye out in the future. Do not let him destroy the Shihoin family or harm you. Seeing Yoruchi's grief-stricken expression, the old man paused and then shook his head. No, Yoruchi, you are no match for him. He is a man who values relationships. He has a clear distinction between friend and foe, so he regards his own people very highly. Yoruchi, you must involve yourself in his affairs. Even if you have to be forceful, you must get involved. Let him view you as one of his own. Only then will you not be abandoned, only then will you remain under his protection. Do you understand? I understand, father. Yoruchi could no longer hold back, tears slid down her cheeks. Shunjen reached out and gripped his daughter's hand tightly. He knew Yoruchi was also the type to value relationships. In the time since their marriage, she had gradually accepted Kenma's presence as her husband. That was for the best. Perhaps letting Yoruchi board Kenma's warship, regardless of where it was headed, was the best way to ensure her safety. Yoruchi, use my death, use the fact that he didn't come immediately to press him. He feels guilt in his heart. If you take this opportunity to push him, he will surely reveal things to you. Once you are in the know, you will be one of his own, someone he accepts completely. You will become his most cherished confidant. And, children. You must have children to be more secure. Yoruchi, do you understand? The old man hissed out the words with great effort, but his body could no longer support such exertion. Though he gritted his teeth to endure, his spoken words were now almost silent. In his final moments, his last look was at Yoruchi's tearful face. What a pity. I won't be able to see your children. It truly is a regret. A nearly undetectable sound escaped his lips. The old man let go of all his burdens and worries, and his breath ceased completely. Outside the room, Kenma heard a piercing cry from within. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The old man was finally gone. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 137, What are you hiding from me? Shihoin Shunjen, the head who had presided over one of the 4 great noble houses for centuries, ultimately passed away before his children, his heart still heavy with lingering worries. After the old man's death, the funeral was held as scheduled. Upon hearing the news, most of the high-ranking officials of the Siriidii rushed to attend the ceremony. Sages from the Central 46, nobles of all ranks within the Siriidii, and most of the captains of the Godii 13, everyone was dressed in dark formal attire, crowding the funeral until not a single drop of water could trickle through. The atmosphere within the Shihoin manor was heavy, as if the air itself were filled with lead, making the environment feel incredibly oppressive. The low, somber funeral music echoed continuously for over 20 days. At the very heart of this funeral was the soul burial ceremony, performed personally by the current head of the Shihoin family, Yoruchi. The usually lively head had remained in a dark and gloomy mood throughout this period. Presiding over her father's soul burial, the young head recited the requiem in a voice almost entirely devoid of emotion, sending her father's soul to a distant, unknown place. Yashiro wept uncontrollably, fainting several times from grief. Time passed quickly, and the old man's funeral eventually came to an end. The low atmosphere that had plagued the Shihoin family for months gradually began to ease. Although people feel sorrow over the departure of the deceased, they eventually emerge from that grief as time flows on, continuing to move forward. The Shihoin household slowly returned to its former state. However, the sudden absence of her nagging and talkative father left Yoruchi with an indescribable sense of loss. It might have been fine during the busy hours of the day, but whenever she happened to remember him, her mind would go blank, and by the time she snapped out of it, tears would already be streaming down her face. With the conclusion of the funeral, the busyness of the past period subsided, and Kenma finally caught his breath. Because of this event, his subsequent series of arrangements had been interrupted. Now, he could finally extricate himself and focus on his important tasks. There was no moon in the night sky tonight, only stars dotted the pitch-black canopy. Even Kenma, who didn't understand much about romance or celestial phenomena, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion facing such a scene. It was already late at night. After comforting Yoruchi, Kenma went to the study to discuss the development and construction of the underworld in the pirate world with Shisui and Fugaku. Do you mean you want to build a city in that land of the Yellow Springs, my lord? Upon hearing Kenma's concept, Shisui's brow furrowed deeply, and a look of difficulty appeared on his face. Seeing this, Fugaku, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, Shisui, what's wrong with that land of the Yellow Springs? Shisui explained, Lord Fugaku hasn't been there, so he isn't aware. The temperature there is extremely low, enough to freeze the soul itself. The land is nothing but permafrost, making it very difficult to build stable walls. If we transport materials from here, I'm afraid the cost would be enormous. Shisui made a quick estimation in his mind. If they truly wanted to establish a base there, the cost of building materials alone would be more than even the entire Shihoin family's wealth could sustain. Kenma had naturally considered the situation and had already made up his mind. He looked at Shisui and spoke the solution he had already devised. We won't use materials. We will construct it directly using Kido, just like the Massacre headquarters. Shisui had been present when the Massacre was established, so he had naturally witnessed the speed of building it in a single day. If they did it that way, they could ignore the environment of the underworld, but two other problems remained. My lord, reishi is scarce in the underworld. I'm afraid it won't be able to support such a massive structure. Pausing for a moment, Shisui asked again, furthermore, if we are to use Kido for construction, who should we look for? That is another world, after all, and it will be our secret base. Our people cannot perform Kido on such a large scale, in the entire Siriidii, only those two Kido chiefs could accomplish it. Kenma waved his hand dismissively. As for reishi, we can just transport it directly from the Soul Society. As for the builder, I have the right person in mind. Don't worry. Seeing Kenma's confident look, it was clear he had long since planned this. Shisui stopped dwelling on the issue. Fugaku looked at Kenma, and after a moment of silence, he asked, once the city in the underworld is built, who should be sent to guard it? Recalling Kenma's actions when the two of them returned to the Soul Society earlier, Shisui immediately had an idea. He gave Fugaku a light smile. There's no need to worry about that. I imagine Lord Kenma already has a candidate in mind for the presiding general. Correct. It seems you've already thought of it, Shisui. Kenma nodded, and the image of the man with the crescent-shaped white beard appeared in his mind. What do you think of Newgate? Shisui felt certain. It really was him. If it's Whitebeard, there's naturally no problem. He's trustworthy, and his martial prowess is enough to guard an entire region. Fugaku frowned and asked, but as far as I know, the current Whitebeard has basically lost the desire for hegemony or to involve himself in the world. Since arriving in the Soul Society, Whitebeard has maintained something of a retirement mindset. He lives a peaceful life with his sons every day. Even if there are minor scuffles, they are just ordinary fights. Will a Whitebeard like that truly agree to this? Kenma showed a confident face and waved his hand. He will agree. After all, that is his world. No matter how peaceful he is, he will always have some motivation in his heart. Furthermore, I will go and explain the situation to him personally. Hearing Kenma say this, Fugaku immediately felt at ease. If you personally make an appearance, my lord, success is naturally guaranteed. Just as the three of them were discussing the details of establishing the base, Kenma suddenly sensed a disturbance in the warning barrier outside the courtyard. Someone is coming. As Kenma's voice fell, the expressions of Shisui and Fugaku immediately turned solemn. After carefully sensing the suppressed but familiar spiritual pressure of the person approaching, Kenma's brow relaxed. He said to the two, "Don't worry, it's Uchiha." Hearing this, their expressions eased instantly, and they moved to clear the documents from the table. At that moment, a knock came from the door. Knock, knock. Following the knock was Uchiha's voice, which sounded somewhat complex. Kenma, are you there? I have something to say to you. Seeing Uchiha act this way, Kenma immediately felt strange. In the past, Uchiha would definitely have pushed the door open and entered without a word. Today, she seemed to have changed her nature, actually knocking on the door. And she was speaking so softly. It really didn't fit Uchiha's usual personality. If the spiritual pressure detection hadn't matched, Kenma would have doubted whether the current Uchiha was someone else in disguise. Kenma walked over and pushed the door open. Uchiha's figure stood at the doorway. One arm was wrapped across her chest, clutching her other arm. Under the illumination of the door lights, she actually appeared somewhat lonely and apprehensive. Seeing Uchiha like this, Kenma frowned. Uchiha, what's wrong with you? Come in first. Inside the room, Shisui and Fugaku had already finished tidying up. Seeing Uchiha's arrival, the two quickly took their leave. Uchiha wasn't the least bit surprised to see Shisui and the other there. After taking a seat, she just stared straight at Kenma with her golden eyes, staring at her husband, the man who had pushed the Shihoin family to its absolute peak. Kenma had never seen this kind of gaze from Uchiha before, and he felt increasingly strange. Uchiha, why aren't you sleeping so late at night? Did you come to see me for something? Uchiha snapped back to her senses. Looking at her husband's solemn face, she bit her lip. Kenma, just what exactly are you hiding from me? Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 138, Boarding the War Chariot. Kenma, what exactly are you hiding from me? Yoruchi's direct interrogation caused Kenma's hand to pause as he poured tea, though he quickly resumed his movements. He pushed the freshly brewed tea in front of her, only to see that her expression was grave, devoid of her usual playful or mischievous air. She didn't take the tea. Instead, she stared straight at him with those golden eyes. I'm not a fool. I've noticed more or less some of your movements in the shadows. I once thought I would wait for you to tell me of your own accord. But now that father has passed and Yashiro is still so young, I only have you left by my side. You are my husband, but right now, I truly don't know if I can continue to trust you. Yoruchi's voice was somewhat raspy, her brow furrowed with sincerity. Since her father's passing, an invisible pressure had settled on her shoulders, making it hard for her to breathe. The Shihoin family was prosperous and powerful, but that same power was a heavy burden. Even if she wanted to find someone to share it with, her younger brother, Yashiro, was still a child and someone she needed to protect. That only left her husband, Kenma. Yet her husband had hidden so much from her in the shadows, she truly didn't know if she could rely on him at a time like this. That was why she came today. No matter what, she had to get to the bottom of this. Kenma, tell me. At least give me a sign of safety, something that lets me continue to trust you, to continue seeing you as my husband. On Yoruchi's beautiful face, her delicate features tightened, revealing a mix of fear and anxiety. Facing his wife's raw expression of her feelings, how could Kenma not be moved? Her father newly deceased, her brother young, and yet he, as her husband, couldn't even provide her with a basic sense of security. These were things he had overlooked. If Yoruchi hadn't spoken up today, he might not have realized just how much pressure she was under. An indescribable pang of guilt surged in Kenma's heart. He stood up, walked to Yoruchi's side, and gently pulled her into his arms. Feeling his wife's body trembling slightly from her intense emotions, his voice grew deeper. Yoruchi, trust me. I never intended to hurt you. I admit that I have indeed hidden things from you, but I simply didn't know how to tell you in an appropriate way. Yoruchi looked up, her face tilted toward Kenma, the redness in her eyes deepening. An appropriate way. Could you not just tell me these things directly? Shursue and Fugaku both know about your affairs. Even Fushiguro Toji, who spends all day doing nothing at home, knows. Yet I, as your wife, have been kept in the dark. In your heart, I'm afraid I, your wife, am not even as worthy of your closeness and trust as subordinates like Shursue. Sometimes I wonder, am I even your wife? Her words reached his ears, making the shame and guilt in Kenma's heart even heavier. He subconsciously tightened his embrace around Yoruchi. NNGH. Feeling the sudden pressure from her husband's embrace, Yoruchi couldn't help but let out a muffled, uncomfortable sound. Kenma snapped out of it and immediately relaxed his grip. Sorry, Yoruchi. His solemn face was now clouded with pity and tenderness. Seeing her husband's cautious and caring expression, Yoruchi's heart steadied slightly, and she shook her head gently. His burning body heat radiated through her clothes, making Yoruchi feel as if she were completely enveloped in his warmth. Tell me, Kenma. Even though I'm your wife, I know nothing, I cannot accept this. Looking at Yoruchi's vulnerable expression, Kenma was moved even further. He sighed and asked, Yoruchi, which part do you want to know? Everything, of course. All of it. Hearing Kenma's words, the mood Yoruchi had been building for so long nearly broke, and her expression immediately became animated. Coming to her senses, she abruptly broke free from Kenma's embrace. She waved her hands and slammed them heavily onto the table, causing the tea in the cups to splash everywhere. Why do you think you can just muddle through by explaining only a part of it to me? Are you looking down on me? I'm not that easy to deal with. Explain everything clearly to me. Seeing his wife's sudden shift in attitude, Kenma felt a strange, inexplicable sense of relief. He really wasn't used to that previous fragile and helpless appearance. This lively personality was the Yoruchi he knew. He stepped forward, grabbed Yoruchi's wrist, and pulled her back into his arms. Yoruchi's expression froze for a moment, and then her gaze softened. Really, you and your stiff formality. I knew I didn't like that heavy atmosphere just now, and I definitely don't like interacting with you in such a stifling way. That was why she had suddenly exploded, sweeping away the tension between them. Yoruchi felt that if they had continued in that atmosphere, they would have looked like characters in some tragedy. She did not like tragic developments. Yoruchi, I don't like it either. Although Kenma wasn't clear on her exact thoughts, he could feel that she was forcing herself to calm down. Beneath the cheerful exterior, there was still a deep-seated sense of unease. I prefer you when you're lively. Even though you're a bit noisy, crude, and never do anything productive, that's the real you. Yoruchi was listening to the first half of Kenma's words just fine, but as he reached the middle, something felt off. Hey, formal pants, are you really praising me? Why does it feel like you're insulting me in a roundabout way? It's your imagination. Kenma shifted his gaze slightly, avoiding Yuruchi's eyes. However, a hint of relaxation naturally appeared between his brows. He really found it difficult to deal with that pitiful expression she had earlier. The current Yuruchi was much easier to be with. Is it? Yuruchi squinted, her face showing clear disbelief. Then she sighed, not intending to dwell on it further. Fine, that doesn't matter. Now it's time to tell me about those things you've been hiding. As the conversation returned to serious business, Kenma's expression straightened. Yuruchi, I can tell you everything, but it would be too much trouble to explain in words. I'll take you to see it for yourself tomorrow. It'll be easier for you to understand. It seems the things you've hidden from me aren't just a few little things. Yuruchi complained, but for some reason, her heart felt much lighter. Whether he told her verbally or took her to see it, as long as he told her and stopped keeping secrets, it was fine. Kenma paused, then added, but there is something that must be done before I tell you. What is it? Yuruchi asked. Kenma let go of Yuruchi, walked to a nearby sword rack, and picked up his Zanpakutō. Yuruchi, you should still remember my Zanpakutō's ability, right? Yuruchi nodded. When Urahara Kisuke, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, and Suifeng were released from prison, she had seen Kenma's ability with her own eyes. So, you want to link with me? Yes, Kenma said in a low voice. This is the only way I can truly set my mind at ease. Seeing Yuruchi's expression gradually turn serious, Kenma suppressed the flicker of guilt in his heart. I know you might be unhappy about this, but I have no other way. I'm sorry. Before Kenma could finish, Yuruchi interrupted him. I agree. It's just establishing an ironclad bond with you, right? We've been husband and wife for a long time, it's the same whether we have this or not. Kenma's eyes widened slightly. Yuruchi's straightforward answer was truly beyond his expectations. Seeing his reaction, Yuruchi waved her hand dismissively. You don't need to overthink it. I understand your temperament well enough. If this is what it takes for you to feel secure, then do it. I'm sorry, Yuruchi. Kenma stopped hesitating and slowly drew his Zanpakutō. A faint, clear light glowed from the blade. Watching the light from the blade transform into an almost invisible thread that connected to her, Yuruchi's eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts. Kenma. I suppose this means I've finally boarded your war chariot, doesn't it? Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 139, The Stronghold. Early morning. After showing the Shihoin family crest to the guards under his watch, Kenma stepped out of the boundaries of the Siriidii. The black cat in his arms opened its eyes, a flash of confusion passing through them. It was clear she had only just woken up. So, you're finally awake. Feeling the movement against his chest, Kenma looked down at Yuruchi curled up in his robes. Just a moment ago, she had been deep in her dreams, but she woke up the instant they left the hidden Siriidii. The black cat let out a yawn and stretched her body, her eyes gradually regaining their clarity. Kenma couldn't help but tease her. Yuruchi, well. Is it comfortable in my arms? It's passable. The black cat waved a front paw, her tone matter-of-fact, as if she hadn't noticed the sarcasm in Kenma's voice. Or perhaps she did notice and simply chose to ignore it. If you could prepare a silk cushion for me, it would be perfect. Give you an inch and you take a mile. Is that really what I meant? Kenma said exasperatedly. When dawn had first broken, Kenma had tried to wake Yuruchi, but she refused to get up no matter what. Even after she finally forced her eyes open, she had immediately drifted back to sleep. Kenma had tried several times to drag her out of bed to no avail. Yuruchi wanted to sleep in, yet she also wanted to see what Kenma was up to. Ultimately, she transformed into her cat form and insisted that Kenma carry her. It wasn't until Kenma had carried her out of the hidden Siriidii that Yuruchi finally felt well rested enough to wake up. Amidst their banter, Yuruchi looked at the familiar streets of the Rakongai and quickly realized where they were. Kenma, where are we going? Looking at the path, are we heading to the Junranin district? Yes, my stronghold is located there. Kenma reached out to scratch the cat's chin and belly. A purring sound immediately erupted from the cat. Her amber-colored eyes narrowed slightly, looking quite content. This gave Kenma a subtle, strange feeling. After Yuruchi transformed into a cat, even her habits seemed to become identical to those of a feline. Yuruchi, back when we were engaged, Vice Captain Omida gave me some land and property. I turned that land into my stronghold and arranged for some people to be stationed there. Yuruchi's tone revealed a hint of understanding. Is it the Uchihas? That's right. Kenma nodded and added, but it's not just the Uchihas. There are also some, well, very hot-blooded people there. Thinking of the pirates under Whitebeard's command, Kenma found it difficult to describe them for a moment. As everyone knew, in the world of pirates, aside from a few exceptions, most people seemed to lack a certain amount of common sense. If Kenma hadn't already been familiar with them, he probably wouldn't have been able to adapt to their way of thinking. Seeing Kenma's expression, Yoruichi's curiosity was piqued. Kenma's Shuinpa was excellent. In the middle of their conversation, they arrived at the Uchiha residence in the blink of an eye. Kakaku was already waiting in front of the residence with 3 or 4 clansmen. Upon seeing Kenma, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. Lord Kenma. Kenma nodded slightly. Before he could speak, Yoruichi, looking at the people in their uniform high-collared robes from his arms, spoke first. Looking at your appearance, are you also a clansman of Shursui and the others? Kakaku froze for a moment as he looked at the talking black cat, then looked back at Kenma. Kenma shifted Yoruichi slightly and said to Kakaku, "This is Yoruichi, my wife." "Greetings, Lady Yoruichi." Kakaku immediately showed a respectful expression and bowed to the black cat in Kenma's arms. Lady Yoruichi is correct. I am indeed a member of the Uchiha clan and serve as an elder within the clan. Seeing his calm reaction, a look of surprise appeared on Yoruichi's cute cat face. Your reaction isn't right. Aren't you supposed to find my current appearance strange? Why would we find Lady Yoruichi's appearance strange? Kakaku asked back, puzzled. A cat is talking. You don't think that's abnormal? Yoruichi said impatiently. Your master's wife is actually a cat, and you don't find it odd at all. Kakaku took it as a matter of course. A cat talking, isn't that perfectly normal? Your reaction is exactly the same as Mikoto's. Yoruichi was quite disappointed that the reaction she expected didn't happen. Kenma gently tapped Yoruichi's small head. There are so many Uchihas living in our home, isn't it normal for them to know about your situation? Oh, right. Yoruichi suddenly realized. Ignoring Yoruichi, Kenma said to Kakaku, I'm going to find Whitebeard. You don't need to follow, just go about your business. Yes, sir. With a flash, Kenma entered the interior of the stronghold. Yoruichi asked curiously, who is this Whitebeard you mentioned? You'll see in a moment. Don't be too shocked when you do. Hearing Kenma say this made Yoruichi even more curious. Does he know about me? Of course he does. Kenma glanced at Yoruichi, easily reading her thoughts. However, not many people know about the fact that you can transform into a cat. Even within the Uchiha clan, only a few people are aware. At those words, a strange smile appeared on Yoruichi's small face. As Kenma walked toward the courtyard where Whitebeard was located, the usual boisterous noise drifted out. Pushing the door open, he saw a high earthen mound built in the middle of the yard. 2 people were grappling and wrestling on top of it, while 50 or 60 others surrounded them, cheering loudly. This is... Yoruichi looked confused. You'll know once we're inside. Kenma didn't answer and continued walking in. On the other side of the wrestling mound, an incredibly massive man was sitting cross-legged on a straw mat. He had wavy golden hair and a white mustache shaped like a crescent moon under his nose. It was Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. At that moment, Whitebeard held a bowl in his hand, pouring liquor into his mouth from time to time while watching the match on the mound with a warm smile. Because of the earthen mound, Yoruichi hadn't seen him initially. As Kenma walked closer, she finally saw the man's figure clearly, and her amber pupils couldn't help but widen. What a huge human. No wonder the houses and walls here are so tall. Whitebeard also sensed someone approaching. Turning his head, Kenma's figure came into view. He immediately signaled for his sons to quiet down. Sons, the big boss Kenma is back. Hearing this, the many pirates in the yard turned their heads one after another, and a burst of cheering erupted instantly. King Enma is here. Let's have a banquet. Go prepare the drinks. Idiot, Lord Kenma definitely has serious business to discuss with Pops. The cheers of the crowd rose and fell, even louder than before. Looking at the rowdy atmosphere, Yoruichi extended a front claw and scratched Kenma's palm. So much for being serious. What a noisy bunch of people. You're right about that. Kenma nodded in total agreement. Passing through the pirates, Kenma stood before Whitebeard, his brow relaxing slightly. Newgate, it's been a while. It has been a bit. Whitebeard smiled. He had heard from the Uchihas that an elder of the Shihoin family had passed away. Since Kenma was here now, he assumed the funeral matters had been handled and he had moved on. Want a drink? No, I'm here on business today. Before Kenma could finish his sentence, Yoruichi suddenly broke free from his arms and took a few quick leaps onto the table in front of Whitebeard. The table was oversized for a normal person, but for someone of Whitebeard's stature, it was just appropriately sized low table. The black cat landed lightly on the red tabletop and tilted her head up, her vertical pupils reflecting Whitebeard's image. So you're the Whitebeard Kenma mentioned. Looking at you up close, you really are huge. You're almost as big as the guards at the gates of the Siriidii, you're like a giant. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 140, The Request. Whitebeard's hand holding the wine paused slightly as his gaze fell upon the black cat on the table. The black cat sat there with its head tilted back, its amber eyes reflecting Whitebeard's silhouette, its expression showing a hint of curiosity. It looked adorable and charming, yet its voice carried the deep, heavy tone of a man. Whitebeard set down his wine bowl and moved his gaze from the black cat to Kenma standing before him, his expression revealing a trace of confusion. Don't mind it, Newgate. Kenma let out a soft laugh in his heart and used Shumenpa. His figure instantly appeared on the table. He picked up the curious cat and sat cross-legged on the table. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Uchiha. Wife. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at the black cat in Kenma's arms. Uchiha looked at the massive Whitebeard, raised a front paw, and waved in greeting. That is right. This old one is Kenma's wife. In that case, would you like a drink? Whitebeard pushed the wine cup in front of him forward a bit. I will pass. The black cat shook its head, then suddenly reacted, a look of surprise crossing her face again. Wait, your reaction isn't right. Seeing a cat here speaking in a human tongue, shouldn't you be surprised? Normally, cats can't talk, right? Whitebeard blinked, looking puzzled. A cat that can talk, what's so strange about that? The surrounding pirates, seeing this scene, could not help but whisper among themselves. Lord Enma's wife is actually a cat. Certainly not. Didn't Ace see her at the wedding? She looked like a normal human. Then this current appearance must be something like a cat fruit ability. They are soul reapers, after all. Isn't it normal for them to have an animal incarnation? The reactions of the people around them shifted from initial surprise to eventual acceptance. They were not nearly as shocked as Uchiha had expected. The black cat's ears twitched. She found the flat response of these people quite baffling. Why were they so unfazed by her current appearance? They even accepted her masculine self-address and deep male voice so easily. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She had gone to great lengths to prepare this form early on. She had intended to appear in this guise, wait for everyone's shock to settle, and then reveal her true identity to create a massive reversal. But now, everyone's reaction was so mediocre, without a single ripple of excitement. It was truly disappointing. She lifted her head and looked up at Kenma. Mr. Sirius, you didn't tell them everything already, did you? Kenma scratched Uchiha's chin and belly. Seeing her ask this, he immediately shook his head. I didn't say a word. It is just that these people have seen much of the world. Your little trick can't fool them. Uchiha thought back to the Uchiha elder she had met before. That person's reaction upon seeing her had been just as flat. Thinking of this, Uchiha subconsciously nodded, a seed of self-doubt blooming in her heart. Was it possible that talking cats were a common occurrence? Was she the one who was ill-informed? Whitebeard looked at the cat and smiled. Gururara. Since you are Boss Kenma's wife, then you are the lady boss to us. Boss Kenma has shown us great kindness, so you are our friend. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will get it done. The surrounding sons of Whitebeard voiced their agreement one after another. Pops is right. The world of pirates has honor and righteousness too. We have always wanted to repay Lord Kenma's kindness. Hearing the shouts of these men, Uchiha looked confused. Kindness, pirates, and honor. Mr. Sirius, what is this all about? Kenma said softly, explaining it in detail is difficult. I will take you to see for yourself in a moment, and then you will understand. Seeing Kenma say this, Uchiha nodded, suppressing her curiosity. Whitebeard looked at the black cat again and asked Kenma, the lady boss's current appearance, boss, you didn't give her the devil fruit to eat, did you? Kenma felt Uchiha reach out with her claws to tug at his sleeve. His hands didn't stop, continuing to scratch her chin to soothe her confusion. The black cat immediately stopped acting up, a purring sound vibrating in her throat. Her eyes narrowed, revealing a look of pure enjoyment. Kenma shook his head at Whitebeard. No, this is Uchiha's natural talent. He then asked curiously, do you know what the ability of that fruit is? No idea. Whitebeard shook his head. If he had known, he would have labeled it clearly when he sent the gift. Kenma said, then we can only wait for someone to eat it in the future to find out. He looked left and right, asking with confusion, speaking of which, I didn't see us Junior this time. Where is he? Whitebeard swallowed a mouthful of wine and wiped the wine stains from his mustache. His size is too conspicuous here. Plus, he couldn't bear to be away from Ace, so he went out to sea to find him. Whitebeard asked, what, you didn't see him when you went back last time? Kenma shook his head. No. Then he must be staying somewhere on the sea, Whitebeard chuckled. Don't let his frightening appearance fool you, he is actually very simple-minded. Failing to save Ace made him blame himself for a long time. I heard he has been training very hard recently. When mentioning his pure-hearted giant son, Whitebeard's expression clearly softened. He took another gulp of wine and asked Kenma, a busy man like you coming to see me today, you must have something on your mind. Between us, just speak plainly. At this, Kenma lifted Yoruichi in his hands and spoke directly. I came this time for 2 reasons. First, to bring Yoruichi to meet you all and introduce her. She has always been very curious about you. Pausing, Kenma looked at Whitebeard and said, the second matter concerns you. Me. The last time I went to the Great Sea, I found the yellow springs of your world. I plan to build a base there and want you to go and oversee it. As he said this, Kenma felt the body of Yoruichi in his arms stiffen. She was about to move but forced herself to stay still. Hearing Kenma's words, Whitebeard looked puzzled. Yellow Springs. What kind of world is the Yellow Springs on our side? Kenma told the truth. It is a desolate place without vitality. Souls are frozen there until they can no longer withstand the cold and fade away completely. This was quite unexpected for Whitebeard. I thought it would be as full of life as the Soul Society, or like the various hells described by Brother Odin. To think it would be like that. At this point, Whitebeard realized something, and his gaze toward Kenma became one of disbelief. In that case, boss, haven't you truly become the master of the Yellow Springs? If that were the case, there was no difference between him and the gods like Hades or Enma from various myths and legends. Kenma nodded. So, I want to temporarily leave that place to you to guard. Newgate, I know you don't want to bother with mundane affairs now, but besides you, I cannot find any other great general I can entrust this to. I can only come and ask you to come out of retirement. After his death, Whitebeard had a mindset of being at peace in retirement. He felt that since he was already dead, he should no longer concern himself with those matters. Therefore, since coming to the Soul Society, he had been staying here peacefully, enjoying the family happiness of having his sons around him. Kenma had sensed this, which was why he felt a hint of hesitation. Whitebeard heard the hesitation in Kenma's words. He drank the wine in his bowl in one gulp and slammed it onto the table with a dull thud. Gururara. Boss, since it is a matter you have entrusted to me, I will not refuse. Rest assured, even if I have to put this life on the line, I will definitely guard that land of the Yellow Springs for you. Having said that, Whitebeard looked at his sons beside him and asked, I can take them with me when I go, right? Whitebeard's straightforward answer caused Kenma's expression to soften immediately. He nodded in response, of course, no problem. Whitebeard pondered for a moment and then asked, when do we move? Now. The base hasn't been built yet. Once the basic framework is set up, I will come and notify you. Kenma gave a general overview of the situation. He then politely declined the request from Whitebeard and the others to hold a banquet together and left the noisy courtyard with Yoruichi. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 141, Yoruichi is deeply moved. Just after stepping out of the courtyard, Yoruichi, cradled in Kenma's arms, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a rowdy bunch of people. And every one of them looked so strange. While Kenma and Whitebeard were talking earlier, Yoruichi had taken a detailed look at everyone in the courtyard. Each one had an eccentric posture and a fierce, menacing appearance. Yet, despite their intimidating looks, their actions gave Yoruichi the impression that they weren't particularly bright. Truly a group of oddballs. Especially that Whitebeard. I never imagined his beard would look like that. When I first heard the name, I thought he'd have a long, flowing beard like Captain Commander Yamamoto. After her lament, Yoruichi extended her sharp claws and hooked onto Kenma's sleeve. Mr. Sirius, where on earth did you find these bizarre people? And what was that talk between you and Whitebeard about fruits and the underworld? Kenma stroked Yoruichi's back to soothe her as he led her toward the palace housing the Senkamen. Don't be in such a hurry. You'll find out everything soon enough. As he spoke, Kenma used Shuinpa, his figure vanishing instantly. In a flash, Yoruichi felt the scenery blur before her eyes. She and Kenma appeared in front of another courtyard gate. Mr. Sirius, when did your Shuinpa become so fast? Feeling the distance they had crossed in that single instant, Yoruichi's face was filled with curiosity. The Shuinpa Kenma just displayed was no longer inferior to her own. One must remember she held the title of Goddess of Flash. To say her Shuinpa was the best among all Soul Reapers in the Siriidii was no exaggeration. Kenma said softly, when did you start thinking my Shuinpa wasn't this fast? At those words, Yoruichi raised an eyebrow. That's the result of you hiding things from me. Isn't it normal for me not to know your true level? Kenma felt a subtle shift in his heart but chose not to argue with her. If they kept at it, he would eventually be the one in the wrong. Holding Yoruichi under her front legs, he lifted her up and pointed her toward the courtyard ahead. The things I've been hiding are right inside this courtyard. Yoruichi's amber eyes scanned the courtyard before them. She could sense that this ordinary-looking courtyard was covered by a Keto barrier. With such secrecy, she wouldn't believe it if there was nothing inside. Let's go. I'll take you in to see. Yoruichi was pulled back into his warm embrace. Shifting slightly into a more comfortable position, she was carried through the gate and across the barrier. The scenery before them changed abruptly. A tall, wide palace came into view. The foundation alone was over 10 meters high, and elite guards patrolled both sides. These guards were all dressed in Uchiha attire, their expressions cold and filled with a killing intent. Kenma carried her up the steps. Above the high palace hung a plaque with 3 characters written in kanji, Gate Palace. Gate Palace? What does that mean? You'll know once you go in. Kenma pushed the doors open, and the interior was revealed to the men and the cat. The hall was exceptionally spacious, with over a dozen thick pillars standing on either side, and several squads of Uchiha elites on duty. In the center of the hall stood 4 senkamen. In front of them, a group of young children were huddled over desks, writing and drawing. An Uchiha, holding a teaching pointer, stood before a portable blackboard. Beside the children sat a maid, supervising them. This scene was completely unexpected for Yoruichi. In her mind, she had anticipated the hall would contain some secret treasure, a divine artifact, or at the very least, a group of people undergoing hellish training, surrounded by blood and tears. But this heartwarming scene of education looked like nothing more than an ordinary private school. It was a far cry from what she had imagined. She looked up, her face full of confusion as she turned to Kenma. Mr. Sirius, is this what you were hiding? Or are you just playing a prank on me? Of course not. What comes next is the real secret. Don't be too shocked in a moment. Kenma stroked the black cat's smooth fur as he walked further into the hall. The people inside noticed the movement and looked toward the entrance, their faces lighting up with surprise. It's Lord Kenma. Lord Kenma, is there another mission? Oh, what a cute kitty. The children's excitement immediately spiked. They left their seats in unison and swarmed toward him. The teacher and the supervising maid immediately called out to stop them, ordering the children to quiet down. Amani Riko asked curiously, "My lord, why the sudden visit? Is something the matter?" Kenma scanned the room, seeing that the children's spirits were quite high and they were uninjured. It seemed their previous exploration of that world hadn't posed a threat to them. However, the Uchiha teacher and the maid looked a bit haggard. I came here today to introduce someone to all of you. He lifted Yoruichi and placed her on the table next to the blackboard. Under the gaze of the numerous children, Yoruichi lifted a paw and waved. Yo, little brats. How are you all doing? Hearing the black cat speak human words, Amani Riko couldn't help but cry out in shock. A cat. The cat is actually talking. Compared to her shock, her Uchiha companions were much calmer. There was almost no reaction on their faces. Amani Riko looked at her companions, her face filled with bewilderment. What? Don't you find it strange? Izumi, this black cat is talking. Uchiha Izumi blinked, looking a bit puzzled. A cat talking? What's so strange about that? The other Uchihas nearby also chimed in softly. Yeah, cats, dogs, and even crows, those animals usually know how to talk. Ah, though of course, there are some small animals that don't talk. Seeing their reaction, Amani Riko finally realized. She clutched her forehead and shook her head. I forgot you guys come from different worlds. It's very different from where I'm from. In her world, no animals other than humans could speak. It seemed the differences between worlds were incredibly vast. Yoruichi extended a paw and cupped Amani Riko's small hand with her pad, her cute face already teary with emotion. After meeting so many people today, I've finally found it. This reaction, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Sniff, sniff, this old one is truly moved. Being held by the hand, Amani Riko didn't know the black cat's identity, but since she was brought here personally by Kenma, she had to be someone important. She turned a questioning gaze toward Kenma. Lord Kenma, this cat is. Seeing Yoruichi like this, Kenma chuckled inwardly. He walked over and scooped her back into his arms. He spoke to everyone in the hall, let me introduce her. This is my wife, Yoruichi. The black cat's amber eyes swept over everyone present, a smile playing on the corners of her mouth. Little brats, this old one is Kenma's wife. I'll be taking good care of you from now on. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Yoruichi and the Other World. Why, wife? Hearing the black cat's self-introduction, Amani Riko suddenly cried out in surprise. They had all learned something of Ren's family matters before. In fact, when she had first entered the Siriidii, she had seen the head of the Shihoin family. Although her skin was a bit dark, she was a refined beauty. How did she suddenly turn into a cat today? Are you really that lady Uchiha? How did you end up like this? Heh, it's me, of course. A smile appeared on Uchiha's face. She was quite satisfied with the young girl's surprise and couldn't help but nod slightly. This was exactly the reaction she wanted to see. Compared to this girl, the reactions of the others weren't nearly as satisfying. Those amber eyes looked at the expressionless Uchiha girls, and Uchiha suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had met them once before. Looking back at the startled girl, Uchiha asked in confusion, "Have I met you all before? Was it back when the stealth force was first established, or some other time?" "We have met." Amani Riko scratched her head, her expression looking a bit embarrassed. "Back then, I went into the interior of the Siriidii with everyone from the Uchiha, and then we were caught by Lady Uchiha." "Ah, it's you. It really was that time." Following Riko's memory, Uchiha recalled it immediately. Later, when the stealth force became more prominent and she had to hand over the personnel of Squad 2, she gradually put those matters out of her mind. If she hadn't seen them now, she probably wouldn't have remembered. Uchiha stretched out her hind leg and kicked Ren's chest, lifting her head to look at her husband with those amber eyes. "Mr. Sirius, I didn't think you'd keep this from me for so long. I really underestimated you. Honestly, that honest and loyal look of yours was totally wasted." Ren's fingers nimbly scratched the cat's chin. "I'm planning to tell you right now, aren't I?" Ren looked at the children in the hall, as well as Riko's maid and the teacher from the Uchiha clan, and gave a slight tilt of his head. "Just continue with your class, don't mind us." "Yes." The Uchiha teacher quickly called out to the children, who then reluctantly returned to their seats. Holding Uchiha, Ren bypassed the blackboard and continued further inside. Uchiha smiled. "It seems you're quite popular with these children. They're so reluctant to see you go. Where do you see them being reluctant to see me go?" Ren chuckled inwardly and glanced back at the children. He saw them slumped over their desks, listening to the teacher's lecture. Except for a very few who looked relaxed, everyone else was scratching their heads or wearing expressions of pure agony. Naturally, Riko was among them. They simply don't like studying. Since I happened to come by, they finally had a chance to temporarily escape their tedious studies and take a breather. Uchiha climbed onto Ren's chest, resting her head on his shoulder. Watching the children in class, she couldn't help but laugh. "Is that so? To me, they seem to truly rely on you. Reliance is reliance, and liking is liking. Those two aren't the same," Ren said softly. "Given my personality, I've never been particularly popular with children. Riko and the others are 13 or 14. They don't just go by instinct like toddlers, they have enough capacity for thought. That's why, even with my cold demeanor, they still try to get close. Of course, it can't be ruled out that since I am their superior, they might have thoughts of dependency or trying to curry favor." Puff. The black cat stretched out a front paw and patted Ren's cheek. The thick paw pad landed with a soft thud. "Mr. Sirius, why do you always have such dark thoughts? That's not a good habit." Ren pulled Uchiha back into his arms and shook his head without defending himself. As they spoke, the two had already arrived in front of the Senkamen. The 8 pillars of these 4 Senkamen gates were arranged in a fan shape, standing in pairs. Ren's deep voice rang out. "Uchiha, this is what I've been hiding." Uchiha blinked, looked at the inactive Senkamen, and then turned back to Ren, her cat face filled with confusion. "Senkamen? What's special about these gates?" Uchiha thought back to what Whitebeard had said earlier. Something seemed to click in her mind, but it was as if a thin film was blocking her, preventing her from grasping the key point. Ren paused for a moment, organized his words, and asked, "Uchiha, did you notice anything unusual about Whitebeard and the others, or the Uchiha clan?" "Unusual?" Uchiha thought for a bit. "Their reactions to me turning into a cat were way too calm. Not like normal people." "You're still hung up on that?" Ren was stunned by Uchiha's peculiar train of thought. He shook his head and simply changed his approach. "You heard my conversation with Whitebeard just now, didn't you?" "The part about the Yellow Springs," Uchiha nodded. "I remember people in the living world usually call the world after death the Yellow Springs. Naturally, that would be the Soul Society." She asked curiously, "So, what's the deal with the Yellow Springs you were talking about?" "It does refer to the world of the dead, but the one Whitebeard mentioned isn't the Soul Society we're in now." Ren held Uchiha with one hand and drew the Zanpakutō at his waist with the other, pointing it at the Senkamen marked with the character for C. "The Yellow Springs I discussed with him is the land of the dead in another world." Hearing this, Uchiha's eyes narrowed instantly. Something seemed to dawn on her, and she showed an expression of disbelief. "Another world, Ren, what on earth is going on?" It's simple. Exactly what it sounds like. Other worlds, distinct from the three realms and hell. As he spoke, a clear light emanated from Ren Zanpakutō. He swung the blade toward the Senkaman. Ryuryoku gathered at the edge of the blade and was flung out with the strike, transforming into a silver-white, crescent-shaped beam. It struck the Senkaman, tearing through the void to reveal the pitch-black space within. Worlds different from the three realms. Yoruichi muttered Ren's words to herself. The film in her mind was suddenly and violently pierced. Her shock was beyond measure, yet at the same time, she felt an indescribable clarity. Besides our world, other worlds actually exist. Does that mean Whitebeard and the others come from another world? Ren sheathed his Zanpakutō and carried Yoruichi into the shattered space, his Ryuryoku coalescing into a tidy path. Walking along the spatial corridor leading to another world, Ren gently stroked Yoruichi's fur to calm her nerves. That's right. Whitebeard and his crew, the Uchiha, even Toji and Riko, they all come from other worlds. Yoruichi looked at the strange interior of the Senkaman and then up at the serious-looking Ren. She had used the Senkaman to go to the living world before, but it never looked like this. She knew her husband, she knew he wasn't good at lying, nor did he like to. Her logic told her he was telling the truth, but her emotions still found it difficult to imagine. The astonishment in her heart kept bubbling up. We're going to an other world right now. This path inside the Senkaman, it's the passage to another world. Ren nodded. Precisely. As long as we pass through this spatial tunnel, we can reach another world. That is the world where Whitebeard and the others come from. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Speculation and Terror. So this is another world. Yoruichi stepped onto the brick and stone ground, looking at the crescent-shaped harbor before her and the endless, surging sea ahead. The sun hung high, casting an incredibly bright light across the heavens and earth. However, a lingering sea mist drifted over the water, obscuring her vision. Yoruichi turned around. Behind her was a massive plaza, and beyond that stood a colossal military fortress. Its architectural style was somewhat similar to the Siriitii. On the front of the building, a seagull emblem was painted alongside the text, G1. Soldiers were patrolling the plaza on duty. Yoruichi had just descended from a Senkaman high in the sky, and this island was the first thing she saw. Ren walked to Yoruichi's side, following her gaze. He explained softly, this island is called Marine Ford. It was originally the Navy headquarters. This is where Whitebeard fought the Navy and died before I brought him back to the Soul Society. He had a set of coordinates for this island, so he had brought Yoruichi here through the Senkaman. Navy. Pirates. Yoruichi's amber eyes shook slightly as she murmured Ren's words. Earlier, while in the spatial tunnel, she had heard Ren mention a series of things regarding alternate worlds and Whitebeard. Now that she was on this island, seeing everything for herself, it all confirmed that what her husband said was the truth. She had secretly traveled to the world of the living before, and she had certainly never seen a sight like this there. Recalling the 4 Senkamen she saw before coming here, Yoruichi turned her head to look at her husband, who was shrouded in mystery. So, do the other 3 Senkamen lead to different worlds as well? That is right, Ren nodded. The gate marked with the character, Fire, leads to the original world of the Uchiha clan. Curse, leads to the world of Toji and Riko. As for the last one, we do not fully understand that new world yet, but it should not be very dangerous. I have left its exploration to Riko and the others. After surveying her surroundings, Yoruichi's eyes flickered as if she had realized something. She looked at Ren. Does this mean, besides these 4 worlds, you can find even more new ones? Ren nodded and drew the Zanpakutō from his waist. Yoruichi, you know the ability of my Zanpakutō, right? Yoruichi said in a low voice, of course. Kiritsugu has 2 abilities, one is connecting, and the other is cutting. Ren's Zanpakutō possessed 2 almost diametrically opposed powers. Yoruichi had only been told about this when Ren signed the contract with Kasuke Urahara and the others. Ren, are you saying you used your Zanpakutō's power to cut a path to other worlds? But, how is that possible? No matter how exceptional a Zanpakutō's ability is, something like this clearly transcends the limits of the world. How could you achieve such a thing? Cutting through 2 different worlds, the very idea was too shocking to even contemplate. No. Yoruichi's eyes suddenly widened. While Ren's cutting ability was heaven-defying, that was not the main point. She stared blankly at Ren, the husband who had been by her side for 2 years. Her amber eyes betrayed a hint of inexplicable terror. Ren, tell me, why? Why would you even think of using Kiritsugu's power to break through the spatial barrier between 2 worlds? Even if an ordinary person possessed such an ability, the most they would think of is how it could provide a massive boost in combat, or perhaps allow them to move freely between the 3 worlds. Breaking into an entirely different world, would a normal person really have such an absurd thought? Ren looked at his wife. Even in her cat form, the various emotions she felt were visible on her feline face. He watched her silently. After a moment of silence, the serious expression on Ren's face gave way to a sense of relief. Yoruichi, it seems you have realized it. Ren had to admit that it was surprising Yoruichi had thought of this layer, yet it was also logical. The Uchiha clan, Whitebeard, and the others all viewed him through a specific lens. Combined with his title as a Soul Reaper, they perceived him as a godlike entity. Naturally, they would not think in this direction. Isn't it natural for a god to be able to do such things? It was a difference in perspective. Yoruichi did not share that perspective. Having lived with him day and night, she saw him as an equal, so it was perfectly normal for her to make this connection. It is indeed as you say. A sentient being born and raised in this world would find it difficult to have such a thought. As Ren spoke, the strange sense of dread in Yoruichi's heart intensified. Amidst her growing tension, Ren's voice continued. However, Yoruichi, I never said I was a soul born within the three worlds. Her husband's words were like a bolt of lightning, crashing through Yoruichi's thoughts. The suspicion that had just sprouted in her mind was now fully confirmed, leaving her standing there in a daze. Ren, you. Yoruichi stammered for a long time, finding herself unable to even form a coherent sentence. Even though she had speculated, the truth coming from her husband's mouth was so explosive that it left her mind in chaos. She could only stare blankly at the husband who was both incredibly familiar and incredibly strange. Ren had anticipated Yoruichi's reaction. He reached out, pulled her into his arms, and continued stroking her fur. Yoruichi, there is no need to be so surprised. While it sounds significant, in reality, it isn't that shocking. Ren's voice was gentle, as if he had shed some heavy burden. If this were written as a novel, it probably wouldn't be very original. A lost soul arrived in the three worlds for unknown reasons and managed to survive. Then, after experiencing a few things, he eventually enrolled in the Shino Academy, married into a noble family, wed a beautiful woman, and reached the pinnacle of life. It is a cliched story. Hearing Ren's words, Yoruichi gradually recovered from her shock. She leaned back in Ren's arms, looking up at his face, which held a somber expression she had never seen before. A soft spot deep in her heart was touched, as if she finally understood something. So, was your goal in opening paths to these alternate worlds to find a way back to your original world? That is just your guess. I never said that, Ren said in a low voice. Yoruichi looked up. Limited by the angle, she could only see Ren's chin and nose, unable to see his full expression. However, the emotions hidden in those words reached her ears perfectly. Ren, has anyone ever told you that you are terrible at lying? Is that so? Ren lowered his head to look at Yoruichi. His expression was the same as always, still that stern mask. Yet, in Yoruichi's eyes, it felt as though she were seeing a lonely and lost soul. She nodded and sighed, you fake serious men, you really are bad at lying. Whenever it comes to the important parts, you either speak vaguely or intentionally avoid the subject. Ren fell silent. He thought for a moment before nodding, then shook his head again. Half of it, I suppose. He sighed. Yoruichi understood somewhat, but she still asked, and the other half? Yoruichi, do you know? These alternate worlds contain many magical things beyond imagination, and many existences known as powerhouses. Ren paused before continuing, like the devil fruits Whitebeard and the others mentioned. They exist on this sea, one only needs to eat one to gain miraculous abilities. And those powerhouses, like Whitebeard, the Uchiha, or Toji, after they died, I brought their souls back to the Soul Society to become powerful assets. Yoruichi nodded slightly. She suddenly stood up, climbed onto Ren's shoulder, and licked her husband's cheek with her tongue. Ren, tell me about it. What was your original world really like? Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Tsundere. There's nothing much to say, it's just an extremely ordinary world. It's no different from the living world or this world full of oceans. The only difference, perhaps, is the lack of all these chaotic and bizarre abilities. Ren's quiet voice rang out. Seeing Ren in this state, Yoruichi stuck out her tongue and licked his cheek, tactfully choosing not to press further. She looked back at the military fortress and then forward at the endless sea, unable to help feeling deeply moved. So this is an alternate world. No wonder you were so cautious, being so careful even with me, your wife, and requiring a contract before bringing me over. Ren reined in the emotions that had just surfaced. Hearing Yoruichi's exclamation, a hint of guilt rose in his heart, followed by a sense of helpless necessity. It couldn't be helped, the stakes are high, I had to be cautious. I understand. Yoruichi was very understanding of Ren's careful measures. After all, this involved other worlds, the scale was simply too grand. It wasn't just about the individuals involved, but about these different worlds and the billions of lives within them. A single mistake could cause immeasurable consequences. In such a situation, no amount of vigilance was excessive. If it were her, she would likely treat it with the same caution. Though, with her carefree personality, she probably couldn't achieve the same level of meticulousness as Ren. Having just gained this insight, a flicker of worry surfaced on Yoruichi's face. Ren, does anyone else know about your situation? Specifically, that you are a being from another world. Ren shook his head. No one should know. People like the Uchiha wouldn't easily think of such a thing. What about Kasuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi? Yoruichi's brow furrowed. The concern on her face deepened. They are both smart. Since I could figure it out, they'll realize it sooner or later. How will you explain it then? Seeing Yoruichi so worried on his behalf, Ren chuckled inwardly. He felt that his confession today had not been in vain. He stroked Yoruichi's head, his gaze softening considerably. Don't worry. Whether it's Urahara Kasuke, Mayuri, or Suifeng, I haven't told any of these Soul Society figures about the existence of the other world. Yoruichi blinked, a look of confusion on her face. Mayuri. While she was still wondering who this Mayuri was, the image of a man with black and white face paint surfaced in her mind, and she suddenly realized. Her eyes twitched involuntarily. I say, Mr. Serious, by Mayuri, you don't mean that fellow Mayuri Kuratsuchi, do you? Yes, Ren asked, puzzled. Why such a big reaction? Is there a problem? Yoruichi opened her mouth, but eventually only a short word came out. No. Mayuri's name was indeed pronounced that way, but taking the given name out and using it alone, why did it feel so full of girly energy? That freak actually has such a cute name. As soon as the thought appeared, Yoruichi felt as disgusted as if she had swallowed a mouse. She quickly shook her head to cast out such a shocking idea. She looked at Ren, her tone somewhat strange. Since when did your relationship with him get so good that you're calling him by his first name? He is my contractor and a member of my community of fate, Ren said. Moreover, his help to me in the stealth force has been significant enough that I have acknowledged him. So you didn't tell him about the other world? Yoruichi gave him a side glance. Ren said softly, business is business. I won't lower my guard regarding matters like this. He told Yoruichi now because he trusted her as his wife. As for Mayuri and the others, it wouldn't be too late to tell them once he stood at an absolute height of power. Yoruichi suddenly asked again, even so, the difference in your attitude toward Kasuke and Mayuri is a bit too large, isn't it? I can sense it. You seem very friendly toward that freak Mayuri, like you're treating him as a friend. But when facing Kasuke, you don't have that same friendliness. Your attitude drops several levels, treating him purely as a subordinate. Yoruichi looked at Ren, a teasing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. My feeling isn't wrong, is it? Hearing this, Ren couldn't help but frown. Yoruichi watched him closely. Indeed, there was no friendliness like when mentioning Mayuri, only a clear sense of distance. The amusement on her face could no longer be suppressed, showing openly before Ren. Mr. Serious, could it be that you're jealous? No. Ren said coldly, you're overthinking it. Although Urahara Kasuke signed a contract with me, his mind is too deep and his ability is too strong. I don't feel at ease with him. Yoruichi, currently in her cat form, wore a smirk that looked both knowing and cloying. Really? It's not because he and I are friends, so you got jealous and treated him like that. Young man, confess honestly. This old man won't laugh at you. Ren's face remained stiff as he said, Yoruichi, have you had enough fun? Ah, you really are embarrassed. A tsundere. Yoruichi snickered. He really was a man with a tsundere personality. Heh, Mr. Serious, being a tsundere isn't popular these days. And for a big man like you, things like being shy or tsundere don't suit you at all. You should just admit it honestly. Ren knew that no matter what he said now, Yoruichi would only mock him further. He simply picked her up, cradled her in his arms, and walked toward the building behind them. Let's go. I'll take you on a tour of the interior of Marine G1 base. Mr. Serious, you're changing the subject. Yoruichi said indignantly, but her attention was soon caught by the magical things in this ocean world. Mr. Serious, look. There are giants. They're even taller than the guards of the Siriidii. Whoa, someone can actually turn into a dog. Is this the devil fruit ability you mentioned? The humans here are generally way too tall. You're not even 2 meters tall, Ren, compared to the sailors here, you're practically a dwarf. But the food here is quite delicious, and the portions are huge. Ren took her through the entire interior of the base, listening to Yoruichi's continuous exclamations along the way. Finally, while eating at the marine canteen, Yoruichi ate nearly 20 portions of food by herself before she finally settled down. The cat flipped over, exposing a belly that had more than doubled in size, lying sprawled in Ren's arms. Burp, I accidentally ate too much, Yoruichi said with a satisfied belch. Ren was speechless. I told you to eat less, but you wouldn't listen. It's mainly because there are too many strange things I've never seen before, I'll digest it in a bit. Yoruchi was so full she lacked energy. Where are we going next? The underworld of this world. Ren pondered for a moment and nodded. That works. But it's a bit cold in there. While it won't kill a soul reaper, it's enough to be uncomfortable. Yoruchi waved a paw, a confident look on her face. Hee, don't worry. I have this thick coat of fur to keep me warm. I won't be afraid no matter how cold it gets. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 145, Half Bankai. I almost forgot about your situation. With that, Ren drew the Zanpakutō from his waist and swung it to the side. A crescent-shaped arc of white light erupted from the blade, slicing through the void and revealing a jagged spatial rift. Yoruchi craned her neck and tilted her face, her amber eyes peering inside. As usual, it was pitch black within, no different from the spatial rifts in the Soul Society. However, at the end of this particular rift lay a vast, gray, and desolate wasteland. Let's go, Ren reminded her, immediately leading her into the crack. Stepping through the darkness, their figures flickered, and in an instant, they crossed the threshold. As his feet touched the frozen earth, Ren turned back to see the spatial rift slowly closing, then paid it no further mind. So this is the underworld of the afterlife in this other world. Cradled in Ren's arms, Yoruchi scanned the surroundings. A chill that felt as though it could freeze her very soul swept over her, causing her to curl up involuntarily and huddle deeper against Ren's clothing. Ren asked, I told you it was cold here, didn't I? It's a little chilly, but nothing more, Yoruchi said stubbornly. Seeing this, Ren simply tucked her into his collar, leaving only her cat head poking out from his chest. The cat's body shifted inside, adjusting to a more comfortable position. She rested her two paws on the edge of the collar to support her round head, and her expression improved significantly. Comfortable. This is much better. In the midst of her contentment, she recalled Ren's actions, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. Mr. Sirius, did you just shatter space without even chanting your Zanpakutō's name? The expression on Yoruchi's cute face became quite animated, her voice laced with astonishment. Does that mean you can actually perform Bankai? Bankai is the second stage of release for a Zanpakutō after Shirkai, marking a massive evolution in the blade's power. Activating Bankai in battle is enough to boost a Soul Reaper's spiritual pressure to 5 to 10 times that of their Shirkai, making it their core means of dealing with enemies. Ren nodded at Yoruchi's words, then shook his head slightly. Confused, Yoruchi asked, what do you mean by that? Nodding and shaking your head, can you perform Bankai or not? Yes, and no. At the mention of his Bankai, Ren's brow gradually furrowed. With my current spiritual pressure, it is enough to sustain the Bankai of my Zanpakutō, but what? Was there an accident? Yoruchi asked curiously. Ren nodded and said, calling my current state a Bankai isn't entirely accurate. It can only be considered a half Bankai. Half. Yoruchi, you should know that my Zanpakutō has two abilities, cutting and connecting. Ren paused before continuing. The half of the Bankai I can currently release belongs to the cutting aspect. As for the connecting ability, there has been no movement so far. I expect that only with deeper cultivation will a successful, full Bankai manifest. It was similar to Rinji Abarai in the original story, only able to release a partial form. However, Ren's half was more than enough to provide a leap in combat strength. His confidence when he had previously threatened Aizen stemmed from this very source. Seeing this, Yoruchi didn't know how to comfort him. Since she had abandoned the use of a Zanpakutō to focus on Hakuda, Kido, and Shuinpa, she couldn't offer Ren much advice in that department. So, when did you learn Bankai? During the period when Kuchiki Koga was causing trouble, Ren said. It was after he had reached a point of absolute sincerity and spiritual communion with his Zanpakutō that Ren had unknowingly mastered Bankai. As for the connecting ability, since it originated from a fragment of the Soul King, it likely required more time and refinement to achieve a smooth Bankai. With his current half Bankai, Ren's combat power was sufficient for now, so he didn't mind the wait. The two chatted as they strolled through the Yellow Springs. Looking at the unfamiliar environment, Yoruchi slowly began to understand its general structure. I see. These things that look like frozen flames are actually the souls of the dead. Sigh, is there really no manager here like a Soul Reaper? That makes this a completely undeveloped new world. You really did strike it lucky. Suddenly, Yoruchi's expression turned solemn. 3 unfamiliar spiritual pressures were approaching from not far away. Ren, you felt that, right? She spoke up to warn him, but looking up, she saw Ren's face was calm. She immediately reacted. Are they your people? Ren naturally sensed the pressures Yoruchi had noticed. The moment he felt them, he recognized who they were. Indeed. Is it Yukumi and Ace? Yoruichi tilted her head. Yukumi? That sounds like a name someone from the Uchiha clan would have. He is a member of the Uchiha clan, Ren confirmed. Then who is Ace? Yoruichi asked curiously. And there's one more spiritual pressure, who is that? Ren replied, Ace is someone from this world, he's Whitebeard's son. I stationed them here to guard this place. Yoruichi, you should have seen him before. He even attended our wedding. Yoruichi pointed a paw at herself and then at Ren, looking bewildered. Why don't I remember? I usually remember unique names like that after hearing them once. You'll remember once we go and meet them. Ren said this while carefully sensing the final spiritual pressure, confirming his earlier suspicion. The last one should be us Jr. Whitebeard said he returned to this world to find Ace. I didn't expect him to be here with him. Yoruichi, don't be too surprised when you see us Jr. in a moment. He looked down at the confusion on the black cat's face but didn't answer immediately. Instead, he used Shuinpa to move toward the source of the pressures. Before the man and cat arrived, they felt wave after wave of tremors vibrating through the ground. As they got closer, the vibrations became increasingly intense. This is a giant. Yoruichi's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. From a distance, she saw a colossal green-brown giant standing in the wasteland, reaching toward the sky. Holding a massive hammer carved from stone, he was slamming it down onto the ground over and over again. Ren soothed her, I did warn you not to be too surprised. Mr. Sirius, who is this now? He looks even bigger than the giants in the Navy. He must be at least 50 or 60 meters tall. Yoruichi's amber eyes reflected us Junior's silhouette. His fangs and the horns growing from his head were truly terrifying. Ren explained, this is us Junior, he's a type of giant and also one of Whitebeard's sons. Hearing this, Yoruichi couldn't help but complain, how does Whitebeard have so many sons? Just how many did he adopt? Ren recalled the scene of the Paramount War and sighed. At least enough to form a grand fleet. Neither he nor Yoruichi had masked their spiritual pressure. As they approached rapidly, Us Jr. stopped his hammering. His voice thundered through the yellow springs. Ace, Yukumi, the big boss is here. Ah, and I sense a stranger with him. On the ground, Ace turned his head and a smile appeared on his face. He sensed the pressures, while he wasn't sure who the unfamiliar one belonged to, since they were with Ren, they were surely an ally. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 146, Yoruichi's new idea. Ace and Yukumi exchanged a look and stopped what they were doing. They climbed up a low earthen slope nearby and looked into the distance. Us Jr. set down his massive stone hammer and sat down obediently beside the small slope. As the three of them were peering out, a curious voice rang out from beside Ace and Yukumi. What are you three doing here? Hearing the voice, Ace and Yukumi turned around to see Ren. Lord Ren, good day. Big boss, what brings you here? Ren looked at the two men before him, a trace of confusion flashing through his eyes. Ace was wearing overalls and a hard hat, carrying a shovel in his hand. Yukumi was dressed similarly, though he had a massive mesh net slung over his shoulder. Their strange attire was quite outside Ren's expectations. He then looked at Us Jr., who was gripping his heavy hammer, and the unusually flat ground below. He realized what the three of them were doing in the Yellow Springs. The scene before him looked exactly like a construction site. Are you laying a foundation? Ren asked, seeking confirmation. Yukumi nodded. Lately the seas have been calm, and there haven't been any incidents involving the deaths of powerful individuals. So, I took advantage of this free time to come over and tidy up the Yellow Springs. Didn't you want to build a city here, my lord? I thought I'd scout out a few locations with good terrain first. It will make things much easier when the time comes to actually start building. Yukumi's voice was calm, but he was secretly delighted. To put in effort on a whim and have the top boss happen to see it, this is the kind of thing that makes a man feel good. Yukumi could already see his future career prospects brightening. Of course, he didn't forget his colleagues. Ace and Us Jr. saw I was working alone and came to keep me company. Right now, we are relocating the souls in this area and leveling the ground. Ren surveyed the nearby landscape. This area was situated in a basin, surrounded by high mountains on all sides. The terrain inside was flat and open, and the size was just right. Building a city against the mountains was indeed appropriate, they wouldn't even need to build city walls. He nodded slightly. Not bad. We will use this site to build the city in a while. Ace and Us Jr. wouldn't have thought of this, it must have been Yukumi who chose the spot. He was, after all, an elite of the Uchiha clan. I'm glad you are satisfied, my lord. Hearing Ren's praise, Yukumi felt even better. Ace asked curiously, "Big boss, why did you suddenly come over? Is the Soul Society not busy anymore?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on the black cat at Ren's chest. The unfamiliar spiritual pressure he had sensed earlier was coming from this cat. A cat with such strong spiritual pressure. Ace tilted his head, a hint of confusion in his expression. "Is this cat? Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Yoruchi." Ren scratched Yoruchi's chin and looked at Ace. "Ace, you should have seen her at the wedding." Yoruchi extended a front paw and waved at Ace and Yukumi, then turned to wave at us Junior. "Yo, little ones. How are you doing?" Oz Jr. opened his mouth, his voice booming with surprise. "A cat is the big boss's wife?" "That's impossible," Ace speculated. "It's probably some kind of ability." Yukumi looked at Ren, then at the black cat on his chest, and hurriedly bowed. "To think it was Lady Yoruchi. Please forgive my rudeness for not recognizing you immediately." When he used to travel back and forth to the Soul Society, he had heard clan members mention that the noble family Lord Ren had married into had rather dusky skin. But looking at it now, it wasn't just dusky skin, it was as if the species had changed entirely. However, just as Ace said, it was likely a transformation from some kind of ability. Ren said, "I came this time just to accompany Yoruchi and let her see the environment here. I didn't expect to run into you." In his arms, Yoruchi's gaze fell on Ace, and a look of realization dawned on her cat face. "I remember now. I did see you at my wedding to Ren. At the time, you were eating and chatting with someone when you suddenly fell fast asleep. I remember it nearly scared everyone around you to death. They thought the food was poisoned. Then you just started eating and drinking again like nothing happened." The incident had been so bizarre that Yoruchi remembered it clearly, and she recalled it the moment she saw Ace. Ace rubbed the back of his head and laughed. Sorry. That's a bad habit of mine." Yukumi, standing to the side, remarked, "That's more than just a bad habit. Normal people don't do that. I honestly think there's something wrong with your body." When he first met Ace, he had been startled by this quirk. He had tried to persuade Ace to change, but the results had been quite discouraging. After knowing Ace for so long, he had gradually become accustomed to it. Having seen so much, he could only say that the people on these seas were all more or less a bit troubled in the head. The massive Us Jr. nodded in agreement. Ace does have that bad habit. Ren took Yoruchi for a walk around the Yellow Springs. Yoruchi went from being curious at the start to losing interest quickly when faced with the repetitive scenery. She reached out a claw and hooked Ren's collar, tugging on it. Ren understood immediately. After a brief chat with the three of them, he prepared to leave. Before departing, Ren suddenly asked, "Ace, where has that younger brother of yours reached by now?" Ace thought for a moment and said, "He has already reached Wano country. I heard he was locked up in prison after challenging Kaido. He should be in jail right now." Wano country. Ren was startled. How could it be so fast? The last time he had seen Luffy and the others off at the Sabaody archipelago was only a little over a month ago. In other words, in such a short amount of time, Luffy had cleared Fishman Island, Punk Hazard, Dressrosa, Zou, and Tato Land to arrive at Wano. It was lightning fast. When he used to follow the story, it took over 10 years. Thinking about it now, it was truly incredible. But since Luffy had reached Wano, then it was almost time to collect the souls of people like Kaido and Big Mom. Seeing the slight change in Ren's expression, Ace asked in confusion, "Big boss, is there something wrong with Luffy?" "It's nothing." Ren paused, looked at the construction site and the tools in Ace's hand, and asked, "Your brother was locked up by Kaido. Aren't you worried? Luffy has his own adventure. As someone who is already dead, I shouldn't interfere casually." Ace flashed a smile. "Besides, it looks like Luffy's companions are planning something. It's better if I don't disturb them, lest I mess things up." "You certainly are free-spirited," Ren remarked. He didn't linger any longer. Drawing his Zanpakutō, he casually sliced through space, setting the coordinates for the Sabaody archipelago. After bringing Yoruchi back, Ren said, "Yoruchi, once I've finished taking you around this island, we'll head back to the Soul Society." He was about to take a step when he felt his collar being pulled again. Ren pulled Yoruchi out from his chest. "What is it now?" "Mr. Serious, isn't your Zanpakutō's ability to tear through space and go to new worlds?" Yoruchi's amber eyes were sparkling, her excitement higher than ever before. "Can you show me how you do it? And while you're at it, let's go visit that new world." Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 147, 2 slashes. Seeing the shimmering glint in Yoruchi's eyes, Ren nodded. "I can. However, we cannot stay for too long. I still have a lot of work to do on this side." Seeing Ren's agreement, Yoruchi's eyes curved into crescents. Her amber vertical pupils overflowed with joy, and she couldn't help but rub her head against Ren's chest. Hee hee, you're so good to me. Get off me for a second, I need to use my full power. After Ren finished speaking, he slowly crouched down. Uchiha tactfully jumped off him, her short legs carrying her in a quick trot to a spot not far away. She watched Ren's subsequent actions with a serious expression. Ren drew the Zanpakutō from his waist. His spiritual pressure surged out, transforming into a visible silver-white pillar of light that shot straight into the clouds. The ground beneath his feet was compressed into a deep pit by the erupting pressure, kicking up wave after wave of air currents that felt like a typhoon. Feeling Ren's spiritual pressure from such close range, Uchiha's eyes snapped wide. Such massive spiritual pressure. Mr. Sirius has actually reached this level. The heavy pressure wrapped around every cell of her body, making her feel as if her physical form was about to let out a groan of being overwhelmed. If she weren't reasonably skilled herself, she feared that in the face of this spiritual pressure, she wouldn't even retain the will to fight. By her estimation, such a gargantuan spiritual pressure far exceeded second-class spiritual power. It was truly difficult to imagine. Standing in the void, Ren was unaware of Uchiha's thoughts. He simply focused his consciousness onto his Zanpakutō. The scenery before his eyes shifted, and he arrived in the inner world of his Zanpakutō. Currently, he was standing atop a giant compass. All around him, lake water rippled, and a thick mist pervaded the air. However, different from before, Ren looked around and realized he was not at the exact center of the compass but was slightly offset to the side. The orb of light with the character 4C written on it was floating directly above his head. Going to a new world again? Kiritsugu's voice came from behind him. Ren turned his face slightly, catching sight of the red and black figure in his peripheral vision. Is the other guy hiding again? Kiritsugu nodded and said, he is very reticent. Under normal circumstances, he doesn't show his face much. After a pause, he asked, do you want to see him? I can drag him out. No need. Ren shook his head and asked curiously, speaking of which, if I am to cross over this time, what kind of world will it be? Kiritsugu remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly, my apologies, I am not sure about that either. Hearing this, Ren's brow immediately furrowed. You don't know. Kiritsugu replied, I am not an omniscient or omnipotent god. How could I possibly know? Ren's frown deepened. Didn't you say before that you wouldn't let me choose dangerous worlds? If a world is relatively safe for me to visit, or if a world is very dangerous and you help me avoid it, if even you aren't sure, how can you make a judgment in advance? Kiritsugu sighed and said, it isn't that complicated. It's simply a judgment based on a vague intuition. When you open a world passage, you inevitably touch upon many worlds. Simply by sensing the scale of the world, I can get a general feeling for it. If the scale of a world is large and the spatial barriers are thick and sturdy, so sturdy that it's incredibly difficult even for my ability to open a passage, then there is a high probability it is dangerous. The reverse is also true. Hearing Kiritsugu's explanation, Ren nodded slightly. Though the explanation was somewhat abstract, Ren could more or less understand. He asked, what is the scale of the world I'm going to this time? Kiritsugu pointed at Ren's Zanpakutō, which had yet to strike, his expression looking somewhat speechless. You haven't even chosen a direction to slash in yet. How would I know? Fair point. Ren nodded and opened his eyes again. The scenery shifted back to the living world. With his current strength, even if he encountered something dangerous, he could easily manage to escape with Uchiha even if he couldn't win. Ren's Zanpakutō glowed with a clear light. He gazed forward as if his sight pierced through the void and fell upon the new world they were about to reach. He remembered that the last time he opened a spatial passage, it was to the Jujutsu world. At that time, he possessed the peak spiritual pressure of third-class spiritual power and was about to enter the realm of second-class spiritual power. Opening that passage had taken nearly an hour. Now, after 2 years of accumulation, he had reached first-class spiritual power. His spiritual pressure had grown exponentially compared to before. Opening a spatial passage now would only take 2 slashes. Ha! Ren let out a sharp shout, swinging the sharp blade in his hand against the void before him. His silver-white spiritual pressure whipped out from the blade like a streak of white silk, landing on the void and immediately carving out a massive spatial rift. The opening was jagged and uneven. Inside was a pitch-black tunnel where the end could not be seen, resembling the deep and oppressive seabed. With just one slash, Ren had cleaved through the spatial barrier of the pirate world. The pirate world once had a passage connected to the Soul Society, but Ren had stabilized that passage and used a Senkaman as the gate for travel between the two worlds. To avoid disrupting the normal use of that spatial passage, Ren had opened a new path from the spatial barrier of the pirate world. Seeing the passage reveal itself, Ren exerted his full power once more and swung. The white streak erupted from the Zanpakutō again, flying into the pitch-black spatial rift. It reached deep inside and sliced open another spatial crack. Sunlight shone through the crack, casting a bit of brightness at the end of the spatial passage. The spatial passage is complete. Ren looked ahead, his gaze traveling through the passage and the crack within it. He caught a glimpse of the scenery in the other world. Though it was like looking at a leopard through a tube, Ren could see clearly, it was also a modern society with high-rise buildings. I just wonder, what kind of world this is. Seeing that the spatial passage was formed, Ren sheathed his sword and waved to Yoruchi. Come here, Yoruchi. I'll take you to see. Seeing this, Yoruchi ran over and leaped into Ren's chest, her sharp claws hooking into his clothes. Ren supported Yoruchi's body and cradled her in his arms. The black cat's vertical pupils were filled with shock as she looked at the spatial passage ahead. The pitch-black rift in the corner of the strange world deep within it reflected in her eyes, sparking an uncontrollable curiosity. This is the passage to another world. Crossing through means a new alternate world. Yoruchi then looked up at the lower half of Ren's face, her voice filled with disbelief. It's that simple. It's finished just like that. Ren straightened his back and nodded steadily. Opening a world passage is an easy task for me. Let's go. Ren cradled the black cat in his arms. His spiritual pressure paved a path beneath his feet as he walked into the rift toward the new world. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 148, Mutation. The azure sky was dotted with clusters of white clouds. Under the bright sunlight, the white sand of the coast shimmered with a brilliant glow. Beneath a parasol, Ren lay on a soft cushion, facing the vast, emerald sea. From a distance, the colors of the water shifted in a beautiful gradient. Mr. Sirius, do you think this swimsuit looks good on me? Yoruchi's voice came from behind him. Ren sat up, took off his sunglasses, and turned to look. His wife's purple hair fell loosely around her shoulders. She wore a dark swimsuit that revealed a generous amount of her bronze skin, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous figure. A light purple gauze draped over her shoulders, adding an extra touch of charm to her appearance. A flash of admiration gleamed in Ren's eyes as he nodded. It looks good. That's it. Yoruchi raised an eyebrow, her expression flickering with a hint of dissatisfaction. I went through so much trouble to pick this out, and that's all the reaction I get. Suddenly, Yoruchi dashed to Ren's side, her quick footsteps kicking up a trail of sand. Ren looked confused by her sudden movement. Yoruchi sat down behind Ren, reaching her arms around his waist to grip his sword hilt. Hee, Mr. Sirius, Yoruchi whispered, her lips curling into a teasing smirk. You clearly had a reaction, and quite a big one at that. Feeling Yoruchi's slightly cool hands moving with just the right amount of pressure, Ren quickly turned his head to look at her as she rested her chin on his shoulder. Yoruchi, what are you doing? It's the middle of the day, and we're on a beach. Yoruchi glanced around. No other soul could be seen on the massive stretch of sand. An evocative smile played on her lips. What does it matter? We rented out the entire beach anyway. No one is going to see us. Why, are you shy? As she spoke, Yoruchi shifted and climbed on top of Ren, taking the dominant position. Ren looked at her and sighed inwardly. The world they were currently in was the new world they had arrived in after their crossing. After a few days of observation, Ren had discovered that this world was a standard modern society. At least, it was for Ren. It was just a bit earlier than the time period of his original world, the late 20th century, right on the cusp of the new millennium. The internet was just beginning to rise, and technological products were naturally not as advanced as those in Ren's original world. To Ren, the technology felt a bit dated, but for Yoruchi, it was a completely different story. Concrete jungles, gasoline-powered cars racing everywhere, and extremely convenient household appliances, these things were a massive culture shock to Yoruchi, whose lifestyle had been more akin to that of an ancient person. Even with her naturally curious personality, seeing so many novelties in a modern society made her stop in her tracks. For several days, Yoruchi had dragged Ren along to help her adapt to and enjoy this strange, new world. Although she was lively and active, she was incredibly intelligent. She quickly adapted to modern life and integrated herself into it, having the time of her life. Seeing Yoruchi so excited, Ren had spent the last few days playing along with her. Since their time in this world was nearing its end, Yoruchi had heard about beach vacations somewhere and wanted to spend their final moments enjoying one together. Finding that they had plenty of time to spare, Ren agreed and brought her to the Society Islands in the Southeast Pacific, where they rented a private beach to enjoy some time alone. Once her breathing returned to normal, Yoruchi slowly stood up, a satisfied smile on her face. Not bad. Truly not bad at all. The flush on Ren's face faded as he asked, what exactly is not bad? Yoruchi reached down and gave him a playful squeeze, feeling that steel return. She laughed, naturally, this part right here. She sat back down and hooked her finger under her husband's chin. Mr. Sirius, you really are an exquisite specimen of a man. Ren was speechless. I'm a man. Who describes a man like that? Hee, well, I just did, Uchiha laughed. One more time. Then I'll go wash up. You find the sunscreen and put it on me in a bit. Make sure to rub it in evenly, the sun here is quite vicious. Ren looked Uchiha up and down. Crystal-like beads of sweat clung to her bronze skin, shimmering under the sunlight with a translucent glow. With your skin tone, I doubt the sunscreen will even do anything. What did you say? This is the skin tone the Shihoin family is proud of. Uchiha feigned a look of ferocity. The two spent the better part of the day playing and enjoying the sun. As evening approached, they returned to their vacation cottage by the beach. Ren began packing their things, preparing for their return to the Soul Society. Uchiha, feeling bored, turned on the television and flipped through the channels. Suddenly, a breaking news report cut through every station. Emergency broadcast. A major incident has occurred at the White House. The President of the United States was suddenly attacked by the Vice President while presiding over a meeting. We are now bringing you the first footage obtained. Ren's attention was instantly caught by the news, and he hurried over to the screen. The television played a horrifying scene. The Vice President and several aides standing next to the white-haired president suddenly lashed out, baring their fangs at the leader of the world's most powerful nation. They literally bared fangs. The Vice President and the aides lunged at the man known for the Zippergate scandal and began tearing into him. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, the scene was exceptionally brutal. In just a few moments, the high-spirited president was dismembered, his flesh and blood devoured by those around him. Ren's brow furrowed, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Uchiha's expression turned solemn as she watched the screen. Mr. Sirius, it seems this world isn't as simple as we thought these past few days. I see it, Ren nodded heavily. His gaze fell on the individuals feasting on the screen. Their eyes were blood-red, their faces distorted, and their mouths filled with fangs. They were clearly not human. Ghouls. Vampires? Or perhaps parasites. As Ren pondered, the broadcast shifted to news from other countries. It wasn't just the United States. Japan, France, Germany, Italy, every major power in the world was the same. Their top leaders were being slaughtered by their own subordinates. Ren's eyes sharpened as his expression became increasingly grim. What is happening? For the leaders of so many countries to be targeted simultaneously, there must be a powerful organization behind this conspiracy. Suddenly, the screen flickered again. A reporter stood trembling on one side of the frame, leaving the rest of the screen to show a city engulfed in war and scorched earth. The ruins of Big Ben were visible, and the faint, agonizing screams of people could be heard in the background. This is the BBC, this is the BBC. Calling the entire world. I am currently in London. London has been hit by a terrorist attack from an unknown force. The entire city is currently a battlefield. Before the reporter could finish, a burst of gunfire rang out. The reporter vanished from the screen, replaced by a blood-curdling scream. A figure in a military uniform and a steel helmet marched into the camera's view. The man wore a gas mask and held a firearm. Upon seeing the camera, he smashed the lens with the butt of his rifle, cutting the feed. Ren stared blankly at the now static screen. He thought back to the soldier who had stormed into the frame, specifically the red armband on his sleeve. On it was a black symbol of an inverted swastika. Ren snapped back to reality, his heart heavy. He finally knew exactly what kind of world he was standing in. He turned to Uchiha on the sofa, his voice dropping low. Uchiha, we aren't going back to the Soul Society yet. We're going to London. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 149, Devil's Boots. It truly is a vision of hell. Uchiha stood atop a crumbling roof, staring down at the tragic, horrific scene below. A massive metropolis with a population of millions had been transformed into a terrifying purgatory in a mere instant. Rivers of blood flowed, and corpses were piled high. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of death, a mixture of copper-scented blood and acrid gunpowder. An army of demons, seemingly spat out from the depths of hell, descended from airships. They slaughtered everyone in sight and destroyed everything without restraint. The entire city had been plunged into the fires of war. The city's armed forces and those citizens who had taken up arms were like fragile infants before these seemingly immortal soldiers. They were slaughtered indiscriminately without the slightest chance to resist. The atrocities committed by these soldiers from the abyss were appalling. Some brandished infants skewered on rifle bayonets, others toyed with the heads of young women, their faces gnawed down to the bone, still others cut open the bellies of pregnant women, amusing themselves with the unborn fetuses within. The screams of desperate, terrified people were quickly drowned out by the thunderous roar of artillery. The entire city was wailing in agony. Humans attacked by these soldiers did not die immediately in the flesh. Instead, they were transformed into ghouls, corpses hungering for flesh, who then turned to attack their own kind. Those bitten were likewise transformed, baring their fangs to strike at those around them. Like a viral infection, the entire city succumbed almost instantly, turning into a Shura field overrun by the walking dead. Under the noble moonlight, 2 airships resembling military fortresses hovered in the sky, as if admiring the hellish masterpiece painted across the city. When Ren carved through space to bring Uchiha to this western island nation's capital, this stomach-churning sight was the first thing they encountered. After the rampage of that legion, very few living souls remained in all of London. Hearing Uchiha's heavy, low murmur, Ren looked at the bloody map of the city. His brow furrowed deeply as he nodded slowly. In a scene like this, even hell itself would sing in praise. The so-called Song of Hell was exactly this. Ren had already confirmed exactly what kind of world he was in. Hellsing. The Royal State Knights. A world where, at the turn of the millennium, a war had erupted between the remnants of the Nazis from the last century and the vampire king of Britain. And the London beneath their feet was the stage for their slaughter. Watching the people below whose vital organs had been devoured, yet who still wandered the streets as corpses, Uchiha's eyes flashed with compassion. She turned to look at Ren. Before she could speak, Ren read her intent. He sighed and shook his head gently. Those are ghouls. They are humans transformed after being attacked by vampires. They are merely unconscious lumps of meat that drive corpses and crave the blood of their own kind. They cannot be saved. Hearing Ren's answer, Uchiha bit her lower lip. Even in her many years as a soul reaper, she had never witnessed such a cruel scene. In a single night, a metropolis of millions had been reduced to ruins, blood flowed like rivers, and barely 1 in 10 had survived. She opened her mouth, glaring at the demon army rampaging through the city. Her voice was sharp and fierce. Then let's slaughter these beasts who are worse than animals. We cannot let these goddamn monsters get away with this. No one could witness such evil without feeling rage. As she spoke, spiritual pressure surged around Uchiha. Just as she was about to act, Ren grabbed her wrist. Uchiha, don't go. Uchiha looked at her husband, her face twisted with a mix of hatred for the scene and confusion at his restraint. Ren, what is it now? What's wrong with me killing these demons? Ren spoke in a heavy, somber tone. Uchiha, do not interfere in the affairs of the living in this world. Uchiha's eyes widened, her expression becoming even more bewildered. Why? Am I supposed to just stand here and watch these bastards run wild and keep hurting people? They have people who will deal with them, Ren said stiffly. The affairs of the living are for the living to handle. Whether it is happiness or tragedy, do not interfere too much. Moreover, we are in an alternate world, we must adhere to this even more strictly. Though they held the title of soul reapers, they were ultimately just souls existing in bodies made of spirit particles. The boundary between life and death must not be crossed by subjective intervention. This was the line Ren had drawn for himself from the very beginning of his journey through the worlds, a line that could never be crossed. It was so in the Naruto world, the One Piece world, the Jujutsu world, and every world they would find thereafter. That was why he had stood by and watched as Uchiha Itachi ruthlessly slaughtered the Uchiha clan, young and old alike, why he watched Whitebeard and Ace die tragic deaths before him, and why he watched Fushiguro Toji die in his search for self-respect. In the future, he would witness even more death. Though that line was cruel, it was the greatest compromise he could make to maintain his own balance. It was for the laws of life and death in those worlds, and for himself. If he did not do this, Ren, having witnessed so much death, feared he would have long ago suffered a mental breakdown or become a base villain who trampled upon life and the dead without any bottom line. Seeing the resolute expression on Ren's face and the complexity hidden beneath it, Uchiha looked back at the cruel carnage below, her face filled with indignation. But there are no buts. Ren's tone was more decisive than Uchiha had ever heard it. Just as she was about to argue, several explosive sounds suddenly rang out in the distant sky. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Several massive fireworks erupted over London, converging into the shape of an angel that glowed brilliantly in the night sky. An angel. Seeing this, Uchiha's face registered surprise. In the light of those flares, several helicopters became visible in the sky. Static crackled. As the surviving citizens in the city looked up at the miracle with tearful joy, a short burst of static echoed across the heavens. Then, a man's voice rose from the direction of the helicopters, broadcast to all corners of the city via speakers. That is right. We are the earthly agents of the Angel of Death. Now is the time for the judgment of sinners. Ren watched the dozens of armed helicopters approaching on the horizon. From the center helicopter, a truck was suspended, its sides fitted with reinforced glass. A man stood inside, issuing a unilateral verdict upon the devastated city. The defendant, Great Britain. The defendant, the monsters. The sentence, death. 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 Though the man's voice was smooth and low, it was currently filled with madness and ferocity. Poor sinners, I feel deep regret for this, yet sin can never be forgiven. Die like withering flowers. Fly like butterflies, and die like bees. All flesh is as grass, the flower fades, and the grass withers. Insignificant lives, be strangled by the weight of your heavy sins. The man's arrogant laughter echoed throughout the city through the broadcasting equipment. Hearing that voice, so similar in tone to Aizen's, Ren immediately realized which faction the arriving army belonged to. They were the forces of the Vatican, the military strength they had accumulated over the years. Seeing such a disaster erupt in London, they could no longer wait to launch their crusade. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 150, The Big Three. Yoruchi stared in shock at the newly arrived crusaders, her expression incredibly grim. Weren't they coming to help? Ren replied coldly, hardly. They are clearly here to play the fisherman and reap the rewards. The Church of England and the Roman Orthodox Church, there was no world in which those two would ever see eye to eye. Just as the supreme leader of the Crusaders, Enrico Maxwell, had declared, the helicopters in the sky were fully armed and began a sweeping strafe of the survivors on the ground. They made no distinction between friend and foe. Whether human or vampire, anything that moved was subjected to a merciless assault. Bullets poured down and artillery shells fell like rain, subjecting the already ravaged London to a renewed baptism of iron and fire. The flames of the explosions reached for the heavens, and the violent shockwaves shook the earth without pause. They blew the weeping residents into pieces and dragged the Nazi battalions of the vampires into a sea of fire. The Archbishop of the Crusaders continued his broadcast across the city, laughing wickedly. Die. 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 Kill them all just like that. Whether they are heretics or monsters, kill them all. You lowly worms, while you are still alive, look up. Look closely and see for yourselves, this is the power of the Vatican. The only good heretic is a dead heretic. Ha 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 ha. As the wails of the civilians trapped in the bombardment reached her ears, Yoruchi grit her teeth. Her spiritual pressure could no longer be suppressed, it surged outward like a tide. Just as she was about to move, Ren caught her again. Ren, I can't take this anymore. We have to stop those bastards from this massacre. I told you, no. Ren gripped Yoruchi's hand and pulled her into his embrace, preventing her from making a move. This is war. A life and death struggle between the living. As outsiders, and as beings who have already died, we have no business interfering. Yoruchi struggled with all her might, but no matter how she writhed, she could not break free from her husband's restraint. She shouted, but those people dying are just ordinary civilians. They did absolutely nothing wrong, yet they're caught up in this. To die innocently like this, to be trampled and slaughtered at a whim, it's absurd. Ren suppressed the strength rising from Yoruchi's body and said, that is exactly what war is. Once war breaks out, it doesn't matter who is innocent. Only whether the strategic objectives are met. Seeing that she couldn't escape Ren's hold, Yoruchi's struggles gradually ceased. She looked up, a glint of moisture appearing in her golden eyes as her lips trembled slightly. Ren, just what did you experience, to have such a cruel outlook? Compared to the slaughter surrounding them, what truly chilled her was her husband's perspective on war. Looking at Ren's expression, Yoruchi suddenly realized that he must have walked through such a hell before, which was why he possessed such a profound and stark understanding of conflict. Ren remained silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Yoruchi, perhaps I shouldn't have brought you here from the start. If I hadn't, you wouldn't have had to witness this sight. You wouldn't be trapped in this conflict within yourself. As the two spoke, a crimson figure flashed across the roof next to them, racing toward the distance. A trail of bloody aura followed in her wake. Ren let go of Yoruchi, and the two followed the direction with their eyes, taking in the appearance of the red-clad figure. It was a woman who looked quite young. She was missing an arm, and the blood flowing from the wound had transformed into a wing as sharp as a blade, glowing brilliantly in the dark night. She leaped across the rooftops and vanished from their sight in the blink of an eye. That wasn't a human either. Yoruchi sensed the aura coming from her, there wasn't a trace of life. Ren nodded slightly. A vampire. That brief moment had been enough for him to see the girl's face. She was likely Sarah's Victoria, the direct fledgling of the vampire king, Alucard. The Crusaders who had suddenly descended onto the battlefield had already found their landing zones. Fully armed soldiers exited the cabins and formed ranks. Eventually, the remnants of the Nazi vampire battalion also began to gather, heading toward the Crusaders' position. Both sides, fully equipped, faced off in a wide plaza. Suddenly, Ren turned his gaze toward the River Thames. Yoruchi followed suit, her brow furrowing. She too sensed that something was approaching from the distant sea. That is, Ren's eyes widened, and a flash of realization crossed his features. It seemed the protagonist had arrived. In the misty mouth of the Thames, a blurry silhouette of a ship appeared. As the silhouette advanced, a dilapidated vessel pierced through the fog, gradually revealing its true, clear form. A tall, red figure stood on the deck at the bow. He opened his mouth wide, revealing razor-sharp teeth in a grin that seemed to split his face. Those crimson eyes radiated a bloodthirsty intent as they fixed onto the confrontation between the Crusaders and the Nazi battalion. A manic murderous intent permeated the air, spreading across the entire battlefield with the fog. Uchiha felt that massive presence and the scent of blood that wafted over as he appeared. Her face became exceptionally pale. Such heavy slaughterous intent. Is it another vampire? Just how many people do you have to kill to have a scent of blood like that? Ren said in a low voice, at least 1 million to start. How is that possible? Uchiha blurted out in shocked denial, but when she saw the solemn expression on Ren's face, her heart skipped a beat. She knew her husband, he wasn't the type to joke about such things. Could it be? As the ruined ship sailed into the Thames, the vampire on board, drenched in the aura of blood and holding twin black and white pistols, leaped high into the air. He vaulted over layers of buildings and landed right in the center of the battlefield where the Crusaders and the Nazi battalion were facing off. His long coat flared behind him like wings as the vampire landed slowly, standing composed in the midst of 10,000 soldiers. Following the vampire's arrival, pages of a Bible fell from the sky, shimmering with golden light in the dark night. A tall, well-built priest landed on the ground. He walked toward the vampire, his movements causing the crucifix hanging from his neck and his round glasses to glint with a cold, sharp light. Boom. An airship hovered overhead, and a khaki-colored figure dropped from it, slamming into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. He also began walking toward the vampire. The vampire, the priest, and the werewolf captain. The strongest combatants of the 3 factions in this war, each radiating a chilling hostility, finally converged beneath the same forest of guns. Ren stood atop the high building, looking down at the 3 major powers gathered below, his face a mask of solemnity. He looked at his wife, his gaze revealing a hint of gravity. Next, I'm afraid a great war is about to break out. A battle that both you and I could hardly imagine. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 151, River of Death. On the airship, the mastermind behind this war, that Mad Major, watched the purgatory he had created with his own hands in the city below. The white light reflecting off his lenses obscured his gaze, and that familiar smile returned to his face. He counted the remaining forces of the 3 factions. As the party that had suffered the most damage in this war, England only had 3 combatants left in all of London. The head of Helsing, Integra, and her 2 vampires, Sarah's Victoria and Alucard. Although there were only 3, they were the most powerful side in this conflict. On the ground, the undead king, Alucard, finally unleashed his full power. As Restriction System Grade 0 was released, Alucard recited the incantation from centuries ago. The bird of Hermes is my name, eating my wings to make me tame. On the wrecked ship, Alucard's coffin split open. Blood surged out like tentacles, crawling over the casket. In this state of complete liberation, Alucard revealed his true form. What is that? Looking at Alucard surrounded by layers of enemies, Uchiha, standing atop a tall building, was startled. A strange aura emanated from that blood-stained man, instilling an instinctive sense of dread. Ren watched calmly as the forest of bayonets below prepared for a storm of blood that would consume the entire city. The river of death was about to appear. The father and the captain facing Alucard below, along with the numerous soldiers, felt it even more keenly, an irresistible terror was descending. If this monster wasn't destroyed, something horrific would happen. Whether it was the Crusaders or the vampire battalion, they hurriedly raised their weapons and unleashed a torrent of bullets at the source of their fear. Under the torrential assault, Alucard's body crumbled into fragments, turning into a pool of active blood. Yet, the fear only deepened. A river of blood, a river of the dead flowing with millions, suddenly erupted. Those who had their blood drained by Alucard surged out from this river. The Ottoman Janissaries, the Wallachian army, the lives Alucard had once devoured manifested now, forming an unstoppable torrent. The overwhelming flow swept across the soldiers on the field like a natural disaster, crushing and extinguishing everyone in its path. Watching the river of death spread through the streets in the blink of an eye and the source that continuously spat out life, Uchiha's golden eyes trembled violently, filled with disbelief. What on earth is this? What is it? So many souls, so many lives, were they all devoured by that vampire? Ren's low voice rang in her ear. This is a vampire. Blood is the currency of the soul, the coin of life. To drink another's blood is a transaction of life, it means taking another's life as your own. This is Alucard. A monster that devours not just his enemies, but his own army, his former subjects, and his people. Ren looked at the stunned Uchiha, who hadn't regained her composure, and gave her a comforting pat on the shoulder. Yoruchi, perhaps I shouldn't have brought you here. Yoruchi simply stared below, slowly shaking her head without saying a word. Such an existence, so contrary to common sense, was an anomaly even within the Soul Society. It wasn't just about strength, but the very nature of an existence that had consumed so many lives. The soldiers below had been completely wiped out by the river of death, and Alucard reverted to his mortal appearance. Clad in armor, with slightly curled long hair and a weathered face sporting a mustache. The Impaler, Vlad III. The priest wielding bayonets took the opportunity to strike at Alucard, who now had only one life left. He was pushed back by Alucard and surrounded by the river of death, but with the help of the other Section 13 priests who arrived, he fought his way to Alucard's side. Pulling out the holy nail, the priest did not hesitate to plunge it into his own heart, transforming into a monster of thorns to fight Alucard to the death. And the airship floating in the sky crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Ren knew the outcome of the battle had already been decided, so he stopped watching. His spiritual pressure erupted, waves of air surged, making his robes flutter. Seeing Ren like this, Yoruchi asked, "Ren, what are you?" "There are a few souls in this war that I want. I'll set up a Kido barrier first." After explaining, Ren formed a simple hand seal and gave a light shout. A massive transparent curtain emerged from the void. The curtain was dreamlike and ethereal. Dark inscriptions appeared on its surface, extending out like chains that crisscrossed and finally locked together, completing the barrier. Overall, the barrier looked like an inverted bowl, covering the entire city. Yoruchi carefully observed the barrier's composition and the inscriptions, immediately recognizing its function. It's a Kido with effects like soul-soothing or calming, though its binding force on wandering spirits isn't that strong. While the overall structure is exquisite and the function is targeted, it's not a particularly complex Kido. Although Yoruchi's usual combat style was Hakuta, it didn't mean her Kido was weak. Quite the opposite, she had deep expertise in Kido. She was currently developing a special combat technique that combined Kido and Hakuta. How could she succeed without mastering both? Once Ren completed the Kido, he used his own spiritual pressure to maintain the barrier. Hearing Yoruchi's analysis, he nodded. "This is a Kido I asked Kuchiki Koga to create. The goal is to let those souls linger in the world a bit longer, so it doesn't need to be very powerful." Time passed bit by bit. Under Ren and Yoruchi's gaze, the battle below reached its final conclusion. Although Father Anderson transformed into a monster via the Holy Nail and gained power far exceeding humans. Before Alucard, he ultimately fell. As the morning sun rose, his remaining shell turned to dust in the wind and completely dissipated. After Father Anderson, the next to appear was the former Helsing butler, Walter. Walter, who was already an old man, had sided with the Major in this war to defeat Alucard. He underwent surgery to return to his youthful peak and fight Alucard. Alucard, who had only one life left after releasing the River of Death, was pushed to the brink. However, he managed a successful counterattack using Luke Valentine, who had not yet been digested within the Black Hound. After successive battles, Walter's body could no longer hold out, and he reverted to his teenage form. Out of a certain wicked sense of humor, Alucard also changed his form, transforming into a young girl. Ha ha ha. Occasional overeating isn't so bad. The girl form Alucard began drinking blood once more. This time, it was all the lives lost in London, the deceased citizens, the last of the vampire battalion, and the members of the Papal Knights. Once this feast was complete, Alucard would once again become that king of monsters who could not be killed by any means. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 152, Chapter 152 The Major's Astonishment. The blood spread throughout London, not yet dry, rioted completely, gathering into rivers that surged toward Alucard. Yoruchi watched the blood flowing rapidly through the streets below, then looked at Alucard, the source of it all at the center of the stage, her face filled with shock. This is Alucard gorging himself on blood once again. Ren gazed at the scene, his voice low. He intends to swallow the life of all London in one breath, once again becoming the tyrant who reigns over the River of Death's million souls. But for Alucard, a deadly poison lurked within that crimson torrent. The Major, the one who orchestrated this war, had long ago placed a poison meant specifically for Alucard into that river of blood. Ha 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 ha. Amidst his boisterous laughter, Alucard swallowed the blood of London entire. On the streets once littered with corpses and gore, not a single trace of blood could now be seen. I won. From the fallen airship came the Major's high-pitched voice, sounding like a man who had finally achieved his grand design. Every syllable betrayed the irrepressible joy of his victory. You lost, Alucard. Lost. Who are you saying lost? The girl's blood-red eyes glinted with an eerie light, and her lips curled into a wild, arrogant smile. Me. Do you really think I would be defeated by the likes of you, Helsing's professor? I am a demonic sword that shall never break. I shall never lose. Boom. The girl's eyes suddenly widened, filled with a sudden sense of emptiness. As she stared at the rising sun before her, her thoughts drifted back 100 years, no, centuries. The light of the sun was just as beautiful back then, during the 2 times she had died. Blood erupted from her body as countless eyes manifested across her skin, only for those eyes to slowly close as she lost her sense of self. The girl's form she had deliberately assumed could no longer be maintained, shifting back into the tall man in the straitjacket. Under the morning light, he dissolved into nothingness like a fleeting dream, disappearing completely. He's dead. Confusion and bewilderment played across Uchiha's face. The triumphant king of vampires had swallowed the city's blood, only to vanish inexplicably in the end. Ren, what exactly happened? It was poison. Ren composed himself and spoke slowly. But not a poison in the ordinary sense. It was a poison tailored for Alucard, who held 1,000,000 lives within him. Schrödinger's cat. A cat capable of observing itself through its own will. A wise cat that exists anywhere as long as it observes its own presence. When Alucard swallowed those millions of lives, he also integrated that cat into his own existence. The cat's will merged with Alucard and the 1,000,000 souls in the river of death, making it impossible for him to successfully observe himself. Since he cannot be observed, he naturally ceases to exist in this world. Currently, Alucard is neither alive nor dead, he is merely a collection of imaginary numbers. Uchiha's confusion only deepened as she listened to Ren's explanation. She didn't understand it at all. Ren looked down at the city, now a ghost town, and sighed. Let's go, Uchiha. It's time for us to move. As he spoke, Ren jumped down toward the airship, and Uchiha quickly followed. Walter, now in his younger form, dragged his broken body toward the interior of the airship before his end. Blood trailed behind him, serving as a guide for Ren. As Ren moved toward the command center in the deepest part of the ship, he saw a hole in the floor. In the storage room below, a soul longing for death was slowly meeting its end. The two dropped down, ignoring the gold and silver treasures scattered across the floor, and looked at the soul before them. Wake up. A low wolf's howl echoed softly as the captain slowly opened his eyes. He first looked at his phantom body, seemingly realizing something, then turned his gaze forward. Ren and Uchiha's figures were reflected in the captain's crimson eyes. Ren looked at him and said softly, "You are already dead. Only your soul remains. I am a soul reaper from another realm, and I seek your power. Are you willing to come with me?" A look of confusion appeared on the captain's face. He sized up the two once more, then slowly shook his head. He declined Ren's invitation. Ren had expected this. He asked a few more times, but the other party continued to shake his head in silence, offering the same response as always. Since the werewolf was set in his ways, Ren did not force him. He simply sighed softly and left. While the werewolf's abilities were excellent, they were somewhat redundant for Ren. Uchiha's brow furrowed as she recalled the captain's behavior. That werewolf, it looks like he simply didn't want to go on living. He has likely lived too long and has no desire to continue, Ren said. The captain had been seeking death all along, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone easy on Sarah's or even delivered his own weakness into her hands. Uchiha nodded, half understanding, a strange look in her eyes. Speaking of which, that guy didn't say a word from the very beginning. Could he be a mute? Perhaps, Ren paused before continuing, or maybe he just doesn't like to talk. Well, he's certainly an odd one, Uchiha remarked. Following the path, the two continued deeper into the airship, eventually reaching the command center. They stepped through the shattered bulletproof glass into the heart of the ruins. Integra and Sarah's had already left after dealing with their opponent. A lifeless corpse now lay amidst the wreckage. Only half of the bloated body remained, but it was not filled with flesh and blood, instead, it was a mess of mechanical parts and iron scrap. So this is the mastermind who planned this whole war. His body was actually mechanical. Uchiha looked at the broken figure in shock. Ren nodded, took a step forward, and lightly swept his arm. As Ren's voice fell, a phantom soul emerged from the body. It was a short, fat man in a white suit. His blonde hair was disheveled, and the eyes behind his glasses were initially vacant before clearing with intelligence. It was the Major of Millennium. "Major, how does the taste of victory suit you?" Hearing an unfamiliar voice, the Major turned his head. Two figures came into view. A man and a woman, dressed in ordinary casual clothes. The woman stood in the back. In the dim light, her features weren't entirely clear, though her darker skin was visible. The men stood further forward, allowing the Major a clearer look. However, at first glance, what caught the Major's eye were those thick, heavy eyebrows and the man's rather upright, stern features. A look of sheer astonishment immediately crossed the Major's face, his expression becoming dazed. Brezhnev. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going. Patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 153, Chapter 153 Human Victory. Brezhnev. Hearing the Major's surprised cry upon seeing him for the first time, Ren pursed his lips, a trace of awkwardness surfacing on his face. He admitted he shared the same thick eyebrows and a similar face shape, but his features were clearly different. After his initial shock, the Major looked closer, finally seeing the visitor's appearance clearly. No, I was mistaken. The man before him was clearly East Asian. There was a slight resemblance, but the differences were obvious upon closer inspection. The Major regained his senses as his memories gradually became clear. He remembered dying at the hands of Integra. Looking down at his translucent hands and body, then at the half-broken mechanical frame beneath him, the Major understood. I am currently a soul. So this is what one's soul looks like after death. He looked up at the two uninvited guests, his round face wearing its usual smile. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Who are you, and what is your purpose? It seems you understand your current situation, so I won't waste words. Ren stepped forward, scanning the Major from head to toe. I am a soul reaper from another world. I happened to be passing by when I saw the war breaking out in London and stopped to observe. Another world, a soul reaper. A hint of realization appeared on the Major's calm face. I see. Seeing his composure, Ren remarked, you don't seem surprised. There's nothing to be surprised about, the Major laughed. Parallel worlds, or perhaps a multiverse, I heard such theories long ago. I just didn't expect another world to actually exist. He looked at the Soul Reaper. So, Soul Reaper, why have you come for me now? Have you come to drag me into the crucibles of hell for punishment? Ren shook his head, his refusal causing a look of surprise to cross the Major's face. Setting aside the slaughter you unleashed, your sheer will is enough to earn my admiration. I have appeared to offer you an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? Ren extended his hand to the Major in invitation. Come with me. I will take you to another world, my world. In that world, you might find a war that brings you true joy. As he spoke, Ren felt Yoruichi tugging at the back of his clothes. He glanced sideways and saw Yoruichi's face in the gloom, her expression one of extreme reluctance. At the mention of war, the Major's expression visibly brightened, and his smile grew wider. War, that delightful, intoxicating war. He spread his arms wide, gesturing wildly in a state of intense excitement. If I could start another war even after death, that would be maddeningly wonderful. However, after his outburst, the Major suddenly calmed down. Looking at the Soul Reaper, he waved his hand. I refuse. Why? Ren asked. Because my goal has been achieved. I have exhausted all my means and secured the final victory, a victory that belongs solely to me. The Major's golden eyes narrowed as he cocked an eyebrow, a grin spreading across his face to reveal his teeth. Currently, I am in a state of unprecedented satisfaction. More importantly, it sounds like you want me to manufacture a war for you. Ha ha ha. That is something I simply cannot do. My wars are decided by my own will. I will not hand that over to anyone else. Seeing the Major's obsession, Ren nodded. I understand your choice. Since the Major was unwilling to follow, he would respect the man's individual wishes. Just as he was about to leave, a thought occurred to Ren. You say you won this war? Yes, I won. The Major nodded repeatedly, as if boasting about the final victory he had spent his entire life orchestrating. My enemy was the vampire Alucard, and now, my methods have killed him once and for all. He clenched his fist, held it out, and then slowly relaxed his fingers. It is my victory. That is an undeniable fact. Ren said in a low voice, I understand some of the means you used to kill Alucard. By using Schrödinger's cat to merge into the millions of souls within Alucard, making it impossible for him to accurately observe himself. Unable to confirm his own existence, he was left in a state of non-existence. But have you considered what happens if Alucard suddenly breaks free? Ren paused. Alucard's ultimate fate was exactly that, re-observing himself and returning to the world. And he would be far more troublesome than the original Alucard. If Alucard slaughters the millions within him until only one will remains, wouldn't he be able to observe himself then? That is a possibility, and that is exactly why I won. The Major's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Ren frowned. But Alucard still exists. But the vampire Alucard is dead. The Major's voice was firm and powerful, radiating his unwavering self-centeredness. I am a human being. A human with his own will, a creature with a soul and a heart. And so-called vampires are pathetic, weak monsters that cannot survive without drinking the blood and consuming the lives of others. I despise it from the bottom of my heart. I hate it with every fiber of my being. That is why I did everything in my power to kill it. Soul Reaper, even if things turn out as you say and Alucard returns after killing those millions, the vampire is still dead. The Alucard who returns to this world, let's call him Alucard for now, is essentially Schrödinger with Alucard's will. If he drinks blood again, if he absorbs another life, he will lose himself once more and vanish from this world. From now on, he can never drink blood again. An Alucard who cannot drink blood is no longer a vampire. That is why this war is my victory. Hearing the Major's spirited lecture, Ren nodded slightly, understanding the point he was trying to make. If that is how you define victory, then I suppose it is one, in a way. It sounds like you don't quite agree with me, Soul Reaper, the Major laughed. Though I've never sought anyone's approval. Whether you agree or not, your opinion is irrelevant to me. If it were Ren, he certainly wouldn't be satisfied with such a result. To kill an enemy meant ensuring not a single shred of their flesh remained in this world. His questions answered, Ren had no intention of lingering. If you won't come, so be it. I wish you a long, agonizing stay in hell. With those words, Ren turned and left without looking back. Watching the Soul Reapers retreating back, the Major raised an eyebrow, still wearing that half-smile. Haha, I shall take that as a blessing. Soul Reaper. Chapter 154, Chapter 154 The Butler and the Doctor. Yoruchi, it seems you really despise that Major. The two of them walked down the corridor. Recalling Yoruchi's cold demeanor when facing the Major, Ren looked at his wife, who still looked somber, and sighed. You didn't say a single word the entire time. I don't recall you having such a quiet personality. Of course, Yoruchi said indignantly. Anyone would feel disgusted by a warmonger who has completely cast aside his humanity. She turned to her husband, her voice filled with confusion. But what about you? Why did you think to invite him? What were you thinking? If a madman like that is brought to the Soul Society, he'll turn the place upside down. London's current tragedy might very well be the Siriidi's future. Yoruchi, I simply admire his unwavering will. Ren thought back to what he knew of the Major, his voice carrying a peculiar weight. Anyone with such firm conviction is worthy of respect. Regardless of whether the path that one seeks to follow is good or evil, one cannot deny the value of such determination. But someone like that fatman slaughtered so many innocents, Yoruchi countered. What is there to respect about such an evil will? It's not that he didn't have it from the start, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cause so many deaths. The Major is indeed an irredeemable villain, Ren said. So I am only acknowledging his resolve to see his goals through at any cost. Yoruchi's expression finally softened slightly upon hearing this. Then what was that about him encountering war in the Soul Society? Just a bit of recruitment talk. During their conversation, they reached their destination. Inside a laboratory deep within the airship, raging flames were already roaring. A wave of heat rushed toward them. Inside the room were two corpses. A youth leaned in the corner, a cigarette that hadn't finished burning still gripped in his hand. Another had been crushed by falling steel, reduced to a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Yoruchi looked at the youth's corpse and recognized him immediately. He was the butler who had fought Alucard. Ren waved his hand over the two bodies. Their souls, which had been suppressed by Kido, were released from their flesh and floated above the corpses. Ah, it hurts, wait, it doesn't hurt anymore. I am a soul. The two souls regained their senses. Seeing their translucent forms, they immediately understood their current state. They also noticed the other soul in the room and the two unfamiliar figures. Yoruchi scanned the two souls. She didn't recognize the tall, thin man wearing strange glasses and moved her gaze past him. Her eyes settled on the soul that had emerged from the young butler. Unlike the adult man she had seen before or the boy he was when he died, this soul looked like a spirited old man. You're the butler from earlier, aren't you? Yoruchi asked. Why does your soul look like this? Walter glanced at the doctor, then at the man and woman who had appeared out of nowhere. He remained remarkably composed. Shouldn't you introduce yourselves before asking questions? Ren spoke up. We are Soul Reapers from another world. We've come to ask if you'd like to join us. Another world. Soul Reapers. Shocked expressions appeared on both souls. After examining Ren closely, a look of wonder flashed in their eyes. Looking at their own ethereal states, they couldn't help but believe Ren's words. The tall, thin doctor adjusted his glasses. If I go to another world with you, what will happen to me? Will I be subjected to torture or punishment? No, Ren replied. You're simply moving to a different afterlife to continue your existence. Of course, if you have the aptitude, you can still eat and drink like a living person. Seeing Ren's solemn expression, the doctor bit his lip. You don't look like the lying type, but I have one more question. What about the Major? I invited him, but he refused, Ren said. I see. The doctor fell silent for a moment. Coming to his senses, he immediately declared his choice. I agree. I'm willing to go with you. Walter couldn't help but sneer in disdain at this. The doctor glared back. If a Soul Reaper weren't standing right there, he likely would have started a shouting match. Yoruichi turned to Walter. You still haven't answered me. Why do you look like this? It's so different from your physical body. Walter placed his hand over his heart and gave a polite bow. I was originally an old man of this age. My youthful appearance was the result of the modification surgery performed on me by that fellow over there. Yoruichi looked at the doctor in surprise. She hadn't expected anyone in this world to be capable of such a thing. And you? Ren asked. Are you willing to come? Hesitation flashed across Walter's face. Before I answer, I also have a question. Ask. If I go to your world, can I ever come back to visit? Walter added, not frequently, just once in a while would be enough. Is it because of the master you betrayed? Yoruichi guessed. She had watched the entire battle between Walter and Alucard, including the complicated relationship between Walter and Integra. Walter's expression turned complex. He didn't speak, but he nodded, confirming her suspicion. I'll allow it, Ren said. You have my deepest gratitude. Walter bowed low, his head bowed. Since you were a butler in life, Ren mused for a moment, then said, you shall continue to serve as a butler for my family in the Soul Society. The Shihoin family was large enough that one more butler was hardly a burden. He looked at Yoruichi. What do you think of this arrangement, Yoruichi? Yoruichi waved a hand dismissively. I don't mind. You decide. Yes. Once Walter accepted the role, the doctor hurriedly asked, what about me? I believe my research skills are quite excellent. Is there a suitable position for me? Since he was going to a new world, finding a job to secure his future was his top priority. I have other plans for you. With that, Ren drew the Zanpakutō at his waist and finalized the contract with the two souls. As the fire in the room intensified, Ren and Yoruichi led the souls out of the airship's interior. Seeing Ren deactivate the Kido covering the city and draw his Zanpakutō to open a gateway, Yoruichi asked, Mr. Sirius, what about that thorny priest? You're not taking him. He is a religious zealot. His soul belongs to his god, and he yearns for hell. He would never accept my invitation, Ren explained. There was no need to even ask, the answer was obvious. Ren didn't waste any more breath on it. He swung his blade at the empty air. To the shock of the two souls, a rift was instantly torn into the space before them. Let's go. Back to the Soul Society. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 155, Chapter 155 Souls of the Four Emperors. Wano Country, the Dome of Onigashima. The great battle had just concluded. Kaido had been defeated by Luffy and the others, and the massive Onigashima, stripped of Kaido's supporting flame clouds, was beginning to plummet. A massive pink dragon suddenly appeared, billowing forth flame clouds to maintain Onigashima's flight, preventing the colossal island from crashing down. After that fierce clash, the dome of Onigashima was in ruins, a landscape of absolute devastation. Ren stepped onto the rubble-strewn rooftop and chose a relatively flat piece of rock to sit on. Beside him stood Whitebeard and Ace. Ace surveyed the surroundings, a look of realization and sentimentality crossing his face. I never would have imagined that Kaido and Big Mom would fall like this. And to think they were beaten by Luffy and his crew. Mentioning his brother, Ace couldn't help but puff out his chest slightly, his voice brimming with pride. He had watched the rooftop battle from start to finish. He never expected Luffy would achieve an awakening of his devil fruit and actually manage to defeat Kaido. Even if it had been his past self, he likely wouldn't have been able to achieve such a feat. He didn't deny his own strength, but he knew clearly that his power at the time wouldn't have been enough to topple a combatant of the Four Emperors' caliber. It seemed his once troublesome little brother had grown into a man capable of standing on his own, far surpassing his elder brother. With the knowledge that Sabo was still alive, he could finally rest easy. Ace, it looks like that brother of yours has become quite the formidable pirate, Whitebeard remarked. Whitebeard let out a sigh of sentiment. Even back during the Summit War, he'd had a gut feeling that Ace's brother was anything but ordinary. Still, he hadn't expected that in just 2 short years, the boy would be able to defeat both Kaido and Lin. The progression of the eras was truly a sight to behold. Whitebeard's feelings toward Kaido and Lin were somewhat complicated. After all, they were once comrades on the same ship. After the death of Rox, they had all gone their separate ways to shake the foundations of the world. There had been animosity and conflict between them, but they were ultimately people who had forged that era together. Seeing them fall inevitably brought a touch of melancholy. Ace smiled, recalling Luffy's appearance after the awakening. I'm just surprised, why did Luffy's devil fruit look like that? Isn't it a paramecia type? Whitebeard's eyes flickered with a hint of reminiscence as he shook his head. Those are matters for the living. We who are dead have no need to fret over such things. Haha, true enough, Ace replied lightheartedly. Whitebeard turned to Ren, who was sitting nearby, and offered a word of advice. Boss Ren, you came here to collect Kaido and Lean, didn't you? Both of them have lawless temperaments. It's going to take quite a bit of effort to make them submit. Ren nodded slightly. He was well aware of the personalities of these two former emperors. However, considering their abilities and potential, he was truly reluctant to let them go. Looking at Whitebeard, Ren spoke up. I'll leave them to you then, Newgate. With your skills, I'm sure you can make them a bit more cooperative. Gururera. Leave it to me. Consider it done. Whitebeard grinned, accepting the challenging task. It just so happens that Yellow Spring City is finished. I'll take the opportunity to properly drill those two brats. Ren nodded. He had absolute faith in Whitebeard's ability and character. About half a month had passed since he and Yoruichi returned from London. During those weeks, Ren had commissioned the construction of a city in the Soul Society using Kido, then relocated the entire city into the underworld of the pirate world. In doing so, he finally had a stronghold in the underworld from which to govern this realm. Once the city was built, Whitebeard had moved into Yellow Spring City with his sons, officially becoming a high-ranking official of this realm, guarding the territory on Ren's behalf. As the three were talking, Ren suddenly looked to the side, prompting Whitebeard and Ace to look as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two faint sounds of wind cutting through the air rang out as Shisui and Yukumi flickered into view. Two massive forms were being dragged by the pair using ropes created from Bakuto, hitting the ground with a heavy impact that caused the earth to tremor. Thump, thump. Lord Ren, we have brought the bodies of the two targets. After releasing their Bakuto, Shisui and the other men stepped aside to stand by Ren's side. The two massive silhouettes were now fully visible to Ren. Thank you for your hard work. Ren nodded to them, his eyes scanning the two enormous corpses. Their bodies were scorched beyond recognition by the magma, rendered almost non-human. As the corpses appeared, a nauseating smell wafted through the air. Ren frowned, observing the two massive bodies closely. Although they barely retained a humanoid shape, certain physical traits from their lives were still discernible. Such as the giant horns on one head and the remnants of pink hair on the other. These two corpses were indeed Kaido and Big Mom. After being defeated by Luffy's group, they had fallen into the magma. Ren had dispatched Shisui and Yukumi to retrieve them. Now that they were laid out before him, it was clear both were completely dead. Wake up. Ren waved a hand over the corpses. Two ethereal, translucent souls emerged from the bodies, their eyes clouded with confusion. Wasn't I just fighting those brats? How did I? Straw Hat Kid, to think he could push me this far. As their memories gradually cleared, the eyes of Kaido and Big Mom regained their focus, and they abruptly stood up. Subconsciously scanning their surroundings, both of them fixed their gazes on the most prominent figure present, Whitebeard. Whitebeard. You've been dead for a long time. Why are you here? Seeing Whitebeard before them, shock colored their faces as they struggled to process the situation. Looking closer, Big Mom's eyes fell upon Whitebeard's appearance, which looked much like his younger self with his wavy blonde hair, and her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Hey, old man Whitebeard, what's with that look? You look quite a bit younger. Kaido shifted his gaze away from Whitebeard, ignored the black-clad figures, and looked at Ace standing nearby. His eyes suddenly bulged as if he had realized something, and his face darkened. Could it be that you were faking your deaths this whole time? Is this some kind of conspiracy? You fools, take a good look at yourselves. Haven't you realized yet? Whitebeard laughed. You're dead. You're nothing but souls now. He pointed beneath their feet, where the scorched corpses were still releasing wisps of black smoke. Your bodies are burned beyond recognition. You can hardly call yourselves living in that state. Ah. Kaido and Big Mom froze, instinctively looking down at their feet. There were indeed two corpses, and they vaguely recognized their own features in the remains. Before they could be certain, they looked at their current forms and saw their translucent quality, realizing they could see straight through their own bodies. Kaido stared at his hands, a look of disbelief on his face. I am dead. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 156, Chapter 156 Big Mom's Request. Am I dead? I lost to that Straw Hat brat. How is that possible? The final moment of his life, the image of Monkey D. Luffy's colossal fist, echoed in his mind. Though every fiber of his being resisted the truth, the sight of his own corpse beneath his feet and his current near-transparent form told him that everything Whitebeard said was true. He had truly lost. Wah. At the realization, Kaido, a 7-meter-tall behemoth, burst into tears. He wailed openly, his cries echoing without restraint. Thud. Big Mom punched him from the side, knocking him to the ground. Kaido, you're a ghost now. Stop acting like a pathetic drunk. You were one of the 4 emperors. You just died, that's all. There's nothing to cry about. Ow, ow. You damn old hag, what was that for? Kaido clutched his aching cheek, his tears miraculously stopping. That was right. He was a soul now, he wasn't drunk. Having been punched, Kaido shook his head. Just as he was about to raise his fist to retaliate, a deafening shout rang out. Both of you idiots, stop it. Thud. Whitebeard's massive blade slammed down between them, putting an end to their squabble. Big Mom looked at Whitebeard and grinned. Whitebeard, what's your story? Seeing that they finally understood their situation, Whitebeard spoke. I died a long time ago during the Paramount War. Naturally, I am a soul as well. However, I found a new job in the afterlife. I happened to be around when you two kicked the bucket, so I came with my boss to take a look. With that, Whitebeard stepped aside, revealing Ren sitting on a nearby rock. Kaido frowned as he looked at Ren. The afterlife, and a boss. Who exactly are you? Big Mom asked. A soul reaper. Ren looked at the two of them and spoke slowly. Or to be more direct, I am the Lord of the Underworld who governs the souls of the deceased. A soul reaper. Lord of the Underworld. Upon hearing the introduction, Kaido and Big Mom remained relatively calm, certainly less reactive than when they first learned they were dead. They exchanged a glance, and as if reading each other's minds, they both smirked. Kaido laughed wildly. Wurororo. So, you're here to escort us to the world of the dead. Correct, Ren said. I watched your battle just now. You both have impressive skills and excellent abilities. Therefore, I'm giving you a chance. Do you want to work under me? Mamama. We can talk about that later. Big Mom wore the same arrogant grin. Since you're the king of the underworld. Big Mom and Kaido glanced at each other, their unspoken understanding clear. Their sharp eyes locked onto Ren simultaneously. That means if we defeat you, we'll become the rulers of the afterlife. Lean, our pirate alliance continues. Until we seize the underworld, Kaido. Their battle spirit surged as they glared at Ren's small frame. Seeing their reaction, Ren didn't feel surprised at all. Given how arrogant these two were, this choice actually felt strangely authentic. Except. Is everyone in this world an idiot? They had only just died, yet they dared to entertain such reckless thoughts. Would an ordinary person think like this when facing a reaper after death? Ren had completely lost hope in the logic of those from this sea. Sane people were too rare, trying to understand them was a waste of time. Insolent. A cold snort rang out. Before Ren could move, Shisui was already bristling with rage. His Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life as Shisui took a light step forward. His spiritual pressure erupted instantly, pinpointing Kaido and Big Mom. Ugh. Gah. An indescribable weight descended upon them. Without even a chance to resist, the two were pinned to the ground by the overwhelming pressure. No matter how much strength they mustered, they couldn't support themselves, they couldn't even lift their heads. Under this pressure, they felt their internal organs creaking and groaning. They couldn't even perform the most basic act of breathing. The powerful bodies they possessed in life were useless now, feeling as though they might be crushed into a pile of meat at any moment. Whitebeard looked at the pathetic duo and sighed. These two fools. They had been dominant for so long in life that they assumed the afterlife would be the same. Teaching them a lesson was for the best, it would serve as a wake-up call. Seeing that Kaido and Big Mom were on the verge of being crushed to death by the pressure, Ren waved his hand at Shisui. As you wish. Shisui immediately withdrew his spiritual pressure. The 4 emperors felt the burden lift instantly, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air. They looked up at Ren and the Shisui standing beside him with looks of pure disbelief. To be left helpless by sheer presence alone. Just how powerful was this strength? And from the looks of it, he was merely a subordinate. If a subordinate possessed such power, then how strong was the Soul Reaper who ruled the underworld? You've experienced it for yourselves now. You should have a clear grasp of the difference in our power. Whitebeard let out a sigh of lament. This is a difference in dimensions. You two idiots better behave, or you'll suffer even more. Kaido and Big Mom panted heavily, trying their best to recover from the near-death state they had just been in. Ren looked at the disheveled emperors and said calmly, now, tell me your answer. Yes or no? Kaido wiped the blood from his mouth and gritted his teeth. If I work for you, can I become as strong as you? That is difficult, it depends on talent, Ren replied, pointing to Shisui. However, with your potential, reaching Shisui's level shouldn't be a problem. Kaido looked at the shortman who had pinned him down with nothing but his aura. A glint appeared in his eyes as he slowly stood up. His lips curled into a grin, and a thunderous laugh erupted. Wurororo. Fine, I'm in. As long as you can make me stronger, I'll work for you. Ren nodded and turned his gaze to Charlotte Lean. And you? Big Mom sprang up from the ground, reflexively dusting herself off before remembering she was a soul. She looked at Ren, then at Whitebeard and Kaido, and let out a boisterous laugh. Mamama. If that old man Whitebeard and Kaido are both under you, I don't mind following suit. But I have one condition. Speak. Charlotte Lean looked into the distance, her gaze seeming to pierce through the vast expanse to see her beloved children. In the future, when my children die, I want their souls to be by my side. Of course. Ren nodded, granting the request. Among Big Mom's children, there were many powerful individuals worth contracting. People like Katakuri and the other sweet commanders would be significant additions to his forces. There was no way Ren would let them pass. With both Kaido and Big Mom in agreement, Ren stepped down from the rock and slowly drew the Zanpakutō at his waist. Now, sign the contract with me. Chapter 157, Chapter 157 Big Mom, be my husband. Kiritsugu. Ren's Zanpakutō glowed with a clear light, turning into two threads of silk that pierced the souls of Kaido and Big Mom before sinking into the charred, blurred corpses on the ground. As Ren withdrew his blade, the phantoms of two distinct devil fruits were pulled from the corpses. One had blue scales on its surface, while the other resembled a soul. Guided by the silken threads, the two fruits embedded themselves into Kaido's and Big Mom's bodies. This is. Kaido and Big Mom looked at the threads connecting them with surprise, their faces filled with suspicion. This is a contract. Ren said in a low voice. It links me to you. From now on, we are bound together by a common fate, living and dying together. If you ever betray me, you will face the judgment of my blade and die a violent death. A common fate. Judgment of the blade. Kaido frowned, while Big Mom looked displeased. King of the underworld, you never mentioned this to us before. Did I not? Ren furrowed his brow slightly. Beside him, Ace reminded him, Big Boss, you really didn't. Once you saw Kaido and Big Mom agree, you just went ahead and linked them. Recalling the process just now, Ren realized he indeed hadn't mentioned it. He looked at Kaido and Big Mom and said softly, my apologies. It seems it was indeed an oversight on my part. Seeing the two of them instantly show dissatisfaction, Whitebeard's massive blade slammed into the ground, causing the roof to tremble slightly. Azure Dragon Brat, and you too, Lean. Is your magnanimity really this small? How pathetic. Old man Whitebeard, what did you say? When was I ever small-minded? It was clearly the Shinigami who didn't explain things properly. Both were furious, they didn't want to be looked down upon by Whitebeard like this. Whitebeard snorted coldly. Neither of you are good people. Since you're going to work under Boss Ren, some constraints are only natural. You have to give something to gain something. Even a child understands that logic. You're not worse than children, are you? Besides, it's not like the contract doesn't come with benefits. Feel it for yourselves, you've regained your devil fruit powers. Kaido and Big Mom were still fuming at Whitebeard's words, but at the last sentence, they both suddenly looked at their bodies and activated their powers. Azure Dragon scales emerged on Kaido's arm, while Big Mom held a fragment of her own soul in her hand. I really still have my powers, my Azure Dragon fruit. When I tried to use my powers earlier, I couldn't feel anything at all, but now the soul fruit is back. Their eyes widened, and joy spread across their faces. They were well aware of the common knowledge that after a devil fruit user dies, the ability is reborn elsewhere. When they first woke up, both had tried to use their abilities in secret, but no matter how hard they tried, nothing happened. They thought they had lost their powers forever, but to their surprise, the abilities had returned to them in just a few moments. And while they were still in soul form, no less. Big Mom beamed instantly. As she looked at Ren, a smile spread across her old face, even smoothing out some of her wrinkles. Mama. King of the underworld, thank you for letting me have Mother's ability again. Truly, thank you. I may be a pirate, but there is still honor among pirates. If you need anything in the future, just ask. I will give it my all. With my strength, I definitely won't lose to an old geezer like Whitebeard. Lean, you're just an old hag yourself. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, looking annoyed. Say what you want, but don't drag me into this. Ren looked at Big Mom's sudden change in attitude, feeling somewhat surprised. He had simply not wanted to waste the power of the soul fruit, he hadn't expected Big Mom to value it so much. However, that wrinkled smile was truly hard to appreciate. Once we return to the underworld, I'll restore your youthful appearance. Big Mom froze. She looked at Whitebeard's youthful form and his long, wavy hair, and immediately understood. She nodded vigorously at Ren. Yes. Please. No matter what, she was still a woman, there was no way she could be indifferent to her looks. Being able to regain her youth was naturally for the best. Charlotte Lean bent down and reached out her hand toward Ren. I truly owe you another great favor. From now on, you're my friend. Let's get along well. Ren paused for a moment, then slowly reached out and placed his hand on Big Mom's finger. He was about to speak, but Big Mom's next words nearly caught Ren completely off guard. I think you're quite handsome. Why don't you marry me and be my husband? Cough. Ren looked up at the serious Big Mom, his eyelid twitching. He remembered that Big Mom did indeed have a habit of taking husbands. No, thank you. I already have a wife. Is that so? What a pity. Ren quickly withdrew his hand and instructed Shisui beside him, don't forget this. As you command. Lin stood up, glanced at Kaido to the side, and immediately threw a punch at him. Kaido, how much longer are you going to keep sulking? Bang. Kaido caught Big Mom's punch steadily, his body not moving an inch. You damn hag, what the hell are you doing all of a sudden? I should be the one saying that. Kaido, what are you still just standing there for? As she said this, Big Mom suddenly thought of something, and her expression turned fierce. Kaido, don't you forget, I'm the one who gave you that fish fruit. It's a lifelong debt you can never repay. No, it's a debt you can't even repay in death. Kaido retorted, that was ages ago, and it has nothing to do with now, does it? How does it have nothing to do with it? Big Mom's voice was categorical. I've always treated you like a younger brother. I gave you that fish fruit, and now the king of the underworld has returned its power to you. That means you now owe the king of the underworld one great favor and me too. That's an indisputable fact. You're not going to deny it, are you? Kaido froze and blinked, a look of sheer incomprehension on his face. Old hag, what on earth are you talking about? Not just Kaido, even Ren couldn't wrap his head around Big Mom's bizarre train of thought. How did one thing leading to another suddenly turn into two favors? Whitebeard shook his head and sighed. Boss Ren, don't mind her. Lin has always been this headstrong. Even if he didn't understand it himself. Kaido waved his hand, no longer paying attention to Big Mom's twisted logic. He looked at Ren and nodded. I can't stand this hag, but you returning the fish fruit to me is indeed a massive favor. If you need help in the future, I'll be there. And I'll definitely be more useful than these two fossils, Whitebeard and Lin. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 158, last words, Iron Body. Big Mom was equally displeased. Kaido, after dying once, you've certainly become quite sharp-tongued. Kaido ignored Whitebeard and Big Mom's remarks and turned to Ren. Actually, besides that, I have something else. What is it? Kaido scratched his cheek, his gaze falling toward the ground below, seemingly looking through the roof at Straw Hat and the others celebrating their victory. I lost the war against the Straw Hat crew and those samurai. My subordinates probably won't have a good end either. Since I'll be working under you, I'm short on manpower. I hope you can take my fallen subordinates along as well. Hearing this, Big Mom immediately caught on and said to Ren, my son Pyrospiro is also down there. I don't know what's become of him, but if he... I hope you can bring him here too. Ren had naturally already considered the issues raised by Kaido and Big Mom. He hadn't just brought Shisui and the others with him on this trip. Don't worry. My subordinate is already active below. She will collect the souls of your deceased subordinates. Among the subordinates of the four emperors, there were many powerful individuals worth recruiting. While Ren was subduing Kaido and Big Mom on the roof, Amani Riko, who was now proficient in using the Kiritsugu ability, was below gathering the fallen souls. Quite some time had passed since he began convincing Kaido and Big Mom. Since he was now able to manifest his Zanpakutō ability, Riko must have nearly finished her work below. Ren and the others did not wait long. A faint whistling sound approached, and a young girl's figure leapt from the hole in the roof. Using Shuinpa, she flickered and appeared before Ren in the blink of an eye. Lord Ren, the soul collection below is complete. They have all agreed to serve under you and have successfully entered into contracts. Ren looked at Amani Riko, who had run to him as if seeking praise, and nodded slightly. Well done. Hearing this, Amani Riko scratched her head, a bashful smile on her face. It's nothing, it's nothing. It's just what I should do, hee. After Amani Riko, dozens more figures leapt out of the hole. Ren looked over to see several Uchiha with crimson eyes holding Kido ropes, followed by souls they were leading up. These people were men and women of all heights and sizes. Once they reached the roof and steadied themselves, they looked around until they saw the most prominent figures standing in the distance, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. Pops. And Ace. I can't believe I'm really seeing you again. That Reaper girl wasn't lying to me. Lord Kaido, it really is you. Mama, I'm sorry. I lost. Seeing their former leaders, the crowd immediately swarmed forward, surrounding the three of them. A glamorous man with a top knot had tears shimmering in his eyes, his gaze reflecting the figures of Whitebeard and Ace. "Pops, Ace, to be able to see you again, sniff, it's wonderful. Izo, it really is you." Ace's face lit up with surprise before turning to grief. Whitebeard looked at Izo, a flash of sorrow crossing his expression. "Izo, so that's it. You fell in this war as well." Izo wiped away his tears and smiled. "It's nothing. What matters more is being with you after death, Pops." He suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, Pops, Ace, Marco and I both fought in this battle. I didn't see him here, so he must still be alive and well." Ace wiped the tears from his eyes and chuckled at Izo's words. "Marco's ability is quite rare. There's no way it's his turn to die." To the side, Big Mom was also surrounded by her eldest son, who was in soul form. "Perospero, it seems you've died too." "Mama, I'm sorry. I lost to that cat demon." "It doesn't matter. Being able to see you after death is enough." Compared to the deep emotional bonds of the other two, Kaido's side was much more blunt. A giant man standing 8 meters tall approached Kaido, looking like a child who had made a mistake, his face full of guilt. "Lord Kaido, I'm sorry. I was no match for that dog. It's not your fault, Jack. Your opponent was simply too strong." Beside this lead performer of the Beast's pirates were the pirates who had died in this battle. Facing Kaido, each one was uneasy, their expressions full of fear that they would be blamed. Kaido took in their expressions and waved his hand. "At this point, even I have been defeated. What more could you have done? If anything, dying in this war means you've already done right by me. You did well, boys." Worororo. Kaido's laughter held a strangely liberated quality. Ren surveyed the area, recognizing the various figures appearing before him one by one. Jack the Drought, the magician Hawkins, Big Mom's eldest son Perospero, and Whitebeard's son Izo. These were all powerhouses who had shaken the world of pirates, and now they were all under his command. Ren couldn't help but nod to himself. The harvest was quite good, it hadn't been a waste to bring so many people along. An Uchiha approached Ren and knelt. "Lord Ren, we found a corpse on the roof with the soul still inside." "On the roof?" Ren said to Ammonai Riko, "Go take a look. If they're useful, keep them." After Riko followed the Uchiha over, Ren felt that Kiritsugu ability activate smoothly. Before long, she brought back an odd-looking middle-aged man. The man wore a white suit with an overcoat draped over his shoulders. His face was pale as if painted white, and his eyes were mismatched, one black and one white. Looking at the man's appearance, Ren remembered him. "It's you, the one from CP0. "Yes, my lord." The man seemed quite restrained as he stood before Ren. Ren remembered that during the fight between Luffy and Kaido, this man had suddenly intervened, disrupting their battle. In the end, he was crushed by an enraged Kaido's club. His last words were, "Iron Body." Ren waved him away, dismissing him after the brief meeting. The CP0 agent looked at the pirates around him and tried to lower his profile, only to spot a former colleague in the same state. "Guernica, you died too." "Maha, we both entered this war with missions. There's no difference." Seeing that the souls had all arrived, Ren called Whitebeard over. "Newgate, take these people back to the Yellow Spring City. I'll leave it to you to keep them in line. Don't let them cause any trouble." Whitebeard gave a confident smile. "Leave it to me. There won't be any problems." Standing beside Whitebeard, Izo looked curiously at the legendary master of the afterlife before looking away. He whispered to Ace, "Ace, is this the new boss Pops found after dying?" "That's right. The big boss's name is Ren, or Shihoin Ren," Ace nodded. "He might look a bit somber, but he's actually a good person at heart. Enma. Like King Enma. The pronunciation is similar, but his position in the afterlife is pretty much the same as King Enma's anyway." "I see." Whitebeard accepted the task readily, and Ren naturally trusted him. Without further word, Ren beckoned Shursui and walked toward the hole in the roof. "Shursui, follow me. There's one more matter I want to handle while we're here." Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 159, Recruiting Agents. The newly deceased pirates began to whisper fervently as they watched the scene unfold. A wave of hushed voices rippled through the clearing as the Reaper boss spoke to Whitebeard. After Whitebeard gave his word, the Lord of the Underworld nodded, took a Reaper attendant with him, and left the area. They headed toward the large hole in the roof, likely intending to go below. "Mama, that guy, is he really the ruler of the afterlife?" Perospero, Big Mom's eldest son, extended his long tongue and licked his candy cane staff while watching the two departing Reapers. His eyes narrowed, focusing particularly on the leader. A sharp glint flickered in his gaze. Big Mom withdrew her gaze from Ren and glanced at her son, a look of naked ambition crossing her face. Mama, Mama. That is the king of the underworld. Pirospiro, he is the man who will become your father. You must show proper courtesy when you see him in the future. Perospero's pupils shrank before a wild grin spread across his face. Piro. As expected of Mama, targeting the lord of the underworld himself. If Mama marries him, the entire world of the dead will be no different from Mama's personal property. The beast's disagreement. Though the mother and son had lowered their voices, Kaido and his group standing nearby heard them clearly. Kaido snorted, choosing not to comment. However, one of the lead performers beside him grew agitated. Lord Kaido, it seems the Big Mom pirates have already locked onto their target. If they succeed, it will be far too detrimental to our beast pirates' operations. Kaido shot a sideways glance at his subordinate, his tone unreadable. Jack, what are you suggesting? We should strike first. We must seize the underworld's territory before Big Mom makes her move. That way, Lord Kaido can. Bang. Before Jack could finish, Kaido delivered a heavy punch directly to Jack's metal mask. The force was so immense that the iron mask shattered instantly, slamming Jack face first into the ground. Lord Kaido is on a drunken rampage again. This time he even went after a lead performer. Shut up, you idiot. Governor Kaido is a soul now, where would he get alcohol? Captain Jack must have provoked Governor Kaido. Seeing the exchange, the members of the beast pirates scrambled back several paces to avoid the crossfire. Jack climbed up from the ground, coughing and wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at his still energetic subordinate, Kaido sighed, a sense of helplessness rising in his chest. Jack, next time you want to act, how about you think for a moment first? At least understand the difference in power before deciding whether to make a move. Facing Kaido's earnest instruction, Jack nodded, his rugged face showing a hint of guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Kaido. The silent observers. Hiding in a corner of the crowd, the two CP0 agents took in the pirates' reactions. They glanced at each other, sensing a shared, speechless frustration. What are these pirates thinking? Do they have no brains? Guernica's complaining was kept extremely low. That is the head of the Reapers. A true god ruling the world of the dead. They should show proper respect, otherwise, if we anger the Reapers, we'll never find peace even in death. Maha nodded in deep agreement. These pirates are just used to being arrogant. To be this boastful before a true god. What are you two discussing? The cold voice rang in their ears, causing them to spin around immediately. A black-clad Reaper with crimson eyes had appeared beside them. Those eyes glowed with a dark red light, radiating an ominous, cursed aura. Nothing, we weren't saying anything, the two shook their heads frantically. We wouldn't dare show the slightest disrespect. The Reaper nodded slightly. My name is Uchiha Teka, a subordinate of Lord Ren. I heard you were employed by an intelligence organization in life, and that you were elites within it, correct? Guernica nodded. You are correct, my lord. We were indeed agents under the world government. That's good, Uchiha Teka said. Lord Ren has a similar organization, responsible for the stealth force. I think you are capable. Especially the fact that you didn't value your own lives for the sake of a mission, that is commendable. Do you want to come over? The two looked at each other and nodded without hesitation. If my lord thinks well of our meager skills, we naturally will not refuse. Good. When we return to the underworld city, follow behind us. I will take you to the Soul Society. Once we reach the Siriitii, I will submit an application for you. Don't disappoint me. The CP0 agents immediately bowed their heads. We are deeply grateful for your appreciation, my lord. We will not let you down. Uchiha Teka turned to leave, waving his hand at them. Follow me. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 160, Chapter 160 fans. Whitebeard watched the two leave, then swept his gaze across the room with a suppressive look. I am sure you all know who I am, having fought and killed across these seas. I will now open the Senkamen and lead you to the Underworld City. The Underworld City is a territory entrusted to me by Boss Ren. You had better behave yourselves once we arrive. You are all well aware of my methods. A low murmur of discussion rippled through the gathered pirates once more. Ignoring the chatter, Whitebeard raised the Zanpakutō in his hand and thrust it forward. The Zanpakutō, shaped like a guandao, pierced into the air until the entire blade disappeared into space. With a gentle twist of the weapon, a massive wooden gate manifested out of thin air before him. The gate was constructed entirely of wood and stood over 20 meters high. This Senkaman was a custom, oversized version Ren had commissioned specifically when building the city, designed to connect the underworld of the pirate world to the living world. Its immense height was better suited for the massive physiques of the pirate world, where people often reached 5 or 6 meters in height. As Whitebeard withdrew his Zanpakutō, the doors of the Senkaman swung open automatically. The numerous souls in the hall looked up. The interior of the gate emitted a bright white light, so brilliant that nothing could be seen inside. This is. Yes, the gate to the world of the dead. Wait, that's not the point. Whitebeard actually holds such a high status even after death. He was the strongest man in the world, after all. It is only natural that he would be heavily relied upon by these soul reapers in the afterlife. The pirates bustled about as a soul reaper from the Uchiha clan took the lead, guiding the souls toward the underworld. Meanwhile, Ren and Shursue, having dropped down from the roof, had switched into Jigai and were walking down the stairs. Shursue loosened his collar. Moving in a Jigai always felt strangely restrictive. Lord Ren, what exactly are we doing that requires us to wear Jigai? Walking ahead, Ren replied without looking back, to meet the Straw Hat crew, and to find a devil fruit that has been wasted on its current owner. Shursue looked thoughtful. He had accompanied Ren to these seas several times now. Ren's appreciation for that Straw Hat kid had never been hidden, so the first part of Ren's statement was business as usual for Shursue. But the second part? Shursue asked tentatively, that devil fruit, do you want me to obtain its power, Lord Ren? Exactly, Ren nodded. After thinking it over, it would be most reassuring if you were the one to eat it. May I ask what kind of ability it is? Ren didn't keep him in suspense. After Kaido died, just as Onigashima was about to fall, another peach-colored dragon appeared and prevented the island's destruction. So it's that one. Indeed, such a power cannot be left in the hands of others, Shursue said. He had watched the battle from the roof with Ren and had seen the full extent of the power wielded by the giant dragon Kaido had transformed into. With such a massive form and the ability to control natural elements like fire, wind, and lightning, it was a rare and formidable power. The other peach-colored dragon that appeared later had used flame clouds to catch the falling island, so its other abilities were likely just as strong. Ren, of course, knew the origin of that peach dragon. Years ago, Vegapunk had used Kaido's lineage factor to create an artificial devil fruit, which was later eaten by Momonosuke. Even though it was artificial, its abilities differed very little from the original. Ren privately believed that allowing such a powerful ability to be wasted on a piece of trash like Momonosuke was a disgrace to that dragon's form. It was better for him to redistribute it. The two reached the lower level and looked around at the absolute mess. The once exquisite architecture had been reduced to ruins after the great battle. On the ground below, a giant screen was broadcasting scenes from the streets of the flower capital. Denjiro and Kazuki Hayori, dressed as an oiran, were visible in the frame, with several figures faintly seen behind them amidst the drifting dust. In front of the screen, a crowd of pirates and samurai were watching the broadcast with curiosity. Several members of the Straw Hat crew who were not seriously injured were also watching. Nami, Usopp, Brook, Jinbe, Robin, Sanji, and Chopper were nearby, with Chopper busy treating the wounded. Luffy and Zoro were heavily injured, wrapped tightly in thick bandages like mummies, lying off to the side. Is that Momo? And Kinemon and the others? The screen broadcast Momonosuke's announcement to the citizens and his declaration of victory after Kaido's defeat. Ho, that Momonosuke brat is in the flower capital. No wonder I couldn't sense his spiritual pressure within Onigashima. Just as Nami and the others were celebrating quietly while watching Momonosuke on the screen, a voice suddenly rang out in front of them. Without anyone noticing, two figures had appeared before the screen, their backs to the crowd. Nami looked at the two figures and felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen them before. Who are you guys? Don't stand in the way, we can't see. My apologies. The man turned around, and his face was immediately recognized by the Straw Hat crew. Those thick eyebrows, and those crimson eyes. It's the person we met back at the Sabaody archipelago. Why are you suddenly here in Wano? What are you doing here, sir? They had encountered this man back when they were preparing to set sail again from the Sabaody archipelago. He had claimed to be a fan of the crew, and through Brook's introduction, they had all become somewhat acquainted. Jinbe and Yamato blinked, looking at the stranger who had appeared and then at their companions' varied reactions, their faces filled with confusion. Everyone, who is this? Is he a friend of yours? Nami and the others quickly explained in a flurry of voices, allowing the newcomer Jinbe and the newly met Yamato to understand. A fan. Jinbe looked at the two men. One had a serious expression and seemed to have a rigid personality, while the other had crimson eyes that gave off an ominous aura. He couldn't help but feel internally on guard. You have appeared quite suddenly, and right after this great battle. Do you have some objective? So it is First Son of the Sea, Jinbe. Ren recognized the broad-bodied blue fishman. His gaze swept over the members of the Straw Hat crew, and his expression softened slightly. I've appeared this time not only to meet with all of you, but because I have official business with Momonosuke. Brook looked as if his soul was about to fly out of his body. Oh, official business. You're looking for Momonosuke? You don't mean. Brook cut himself off mid-sentence, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Brook, who exactly is this guy? When we asked you before, you brushed us off. You should tell us now. Brook shook his head frantically, moving so hard it looked like his skull might fly off. No. I can't say. Everyone, I can't put you in danger. This person's identity must never be made public. Brook's behavior only made everyone more curious. Seeing that Brook wouldn't talk, they stopped pressing him and turned their gazes back to the men who claimed to be their fan. At that moment, Ren turned his head to look at the large screen. In the broadcast, the Oiran Kamurasaki and the Akazaya 9, including Kenma, were kneeling on either side. As the dust cleared, Kazuki Momonosuke was revealed, having been transformed into an adult. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 161, Chapter 161 Momonosuke's pathetic state. 20 years have passed since my father, Kazuki Oden, departed this world. Thank you all for enduring these long, hard years. The name my father gave me means, invincible. Under my leadership, this suffering land will become a paradise. From this day forth, I, Kazuki Momonosuke, shall rule this nation. As the figure on the screen spoke, Ren turned and nodded slightly to the Straw Hat Pirates. I still have business with Momonosuke. We can catch up once my work is finished. Shursue, let's go. Although the Straw Hat crew didn't know his origins or goals, his attitude made it clear he harbored ill intent. Wait. What do you want with Momonosuke? Everyone rushed forward, trying to stop him. Though some were annoyed by Momonosuke, he was a comrade they had traveled with, and deep bonds had formed. As they moved, their eyes fixed on the men. He reached out into the air and casually waved his hand to the side. The two figures in front of the screen vanished instantly. The group skidded to a halt, scanning their surroundings with wary expressions, but the two men were gone. They disappeared. Stay sharp. We don't know where they're hiding. Damn it, what kind of devil fruit power is this? Everyone, look at the screen. Just as they were lost in confusion, a shout drew their eyes upward. In the center of the screen, on the streets of the flower capital where only Momonosuke and the others should have been, that man had suddenly appeared. Everyone's expressions shifted drastically. It's those two. Impossible, they teleported such a huge distance instantly. This is bad. Momonosuke's in danger. On the streets of the flower capital, the citizens watched the Akazaya 9 and Kazuki Momonosuke with looks of anticipation and emotion. Just as Momonosuke finished announcing his name, two black-clad figures flickered into existence on the street. Who are they now? Remnants of Kaido's forces? Or Orochi's subordinates? Don't tell me they're after the Kazuki family. The crowd erupted into a clamor at the sudden appearance of the two strangers. Not only was Onigashima linked via visual Den Mushi, but every region in Wano was broadcasting this scene. Thousands stood before screens, watching Momonosuke's appearance with excitement and dreams of a bright future. The sudden intruders instantly shattered the soaring spirits of the crowd. Who is that? Get out of here. Don't block the camera. Where are the guards? Get them away. Ren scanned the area with Shursue. The streets were decorated with lanterns and festoons, packed with people on both sides. It was a bustling scene. Ren ignored the gasps and debates, simply walking toward Momonosuke at the front of the street with Shursue. Stop. Who are you? This is the great shogun of the Kazuki family. Back off, you commoners. Are they trying to assassinate Lord Momonosuke? Kneeling on both sides, Kenma and the others saw the uninvited guests and prepared to draw their blades to protect him. Voom. A monstrous pressure descended from the sky, instantly pinning the wary group to the ground. The air became incredibly heavy, even breathing felt like a luxury. The wounds they had sustained during the battle on Onigashima, which had just been bandaged, burst open once more. Blood seeped through, soaking their clothes. To overwhelm us, with nothing but presence. Such terrifying power. Lord Momonosuke, run. Brother. The faces of Kamurasaki and the Akazaya 9 twisted as they struggled to stand, but no matter how much strength they exerted, they couldn't budge. They could only lie pathetically on the ground, watching helplessly as the two men in black approached. There was nothing they could do. They could only watch as the pair's feet stepped past them. Blood trickled from their bodies, forming a pool on the ground in the blink of an eye. The witnesses were filled with panic. Even the Akazaya 9 were. Just who are you people? Damn it, they really are enemies of the Kazuki family. Stop. Kenma and the others are heavily injured. They'll die if you keep this up. Clamorous shouts and cries rose from the surrounding citizens, turning the street into a chaotic uproar. Ren and Shisui remained unmoved by the voices of the commoners, as if they hadn't heard a thing. As they passed the prone members of the Akazaya Nine, Shisui's crimson eyes swept over them, his voice icy. Mere humans, kneeling on the ground is far more fitting for your status. During this trip to Onigashima, Shisui could sense Ren's blatant hostility toward Ueno. He hadn't collected a single soul from the fallen samurai. He had even specifically instructed Amanai Riko about it. Although he didn't know why Ren felt this way, as a servant, he naturally followed his master's lead. As Ren and Shisui closed in, Momonosuke's eyes trembled violently. Panic washed over his face, and he stood frozen as if he had lost his soul. His gaze fell on those lying in the pool of blood before him. He wanted to summon the courage to do something, but his body wouldn't stop shaking. Kin. Reizo. What should I do? Seeing the Akazaya Nine collapsed on the ground for some unknown reason, the people on the street grew anxious. Stop. Don't hurt the Kazuki family. We just finally found hope. If you don't stop, we won't be polite. Shisui's brow furrowed at the threats and cries ringing in his ears. He glanced sideways. Boom. His spiritual pressure erupted, sweeping across the entire street. Like the Akazaya Nine, the surrounding people were pinned to the ground by the massive pressure. The weight on the Akazaya Nine increased sharply. Under this pressure, it took everything they had just to speak. Their voices were weak, filled with hoarseness. Lord, Momonosuke. Run. Brother, help. Their groans reached Momonosuke's ears as he watched the two strangers approach. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the citizens fall instantly. His teeth chattered, and the terror on his face grew more pronounced as tears and snot flowed freely. Yes. I have to run. I must escape. Find Luffy and the others. Just as his trembling leg took a step back, the two figures appeared in front of him. Ren looked up at the massive Momonosuke, long accustomed to the nonsensical heights of the pirate world. He's quite tall. Shisui, standing behind him, nodded slightly. He precisely controlled his erupting spiritual pressure, focusing it onto Momonosuke. Bang. Buckling under the weight of Shisui's pressure, Momonosuke's knee slammed heavily into the ground. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 162 Harm. A sense of contempt welled up within him. Is a piece of trash like this really fit to lead a nation? Ultimately, it was a matter for the living, and it had nothing to do with him. Reaching out, Ren grabbed Momonosuke by the collar. He looked at Kinemon and the others lying prostrate on either side, finding them in the way. He dragged the boy by the collar like a dead dog, stepping over Kinemon and the rest to reach an open space further down the street. Kinemon and the others' eyes trembled violently, but they could only watch helplessly as their master was dragged forward on his knees, following the steps of the two strangers. On Onigashima, the members of the Straw Hat crew watched the scene, their expressions filled with urgent anxiety. Stop it. What on earth are you doing to Momonosuke? If you dare hurt Momonosuke, I'll never forgive you. We have to get over there right now, maybe we can. It's no use. The flower capital is too far from here, we'd never make it in time. At that thought, the crew was gripped by fear and shock, terrified that something would happen to Momonosuke. Frankie reached out with a massive hand, grabbing Brook by the collar and demanding, "Hey, Brook! Who the hell is that guy?" Nami, Robin, and the others also fixed their gazes on Brook. Brook, Momo is in grave danger. How much longer are you going to keep us in the dark? You clearly know them. Do you have any idea what they're planning to do to Momonosuke? Brook, say something. Faced with the interrogation from his comrades, Brook shook his head frantically in desperation. He struggled, but he couldn't break free from Frankie's grip. He was completely surrounded by his crewmates. I can't say it. I absolutely cannot say it. Even if you all abandon me, I must never speak of it. Sanji crushed the cigarette butt in his mouth, his voice laced with anger. Brook, do you even consider us your comrades? What's the harm in telling us? No matter how powerful the enemy is, can't we face them together? Tears streamed from Brook's empty eye sockets, soaking his collar. It's precisely because you are all my precious comrades that I can't say anything. That person, if that lord reveals himself, nothing good will come of it. Seeing Brook like this, Frankie's heart softened, and he subconsciously let go. Losing his support, Brook stumbled and fell to the ground. His skeletal fingers clenched into fists, cracking the stone floor beneath him as tears dripped onto the ground. Ugh. For everyone's safety, even if you all cast me aside for this. Please, I beg you, don't ask any more. Brook's voice trembled, punctuated by uncontrollable sobs. Seeing Brook in such a state, the expressions of the crew dimmed. A heavy, unbreakable gloom settled over their hearts. You idiot. Having pushed Brook to this point, how could they possibly keep questioning him? Just then, Jinbe's exclamation drew everyone's attention. Look. What is he doing? Everyone on the screen had collapsed to the ground, leaving only two figures standing. They stood out prominently. Ren lifted Momonosuke up. With his other hand, he unsheathed his Zanpakutō. A clear light shimmered on the blade as he thrust it into Momonosuke's chest before quickly pulling it back out. As he sheathed the sword, a faint, thin thread remained connected to Momonosuke's chest. Ren grabbed the thread and yanked it hard. The phantom image of a spotted apple emerged from Momonosuke's body. Catching the phantom apple in his hand, Ren tossed Momonosuke aside like trash. A hint of joy flickered across his brow. Shisui. At the call, Shisui stepped in front of Ren. A thread connected the two of them. Ren pressed the apple into his own chest, only for it to emerge again and travel along the thread, sinking into Shisui's body. Shisui, how is it? My lord. Shisui's eyes snapped open wide as he carefully felt the transformation within him brought about by this new power. It was a success. I can feel this power. As he spoke, Shisui slowly raised his right hand. He was about to activate the ability but stopped himself abruptly. Seeing this, Ren's brow twitched. What is it? Is there a problem? Shisui shook his head slightly. My lord, if I use this ability now, this Jigai will be unable to withstand the burden and will be instantly destroyed. Hearing Shisui's explanation, Ren breathed a secret sigh of relief. He had thought it was a failure. Then wait until we return to give me a demonstration. Seeing that their goal had been achieved, Ren didn't linger. He led Shisui away from the scene. The people on Onigashima watched the screen. In an instant, Ren and Shisui had vanished from the street. They're gone again. Just what kind of ability is that? Are Momonosuke and the people of the flower capital okay? The Straw Hat crew stared at Momonosuke on the screen, their faces etched with worry. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from beside them. Relax. They'll be fine. I didn't take their lives. Hearing that voice, the Straw Hats reacted instantly. It was the voice of the man in black. They turned toward the sound. When they saw Ren and Shisui, their pupils shrank, and looks of pure shock washed over their faces. They really did come back here. So fast, it really is some kind of teleportation ability. What exactly did you do to Momo? Facing the collective gaze of the Straw Hat crew, Ren remained composed. They were suppressed by Shisui for a while. Shisui has very fine control over his power, so there won't be any lasting side effects. Since they are your friends, I won't harm them. After all, I still want to be on good terms with you. Sanji struggled to contain his fury. Are you kidding me? You start by attacking us, that's not exactly what I'd call trying to get along. Robin asked with a darkened expression, what about Momo? Whatever you did just now was clearly directed at him. How is he? A Zanpakutō was a creation of the soul. Since they were living beings, they couldn't see it at all. Even more so through the broadcast of a visual den mushi. Momonosuke. Ren said softly, he probably won't be in the best shape, though I doubt his life is in danger. After all, he had struck Momonosuke's soul. Given the boy's weak willpower, it would likely cause some damage. He might either remain weak for a while, spending his days in a daze with sluggish thoughts, or he might fail to withstand the damage and turn into a complete idiot right then and there. Momonosuke's will wasn't like Blackbeard's, he couldn't withstand that level of mental trauma. Don't give me that. Sanji's long-simmering rage finally boiled over, exploding all at once. Though he found the brat annoying, he still cared for him. Besides, he was just a child. To strike a child like that and then have the gall to talk about getting on good terms. Fury surging, Sanji kicked off the ground and charged at Ren. Seeing this, Shisui's crimson Mangekyo Sharingan glowed brilliantly. He was about to act but checked his movement. Whoosh! A slash cut across Sanji's path. Cold air filled the space as a low wall of ice rose from the ground where the strike hit, forcing the enraged Sanji to a screeching halt. Sanji steadied himself and looked back. Brook stood there, holding his cane sword, the blade radiating a chilling frost. That slash had been Brook's doing. Brook, what is the meaning of this? Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 163, Chapter 163 Sincerity. Do not cross this line. Otherwise, I shall be your opponent. Brook's sudden action left the Straw Hat crew stunned. They stared at him in bewilderment, their anger momentarily eclipsed by confusion. Brook, why? He hurt Momo. How can you turn against your own crew when one of us has been hurt? What are you thinking? Facing the barrage of accusations from his friends, Brook's sword hand trembled slightly. Though he was a mere skeleton, the grief and determination radiating from his ghoulish form were palpable. Even if you hate me for this, even if you cast me out, I will not allow you to make a move. I'm begging you, please, don't do it. Jinbe watched Brook with a heavy heart. Though he hadn't been on the ship long, he could feel Brook's sincerity and how much he cherished his comrades. For him to act this way, there had to be a profound reason. Brook, what is really going on here? Everyone is here now. Is there something so dire you can't tell us? Aren't we crewmates? Jinbe's words resonated with the rest of the crew. They began shouting their questions all at once, but Brook's expression only grew more resolute. I've told you, I cannot say. Why won't you understand? It is because we are crewmates that I can't tell you. This is not an opponent on the level of a mere emperor or a navy admiral. Ren looked at Brook, who was shielding him from the Straw Hats, and then at the frustrated crew who were itching to strike but held back. He let out a soft chuckle. It's fine to tell them, Brook. I never actually forbade you from revealing my identity. Hearing this, Brook whipped his head around and asked nervously, really? Ren nodded slightly. Of course. A wave of relief washed over Brook, and his grip on his cane sword relaxed significantly. Just as he was about to turn and explain everything to his friends, the next words he heard froze him in his tracks. However, once you say it, I will have to take away everyone who knows who I am. Eek. No. No. Brook waved his hands frantically, his face a mask of pure terror. I won't say it. I wouldn't tell a soul even if it killed me. Seeing Brook's extreme reaction, Ren smirked inwardly. Having a little fun while idle certainly brightened his mood. The Straw Hats, witnessing this, felt their rage flare up even hotter. Hey, you thick-browed bastard. What did you do to Brook? He must be using some kind of trickery to threaten Brook. Damn it. Does it bring you that much joy to turn comrades against each other? You villain. Wish. The sound of rushing wind was followed by rapid footsteps. How dare you harm my son and toy with Luffy's friends? Unforgivable. Yamato's figure blurred past the crew, swinging a club that had been stripped of its spikes. Her steps were heavy yet swift as she charged toward the duo with overwhelming momentum. I don't care who you are. I just have to take you down. Stop. Brook snapped back to reality and drew his sword to intervene. But his slender frame was no match for Yamato's raw power. With a casual swing of her club, she sent Brook and his sword flying. Even the soul-chilling ice Brook produced couldn't slow her down for a second. The Straw Hats gasped, their faces etched with worry. Brook. He should be fine. Yamato knows how to hold back. She won't actually hurt him. Crash. Under Yamato's monstrous strength, the low ice wall crumbled like wet paper. With a single strike, the ice shattered into fragments, and she easily crossed the line Brook had drawn. Seeing Yamato close the distance in the blink of an eye, Ren didn't even flinch, acting as if the enemy before him didn't exist. Beside him, Shirsue's brow furrowed slightly. He instantly released his Ryatsu, focusing it precisely on Yamato. Boom. Yamato's body was slammed into the ground, her surprise attack cut short instantly. Under the crushing weight, she felt as though her very soul was being ground into dust. Straining against the pressure, she forced her head up, glaring at the two men standing just a few paces away with stubborn defiance. Damn it. I was so close. Seeing Yamato in such a state, the Straw Hats immediately remembered Kinemon and the others back in the Flower Capital. They had been the same, pinned to the ground for no apparent reason, unable to move. Is this their ability? It's a power similar to Admiral Fujitora's. Let Yamato go. Shirsue's crimson eyes swept over the pinned Yamato before settling on the Straw Hat crew. His Manjikyu Sharingan flickered with an eerie red light, emitting an ominous and freezing aura. My lord appreciates you and has humored you time and again, but I will not. Know your place, humans. If you commit another act of insolence, you will not be permitted to live. Seeing that the crowd was sufficiently intimidated, Shirsue slowly withdrew his Ryatsu. Yamato gasped for breath, finally feeling the burden lift. Brook, who had just been knocked away, scrambled back and threw himself in front of the group once more. He turned to Ren, his voice thick with desperation. You said you liked Luffy, didn't you? These are the friends he prizes above his own life. Please, do not harm them. I'm begging you. If you do, Luffy will never forgive you. Shirsue's expression turned cold. Is that a threat? No, no. Not at all. Brook waved his hands frantically. Ren raised a hand, stilling Shirsue's killing intent. He looked over the wary Straw Hat crew and sighed softly. My apologies. It seems I went a bit too far and made you all quite nervous. But my fondness and appreciation for you all is sincere. I have no intention of hurting you. Hearing this, Brook's heart relaxed, only to immediately tense up again. Being loved by a god of death, that's hardly a blessing. Ren turned his head and looked to the side. Luffy is over that way. I'm going to go check on him. As the words left his lips, Ren vanished in a blur. Shisui followed immediately, disappearing after him. The Straw Hats were horrified to hear this and scrambled toward Luffy's location as fast as they could. Using Shuinpa, Ren arrived at his destination to find Ace sitting beside a slumbering Luffy. Ace, you didn't head back with Newgate and the others. I wanted to stay and check on Luffy. Seeing it was Ren, Ace stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Big boss, is your business finished? Yeah. Same as you, I just wanted to see how Luffy was doing. Ren walked over to the side of the sleeping boy and crouched down. Looking at the bubble inflating and deflating at Luffy's nose, he couldn't help himself. He reached out, pinched Luffy's cheek, and gave it a tug. As he pulled, Luffy's skin stretched out incredibly far. Ace grinned at the sight. Luffy's fruit power is pretty interesting, isn't it? Ren nodded, the tension finally leaving his brow. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 164, Chapter 164 Gentleness. Hey! Who are you people? Luffy is seriously injured, don't just touch him. A crisp shout rang out. Nearby, Chopper, who had been treating the wounded, noticed Ren's presence and rushed over as fast as his short legs could carry him. Ren let go of Luffy's cheek. It snapped back with a sharp smack against Luffy's face. Seeing Chopper approach, Ren reached out, grabbed him, and held him up high. Dr. Chopper really is cute, and your medical skills are superb. Why you called me cute? And said my medical skills are great. Chopper, who had been struggling, immediately grew bashful upon hearing those words. His eyes curved into crescents as a smile broke across his face, and he couldn't help but dance with joy. Even if you say that, it won't make me happy, you bastard. Hee. Seeing Chopper like this, a smile played on Ren's lips. It was then that Chopper finally recognized Ren. Ah. Aren't you that guy we met back at the Sabaody Archipelago? You even called yourself our fan. Chopper, I really am your fan. Even if you say that. Chopper was once again lost in his own happiness. You make it sound like we're celebrities or something. Hee, stop it. Chopper, I just came to check on Luffy. I won't hurt him. Ren set Chopper back on the ground. A constant grin plastered across his face, Chopper simply stepped aside and made an inviting gesture. Don't mention it. Luffy's body is mostly fine. By the time the rest of the Straw Hat crew arrived, they saw the thick-browed man holding Zoro's Enma, examining it closely. Noticing them approaching, Ren sheathed the blade and placed it gently beside Zoro. Our visit today had its friction, but overall, it was quite satisfactory. It's time for me to leave. How about you? Ren looked toward Ace. I'll stay for a while longer, Ace replied. I want to spend more time with Luffy. The Straw Hats reached Ren, their hearts easing when they saw Luffy and Zoro lying there safely. However, witnessing him seemingly talking to thin air left them bewildered and uncertain of the situation. Thank goodness. It looks like he didn't hurt Luffy. Who was he just talking to? Could it be someone else with invisibility powers? Ren looked at the group before him, his expression softening significantly. Everyone, we'll end things here for today. We can talk more later. I have a place for each of you. I'll be waiting for the day you arrive. Beside him, Shisui had already drawn his Zanpakutō, opening a Senkaman leading to the underworld. Goodbye. As the words fell, under the astonished gazes of the crew, the two figures stepped into the empty air and vanished. Damn it, where did they go this time? Who exactly are those two mysterious guys? Hey, did you hear what that red-eyed guy said? He called us humans, are they not? He seemed to say something similar on the screen before. Could they be celestial dragons? Out of sight, Ace listened to the discussion of Luffy's crew and sighed helplessly. Suddenly noticing Brook's skull-like face staring in his direction, Ace waved and smiled. Brook's soul nearly leaped out of his body. He shook his head frantically and hid behind the others. Hey, Brook. We don't know what you know or why you won't tell us, Sanji said, lighting a cigarette. He took a drag and exhaled slowly before continuing, but this secret is creating a rift between us. Once Luffy wakes up, I'll tell him everything and let him decide. Yes. I understand. Passing through the Senkaman, the two arrived directly at the city of the underworld. The architecture throughout the city was entirely in the style of the Siriidii, with white walls and yellow tiles, looking nearly indistinguishable at first glance. To accommodate the massive statures from the pirate world, the buildings were constructed exceptionally tall, allowing even giants to reside comfortably. A massive Kido barrier loomed overhead like an inverted bowl, covering the entire city and blocking the freezing winds from the outside. When Ren arrived, Whitebeard was busy assigning the souls they had collected this time. As the Senkaman glowed and Ren stepped out, Amani Rico immediately rushed toward him. Rico, stay in the city of the underworld for now and keep a close eye on Ace's little brother. He's someone who stirs up trouble wherever he goes. Battles will inevitably follow him. Your job is to form soul contracts with the strong who fall. Hearing Ren's command, Amani Rico hurriedly agreed. Leave it to me. I won't let Lord Ren down. Ren looked at Whitebeard and instructed, Newgate, I'm entrusting Rico's safety to you. Whitebeard let out a confident laugh. Gururara. Don't you worry. As long as I'm here, no harm will come to this little girl. Next, after spending some time planning the layout of the city of the underworld, Ren led the Uchiha group back to the Soul Society. Just as he opened the spatial tunnel, he spotted two white figures standing out sharply against a crowd dressed in dark clothing. Ren frowned. I recall those two being CP0 agents of the world government. Uchiha Tekka quickly stepped forward and explained, That's correct, my lord. I saw that they were quite skilled, so I plan to recommend them for positions within the stealth force. CP0 elites, they do fit the style of the stealth force. Ren nodded slightly and looked at Guernica and Maha. Then bring them along, though they'll still need to pass the evaluation. I am most grateful. The large group moved through the spatial tunnel and returned to the Uchiha clan grounds within the Soul Society. Just as they exited the Senkaman Hall, Ren waved to the Uchiha clansmen behind him. You've all worked hard on this mission. We gained much from this trip. Performance bonuses will be doubled. Now, go and get some rest. With that order, the Uchiha on the street all withdrew. Uchiha Tekka gestured to the two CP0 members. You two, follow me. I'll take you to report to the stealth force first. In an instant, only Ren and Shursue remained on the street. Shursue, you should go rest as well. As he spoke, a soft, mewling sound caught Ren's attention. He turned his head to see a beautiful calico kitten perched on the courtyard wall, staring at the two with bright, spirited eyes. Ren looked at Shursue and asked curiously, What's the deal with this cat? When he heard the cry, he had momentarily thought it was Yoruchi. Shursue pulled a cat treat out of his pocket and handed it to Ren. The clansmen really like cats, so they've taken in the local strays. This calico is likely one of their kittens. Ren recalled that the Uchiha clan did indeed have a fondness for cats. He opened the treat and held it out to the calico. The kitten sniffed it, took a lick, and then, her eyes lighting up, began to feast greedily. After finishing the treat, the kitten meowed softly twice and stretched out its tongue to lick Ren's finger. Ren's heart softened, and a look of gentleness appeared on his face. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 165, Chapter 165 Exposed. Ren, you bastard. I can't believe you're keeping someone on the side behind my back. Get that shameless alley cat out of here. Kick her out as far as possible and never see her again, or don't even think about stepping foot in my bed. Bang. Amidst Yoruchi's sudden explosion of rage, Ren was shoved out of the room by his wife's monstrous strength. The door slammed shut so violently that the entire frame rattled. Ren stared at the tightly closed door. He touched his cheek and opened his hand to see two streaks of crimson blood on his palm. He couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. The butler on duty outside, hearing the commotion in the courtyard, rushed over only to find Ren descending the front steps with a look of pure dejection. Lord Ren, has something happened? It's nothing. Ren shook his head at the young butler and began walking toward the exit. The butler was tall and lean, dressed in a black suit. His face was slender, and he wore a monocle that caught his sharp gaze. His jet black hair was tied in a simple wolf-tail style behind his head, exuding an air of peak professionalism. This was Walter, whom Ren had brought back previously. After bringing Walter back to the Soul Society, Ren had administered a youth restoration serum to him and kept him at the Shihoin Manor as a butler to handle household affairs. Occasionally, he also assisted with matters regarding the stealth force. Walter studied Ren's face carefully and said softly, How can you say it's nothing? Your face has been scratched open, my lord. It's still bleeding. Walter, you're talking too much, Ren said in a low voice. Yes, my apologies. I overstepped my bounds. Walter followed behind Ren, stealing another glance at his profile, specifically those 3 closely spaced scratches on his face. They didn't look like they were made by human hands, human fingernails aren't that thin. Instead, they looked more like the marks left by a pet, like a cat or a dog. Having served in the Shihoin household for some years now, he understood the situation perfectly and immediately reached a conclusion. My lord, it would be best to disinfect those wounds properly. Ren nodded and headed toward the Shihoin family infirmary. Walter brought out some povidone iodine and began treating Ren's injuries. As he worked, He recalled the roar of the mistress he'd heard from outside the courtyard, and a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. "My lord, regarding you and Lady Uruchi?" Walter asked tentatively, the flames of gossip burning brightly in his heart. Ren massaged his temples. Recalling Uruchi's earlier attitude, he looked at Walter helplessly. "You probably heard it earlier. It's just that But I've been hiding it so well lately. There's no way Uruchi could have found out. Could someone have secretly snitched on me?" Suspicion clouded Ren's mind. Walter shook his head. "My lord, I don't believe anyone leaked the secret. Why are you so certain?" "Forgive my forwardness, my lord." Walter leaned in closer, his nose twitching as he caught the scent clinging to Ren. A look of, just as I thought, appeared on his face. "My lord, there's a scent of roses on you." Lady Uruchi likely caught a whiff of it and realized your little secret. "Impossible." Ren immediately denied it. "I sprayed that scent myself. I know Uruchi has a sharp nose, so every time I come back, I use perfume to mask everything." As Ren spoke, Walter's gaze sharpened. He reached out and plucked a single strand of hair from Ren's shoulder, holding it up in his palm for Ren to see. "My lord, you exposed yourself." Ren looked down. Against Walter's dark glove, the strand of hair shimmered with a soft, translucent luster, clearly showing it had been meticulously cared for. A wave of complicated emotions washed over Ren. He never expected that he would be the one to slip up and tip Uruchi off. Do I really have to send her away? If he really sent her away, she would lose his protection. With a beauty that rivaled Uruchi's but no power of her own, Ren was truly worried that something might happen to her. Moreover, Ren was genuinely reluctant to let her go. He looked at Walter and said, "Walter, how about I place her with you for now?" Before Ren could finish, Walter shook his head vigorously. "You must be joking, my lord. I live within the Shihoin estate as well. Lady Uruchi would find out sooner or later. If that happens, her ladyship will be even less inclined to forgive you." What a joke. He was happy to listen to gossip, but he had no intention of getting tangled up in his master's messy personal affairs. While it was a butler's duty to solve his master's problems, this sort of scandalous matter was clearly outside his job description. He was just a humble butler, he couldn't handle that kind of heat. Ren sighed inwardly. Walter was right, keeping her in the manor was out of the question. He would have to entrust her to someone he trusted implicitly, someone who would also make it convenient for him to visit whenever he wanted. With his wounds treated, Ren didn't linger. He turned and headed out. "By the way, Walter, keep this a secret." "Understood, my lord." With a flash of speed, Ren vanished from the spot. Walter looked at the hair in his hand and suddenly paused, his brow furrowing. He held it up to the sunlight for a closer look, a strange expression crossing his face. So this whole fight between the two of you was just over this. He simply couldn't understand it. After leaving the Shihoin manor, Ren went straight to the Stealth Force headquarters. Sitting in his office, Ren weighed his options before finally summoning Shursue. Shursue entered the room carrying a stack of documents. He immediately noticed the bandage on Ren's face, which was large enough to cover nearly half of it. "My lord, what happened to your face?" "It's a minor matter. We'll talk about it later." Ren waved him off and got down to business. Fugaku requested to be stationed in the ninja world a few years ago. Has any intelligence come in from his side recently? Shursue's expression turned solemn as he hurried to hand over the documents. "Yes, I was just about to report on that, my lord. The Akatsuki organization you've been monitoring is finally making its move." Ren took the file and opened it, reviewing the progress Fugaku had made recently. After a thorough read, Ren's brow relaxed slightly. "So they've started." Fugaku's report states that the Akatsuki has already captured the One Tail. "It seems the ninja world is about to be plunged into chaos." Ren closed the file and handed it back to Shursue. "Archive this. Next, it's time for us to prepare our countermeasures." Shursue nodded. "By your command." With the most important business out of the way, Ren thought back to Uruchi's words. A hint of lingering melancholy appeared on his usually composed face as he paced back and forth in the room. Seeing Shursue still standing, he gestured toward the sofa in the corner. "Have a seat." "Yes, sir." Shursue sat upright on the sofa, his eyes following Ren's movements. Seeing this, Shursue asked softly, "My lord, I don't know what weighs so heavily on your mind, but is there anything I can do to assist you?" Sigh. "Fine." Ren stopped in front of Shursue, looking down at him. "I've decided. It'll be you, Shursue. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 166, Chapter 166 Uruchi's Jealousy. Under Ren's scrutinizing gaze, Shursue gradually grew nervous. Seeing how solemn Ren was, His expression became constrained as he asked, "My lord, given your serious demeanor, is there something you need me to handle?" Ren nodded, his voice slow and deep. "Shisui, didn't you just ask how I got these wounds on my face? I suppose there's no harm in telling you now. Yoruichi scratched me." "Lady Yoruichi." Shisui froze, looking surprised. Why would she do that? Ren fell silent for a moment before finally gritting his teeth, deciding to voice his troublesome secret. Between her and me, what else could it be for? As soon as Ren said that, Shisui understood immediately. "Do you mean, you have a mistress outside? Don't make it sound so unpleasant." After a pause, Ren's muffled voice sounded again. "From Yoruichi's perspective, I suppose you could put it that way. My apologies." I spoke out of turn. Shisui's mind was as clear as a mirror now, instantly connecting the dots. Lord Ren must have found someone new on the outside and was caught by Lady Yoruichi. In a fit of rage, Lady Yoruichi had scratched Lord Ren's face. "Actually, it's not entirely my fault." Ren looked conflicted as he defended himself. "It was mainly that when I met her, she gave me a sense of freshness. She's as beautiful as Yoruichi, but her personality is much more refined. She lacks Yoruichi's crudeness, instead, she's incredibly considerate, gentle, and understanding. One can't help but feel protective of her. With my willpower, the result was I accidentally fell for her." He looked at Shisui, seeking validation. "You can understand that feeling, right, Shisui?" Shisui scratched his head, looking awkward. "My lord, I'm not even married yet." "Forget it, you wouldn't understand." Ren waved his hand and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. "Yoruichi wants me to send her away. Although I'm reluctant, this is the only way for now. Shisui, I've decided to entrust her to you. You will be the one to look after her." At those words, Shisui was horrified. He fell to his knees in terror. "And my lord, I would never dare to take what you love. I cannot accept this. Please, rescind your order." Having followed Ren for so long, he knew his master's character. Though serious on the outside, he was a kind-hearted soul, sometimes to a fault, and was very generous toward his subordinates. But this sort of thing. It certainly did not include such an insulting blow to his dignity. Moreover, he was merely a subordinate, to put it bluntly, a servant to the master's household. How could he dare lay a finger on his master's beloved? This was simply beyond reason. Seeing Shisui's intense reaction, Ren tilted his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Shisui, I know you have a gentle nature and will treat her well. That's why I'm entrusting her to you. You just need to settle her in your home at the Uchiha compound. If I ever miss her, it'll be convenient for me to drop by and see her anytime." Hearing this, Shisui pressed his forehead harder against the ground, prostrating himself desperately. "My lord, I beg you to take back your command. This is something I absolutely cannot agree to." Ren grew increasingly confused. Seeing Shisui remain unmoved despite his persuasion, Ren's expression gradually chilled. "Shisui, this is an order. Are you disobeying me?" Shisui felt even more anxious upon hearing this. "My lord, I..." Without giving Shisui a chance to refuse, Ren made the final call. "It's decided. Don't let me down, Shisui." Shisui remained silent, continuing to lie flat on the floor. Ren roughly hauled up the limp, seemingly spineless Shisui and shoved him onto the sofa. "I've been keeping her hidden in a secret room at headquarters during this time. Wait here. I'll go get her." Having said that, Ren walked toward one of the walls. A hidden door appeared in the wall. Ren stepped inside and returned a moment later carrying an object. Shisui looked over. It was covered with a coarse cloth marked with seal characters. He understood immediately. It was likely a Kido barrier similar to the one used to transport us Junior, capable of shrinking an entire space to be placed inside. Just as he was about to stand up, Ren stopped him. "Sit." Ren stepped in front of Shisui and placed the object on Shisui's lap. Shisui felt as if a weight of 10,000 tons were pressing on his knees, and he didn't dare move an inch. "Shisui, open it and take a look. I'm sure you'll grow to like her too." Under Ren's command, Shisui reached out with a trembling hand and pinched a corner of the cloth. Steeling his heart, Shisui stopped hesitating and yanked it off. Beneath the cloth was an iron cage made of welded wire. Inside the cage lay a calico cat with its eyes closed, pretending to sleep. Looking at the cat, Shisui blinked, his face a mask of shock. A cat. Perhaps sensing the light, the calico slowly opened its eyes and looked curiously at the world outside. It first looked at Shisui in front of it, then scanned the surroundings until its gaze landed on Ren behind him. A soft cry escaped its mouth. "Meow, meow." Seeing the calico, Ren's expression immediately softened. Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan activated as he observed the cat closely, confirming that it was indeed just a cat. Before the shock could fade from his face, Shursue looked up at Ren with a look of pure confusion. A cat. She's beautiful, isn't she? Ren nodded. Noticing the strange tone in Shursue's voice, he frowned and looked at him. What else did you think it was? What did you think it was? Shursue bit the soft flesh inside his lip and forced a strained smile onto his face. My lord, I thought it was a cat from the very beginning. At that moment, Shursue couldn't help but sigh in relief inwardly. Thank God it's a cat. Thank God it's just a cat. How could Shursue's bizarre behavior escape Ren's notice? He could tell at a single glance that Shursue had the wrong idea. Shursue, did I not tell you? You told me from the start, my lord. No, thinking back, it seems I really didn't tell you. It's no wonder you had such a misunderstanding. Since Ren admitted it directly, what more could Shursue say? He nodded gently, looked at the calico, and asked curiously, my lord, why does this cat look so familiar? I brought her from the Uchiha compound. You've seen her before, so of course she looks familiar, Ren said. Shursue's eyes flashed with memory, his face showing confusion. I didn't even notice when you brought her over, my lord. You weren't the one handling it, so of course you wouldn't know, Ren said. I knew from the beginning that Yoruchi would object, so I had Guernica bring her over in secret. No one else knows about this except the two of us. At this point, Ren sighed. In the end, I didn't expect that a small oversight on my part would let Yoruchi find out. Shursue's expression turned odd as he said, my lord, she's a cat, not a person. Lady Yoruchi surely wouldn't. Why wouldn't she? Before Shursue could finish, Ren interrupted him. He touched the bandage on his face, his tone quite complex. If it were a person, Yoruchi might not even be this angry. It's because it's a cat that she's so jealous. Anyway, enough of that. Ren looked at the calico cat in the cage, his eyes full of reluctance. In short, I'm entrusting her to you. You must treat her well. Understood, my lord. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 167, Chapter 167 Walter vs. Suifeng. After entrusting Sanhua to Shursue, Ren stayed at the stealth force for a while to arrange some personnel transfers. Having hurriedly finished the work planned for the day, he didn't linger and headed straight home. By the time he returned to the Shihoin Manor, the sun was high in the sky. Upon his return, Ren went directly to Yoruchi's room to inform her of how he had handled things. However, when he arrived, he found that Yoruchi was not in her room. Lady Yoruchi left a message for Lord Ren. She is waiting for you at the family training grounds. A servant of the house relayed Yoruchi's words to Ren. The training grounds? What is she waiting for me there for? Ren asked. The servant suddenly became anxious. Lady Yoruchi said, she wants to teach Lord Ren a lesson. Hearing the servant's words, Ren understood immediately. Yoruchi hadn't cooled off yet. She was planning to use him to vent her frustration. Fine, I understand. You may leave. Ren glanced at the terrified servant, waved his hand dismissively, and walked toward the training grounds. On the way, he happened to run into Walter, who had come upon hearing the news. Lord Ren, Lady Yoruchi mentioned she is waiting for you at the training grounds. I've heard. Ren's heart stirred as he looked at Walter and asked, you knew as well? Yes, Lady Yoruchi also instructed me to pass on the word. As he spoke, Walter pulled a transparent zipper bag from his coat pocket, containing a single hair. A hint of a complex expression appeared on his long face. Lord Ren, if I may be so bold as to ask, is the reason Lady Yoruchi is so angry because you're keeping a cat on the side? What else could it be? Walter's eyes twitched. So, just for the sake of a pet, you two caused such a huge scene. Was it really worth it? He still couldn't understand. Seeing his expression, Ren sighed inwardly and said no more. Just as the two reached the training grounds, a burst of violent shouting came from within. That's it, Suifeng. Keep up that spirit and give this scumbag a proper lesson for me. Please leave it to me, Lady Yoruchi. To think he dare philander despite being married to you, how truly shameless. Standing outside the courtyard and hearing the commotion inside, Ren looked at Walter with a hint of reproach. Walter, didn't we agree to keep it a secret? Lord Ren, the household servants heard my instructions and would not leak it to the outside. Walter spread his hands, a trace of helplessness on his face. But Suifeng is here. Lady Yoruchi summoned her personally. Hearing this, Ren realized that Yoruchi must be up to her old tricks again. He said no more, pushed open the door, and entered the training grounds. Due to Yoruchi's preferences, the Shihoin family's training grounds were built on a massive scale, roughly 1,000 meters long and wide, providing plenty of space to go all out. An outer wall surrounded the area, and a row of rather luxurious buildings had been constructed along the northern wall. These houses not only stored various equipment but also allowed people to rest at any time. In front of the buildings was a continuous wooden veranda. Just as Ren entered, he saw Yoruichi and Suifeng sitting on the veranda, with tea and snacks laid out before them. Behind them sat 4 members of the family's Kido Corps, who were normally responsible for the maintenance of the Shihoing barriers and repairs to the buildings. You two seem quite excited. Who exactly are you planning to teach a lesson? Ren's voice rang out, startling Yoruichi and Suifeng in the middle of their enthusiasm. Yoruichi's expression immediately soured when she saw Ren suddenly appear. You, of course. To think you dare betray me after I trusted you so much. This time, I've brought backup. I'm going to give you a proper lesson and make sure you understand who's the boss of this house. Yoruichi jumped up and pointed a finger at Ren. Suifeng, get him. Give him a piece of my mind. Suifeng's figure flashed in front of Yoruichi, assuming a combat stance. Certainly, Lady Yoruichi. Ren looked at Yoruichi, who was making such a fuss, and then at Suifeng, whose serious expression was mixed with resentment. He couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose. Behind him, Walter watched the two with equal speechlessness. All this over such a trivial matter, getting so worked up. Are they serious? He looked at Ren's helpless expression ahead of him, sighed, and stepped forward to block Ren's path. Wearing dark fingerless gloves, his fingers danced with agility. It is a butler's duty to ease the master's worries. He looked at Suifeng, little girl, be sensible. I advise you not to get involved in this matter. When the master and mistress of the house are having a spat, what's the use of servants meddling? It only ends up causing a lot of trouble. Walter, move aside. The one I'm looking for isn't you. Suifeng shouted, waving her hand as her sharp gaze bypassed Walter and landed on Ren. It was as if she held some deep-seated grudge. Walter knew it would be like this. Fine then. As he spoke, Walter's fingers paused and he gave a light pull. Suifeng, get back. Yoruichi reached out, grabbed Suifeng's shoulder, and pulled her back. Clang. Caught by Yoruichi's strength, Suifeng stumbled back 2 steps. Meanwhile, the Zanpakutō at her waist unsheathed itself and hovered in the air. Wires. Looking closely, Suifeng saw that 2 nearly transparent wires had wrapped around the hilt of her Zanpakutō at some point. It wasn't just on the hilt. As Suifeng's eyes widened in realization, she saw that the nearby veranda was already covered with taut wires. If one didn't look carefully, it would be almost impossible to see these lines. When did he? I didn't notice a thing. Walter tightened his hand, and Suifeng's Zanpakutō followed the pull of the wires, falling into his palm. Toying with the Zanpakutō, a smile appeared on Walter's face. Just now. Now that I've taken your Zanpakutō, the winner has been decided. You should give up while you can. Suifeng grit her teeth, feeling deeply insulted. She said coldly, so these wires, is this your ability? As a Soul Reaper, and a member of the 2nd Division within the Stealth Force, having my weapon taken without me even noticing is a massive humiliation. I was careless and failed to observe properly. But now that I know his ability, I won't fall for it so easily next time. It's not an ability, just a technique. Walter turned his head slightly. His monocle glinted under the sunlight while the other half of his face was shrouded in shadow, giving him an enigmatic appearance. He saw every bit of Suifeng's indignation but didn't care in the slightest. Yoruichi patted Suifeng's shoulder and looked at Walter. Walter, give the sword back to Suifeng. You step down too. The one I want is this fellow Ren. Walter glanced sideways at Ren behind him. Ren gave a slight nod. Having received permission, Walter tossed the Zanpakutō back to Suifeng and retracted his fingers, drawing back the wires that had been spread across the entire veranda. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 168, Chapter 168 Guidance. Yoruichi stared at Ren and gave a cold smile. Since I'm here, I'm naturally at your mercy, Ren said in a low voice. Yoruichi, tell me, what exactly do you want? Have a match with Suifeng. Yoruichi pointed her thumb at Suifeng beside her, a proud, beaming smile on her face. Suifeng has been training incredibly hard lately, and she's achieved some quite impressive results. Let me tell you, Suifeng's techniques possess some truly staggering power now. Ren's heart skipped a beat. Bankai. Exactly. Bankai. Yoruichi crossed her arms, her voice brimming with pride. Suifeng is so young, yet she's already mastered such a major technique. She's far ahead of you. However, because she's just mastered it, there are still many flaws and areas for improvement, and her own control over it is still lacking. She pointed at Ren. You'll have a match with her and give her some guidance while you're at it. If the results of your instruction satisfy me, I'll forgive your little affair this time. Ren's eye twitched. You're calling me keeping a cat an affair? It's an affair. It's definitely an affair. Yoruchi didn't give Ren a chance to argue. She leapt onto his neck, using both hands and feet to scramble all over him, clutching at his scalp and hair. I'm clearly this cute. How could I possibly lose to that vixen? Insisting on finding a little something on the side, what, am I not pretty enough for you? Ren endured Yoruchi's fussing and muttered, Yoruchi, is it possible that from a cat's perspective, your solid black look just isn't that attractive? Before he could finish, Yoruchi pulled on his hair even harder. You bastard, what did you just say? Stop, stop. If you keep pulling, I'll go bald. Ren hurriedly grabbed Yoruchi's wrists, but she simply opened her mouth and bit right into his scalp. Fine, fine. Just as you wanted, I've already given her away. Are you satisfied? What about later? I won't see her again. I promise you'll be the only one I pet from now on, all right? That's more like it. Walter quietly took 2 steps back, wanting nothing to do with this bizarre couple to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. However, he saw Sui Feng up ahead, grinding her teeth as she stared at the bickering pair with a face full of envy and resentment. A literal question mark practically popped over Walter's head. He really couldn't understand how these people's minds worked. Having secured Ren's promise, Yoruchi hopped down from his shoulders, satisfied. Ren, remember to go easy. Don't go breaking Sui Feng. After that worried warning, Yoruchi walked over to Sui Feng and gave her an encouraging thumbs up. Go on, Sui Feng, show him what you're made of. Yes. I won't disappoint you, Lady Yoruchi. Fired up by Yoruchi's encouragement, Sui Feng's fighting spirit instantly blazed. With a blur of movement, she landed in the training arena. Ren thought for a moment and decided to give Yoruchi a fair warning. Let's get one thing straight, I'm not very good at holding back. If something actually happens to Sui Feng, don't blame me. Yoruchi said confidently, don't worry. You shouldn't underestimate her. Seeing this, Ren said no more and flickered into the center of the arena. The 4 Kido Corps members moved in unison, taking their positions at the 4 corners of the courtyard to erect a barrier. Ren looked at Sui Feng, whose face was twisted with resentment. He raised an eyebrow and spoke softly, to achieve Bankai at your age is proof enough that your talent is indeed impressive. For Lady Yoruchi, I can do anything. Sui Feng's face was now as cold as frost, radiating thick killing intent. Her murderous eyes locked onto the enemy before her as she ground her teeth. I've known from the start that I'm just a lower-class noble. I'm not worthy of the noble Lady Yoruchi, and I could never give her the happiness she deserves. I also cannot defy the orders of the Shihoin family, that's why I let go. Even if the person by Lady Yoruchi's side isn't me, as long as she is happy, that's enough. But you, Ren Shihoin, what have you done? Sui Feng gripped her Zanpakutō, her pretty face gradually contorting with rage. You betrayed Lady Yoruchi. You are married to Lady Yoruchi. You promised at your wedding to make her happy, yet you went out and found another cat. To make Lady Yoruchi so sad. I won't forgive anyone who does that. Sui Feng's spiritual pressure erupted, surging violently. Her voice rang out with an unparalleled, resolute will. It was just that the content of her words. Ren rested his forehead in his hand again, looking at the dead serious Sui Feng with a complicated expression. Does she really have to blow this so out of proportion? From Yoruchi to Sui Feng, they were all taking this so seriously, as if he had committed some unspeakable atrocity. At the end of the day, I just kept a cat. Whatever. Though he didn't understand it, he chose to respect it. Ren shook his head slightly, clearing his mind of these chaotic thoughts. He curled his finger at Sui Feng, come. Let me see what you can do. Aren't you going to draw your Zanpakutō? Sui Feng's face darkened at Ren's gesture. Ren spread his hands. I'm not great at controlling my strength. If I use my sword, I might accidentally kill you, and I wouldn't be able to explain that to Yoruchi. What arrogant nonsense. Sui Feng's face was grim, but then she let out a sharp, cold sneer. Rest assured, I won't be showing any mercy. As a trained elite of the punishment force, she wouldn't be held back just because her opponent was unarmed. She held her Zanpakutō horizontally as her spiritual pressure surged wildly, kicking up wave after wave of air. Sting all enemies to death, Suzumabachi. At Sui Feng's cold command, her Zanpakutō released its true power, transforming into a metal stinger gauntlet worn on her middle finger. The tip of the gauntlet was razor-sharp, its golden shell decorated with black markings. A small chain connected it to a metal bracer on her wrist, it was compact and elegant. Ren said slowly, so this is your shurikai. It doesn't look particularly strong. Whether it's strong or not, you'll understand once you experience it yourself. Sui Feng held Suzumabachi across her chest, a glint of cold light reflecting off its tip. You've never seen my release before, so I assume you don't know my ability. How could Ren not know? He chuckled inwardly. What, are you going to tell me? There's no harm in telling you, Sui Feng said coldly. Suzumabachi's ability is death in 2 steps. If you are struck twice in the same spot, you will die. Heh. With such a small tip, hitting the exact same spot twice won't be easy, Ren said, his tone dripping with dismissiveness. Sui Feng wasn't annoyed, instead, she nodded in agreement. It isn't easy. But with my flash step, it is effortless. As the words left her mouth, Sui Feng's figure blurred, creating more than a dozen afterimages in the clearing. These clones moved with incredible speed, surrounding Ren on all sides. What about now? You have nowhere left to run, Ren Shihoin. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 169, Chapter 169 Watch your step. It's starting. Sui Feng, give it your all. Give him a real thrashing. Yoruchi stood in the corridor, looking toward the center of the training grounds. From this distance, the figures were as small as grains of rice, their outlines slightly blurred. The spiritual pressure inside was also suppressed by a barrier, making it impossible to sense from the outside. However, judging from Sui Feng's movements, she had already released her Zanpakutō and was about to launch an attack. Yoruchi immediately waved her arms, shouting encouragement for Sui Feng. Beside her, Walter withdrew his gaze from the training grounds and bowed to Yoruchi. Lady Yoruchi, there are still some chores at home that need handling. This subordinate shall take his leave now. Aren't you going to watch a bit longer? Not going to cheer Ren on? Yoruchi glanced over, a hint of confusion on her face. Walter looked at the field and lowered his head. Lord Ren does not care for such things. Besides, the outcome of this battle was decided from the very beginning. Only the process differs. Seeing him speak so bluntly, Yoruchi waved her hand casually. Then go ahead. Pausing, she instructed, by the way, have someone bring more snacks. I've finished everything here. Yes. This subordinate takes his leave. Walter glanced at the tea and snacks laid out in the corridor, bowed again, and withdrew. Yoruchi paid him no more mind, focusing her attention on the training grounds, intently watching the battle. On the training grounds, Ren looked at the clones of Sui Feng surrounding him. After a quick scan, there were at least a dozen figures. Is this the technique Yoruchi taught you? Indeed. My power comes from Lady Yoruchi herself. The voices of more than a dozen Sui Fengs rang out simultaneously. Ren took a closer look and soon saw through the nature of these figures. It's just afterimages formed by Shuanpa combined with special footwork. It's not a very complex technique. Dealing with it will be effortless. His gaze locked onto one of the figures, following its movements as it darted around. Sui Feng's voice rang out. It seems you found my real body. But that doesn't matter at all. With a sharp cry, over a dozen afterimages of Sui Feng attacked at once. Ren remained unmoved. He simply extended his left hand, forming a palm strike, and swung at each incoming afterimage. These afterimages were dispersed by his casual strikes before they could even get close enough to attack. 3 Sui Fengs lunged at him in succession. Ren's arm swept across, slicing through the 3 figures at the chest. Just as the 3 figures vanished, an arm pierced through the lingering afterimages. The metal tip on her finger glinted with a cold light as it lunged toward Ren. Sui Feng's form revealed itself, a cold smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She had been waiting for this exact moment, the interval after Ren made his move but before he could prepare his next attack. Now, whether he tried to attack or defend, it should have been impossible. Seeing Sui Feng in this state, Ren immediately realized that the one in front of him was the real body. His swinging arm instantly changed direction. His hand blade flattened into a palm, and he swiped toward Sui Feng's head with a backhand. Seeing the back of his hand change direction instantly and close in on her, Sui Feng's eyes widened in shock. Ren's reaction speed far exceeded her expectations. Just as the back of his hand was about to strike, the shock on Sui Feng's face vanished, replaced by a mocking smile. Thud. Ren's palm landed, but the moment he made contact, he felt nothing but emptiness. The Sui Feng in front of him wasn't the real body, it was an afterimage. Simultaneously, a sharp whistling sound came from behind him. Whoosh. Sui Feng had appeared in Ren's blind spot at some unknown moment. The sharp tip of Suzumabachi was aimed directly at the center of his back. I've got you. Yes, you've got me. Ren's voice rang out, devoid of any fluctuation. Sui Feng suddenly snapped out of it, realizing that at some point, Ren's right hand had reached behind him, grabbing her attack with a backhand grip. Ren's hand was large, completely enveloping Sui Feng's entire hand along with her Suzumabachi. With a light pull, he hoisted Sui Feng up in front of him. A feint. Ren gave his arm a light shake, and Sui Feng, dangling in the air, swayed along with it. The tactic is decent, but your execution is too amateurish. I saw through it at a glance. Damn it. Let go of me. Sui Feng threw a flurry of punches and kicks, but her arms were too short to reach Ren. Even when she tried to kick, Ren casually batted her legs away. Her only free arm, using fists or palms, continuously struck at Ren's forearm. But she was in an awkward position. Even if she could land a hit, her strength was pitifully weak, barely a nuisance to Ren. Let go of me. I'll let you go then. Ren gripped Sui Feng's hand and used the strength in his arm to rotate his wrist, swinging her around in the air. He spun her in circles like she was nothing more than a strip of black cloth. Watch your step when you land. After offering that thoughtful piece of advice, Ren gave a gentle flick and released his grip. Sui Feng was sent flying. She soared over 100 meters through the air before finally hitting the ground. Just before landing, Sui Feng managed to adjust her posture, her feet barely catching the ground. But the force of Ren's throw was still there. Upon landing, she continued to slide backward under the momentum, her feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the earth. During her slide, a foot suddenly appeared behind Sui Feng. Sui Feng didn't notice it at all. Caught off guard, she tripped and fell flat on her back. The world in her vision suddenly shifted, turning from the training ground to the blue sky and white clouds. The sun hung high in the sky. At this hour, it was at its brightest, and the sunlight was quite piercing. A square face with thick eyebrows appeared in Sui Feng's vision, blocking out the sun. Sui Feng, I told you to watch your step. Looking at Ren's face shadowed against the light, Sui Feng's heart jumped. She scrambled up and retreated with Xuanpa. After retreating 3 or 4 steps, Sui Feng felt a large hand press against the back of her head. Sui Feng's pupils shrank. Ren, whom she had been staring at intently, had vanished from her sight. It was obvious who was standing behind her. Sui Feng turned around again. As she created distance, her eyes remained fixed on the tall figure before her, her expression filled with intense wariness. His speed really is incredible. Xuanpa of this level far exceeds mine. It's not even inferior to Lady Uchiha's. Ren looked at Sui Feng's pale, twisted expression and suddenly felt the amusement of teasing a child. A child whose power was too weak to resist, capable only of impotent rage. No wonder Uchiha always enjoyed teasing Sui Feng. In this moment, Ren felt the same way, understanding Uchiha's pleasure. Sui Feng, that speed you're so proud of isn't much to look at. Continuing like this will bring shame to the name of Sui Feng. Sui Feng's face darkened. Shut up. You have no right to comment on my title. Are you angry? Ren took a step forward, which frightened Sui Feng into retreating hastily to maintain distance. She retreated over 10 meters before finally stopping. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 170, Chapter 170 I killed Ren. Sui Feng retreated hastily, her tense and guarded posture causing a soft chuckle to escape Ren's lips. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to teach me a lesson on Uchiha's behalf? Staying so far away and refusing to attack won't get the job done. Sui Feng forced herself to stay calm and barked, shut up. If you want me to be quiet, then get closer and attack me. Ren beckoned her with a slight curl of his finger, a faint smile playing on his face. You're afraid to attack. You're trembling, aren't you? Shut up. What are you so afraid of? Ren asked. You're afraid of my sudden movements. You're afraid a part of my body will suddenly vanish from your sight. I told you to shut up. Sui Feng, your fear is pointless. Look, just like this. A single finger reached out and lightly tapped Sui Feng's forehead. Ren's voice rang out right in front of her. I can touch you whenever I please. Shadows loomed over Sui Feng as the upper half of her body was draped in shade. Her pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks as she stared blankly at Ren, who had appeared before her in an instant. When did he get here? I didn't sense him at all. Even though I was on high alert and completely on guard. In that moment, as Sui Feng looked up at the tall figure before her, it was as if she were staring at a mountain peak that could never be scaled. In this fight, the man hadn't even drawn his Zanpakutō or used Kido. He was toyed with her using nothing but Xuanpa and Hakuda. No, looking at his relaxed and effortless posture, he probably wasn't even taking Hakuda or Xuanpa seriously. She didn't even know how much of his true strength he was actually using. 1/10. Or perhaps just 100th. Even with just that much, she didn't have the slightest room to fight back. Did she really have a chance of winning this battle? Could she ever hope to surpass him in the future? Was someone as weak as her really capable of defeating this man and taking back Lady Uchiha? For the sake of Lady Uchiha, she had endured hellish training. Sui Feng felt she had grown significantly, believing that even if she couldn't win, she could at least graze him. Just a little bit would be enough. She just needed to see a single glimmer of hope. But now, Sui Feng couldn't see any light on the path ahead. There was only a profound, bottomless darkness. In an instant, the resolve and fighting spirit she had maintained began to crack. It felt as though they would shatter into dust with the slightest touch. Ren withdrew his hand and looked at Sui Feng. He saw that the shock on her face hadn't faded. Instead, her vitality was rapidly draining away. Her sharp eyes gradually lost their luster, sinking into a dull gloom. The shock was too much. She's lost her confidence. Ren hadn't expected Sui Feng to be so fragile. He had barely toyed with her, and her spirit was already breaking. If Uchiha found out he had accidentally crushed Sui Feng's will, she probably wouldn't forgive him. Ren felt a bit helpless. He extended his right hand, palm open, and waved it in front of Sui Feng. At least your stinger was able to reach me. Sui Feng's eyes subconsciously followed the movement of Ren's palm. When she saw the butterfly-shaped black pattern on it, light slowly returned to her gaze. This was the Harinka formed after being struck by Suzumabachi. She had succeeded. That hellish training wasn't for nothing. She really did it. Color returned to Sui Feng's face at a visible pace, and her fighting spirit flared up once more. Hope reappeared before her eyes. Looks like you've recovered. Ren shook his head slightly. The current Sui Feng was still too young. Despite living for so long, her mental fortitude was inferior to a certain high school student from years in the future. Even under Aizen's constant manipulations, that boy might have felt hesitant, but he never lost his will to fight back. But Sui Feng. In the end, she wasn't quite up to the mark. However, Ren wouldn't hold it against her. A normal person couldn't be compared to someone with a cheat code. Lady Uchiha. Sui Feng growled, her expression becoming more determined with every breath. That name seemed to possess a powerful magic, restoring the strength in her heart. Her eyes shone with a brilliant light as they focused. She looked at the enemy before her, her fighting spirit soaring. So you can be hurt after all. Sui Feng's words sounded a bit strange to Ren's ears. Why did that line sound so familiar? I'm not a god. Of course I can get hurt. Even God, in this world, had his limbs severed and was turned into a living pillar. He was still suffering even now. His treatment wasn't much better than the one sitting on the golden throne. Sui Feng, have you regained your confidence? It's not about confidence. I've simply realized one thing. The weapon on Sui Feng's hand extended, its tip pointing directly at Ren. Since I can pierce your skin, I can surely pierce your throat. Heh. Having confidence is good, but overconfidence is just arrogance. Ren held out his right hand, revealing the mark on his palm. He was completely defenseless. I went easy on you for one moment, and you've already started having delusions. Try it again. See if you can actually wound me. Don't look down on me. Sui Feng roared, her body flickering into a series of blurred afterimages. She was even faster than she had been just moments ago. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Ren, Suzumabachi thrusting toward his palm. But just as she was about to strike, Sui Feng suddenly retreated several steps. Seeing that Ren hadn't made a single move to defend himself, she barked, "Why aren't you defending? Are you really not afraid of being struck by my Suzumabachi? It doesn't matter if you strike me. With your current power, even if you can touch me, it would take at least 200 years before you could actually cause me harm." Ren kept his hand extended, waiting for Sui Feng's attack. If your attack actually works and I die by your hand, then it's my own lack of strength. I deserve it. What? Did I scare you so much that you've lost the courage to even try? Sui Feng grit her teeth and steeled her resolve, casting aside her hesitation. Don't blame me if you die. Her figure blurred into an afterimage again, appearing before Ren in an instant. Suzumabachi lunged straight for the Harinka on Ren's palm. He'll dodge, right? I told him about Suzumabachi's ability, death in 2 stings. His tough talk must just be a bluff. Even as Suzumabachi was about to hit, Sui Feng still didn't see Ren react or attempt to dodge. He just stood there, completely still. It was as if he were truly waiting for her Naijiki Kasatsu. Why isn't he dodging? Is this an afterimage? That's it. His Shuinpa is so fast that this must be a residual image. His real body must be hiding somewhere, waiting to toy with me again. He might be right behind me. I have to be careful. Her hand met with a massive resistance. Sui Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Ren. It was his real body. She really hit him. Then, as Suzumabachi struck the same spot, another Harinka appeared on his large palm, overlapping to form the 8-sided floral pattern. Death in 2 stings, successful. In that instant, Sui Feng suddenly lost herself. She stared blankly at the motionless Ren, her eyes filled with confusion, shock, and even a hint of deep regret. I killed Ren. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 171, Chapter 171 A Soul Reaper's battle is a battle of spiritual pressure. I killed Ren. Suifeng stared at the octagonal butterfly crest on Ren's palm, her mind suddenly going blank. Two-step scorpion bite was a success. But why didn't he dodge? Why did he let her hit him head-on like that? Did he not know he would die? In this instant, Suifeng didn't feel any sense of triumph. Instead, she felt a strange, inexplicable surge of regret. Yoruichi's face flashed across her mind. Having stayed by Yoruichi's side for so long, she knew how much Lady Yoruichi valued Ren as her husband. If Lady Yoruichi found out she had killed Ren, she would be devastated. How would her lady look at her after this? How could she even face Lady Yoruichi again? No. Lady Yoruichi was watching from the sidelines, seeing everything clearly. She must have seen her kill Ren. What would happen to her? Would Lady Yoruichi hate and despise her, or would she be cast aside entirely? Just as Suifeng was sinking into an inescapable pit of terror, the hand in front of her suddenly moved. The hand was pulled back, and Ren's voice rang out. I see. So this is two-step scorpion bite. Ren looked at the black mark on his palm, his brow relaxing as he turned his gaze to the dazed Suifeng. Seeing the men who should have been dead acting as if nothing had happened, Suifeng's first thought was still of Yoruichi. He's alive. Thank goodness. Lady Yoruichi won't be sad. But immediately after, a look of utter, unshielded astonishment took over her pretty face. You're not dead. How can you still be alive after being struck by my two-step scorpion bite? Ren smiled inwardly. He had finally reached this moment. He reached out toward Suifeng and opened his palm. Suifeng, your ability is dangerous, but your power is too small. Let me tell you something. A battle between Soul Reapers is a battle of spiritual pressure. No matter how invincible an ability may seem, if the gap in spiritual pressure between the two sides is too great, the weaker side cannot inflict the slightest harm on the stronger one. Just like you and me right now. After her initial shock, Suifeng snapped back to reality. She threw her arm down and shouted, her face full of disbelief. That's impossible. My current spiritual pressure is already at the level of a captain. It's not something to be brushed off. Are you saying the gap between a captain-level fighter and you is that vast? Ren said calmly, that is exactly what I'm saying. He took in the expression on Suifeng's face. His spiritual pressure surged, but instead of exploding outward, it was tightly constrained within his body, not leaking a single shred. Suifeng, an ability of your caliber can be easily suppressed by my spiritual pressure alone. As Ren spoke, the tattoo-like black crest on his palm began to dissolve at a visible rate. Suifeng's eyes widened. She watched helplessly as her ultimate killing technique was rendered completely ineffective and easily erased. The large hand, slightly calloused, was clean and new, with no trace of the crest left behind. Even though she still found it hard to believe, the reality was right in front of her, telling her plainly that this was the truth. The gap between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Ren withdrew his hand, his expression unchanged, as if he had just performed a trivial task. He looked at the shaken Suifeng and asked softly, what? Are you planning to give up now that you've realized the difference? Not a chance. Suifeng gritted her teeth and retreated once more, putting about 100 meters of distance between them. I admit your strength is far beyond mine, but I'm not without my trump cards. Bankai. Go ahead and use it. Let me see what you've got. The more casual Ren's attitude became, the angrier Suifeng felt. She held Suzumabachi at her side, her eyes cold and her expression hardening with resolve. She had clearly made up her mind. Her spiritual pressure was boiling violently. Since you're so confident in your strength, then take a good look at my Bankai. Bankai, Chikoho Reikaben. Suifeng's roar was like a clap of thunder. A massive surge of spiritual pressure erupted, shooting upward and forming a pillar of energy that pierced the sky. Waves of air rolled out, kicking up dust from the ground. Billowing clouds of smoke filled half the training grounds, obscuring Suifeng's figure. Quite a spectacle. Ren felt Suifeng's spiritual pressure filling the air. It had jumped 6 or 7 times higher than before. A Bankai provided a clear and obvious boost to a Soul Reaper's spiritual pressure. He waved a hand in front of his face to clear the encroaching dust and peered into the haze ahead. Thud. A heavy object hit the ground with a muffled sound. A petite, delicate figure was vaguely visible through the smoke. Beside her stood a structure twice her height. Suifeng's spiritual pressure flared, blowing away the remaining dust and revealing her current form. Suifeng's appearance hadn't changed, but the stinger on her finger had become a heavy golden gauntlet covering her entire arm. The pillar beside her was attached to this gauntlet, a massive golden missile with black markings, streamlined at the base and fitted with 4 metal fins at the top. With that appearance, it was no longer a pillar, but a massive missile. Ren was naturally familiar with Sui Feng's Bankai. From the finger blade of her Shurikai to this missile, her Zanpakutō had clearly evolved. It had gone from a 2-hit kill to a 1-hit kill. What an exaggerated Bankai. But such a massive size and heavy weight, it seems to go against the code of the stealth force. Sui Feng stared intently at the relaxed Ren. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her expression looked strained. A Bankai of the scale was a heavy burden for her current self to handle. You're right. These are the weaknesses of my Bankai. It's too large to hide, too heavy to move, and too flashy for an assassin. It doesn't suit my fighting style at all. However, its advantage is also exceptionally prominent, the absolute destructive power of Uchiha Reikeben. Ren nodded slightly, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Perhaps that's the true essence of assassination. If you kill every single witness, then it's a perfect assassination. A cold smirk appeared on Sui Feng's pale face. Well. This is my Bankai. No matter how fast your flash step is, you won't be able to escape the blast radius of Uchiha Reikeben in time. Or are you going to try and tank this with your spiritual pressure too? A Bankai was different from a Shurikai. The only thing Sui Feng was truly satisfied with regarding this Bankai was its raw power. Even against someone as strong as Ren, or even head captain Yamamoto, she was confident she could inflict damage. Facing this, Ren wouldn't be able to take it as easy as he just did. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 172, Crushing the Bankai. Boom. Sui Feng stomped her foot, shattering the ground beneath her. Gripping the heavy missile on her arm, she exerted her strength with both arms, lifting the massive Bankai and aiming it at Ren's position. A sharp, stern shout rang out. Ren Shihoin, you won't escape. Since it's so powerful, I'll just have to stop it before it explodes. As soon as Ren finished speaking, his figure blurred for a moment and he materialized right in front of Sui Feng. Sui Feng was fully prepared for Ren's speed. After Ren appeared, she reacted instantly, swinging the Bankai across her front. Clang. Ren reached out his left hand, easily blocking the incoming missile. He tightened his grip, his fingertips sinking directly into the missile's metal casing. No matter how hard Sui Feng pushed, Ren remained as immovable as a mountain, not yielding even an inch. Sui Feng couldn't even pull it away if she wanted to. The missile was firmly locked in place by Ren, unable to move at all. Sui Feng, just like this, I could crush your Bankai with a simple squeeze. Ren exerted force, his 5 fingers sinking deep into the metal. Amidst a screech of twisting metal, Ren withdrew his left hand and held out a piece of scrap metal for Sui Feng to see. A gap had been torn out of the missile, revealing its dark gray internal structure. Ren flipped his hand, tossing the broken components onto the ground. His hand was perfectly fine, he hadn't even broken the skin. He crushed my Bankai with his bare hands. After their brief clash, Sui Feng was well aware of Ren's overwhelming strength, so this didn't actually surprise her much. She carefully inspected her Bankai and came to a conclusion. Although the exterior of Uchiha Reikeben was slightly damaged, the core was unharmed and could still release its true power. She let out a cold, defiant smile and said, breaking my Bankai in such a hurry, are you perhaps afraid of Uchiha Reikeben's power? Using reverse psychology. Ren raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to goad me into taking your attack head-on? If you can't take it, it's not too late to give up now, Sui Feng said in a low voice, indeed trying to provoke him. After all, if you get hurt, Lady Uruchi will definitely blame me. Hey, you're small, Sui Feng, but you certainly talk big. In that case, I'll give you a chance. With a flash of his figure, Ren took a single step and appeared over 200 meters away. I'll stand right here. I won't dodge or run. I'll take your attack head-on. Sui Feng, give it your best shot. Ren's figure was tiny in the distance, but his voice carried clearly to Sui Feng's ears. Size has nothing to do with it. Sui Feng's expression turned solemn as she gritted her teeth and raised her Bankai, aiming at Ren once more. Since you're so confident, then take the full brunt of my strike. Uchiha Reikeben. The girl's sharp cry rang out, tinged with desperation. She no longer hesitated and launched the massive Bankai. Give Lady Uruchi back to me. Vroom. Fire erupted from the back of the missile, creating a massive surge of thrust that propelled the heavy body through the air, wobbling as it streaked toward Ren. Sui Feng's small frame couldn't withstand the recoil of the launch, and she was sent flying backward. Seeing the wobbly flight path, Sui Feng guessed that the damage Ren had dealt had made it unstable. However, the aim was still true. Knowing the destructive power of her Bankai, she immediately used Shuanpa to retreat. Facing the incoming missile, Ren remained unfazed and slowly reached out his right hand. Boom. The missile exploded violently, sending out a blossoming wave of fire that instantly enveloped the nearby training ground. The nearest barrier was swallowed by the flames. From above, the rectangular barrier was nearly halfway filled with the fire from the explosion. Crack! Crack, crack, crack! The barrier, which was supposed to be incredibly sturdy, began to crack like glass just from the shockwave, and fire leaked through the fissures. The 4 members of the Kido Corps looked tense as they hurriedly increased their output to stabilize the barrier. The sound of the explosion was deafening, and even the resulting air currents were incredibly powerful. Even though Sui Feng had retreated a considerable distance, she still felt an irresistible heatwave strike her back, disrupting her retreat and blowing her away. She tumbled through the air like a leaf in an autumn wind. Thud! Swept away by the gale, Sui Feng was blown to the edge of the training ground, slamming into the solid barrier. Web-like cracks spread across the barrier where she hit. Ugh! Pain flared in her back. Sui Feng gasped, her face twisting in a wince. Waves of tremors from the explosion continued to roll through, making the ground shake like a dragon turning over. Seeing it up close, Sui Feng's bankai really is exaggerated. Yoruchi stood in the corridor, glancing at the slightly shaking building. Seeing there was no major issue, she turned her attention back. She looked back inside the barrier, a trace of worry appearing on her exquisite face. She knew Ren's strength. While Sui Feng's bankai was destructive, it still wasn't quite enough against Ren. Still, even Ren would likely look a bit disheveled if he took a direct hit from a bankai of that magnitude. It wasn't even impossible for him to be injured. Inside the barrier, the violent explosion gradually subsided. The flames died down, leaving behind billowing black smoke. Seeing the explosion end, the Kido Corps members on all 4 sides relaxed. Their Ryatsu was spent, and they collapsed in exhaustion, unable to maintain the barrier. With the spiritual power cut off, the barriers began to dissipate. Black smoke filled the entire training ground. Suddenly, a gust of wind swirled through the area, sweeping away the dust and smoke. Yoruchi stood up and looked into the distance. In the middle of the wide training ground, a massive crater had appeared, taking up nearly half the area. Jumping down to the ground, Yoruchi rushed toward the crater. Ren, are you all right? Just as she reached the edge of the pit, she saw a figure walking out step by step. His pace was as steady as ever. Beneath his thick eyebrows, his eyes shone with startling brilliance. Yoruchi took a quick look and saw that Ren hadn't suffered much damage, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Looking him over again, Ren wasn't just uninjured, even his clothes were intact, with only a bit of dust on his pant legs. Yoruchi, why did you come down here instead of watching from outside? Stop the fight. The Kido Corps can't hold on anymore, and the barrier is gone. The battle is over, Yoruchi asked anxiously, where's Sui Feng? She should be over there. Hearing Yoruchi's question, Ren pointed to one side. Yoruchi blurred instantly, rushing towards Sui Feng. Ren looked around. The barrier that had covered the training ground had completely vanished. Fortunately, the explosion hadn't spread outside, as the barrier had successfully contained it. Seeing Yoruchi leave, Ren followed closely behind. When the two reached the edge of the training ground, they saw Sui Feng kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. Her clothes were tattered, her face was covered in dust, and she coughed occasionally. Cough, cough. Lady Yoruchi. Reviews, Power ST0 NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 173, Chapter 173 The Fox's Tail. The battle is still ongoing, it's dangerous here. Seeing Yoruchi's silhouette, Sui Feng's eyes lit up with a brilliant glow. But when she saw Ren standing behind Yoruchi, her expression froze instantly. He's completely unharmed. Her strongest strike, which had exhausted her spiritual pressure and was her proudest trump card, hadn't just failed to deal damage, it hadn't even dirted his clothes. Yoruchi rushed over, her expression full of concern. Sui Feng, are you all right? Lady Yoruchi, I'm fine, cough cough. Sui Feng tried to stand, but her spiritual pressure was depleted and her strength was nearly gone, she stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Yoruchi was quick, catching her in time. The battle is over. Rest for a while, Sui Feng. Lady Yoruchi, I haven't lost yet. I can still fight, Sui Feng said, her face full of resentment. Yoruchi stopped her. You can't even stand steady right now, how are you going to fight? Furthermore, you saw Ren's condition. He took your Bankai attack head-on, yet he's perfectly fine. Ren looked her up and down. I, the one who took the hit, am fine, yet you, the attacker, ended up in such a wretched state. Before he could finish, Yoruchi shot him a glare. Ren wisely held his tongue. She looked at Sui Feng and said frankly, accept it, Sui Feng. You lost this battle. The gap in your strength is too vast, it's not something that can be bridged by willpower alone. I understand. Suifeng lowered her head, her eyes clouded with gloom, not daring to look at Yoruichi's face. Her voice carried a hint of raspiness. Lady Yoruichi, it's my loss. I've disappointed you with this performance. Seeing her vulnerable state, Yoruichi sighed. How could she be disappointed? Although she was the one who insisted on this battle, even she had foreseen the outcome. This battle was meant as guidance for Suifeng from the start. Yoruichi's expression softened as she reached out and gently stroked Suifeng's head. Losing this time doesn't matter. Just keep working hard on your training, and you can pay him back double once you get stronger. More importantly, remember the feeling of this defeat. Carve it into your bones, then reflect on your shortcomings in this fight. See what you gained and how you can improve. Yes. Suifeng nodded heavily. The breath she had been holding finally escaped. The mental and physical exhaustion hit her all at once, and she lost all strength to keep going, collapsing into Yoruichi's arms. Looking at Suifeng's unconscious face, Yoruichi gently picked her up. A large hand reached out, wanting to check on Suifeng, but Yoruichi dodged it. She looked at Ren, a hint of annoyance on her face. What are you doing? I'm checking if this girl is faking it, Ren said softly, withdrawing his hand. He suspected Suifeng was doing it on purpose just to snuggle into Yoruichi's arms, but he had no proof. Given Suifeng's obsession with Yoruichi, it was entirely possible. I thought you were going to take the opportunity to mess with her. Yoruichi was taken aback, then her eyebrows arched with a playful, knowing look. Mr. Serious, what's that supposed to mean? Don't tell me you don't trust Suifeng. Or are you jealous that I'm giving her so much care and affection? As she spoke, Yoruichi even lifted the cradled Suifeng slightly. Ren frowned, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. You're overthinking it. Hee, you tsundere, keep pretending. Yoruichi glanced at Suifeng, then back at Ren, the teasing in her eyes deepening. I'll put her in the house first and talk to you in a bit. With a flash of Shuinpa, Yoruichi was already heading toward the row of houses. Ren sighed and followed. Once Yoruichi had settled Suifeng, the 4 Kido Corps members recovered some of their strength. Seeing their job was done, they requested leave and withdrew with a bow. Ren sat on the porch, looking at the training ground ruined by the explosion, drinking the tea Yoruichi had just brewed and eating snacks. Yoruichi walked out and saw Ren enjoying himself. Pouting, she leaped up and sat across his shoulders. Ren looked up at his wife perched above him, his expression helpless. Yoruichi, do you really like riding on top of me that much? It's a habit. Why, you unwilling? Yoruichi shot back. I didn't see you complaining when I was a cat. You were a cat back then. What's the difference? Wasn't it still me? There's a huge difference. You're human now, you're much heavier than a cat. Who are you calling heavy? Hearing Ren mention her weight, Yoruichi looked displeased. What difference does this bit of weight make to you? I didn't see you struggling when you fought Suifeng just now. You're just blaming me for being too rough. Just as Ren was about to continue, Yoruichi reached out and pinched his mouth shut. Mr. Serious, I saw everything during your fight. You should have held back a little, you nearly scared Suifeng to death. Ren pried Yoruichi's hand away and said speechlessly, Yoruichi, do you even hear yourself? Was I heavy-handed? I didn't use my Zanpakutō, I didn't use Kido, I only used 2 moves in Hakuta, and the only serious thing I used was Shuinpa. If that's not holding back, what is? Ultimately, current Suifeng was too green, she wasn't worth him going all out. She collapsed before he even put in effort. Was that his fault? Yoruichi paused, replaying the battle in her head. It seemed that truly was the case. But a moment later, Yoruichi's expression turned stubborn again as she pinched Ren's cheeks with both hands. Then why didn't you restrain yourself even more and use some ordinary methods to fight her? That wasn't ordinary enough. Ren sighed inwardly, not wanting to keep arguing with her about this. Knowing Yoruichi, she wouldn't back down no matter how much they went around in circles. He picked up a senbei from the plate and stuffed it toward Yoruichi's mouth, only to hear her muffled voice. Mr. Serious, you stuffed it in my nose. Oh. Ren loosened his grip, and the snack was taken from him. Yoruichi, are you calm now? No. Yoruichi's blunt answer came along with the sound of chewing. Ren sighed. Just because I raised a cat. Listen to that tone, talking about an affair so nonchalantly, Yoruichi said unhappily. You clearly have me, yet you went looking for another cat. Do you even have me in your heart? It was just a cat. Exactly because it's a cat, it's not okay. Then what about a person? Haha, you finally showed your tail. Yoruichi swallowed the senbei in one gulp and used both hands to mess with Ren's face. You dare look for a cat today, you'll dare look for a woman tomorrow, and the day after that you'll be attacking the Soul King Palace. You simply can't be forgiven. How do you even come up with such ridiculous logic? Ren's words were slightly muffled by her tugging. Yoruchi said fiercely, promise me, from now on you can only have me. You must never look for another cat again. Fine, fine, I promise. From now on I'll only pet you and won't go looking for other cats. Happy. That's more like it. Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0 n.c0m/tailcrafter. Chapter 174, Chapter 174 Yoruchi's thank you gift. Yoruchi stopped what she was doing the moment she heard Ren's promise. Ren let out a sigh of relief. Fine, he thought, this matter is more or less settled. Yoruchi rested her chin on her hands, which were folded atop Ren's head, and began to sway gently. Mr. Serious, what do you think of Suifeng's ability? Don't put your hands on my head right after eating snacks. You're getting crumbs all over my hair. Ren complained, but he let her be. Then, his expression turned solemn. Her ability is powerful, but the current Suifeng can't fully draw out its potential. Suifeng's ability could definitely be called powerful, but her Ryatsu was still a bit weak. If Ren were to use it and go all out, the shockwave from the explosion alone would be enough to level the buildings of the entire Ciri. Yoruchi remained motionless, maintaining her posture. Then, can you guide her through Bankai training in the future? Why? Ren frowned. I'm busy. Between the Zanpakutō's workload and the burden of the entire Ciri on my shoulders, when would I have the time? Just guide her occasionally. It won't take up too much of your time. Yoruchi shook Ren's body, her tone turning into a spoiled wine by the end. You're so powerful, and since you come from the technological world, you must be very familiar with missile-like combat styles. Pointing Suifeng in the right direction will be easy for you. Besides, Suifeng is your contractor. It's in your best interest if she gets stronger. Seeing that Ren remained unmoved, Yoruchi shook his body even harder. Ren, please. Pretty please. Will you do it? Sigh, all right, I'll do it. Ren nodded helplessly. Yoruchi had a point. Suifeng had good talent, and her getting stronger wouldn't hurt him. Beyond that, he really couldn't handle Yoruchi's mischievous attempts at acting cute. If he didn't agree now, Yoruchi would likely pester him for the next few days, badgering him relentlessly until he finally gave in. Rather than being annoyed for days, it was better to agree to her request now. However, he wasn't going to give his services for free. Yoruchi, I'm doing you such a big favor. What do I get in return? You still want something? We need to have a serious talk about you raising other cats behind my back. Ren was stunned by her words. I thought we moved past that. Why are you still bringing it up? You think it's that easy to move on? Yoruchi leaned in close to Ren's ear, her voice dropping into a mock dark tone with a hint of hidden playfulness. I'm going to hold this over your head for the rest of your life. You. Ren muttered. That's a separate issue. You're being unfair. I'm sticking to you no matter what. What are you going to do about it? Yoruchi opened her mouth and gave Ren's ear a sharp OM as she bit down. Ren felt a slight sting of pain, followed by a soft, warm tugging sensation. Yoruchi, don't you think that's dirty? Pa. I didn't hear you complaining when you were licking me. You were even burying your face in my belly and huffing. Why didn't you say it was dirty then? I was huffing a cat. Not when you were licking. Yoruchi snapped. And you weren't always huffing me in my cat form either. Ren countered, why? Do you hate it? Hee hee, I don't. Yoruchi giggled. But that laughter. To Ren's ears, it sounded far too cloying. Yoruchi waved a hand. Forget it. Considering how diligent you've been lately, I'll let you off this time. As for the payment for guiding Suifeng, I won't make you work for nothing. I'll give you a thank you gift tomorrow morning. Ren asked curiously, what kind of gift? You'll find out tomorrow. Look forward to it. That evening. The crippled elder of the Fawn family, whom Ren had recommended for Central 46, heard the news. He personally visited with heavy gifts to apologize to Ren for Suifeng's challenge earlier that day. Ren naturally wasn't angry over such a trivial matter. He reassured the old man until the elder's heart was completely at ease. The next morning, Ren woke up early as usual. He had shared several intimate conversations with Yoruchi the previous night, and even with his stamina, he couldn't help but feel a bit fatigued upon waking. However, when he woke up, he found that Yoruchi was missing. In all the time they had been married, Ren rarely saw her wake up this early. But when he opened the door, what he saw made his eye twitch. Arranged neatly on the floor in front of the door was a row of dead rats and 2 large ornamental fish. On the floor was a note with a line of messy handwriting. You worked hard last night, and I was quite satisfied. I caught these myself, make sure to nourish yourself. It was signed with a single paw print. Ren's face went completely dark. Caught them herself last night. He thought back to their exercise the previous night, looked at the handwriting on the note, and suddenly ripped the paper to shreds. Yoruchi. Ha ha ha. Mr. Serious, you fell for it. Just as Ren was fuming, a wicked laugh echoed from nearby. Ren turned to look and saw a black cat hiding around the corner of the corridor, with only her round head peeking out. She was laughing shamelessly, her eyes brimming with tears of mirth. Who else could it be but Yoruchi? Yoruchi, give me a proper explanation right now. Ren lunged toward her. Seeing this, Yoruchi immediately turned and bolted, laughing as she ran. Mr. Serious, you're totally tilted. Ha ha. I've always wanted to see you this flustered and unable to do anything about it. Idiot, catch me if you can. Ren's pace quickened instantly at her words. What is all this? Explain yourself. Man and cat engaged in a frantic chase. In the blink of an eye, Ren had chased Yoruchi halfway across the estate. Before he knew it, he had lost sight of her. Meanwhile, Yoruchi had quietly slipped back into their courtyard and climbed through the window into their room. Idiot, go ahead and search outside for all you're worth. Even if you flipped the entire Shihoin estate upside down, you'd never guess I'd come back to the start. Full of pride, Yoruchi gave a light leap and hopped onto the bed. After that frantic run, she was exhausted. I was busy all night, I'd better catch up on some sleep. Drowsiness washed over her cat face. She let out a yawn and was about to burrow into the blankets. Suddenly, a large hand reached out and gripped her head. Yoruchi was startled, her sleepiness vanishing instantly as her heart sank into her stomach. The entire cat was hoisted up. As her vision spun, Ren's expressionless face appeared before her. What a coincidence, Yoruchi. So this is where you were. There wasn't a trace of anger on Ren's face, but to Yoruchi, he looked more terrifying than a ghost. She stiffly raised a forepaw and gave a slow, weak wave. Meow. Give me a proper explanation. What were those things at the door? Reviews, Power ST0NES, comments are highly appreciated to keep me going, plus 50 chapters, patter 0n.c0m/tailcrafter.